Chapter 261. Then, the physicist gave a brief explanation of brain imprinting. After he finished, Chief of Staff 1 said, "Professor Xiang, with all due respect, I'm afraid your idea of brain imprinting cannot be realized with our current technological strength." "Right. It is indeed impossible to realize it." Professor Xiang nodded and explained. "Although we have already realized universal quantum computers, and the computing power of central computers has reached an unprecedented level, we have not yet reached the level of truly understanding the interaction of quantum information in the brain field, or in the field of research on life and consciousness. As I said just now, the so-called imprint is a way to influence thinking from the outside through special equipment. The technology involved is extremely complicated and difficult. But this method is the only way to guarantee that the dog-headed aliens are 100% loyal to us." Just now, after the physicist called Professor Xiang explained the so-called brain imprint, the participants also understood it more or less, and naturally understood the difficulty of this technology. If nothing else, first of all, the means of imprinting a certain concept on the brain through external equipment is the same as the fantasy cultivation of immortals. As we all know, brain operation is the so-called intention activity. Since consciousness activity is an event at the quantum level, the technology of accurately influencing this activity through external equipment is equivalent to breaking the boundary between macro and micro to some extent. How can this work be completed through a macro device? Is it an electromagnetic wave of a certain frequency? Brain waves? Or is it necessary to have some form of magnetic field? What is the strength of the magnetic field? Is the magnetic field fixed? What is the relationship between brain waves and consciousness activity at the quantum level? Is it through the microcurrent of external equipment to guide brain waves, or through electric fields and magnetic fields? This physicist only proposed a possibility. He had already raised these questions when introducing brain imprinting, but he only considered the difficulty. As for how to achieve it, humans have not done any corresponding research at all. Moreover, this is only something on the physical level. If we take into account the factors of biotechnology, there will be more technologies to break through. The most intuitive point is the research of biology on related brain activities. Humans not only need to understand all the mechanisms of their own brains in biology, but also the biological mechanisms of the brains of the dog-headed aliens in Ningpao. In addition, it also involves extremely difficult philosophical issues such as life and consciousness. In particular, the so-called consciousness is no different from fantasy for current humans. Of course, although it is almost impossible to fully understand the mechanism of consciousness, humans can still do this operation by copying others. If they cannot understand the real mechanism, they can do trial and error experiments through various other related phenomena. This is what Professor Xiang believes is the only way for humans to realize this technology. It is for this reason that he will propose this idea that has never been established for related research. In addition to his duty to provide advice for human development, he also got an opportunity to benefit from the new government's various scientific research investments. Humanity has no relevant scientific research projects yet. As long as the new government wants to start a new research project, as the proposer, he will definitely become the scientist leading the project. Which scientist doesn't want to have his own independent laboratory and his own independent scientific research team? Professor Xiang naturally didn't want to work for someone else all his life, so he brought it up even though there was no sign of this matter. As the person who raised the question, Professor Xiang was naturally very clear that in fact, the difficulties in this research direction are not limited to these, but also many difficulties in computer and mathematics, like the establishment of brain models, the analysis of quantum phenomena in the brain. None of them can be separated from computers and mathematics. In the conference room, everyone discussed the brain imprinting theory proposed by Professor Xiang. During the discussion, everyone's understanding of this proposal also deepened. In the eyes of many people, this proposal is not so much a brain imprint as a thought imprint, or a thought imprint. After understanding this, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn, and everyone seemed to have suddenly become thoughtful. Yu Yuan also felt this keenly, and he knew why it was like this without thinking too much. Because this so-called ideological imprint is just a double-edged sword. It is certainly beneficial to use it on dog-headed aliens. But if one day this technology is used on humans themselves, I don't know what consequences it will cause. If it is always in the hands of the new government, it will be fine. If there is a mistake one day, it is likely to subvert the entire social order of mankind. No. If it is always in the hands of the new government, there may be unexpected consequences. For example, the new government may imprint some people with ideological imprints due to the need for governance. From the perspective of the new government's governance and human stability, this approach is actually understandable. But from the perspective of human beings' future climb to the peak of science and technology and the long-term future of mankind, it may become a tool to restrain human thought and a stumbling block to human freedom of thought. So, if you want to support this proposal from a policy level, then the new government must first consider whether these technologies will be used on humans themselves after they are successful. If it is used, will it be used by all people? Or by people in key positions? Or will it be used only by the military to eliminate their fear of death and turn them into truly fearless warriors? Is it feasible to do so? Will it cause serious social harm? Will it cause civil unrest among humans? Or, it should not be allowed to be used on humans. There are many key issues. Even if Yu Yuan is a dictatorial leader, he cannot just make a decision and do it without discussing it clearly. It is absolutely impossible to start research in this area. So when Yu Yuan saw everyone suddenly fall silent, he knew that he would be busy again. However, he also knew that these things could not be rushed. It would be good if he could discuss the key points within the next year and put forward a detailed proposal next year. Of course, in Yu Yuan's heart, he still supported the scientific research in this direction. So when everyone was silent, he was actually thinking about how to avoid possible harm in the future. It is a foolish act to hinder the emergence of new technologies through artificial restrictions. Even if it can be stopped for a while, it cannot be stopped forever. Are there not enough double-edged sword technologies in human history? What if this technology is the precondition for some high-level technology in the future? If we don't study it, won't it be like the Kuntai civilization missed the magnetic confinement fusion, resulting in bad consequences? Since we can't stop it, we can only find a way to formulate strict laws and regulations to restrict it. Chapter 262. It was originally a small meeting to discuss how to deal with dog-headed aliens. But after the idea of ideological imprinting was brought up, the content of the meeting began to go astray. It immediately turned to this topic. As the initiator of the meeting, Yu Yuan should have corrected it in time. But this time he did not do so. Instead, during the recess, he invited dozens of scientists in related fields to participate in the meeting via video. So, a short meeting was instantly upgraded to a long meeting. In Yu Yuan's opinion, although the disposal plan for the dog-headed aliens has not yet been concluded, after the emergence of the thought imprinting theory, he has already had some general ideas in his heart. So there is no need to discuss it for the time being. After all, the key to this idea in his heart still lies in the thought imprinting technology. Yu Yuan believes that the dog-headed aliens should be used. But not now, nor after they are taken back and trained, but after the thought imprinting technology appears. This is the safest option. In this case, the solution to the dog-headed aliens is simple. Research what needs to be studied. Experiment what needs to be experimented. Cultivate what needs to be cultivated. And freeze what needs to be frozen. As for using them as cannon fodder, we must wait until the emergence of thought imprinting technology. In this way, after a short lunch, the participants who originally attended the meeting returned to the conference room again for an extended meeting. After they arrived at the conference room, they also found that many more people were participating in the meeting via video. Manuiniai, Jupit, Gonde, Zhaoyukin, Zaziniai, Chenheyu, Ikai, Yunanfeng, Lumian, and others who were not originally on the meeting list all appeared on the video screen. In fact, this was also another meeting. So at the beginning of the meeting, Yue Yuan signaled the previous physicist Professor Xiang to introduce the new personnel to the matter of ideological imprinting. After listening to Professor Xiang's words, Lumian, who had been pushed down from the chief scientist for decades, took the lead and said, "I think it is imperative to establish a research project on ideological imprinting. There is no reason for us not to study it because this technology has the nature of a double-edged sword. However, from the introduction to the professor just now, this technology is extremely difficult. In my opinion, it seems that it is not a technology that a second-level civilization can possess." As a particle physicist, Lu Mian has been busy with the Space Multipoint Particle Collider recently. Oh, why do you think so? What has academician Lu discovered? The questioner was Ikai, who also participated in the meeting via video. It can't be called a discovery. It's just that I think of the description of the third-level civilization by the Silver Mist consciousness body. Everyone should also know that the statement that nanotechnology is the symbolic technology of the third-level civilization has been confirmed by the Awakener. Lu Mian in the video frame said slowly, "Now, according to Professor Xiang's thought imprint, although there is no description of the specific technical difficulty, it is not difficult for everyone to imagine that if you want to create such an instrument, it is bound to involve quantum field-related technologies. This technology, like nanotechnology, belongs to the microscopic field technology. So I think there may be a causal relationship between them." Professor Xiang in the conference room heard this, and couldn't help but say, "Academician Lu means that the premise of creating thought imprint instruments and equipment is that we have broken through the real nanotechnology." Yes, that's right. Professor Xiang must have read the descriptions of the relevant silver mist consciousness in the database. The precise manufacturing technology at the picometer or even femtometer level cannot but touch the microscopic quantum field, let alone the intelligent circuit of nanoparticles. It is not something that traditional electronic circuits can achieve. Lu Mian nodded and added, "Of course, the ideological imprinting project has not been established yet, and all the difficulties it may encounter have not appeared. So what I said is just an inference based on limited information." In the following time, the participants in the meeting had a series of discussions on ideological imprints. Scientists were more concerned about the possibility of this technology. As for military personnel, they were mostly talking about the impact of this technology on human warfare. As for sociology experts, they were discussing the impact of technology on society and how to improve the system. These people knew that since Yu Yuan asked them to attend the meeting, and this meeting could not directly make a conclusion on this technology, there would be another related meeting in the future. So they had to make some preparations so that they could make plans next day. The extended meeting lasted for more than 7 hours. As expected, at the end of the meeting, Yu Yuan asked his assistant to announce that the next meeting would be held in 2 months. This matter cannot be rushed, and humans are not in a hurry now. So after the meeting, Yu Yuan did not plunge into his daily work again, but went to rest directly. Now that all human work has been put on track, Yu Yuan has not been very busy recently. So when he woke up the next day, he came to the cab specially set up for senior staff and scientists, intending to go to the surface of the planet for a walk. This cockpit is actually the cockpit of a ground robot. So Yu Yuan's so-called going to the surface of the planet to take a look is naturally not to personally board the landing spacecraft to land on the ground, but to walk on the planet through the perspective of the robot. As mentioned before, although the human remote control system cannot be as personal as driving a tactical armor, the visual effect is extremely realistic. If it were not for the need for hand and foot control and the 162 millisecond delay that caused deviations in various delicate movements, it would actually be no different from actually wearing tactical armor and moving on the planet. When Yu Yuan came to the cab, he found that Zhu Pit was already there, and it seemed that he was already driving a robot. Yu Yuan ignored Zhu Pit and went directly to an empty position, then skillfully tapped a few times on the start keyboard, and then walked to the driving position. The driving position was not a seat, but a device that looked like a simple exoskeleton, and the place where the feet stepped was an omnidirectional movable device. After Yu Yuan stood on it with both feet, the driving system attached the recommended exoskeleton to him and fixed it in place. After that, he put on the helmet connected to a bunch of wires. The perspective of the virtual reality helmet can be synchronized with the perspective of the ground robot camera. This technology is already very mature. At this moment, the system voice sounded in his ears. "Driving authority has been activated. Please select the ground robot model to connect to." As the system voice sounded, a row of idle robot patterns appeared in front of Yu Yuan for him to choose. He knew that these remote-controlled robots were all landed with the landing craft before. Without saying anything, Yu Yuan raised his arm, and at the same time, he pressed a button like a mouse, and moved the finger in the air in front of him to make a choice. Yu Yuan had experience in all these. As long as he made a good choice, and the driving system was connected, the virtual picture in front of him would be converted into the perspective of the ground robot. This remote driving system appeared shortly after the engineering equipment driving system appeared. However, after several improvements, the cabs of the two were separated. The reason was to make the remote robot driver more immersive, and the driving seat was set up like this for this reason. Chapter 263. For this reason, the remote robot's cockpit is not in a weightless environment, but on a large turntable, in the same area as the warship's accommodation area. The Lyra is the flagship of mankind, so it naturally has a living area like other warships. and in order to prevent humans from staying in a weightless environment for their entire lives. The living area of the warship generally adjusts the rotation speed to create a gravity environment like the Earth. However, although the remote robot's cockpit is in the same area, the rotation speed is different. The specific speed will be adjusted according to the planet where the remote robot is located, so that the operator in the cab can be more immersive. In other words, the place where Yu Yuan is now is an environment with 0.69 times the gravity of the Earth. After he selected the robot, the voice of the driving system continued to ring in his ears. The target robot has been selected. Please wait. The system is connecting. A series of values representing the progress bar instantly pulled down to 100%. And the system voice continued to ring. Please wait a moment. Driver. The operating system is connecting to the robot control module. Connecting. Connection established. Data synchronization in progress. Synchronization completed. The system is switching the perspective for you. As soon as the voice fell, Yu Yuan felt the screen in front of him go black, and then light up again in less than 200 milliseconds. Then, a room made of steel with various indicator lights on the walls appeared in front of him. Yu Yuan knew that this was the perspective of the robot. These remote-controlled robots are all made based on humanoid templates. So this perspective is naturally based on the binocular camera on the robot's head. The picture is received by the camera, and then converted through various signals, and finally becomes a virtual image, which is presented in front of Yu Yuan from the virtual helmet. This connection method is different from driving directly inside the tactical armor. If it is a tactical armor, Yu Yuan only needs to twist his head, and the robot's head will move with it. However, this remote driving is different. If Yu Yuan wants to move the robot's head to see the surrounding situation, he has to operate it manually like playing a game. This kind of remote driving is not the first time for Yu Yuan, so he is very familiar with the operation. He just pressed a certain button on the controller with one of his right fingers, and then dragged it left and right, and the robot's head in the warehouse twisted left and right. This feeling is just like playing a computer game, but the operation is much more realistic and complicated than playing a computer game. Without learning and training, you really can't control it. The next moment, Yu Yuan skillfully summoned the operation interface, and then some transparent boxes appeared in front of him. Then he reached out and wrote on a box. The effect of his operation appeared on the robot 126 milliseconds later. The robot, which was originally in the standby state of the backup power supply, made a sound of the electromagnetic switch going off, and then the robot's built-in power indicator lighted up. This remote-controlled robot is not very big, only about 3 meters tall, which is far from the tactical armor that is more than 10 meters tall. Therefore, it is still very difficult to install a small nuclear fusion as a power furnace, and there is no need for it. Therefore, the energy system does not use nuclear fusion, but pure electric drive. After starting the robot, Yu Yuan controlled the robot to stand up, and then opened the door of the robot storage warehouse through the driver's authority, and walked out with a clang. What came into view was a wide square, with engineering equipment driving on it, and many landing personnel driving tactical armor, busying around in the square. At the far end of the line of sight, there are closed tracks that are winding upwards. Yu Yuan is naturally familiar with this kind of track. It is the orbital mass accelerator. It seems that these engineering vehicles and landing personnel wearing tactical armor are working on splicing the orbital mass accelerator. It is impossible for humans to breathe on this planet, so the actions and operations on the planet are basically AI automated equipment or manned engineering vehicles, or tall tactical armor. He saw a few robots and tactical armors gathered together not far ahead, with some exploration equipment placed next to them, as if they were going out. Isn't the purpose of driving a remote robot to go around and have a look? It's also good to follow the exploration team to have a look around. Thinking of this, the robot, under Yu Yuan's control, opened the heat sink behind it, and then continued to move forward under the drive of the motor. Huh? General, why are you here? Yu Yuan controlled the robot, and just came to a distance of more than 10 meters from the exploration team, and heard a call in his ear. The source of the voice was naturally the exploration team, but it was not transmitted between the various control units through the air, but the communication channel of the human ground base. The operating system and driving system are all connected to the internet. So when the driver looks at a controlled robot, or a tactical armor, engineering vehicle or other equipment, the system will show him the information of the corresponding operator. This is just like seeing the character information displayed above the character's head in a game. but it is not displayed in reality, but in the interface of each operating system. Therefore, it is natural that the robot controlled by Yu Yuan is recognized as soon as it approaches. Similarly, Yu Yuan also recognized who greeted him. Well, I came here to see what I have nothing to do. Professor Bu is going out for exploration. Right? Yu Yuan controlled the robot and walked while looking up at the tall figure. It was indeed a tall figure, because the Professor Bu he was talking about was now driving a tactical armor about 15 meters high. The 3-meter-high robot controlled by Yu Yuan was not even half a leg next to the tactical armor. Yes, resource exploration is urgent. Do you want to go out for a walk? I have this plan. You guys just do your own things. I go over there and take a look. Yu Yuan answered. The leader of this exploration team is Bu Lianshi, or Professor Bu in Yu Yuan's words. In addition to the 7 or 8 members of Bu Lianshi's team, the exploration team also has 2 security soldiers. Yu Yuan originally wanted to follow the exploration team out, but just now, he saw some people gathered on the other side, including the robot controlled by Ju Pit. So he changed his mind temporarily, and went over there to take a look. Okay, General. Please do as you please. We will set off first. As Master Bu Lian said this, she asked the team to pick up the exploration equipment, then walked a few steps to the open space and activated the flight system of the tactical armor. Suddenly, 2 hot flames burst out from the back of the tactical armor she was driving, pushing her into the air. The other members of the exploration team also quickly picked up the exploration equipment and followed her to rise from the ground, leaving a gust of wind on the ground and flying away. Chapter 264. The humans who landed on the surface are no longer the same as before. Basically, they will wear tactical armor when they go out on missions, especially when they go out to perform various tasks. Of course, tactical armor is also divided into types. For example, Bu Lianshi and her exploration team members are basically conventional types. As for the 2 soldiers, they are naturally combat types equipped with various weapons. It can be said that this 15 to 16 meter high tactical armor is already the standard for humans to live on the surface of the planet. Not only for missions, but also for construction, engineering, and off-base activities. The landing personnel have their own special set of tactical armor. It is just like the modified space suits before, but more powerful. Therefore, the tactical armor can also be regarded as a human mecha. With a mecha-like tactical armor, the safety of human activities on the surface of the planet has undoubtedly been greatly improved. Basically, there are no large animals that can threaten human safety. After watching the Bu Lianshi team leave, Yu Yuan quickly came to where Zhu Paite was. This guy, like Yu Yuan, used a remote driving system to control a 3-meter-tall humanoid robot. And at this moment, the main body was next to Yu Yuan. Old Zhu, where are you going? Yu Yuan controlled the robot to walk to Zhu Paite's robot in 2 or 3 steps, and then joined the team channel where several people were. Ah, Yu Shui, why are you here? Zhu Paite's robot turned around, and his voice sounded in the channel. I thought I was not too busy today, so I came down to take a look. I happened to meet Li Xiaofan and the others, so I took a ride. Zhu Paite's purpose was the same as Yu Yuan's. They were a little bored on the spaceship, and it was not convenient to land in person, so they walked on the planet in this way. In fact, there are quite a few people who have such plans. When he walked over just now, Yu Yuan saw many 3-meter-tall remote-controlled robots. If real people land on the planet, they will basically drive their own tactical armor. So any 3-meter-tall remote-controlled robot must be remotely controlled by people in synchronous orbit. Then let's go together, Yu Yuan responded. After that, Yu Yuan looked at the information of the mission team and found that except for Zhu Paite, himself and a student named Huang Deikan, everyone else was driving tactical armor. Among them are the linguist Lu Xiaofan mentioned by Zhu Pit just now, the cryptographer Talia Sinskaya, who is carrying a toolbox as big as a small car, and some people specializing in language and cryptography. It seems that this team should be looking for dog-headed aliens, but it seems that not all of them are there, because in addition to the 2 of them, there are also genetics Dr. Shi Lifan and biodiversity researcher Su Paitsi. Well, this Su Paitsi is the one who proposed a plan to deal with dog-headed aliens at the meeting the day before yesterday. After the meeting, Yu Yuan looked at her information and found out that she was the daughter of Su Yinxia from the mechanical engineering department. It was only after learning about her information that Yu Yuan realized that Su Yinxia, whom he met in the vast sea when he returned to Earth, was actually Su Yanxia's biological sister. Although the person has passed away, Yu Yuan still felt a little emotional because he still remembered that Su Yanxia graduated from a major related to biodiversity. Now her sister's daughter has become a biodiversity researcher. I wonder if this can be considered a kind of wish inheritance. As for why he took his mother's last name, it was a personal privacy, so Yu Yuan didn't know. At this moment, Zhu Pait's voice sounded in the team channel. General Yu, it's time to set off. Yu Yuan turned around and looked at the robot controlled by Zhu Pait. He saw that the robot controlled by Zhu Pait had been caught by a tactical armor driven by a soldier. After responding, Yu Yuan looked at the tactical armor closest to him. After seeing who was driving it clearly, he said, Shirleyfen, it's you. Give me a ride. Okay. General Manager. A female voice responded in the channel, seeming a little dazed. Hearing this voice, Yu Yuan couldn't help but think of a girl who was awakened from a daze. Yu Yuan had seen this Shirleyfen many times when he went to find Ikai. She looked dazed. Thinking of this image, Yu Yuan even felt that the figure in front of him, who was squatting down and reaching out to grab the robot that he was controlling, was a little dazed. As the robot was caught in Shirleyfen's hand, Yu Yuan felt that his sight was suddenly raised to the height of 4 or 5 floors. And then, he slowly changed from looking at the ground level to looking down. Obviously, this is Shirleyfen's tactical armor taking the robot he controls to fly. The remote-controlled robot is purely powered by electricity, so it naturally cannot have a flight system like the tactical armor. And human activities on the surface of the planet are basically based on tactical armor. And tactical armor can fly, so there is no need to equip it with several transport ships. So it can only fly like this. Of course, there is no transport ship following now, just because it is the first departure. If resources are developed in the future and there is a need for transportation, transport ships will still be dispatched. Soon, the other tactical armors in the team also took off. Driven by the nuclear fusion engine, the group left the base, crossed the desert, and flew towards the periphery of the continent. Flying is definitely much faster than walking on the ground. The huge desert area was easily crossed by the tactical armor in less than half an hour. After crossing the desert, the vegetation began to increase, and at the end of the site, some tall trees and towering peaks appeared. What a beautiful land! Looking at the mountains and trees that were constantly retreating below, Yu Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since there is a biology team in the team, their purpose of coming out this time is to find some suitable plants and animals to take back for research. So the flying altitude is not very high, and the various animals jumping on the ground can be seen with the naked eye. Of course, visible to the naked eye is visible to the naked eye, but the observation from above is not the naked eye, but the eyes on the warrior armor. That is, telescopes, eye-like lenses, various red and ultraviolet detectors, etc. The driver of the tactical armor sees the outside world through these devices. After flying for a while, Lu Xiaofen and the team said, Dr. Shirleyfen, we are separated here. Okay, take your time. We will probably look for biological samples around here, Shirleyfen replied. During the flight just now, Yu Yuan also learned a little bit, so he knew that Lu Xiaofen was going to find the dog-headed people with Taliesinskaya. Taliesinskaya was holding a toolbox, and Lu Xiaofen was holding something that looked like a container. According to Lu Xiaofen, this thing was used to hold dog-headed aliens. In the movies, alien UFOs that capture humans are basically a spinning disc-shaped spaceship. This is a case of using a large container-like cage to capture people. After Lu Xiaofen and Taliesinskaya left for a while, Shirleyfen also turned a corner in the sky and flew towards their destination. At this time, Yu Yuan, who had been looking at the ground, suddenly found a small yellow dot that looked a bit like the yellow of a dog-headed man. So he immediately adjusted the focus and zoomed in on the small yellow dot. Sure enough, a familiar dog head appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 265. Dr. Shirleyfen. Wait a minute, Yu Yuan said. Chief, are you going to go with Dr. Lu Xiaofen to look for the kobolds? But they have already gone far away. Shirleyfen stopped in midair after hearing this, her words full of doubt. No. Look down. Between the two mountains, Yu Yuan explained. But the mountains below were rolling and endless, and he had no idea where he was talking about just verbally. So he simply stopped explaining in words and directly said Sherlefen an accurate latitude and longitude coordinate from the system. When humans established the global satellite system, they had already defined the longitude and latitude of this planet according to the habits of the Earth. So sending a coordinate was naturally not a problem. As a landing personnel, the recognition and application of basic common sense, such as longitude and latitude, are compulsory courses, and they will naturally understand it at a glance. Ah, Chief, it's a dog-headed man. Sherlefen's crisp voice sounded. Sherlefen, wearing tactical armor, saw more clearly than Yuan, and the equipment was more advanced. After all, robots used for ground sightseeing cannot compare with tactical armor specially worn by landing personnel. Sherlefen, Chief, shall we go down and take a look? Should we notify Dr. Lu Xiaofen and the others to come back? They have their own mission. Let's go down and take a look first. Well, the others can wait here. Send me and Zhu Pit down, and then you can do your own things. Yu Yuan responded. He came to the planet through remote control, and he had nothing to do, so he naturally couldn't affect the biologist's mission because of his curiosity. Okay, Sherlefen replied. After saying that, Sherlefen reduced the thruster power and controlled the tactical armor to fall near the target. The soldier holding Zhu Pit in one hand also followed and descended from midair. Yu Yuan was quite curious about why there were dog-headed people in this wilderness. From the map, the nearest dog-headed tribe was also 100 kilometers away. Moreover, the environment here was really bad for dog-headed people, and there were many ferocious beasts. It was really a miracle that dog-headed people came here. Two 15-meter-tall mechas spewing flames descended from the sky. This scene was common to humans, but in the eyes of the dog-headed people, it was a subversive existence. The dog-headed people on the ground were looking at the two steel mechas descending from the sky at this moment, with a complex expression on their faces. Some fearful, some horrified, and some happy. This dog-headed person was ATU, driven by curiosity. After talking with the elder Jingda, he did not accept the elder's suggestion to preside over the sacrificial affairs, but resolutely embarked on the road of finding the truth. He left the tribe despite the tribe's opposition, and resolutely headed in the direction where he saw the fireball falling from the sky that year. Crossing the jungle, the mountains, and the grasslands, relying on his years of hunting skills, he crossed the mountains and ridges all the way, heading for the barren land in the eyes of the dog-headed people. Along the way, ATU encountered countless dangers: hunger, cold, heat, poisonous miasma, and even many large and ferocious animals. But ATU still survived with his will and strong survival instinct. If nothing unexpected happens, it is estimated that in another year, R2 will be able to reach the area where the human base is located. R2 stared blankly at the two large mechas that were getting closer and closer. He felt that his brain was not enough. However, his sluggishness did not last long, and he was awakened by a heat wave. Although the place where the humans drove the two tactical armors to land was a little far away, the long tongue of flame from the nuclear fusion thruster still stirred up a series of strong winds and heat waves on the ground. For a while, R2's ears were only filled with the sound of the fusion thruster, which was like the roar of a dragon in the sky. Awakened by the heat wave, ATU immediately lowered his dog head, bent down, and leaned on the ground with his hands, constantly hitting the ground with his head, making a posture of worship in the dog-headed man concept. At the same time, he was still muttering words, reciting prayers that only he could understand. While the dog-headed man was worshipping, Sherlefen and the warrior had already put Yu Yuan and Zhu Pit down, and then turned around again, leaving behind thousands of layers of heat waves, and soared into the sky with a roar of flames. After the two tactical armors left and the surrounding environment became quiet again, Zhu Pit, who came down with Yu Yuan, controlled the robot to move forward a few steps, and at the same time turned on the external loudspeaker, and habitually said to the dog-headed man who was still crawling on the ground, "Get up and talk." After the words fell, Zhu Pit realized that this was not a human being at all, and could not understand what he was saying at all, and might not even be a species that could communicate with sound. "Zhu Pit, what are you yelling about? Just call a small unmanned transport ship from the base to take this dog-headed man back, and let the linguists study it slowly." Yu Yuan on the side said speechlessly in the channel. Lu Xiaofen and Talyasinskia had just left not long ago, and it was estimated that they would not be able to complete the mission so quickly. Zhu Pit, and he did not know how to decipher the alien language, so they could only take this dog-headed man back. I believe that it won't be long before Liu Xiaofan and Talia Sinskia come back. Hearing Yu Yuan say this, Zhu Pit also realized that it was meaningless to communicate now. So he simply took a few steps forward, then controlled the robot to stretch out his hand and pull the dog-headed man up. The dog-headed man who was pulled up immediately showed a look of horror and kept making inexplicable sounds from his mouth, although they couldn't understand what the dog-headed man was shouting. From the expression he showed, Yu Yuan and Zhu Pit could also tell something, and estimated that it should be some words of prayer to the gods. It was one thing to be able to guess a little, but seeing the dog-headed man face so close, coupled with his terrified expression, Yu Yuan always felt it was very strange, because the dog-headed man face was so similar to the funny dog head's expression, so that the terrified expression showed made people look a little funny. Such a dog head seemed to have a life-saving function, which made people think of it. It was the first time that Yu Yuan observed the dog-headed man so closely, and he noticed its physical characteristics. The dog-headed man has no dog-like features except for his head. He stands 2.5 meters tall, with only 4 fingers on the end of his hands. His feet are covered by shoes and cannot be seen clearly. His body is covered with the skin of an unknown animal. From the exposed part, it can be seen that it is covered with a layer of yellow fur, just like the head. While Yu Yuan and Zhu Pit were observing the dog-headed man group in the head through the robot, the dog-headed man was also observing the robot controlled by the two. While watching, his hands kept gesturing, pointing to the horizon, and then pointing to the direction behind him. And at the same time, his mouth was spitting out a series of sounds that humans could not understand. Chapter 266. General Yu, what should we do now? Ignoring the dog-headed man, Zhu Pit asked. Let's wait. There's nothing to do when we go back. Let's wait for the transport ship to come and take the dog-headed man back. Then we can just walk around and have a look. Yu Yuan controlled the robot to turn the view and look at the surrounding scenery. This place is located between 2 mountains. The view is not very wide. It is not a real desert. Moreover, due to the low terrain and the existence of a river upstream, the land is soft and there are many puddles. It's a nice wetland. There shouldn't be a shortage of food in this environment. If we wait for a while, the dog-headed man won't starve to death. Thinking like this, Yu Yuan connected to the channel of Liu Xiaofan's team in the system operation interface and asked, Dr. Liu, where are you? When will you return to the base? We just found a city. We can't go back so soon. We are setting up equipment and sending out small drones to collect their language information. What can I do for you? Chief? Liu Xiaofan answered and said to other members in the communication channel, Mei Qin, Xiaoqian, you two go help Dr. Sinskaya. It's getting dark. We have to speed up. While speaking, she did not forget to synchronize the location of her team to the communication channel. Yu Yuan opened the map and took a look, and said, It's not a big deal. I just met a strange dog-headed man on the way. It seems to be heading towards our base. I thought you were going back to the base. So I asked you. Since you are busy, just be busy first. By the way, the language needs to be deciphered as soon as possible. Don't worry, Chief. We are familiar with this matter. The first batch of small drones have been sent out. I believe it won't be long before we can get a lot of dog-headed people's behavior and language data. If everything goes well, we should be able to decipher their language before dark. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. After disconnecting the communication, Yu Yuan glanced at the time. It was about 4 hours before the dark of this planet. It was extremely fast to decipher the dog-headed people's language in such a short time. The reason why it was so fast was mainly because this contact was different from the past. In the past, the deciphering of alien civilization languages was only based on mutual communication. In that case, even with an accompanying dictionary, it would be difficult to decipher due to the single information. However, this time, humans went directly to the planet. In this case, the way humans can obtain information is not just simple communication, but also includes a series of factors such as the behavior, demeanor, and vocal characteristics of the dog-headed people. With so much information and the assistance of the intelligent AI Tianhe Light, it is not difficult to decipher the language. Waiting for 4 hours was a bit boring. So Yu Yuan simply said something to Zhu Pit, disconnected the remote robot by himself, and returned to the office to deal with some things. When he reconnected to the robot and came back, it was already midnight on the planet. Zhu Pit's robot was more than 10 meters away from where he went offline. There was a small transport ship parked next to it, about the size of an airplane. He looked up, but could not see the dog-headed alien. Pit, where is the dog-headed man? He controlled the robot to walk towards Zhu Pit and asked. It seems to be hungry and hunting ahead. Zhu Pit pointed to the distance. The dog-headed man hid very well. Yu Yuan looked up and found nothing at all. So he switched his sight to infrared imaging and found that the dog-headed alien was lurking behind a stone 100 meters away, holding a bronze long hair in his hand ready to go. 2 or 3 meters on the other side of the stone was an animal the size of a goat. Only look for food when hungry. After hearing what Zhu Pit said, Yu Yuan felt a little strange. After all, the dog-headed man is an intelligent creature. Why would he go hunting for food when he is hungry? Don't they know how to store food? How is the language decryption work going on, Dr. Liu? Yu Yuan did not dwell on the issue of looking for food when hungry. It has not been completely decrypted. But simple communication is almost done. The data has been shared to the central computer. Yu Shuai just needs to download it. Zhu Pit answered in the communication. And then he pointed to the transport ship and continued, when the dog-headed man finishes hunting, we can take him back. Just now, I wanted to ask why the transport ship had come, but why the dog-headed man had not been taken back. Now that this was said, Yu Yuan understood. Humans don't know what the dog-headed man diet is now. If they take the hungry dog-headed man back without knowing it, he will probably starve to death. Yeah. When Yu Yuan came to Zhu Pit's side, the dog-headed man had also finished hunting and was carrying the prey with a happy face, walking towards this side with a cheerful step. He's not afraid anymore? Yu Yuan was surprised. When the transport ship arrived, he was frightened again, but later he seemed to think we were some kind of gods. The robot controlled by Jupiter kept staring at the fast-approaching dog-headed man, and seemed to be very curious about him. In fact, Yu Yuan was also very curious. So he told Jupiter in the communication channel to see what the dog-headed man wanted to do first. Now it was dark, and there was no fire, and he didn't find any fire starters or anything like that on the dog-headed man. He wanted to see how the dog-headed man dealt with the prey. Under the curious gazes of Yu Yuan and Zhu Pit, the dog-headed man first took the prey to the puddle to wash it before it was completely dark, and then walked towards the two people with big strides. When he came to 2 meters away from the robot controlled by the two people, the dog-headed man stopped, put down the prey, and then fumbled around on his body, pulled out a bronze dagger, cut open the prey, and then skillfully skinned the prey. After that, the dog-headed man put the dagger aside, then grabbed the processed prey and handed it to Zhu Pit respectfully. Then the dog-headed man said a lot of things, and he seemed very enthusiastic. Pete, this guy seems to be offering you food. Why don't you just accept it? Yu Yuan teased with interest. He had just downloaded the language decryption system, so Yu Yuan understood what the dog-headed man said just now. It was roughly that the people of your great god of light offered the best food to you. Master Yu, don't be funny. I saw the information of this dog-headed man. They have indeed mastered fire, since they all recognize us as gods. Why are they still offering raw meat? Zhu Pit said in a speechless voice in the communication channel. How would I know? Why don't you just ask this dog-headed man? Yu Yuan was also very curious. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something related. So he continued to say to Zhu Pit, well, I heard from academician Ikai that in the Earth era, some places also used raw meat for sacrifices. Maybe the dog-headed people also have this custom. There is such a thing? Zhu Pit was silent in his heart. As a young man in the 22nd century, he really didn't know about this. Seeing Zhu Pit in a daze, Yu Yuan cast his eyes on the dog-headed man crawling on the ground, then let the system load the translation software, and then asked, what's your name? What are you doing here? After the voice was translated and converted into dog-headed language, it was transmitted through the remote robot's loudspeaker. He asked a normal question, but the dog-headed man who heard the voice suddenly became extremely excited. The dog-headed man's body shook violently, and changes appeared in his eye sockets. There were no tears, but the eyes suddenly became a little bigger, and the pupils inside also changed from the normal pupil state to split into several petals at this moment, and trembled slightly, looking like waves and flashing, just like the expression of pitiful Choo-Choo's excited tears. After the expression changed, the dog-headed man began to chant, Great and great God of light. You finally heard the prayers of your people. You finally responded to your people. No, your people. My name is ATU. I came here to find you. The great god of light. Thinking of the dog-headed man's original expression of saving his life, coupled with his current look, he is simply a moving emoticon package. Chapter 267. ATU. Come here to look for humans. Hearing this, Yu Yuan thought for a moment, and then discussed with Zhu Pite in the communication channel. Pite, what do you think should be done with ATU? Zhu Pite was stunned. Why did he ask me? Yu Shui. Didn't we say at the last meeting that we should study the dog-headed people? Why not just hand it over to the people in the Biological Research Institute? When they have made some progress, we can decide how to deal with these dog-headed people according to the situation. Zhu Pite said. As for the matter of collecting the dog-headed people, that will definitely have to wait until the thought imprinting technology is realized. So I think after the scientists at the Institute of Biology complete the preliminary research on the dog-headed people, the next step should be to prepare to capture some dog-headed people and freeze them. Yes. Yu Yuan nodded. Zhu Pite was right. This was also the preliminary plan decided after the last meeting. If this plan is followed, then it doesn't matter how to deal with this ATU. Anyway, humans should stay on this planet for a long time this time. And it is estimated that they will not leave for hundreds of years. In such a long time, ATU might have died of old age. So there is no need to treat him specially. Actually, Yu Yuan wanted to use ATU as a starting point to understand the situation of the dog-headed people. But now he thinks that there is really no need. The technological gap between humans and dog-headed people is too big. And if you want to understand everything about the dog-headed people, you don't need any plan at all. If you want to analyze their genes, just capture them and study them. As for the social structure and development level of the population, you can also send small drones to collect information openly. There is no need to do things in the name of the God of Light. Even if you want to capture enough kobolds to freeze them, you can just let people wear tactical armor to capture them. However, it is still a bit troublesome to capture them one city at a time. If possible, Yu Yuan still chooses to let these kobolds volunteer. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan then added, that being said, since there is a way to avoid unnecessary trouble, why should we bother ourselves with trouble? This ATU is left to you. Since he thinks we are some kind of god of light, you will be responsible for establishing the image of this god. By then, we can get tens of thousands, even millions, tens of millions of dog-headed people on board with just one word. Isn't it wonderful? General Yu, why don't you hand this matter over to the propaganda department? I think they are good at it after all. The soldiers under my security department don't understand these things. Zhu Pite looked embarrassed. But because he was controlling the robot, no one could see it. It's just pretending to be a god. There's no need for the propaganda department. And you're pretty free lately. Well, okay then. How could I be free? Zhu Pite secretly regretted that he would not have come to the ground to wander around. Well, the security department still has a lot of things to do now. Why pretend to be a god again? He sighed in his heart. Although he was not very willing in his heart. Since he had agreed, he had to do it well. Thinking of this, Zhu Pite said to ATU, who was still lying on the ground, ATU, get up. Since you said you came to see me, the god of light, what do you want from me? This. ATU suddenly looked at Zhu Pite suspiciously, then slowly stood up and glanced at Yu Yuan next to him. He was very confused because the two looked the same. The surface was shining silver. But he remembered that there was only one god of light in the legend. How could there be two identical gods of light? And what about the huge monster that fell from the sky before? That huge creature can fly. So it must be a god. Could it be that these two are not the real god of light? ATU is not very knowledgeable. But he is not stupid. Thinking in his heart, ATU said carefully, excuse me. Are you the god of light? I want to ask the god of light to heal the elders of the tribe. We are all the people of the god of light. Please save the elders. He said this. He just questioned whether it was the god of light in the first sentence. And then he asked for it directly in the second sentence. He really has some brains. Zhu Pite nodded and said, we are subordinates of the god of light. And we already know that we have been the priests of your tribe for generations. As for your request, we will tell the god of light about it when we go back. He will save you. Thank you. Great god of light. Thank you. Great god of light. It's just that. When I left the tribe a year ago, the priest's condition was already very serious. I don't know if he is still alive now. ATU's voice was getting smaller and smaller. He still remembered the scene when he saw the priest. He said that he didn't have much time left. Now more than a year has passed. I don't know if he is still alive. Hearing R2 say this, Zhu Pit understood the meaning. So he continued, don't worry. The God of Light is merciful. No matter how serious the disease is. As long as he has a breath, the God of Light can save him. There is no time to lose. Let's go back and tell the God of Light. You wait here. And tomorrow, the God of Light will send someone to find you. Thank you. Great God of Light. Hearing this, R2 bowed to the ground again. While he bowed, Yu Yuan and the robot controlled by Zhu Pit turned around and walked towards the transport ship. The transport ship was originally meant to take R2 back to the base for research. But since Zhu Pit was already in charge and Zhu Pit told R2 to stay here first, they could only take the two robots back first. Soon, the two robots boarded the transport ship under the control of Yu Yuan and Zhu Pit. Then the autopilot function of the transport ship system was turned on, and the two remote-controlled robots were transported back to the base. After the two robots boarded the transport ship, Yu Yuan and Zhu Pit naturally had no need to continue controlling the robots. After disconnecting, Yu Yuan looked at Zhu Pit, who was taking off his virtual helmet in the cockpit. Pit, there are many beasts in that wilderness. You didn't want to be responsible for the God of Light, so you left ATU there to die. What are you talking about? Master Yu. Zhu Pit avoided Yu Yuan's gaze, and said, as he left the driver's seat, I got two drones to watch over them before I went offline. After saying that, he pointed at the virtual helmet, as if to say that he was going offline just to arrange this matter. Seeing Yu Yuan nod, Zhu Pit continued, besides, ATU is looking for someone to treat his illness. And it's just the right opportunity to brush up on the prestige of the god. Master, you gave this matter to me. And now there is such a good opportunity. How can I make myself uncomfortable? He said it as if it was the truth. Chapter 268. Yu Yuan did not comment. After Zhu Pite stood up from the driver's seat, he turned around and walked out with him, reminding him, but Pite, don't forget. It's one thing to promise to treat the disease. But if you want to treat the disease, you have to wait for the biological research guys to complete the analysis of the biological characteristics, physiological conditions, body functions, and other factors of the dog-headed people. What Yu Shuai said? I will find Dr. Ikai now. Zhu Pite was stunned and said. It was true. If Yu Yuan hadn't reminded him, he would have really ignored it. It's true that humans are a second-level civilization. But it doesn't mean that the medicine of a second-level civilization can be effective against primitive civilizations, especially for aliens with different biospheres, let alone being effective. It would be a miracle if they didn't die after taking human medicine. If it's a symptom, like tissue lesion removal, it's still easy to deal with. But if it's a virus, it's really not easy to deal with. Not to mention that the medicine must be prepared with plants from this planet. Even the ones Yu Yuan mentioned must be understood. If you want to understand all this, you have to look at the biological research side. And the work of the Biological Research Institute is just the first mission to collect various animals and plants. And it is estimated that the results will not be produced so quickly. Zhu Pit suddenly felt that he had just said this to ATU a little hasty. If this biosphere is also like the wolf biosphere, with a left-handed DNA structure, wouldn't it be more difficult to deal with? Or let ATU fend for himself? Zhu Pit's heart moved, but then shook his head. After all, it was the boss who personally instructed me to do this. So I should try my best. Zhu Pit thought to himself. In fact, he also knew that it would not be a big deal even if he failed to do this. But if he could not even do such a thing in an hour, wouldn't it mean that he was incompetent? With a plan in mind, Zhu Pit immediately took out his personal terminal and called Ikai to request a call. A few seconds later, Ikai's voice sounded from his ears. Minister Zhu? What do you want to talk to me about? Is it about the hair? No. I remember your hair has grown back after the gene therapy. Zhu Pit's face darkened. He had indeed visited Ikai's research institute many times for the Mediterranean baldness issue. But it had been several hundred years. How could this guy still remember it? It was precisely because he had visited Ikai's research institute many times that he was quite familiar with Ikai. He could tell that it was a joke. But he didn't find it funny at all. Academician E. It was like this. Zhu Pit told the whole story in detail. Ikai was silent for a moment before saying, I can't help you with this. You have to find Shirlifan. She is in charge of all biological research on this planet. And this is a bit difficult to handle. As far as I know, Shirlifan and her team should have just started their mission today. It's hard to say whether they caught the dog-headed people for research in their first mission, let alone the research results tomorrow. In my opinion, let's just let the dog-headed people fend for themselves. They are just a tribe. But I know that the dog-headed people have developed to form a country. The tribe can be directly used for research. You have to complete the task of the general manager. Go back and find some people, and drive the tactical armor directly to the capitals of those countries. A race that has just formed the concept of a country will see the tactical armor falling from the sky. Let alone gods. You can say we are the creator gods. They will believe it. When the time comes, you can take that so-called king dog-headed man to our base for a walk, and ensure that the creation god theory is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Oh no! Deep in the hearts of dogs. I remember that in the 21st century, there were all kinds of beliefs in gods on Earth. Think about it. Even in the 21st century where technology is so advanced, there are so many ignorant people. Not to mention this kind of indigenous civilization. Such a civilization that is still in ignorance is the easiest to deceive. You can't go wrong by listening to me. Hearing what Ikai said, Zhu Pit also felt that it made sense. But he always felt a little unwilling. So he asked, Academician E, can't we make a machine to scan and find out the dog-headed man's symptoms, and then perform an operation or something? Before Zhu Pit finished speaking, Ikai's voice rang out from the other end of the communicator. Minister Zhu, you seem to have some misunderstandings about medicine. Although I am not a medical professional, I can tell you clearly that it is impossible. The universe is so vast that there are all kinds of strange things. And the forms of life are also strange. Just like the Kuntai people we met before. They are also carbon-based life. But their DNA is almost completely different from ours. Our antidote is poison to them. And our ordinary microorganisms may be life-threatening diseases to them. And why do you think the chief repeatedly emphasizes virus defense before each planetary landing? It seems that it is not as easy as I imagined. With a sigh in his heart, Zhu Pit responded, well, if it doesn't work, we can only follow the method of Academician E. After hanging up the communication with Ikai, Zhu Pit contacted Shirlifan, the person in charge of biological research in this planetary landing mission. The result was exactly as Ikai said. The first time Shirlifan's team went out for a collection mission, they only brought back some animals and plants, and did not catch the dog-headed man at all. Naturally, there has been no real research on the body structure of the dog-headed people. Biological genetics, base pair numbers, gene maps, biological characteristics, etc. However, it has been determined that the DNA helix structure of the creatures on this planet is the same right-handed DNA as on Earth. And it is also a double helix structure. But that's all. So it is indeed a bit difficult to treat the dog-headed people. This time, Zhu Pit completely gave up on treating the high priest of the ATU tribe. After hanging up the call with Shirlifan, Zhu Pit sighed silently in his heart. It was at this moment that he saw Yu Yuan's back walking towards the bridge with his eyes regaining focus. Huh? Isn't it intentional for Yu Shuai? Maybe he already knew that the cure couldn't be implemented at the moment. Looking at Yu Yuan's departing back, Zhu Pit frowned and thought to himself. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me directly when I said I would treat the dog-headed man? But let me ask myself. Well, could it be that? I understand. Marshal Yu is telling me that technology governs the country. Sitting in my position, I can't just know about the Ministry of Security, but also have to have some knowledge of various disciplines. Even if I can't become an expert, I know a little bit. Well, the concept of technology governing the country must be like this. After Zhu Pai thought about it, he turned back to the Ministry of Security and began to find another way to do the things that Yu Yuan had assigned him. In this way, a few words from the Institute of Biology made the routine of curing diseases and saving lives to gain faith aborted, and turned into another simple and crude way. Chapter 269. But having said that, although Zhu Pit decided to complete the mission in a simple and rough way, when the time came to the next day, he still asked a security soldier to drive a tactical armor and bring ATU back to the human base. Of course, he was not brought back to be fed and well fed. Now most humans have no good feelings towards aliens. So after ATU was brought back to the human base by the soldiers, he was directly handed over to the scientists of the Institute of Biology. What the scientists do next is none of their business. As for the matter of saving the priest elder that he had talked to or two about before, Zhu Pit had already forgotten about it. He was now ready to go to the surface of the planet in person to carry out the task that Yu Yuan had given him. As the issuer of the task, Yu Yuan naturally knew about it. And he even knew what the scientists at the Institute of Biology did after the security soldier handed R2 over to them. But he did not make any comments. In fact, Yu Yuan also understood that if he looked at the matter of the dog-headed man R2 from a moral perspective, Zhu Pit, himself, and even those biological research scientists of the human race were not kind and moral, and could even be called completely unscrupulous. But Yu Yuan had no psychological burden, and the ground biological research team headed by Shi Lifan was the same. After receiving R2, they immediately found several experimental biologists to do various experiments for R2 in the spirit of not wasting, such as X-ray scans, full-body CT scans, brain scans, blood tests, and various physical skill tests. In short, everything that the human base had was used on the dog-headed people, because R2 was encountered by himself. Yu Yuan, who was on the Tianqin, also paid special attention to the development of this matter. Like most people, those experimental biologists had no sympathy for ATU, the dog-headed alien, and the result was self-evident. There was no hope for him. While ATU was being used for experiments, other members of the biologist team also accelerated their research on dog-headed people. In the following period, they frequently went out to capture dog-headed people on this continent for experiments. Of course, in order not to affect Jupiter's plan, these biologists did not capture them in large numbers, but secretly captured some dog-headed people who were alone. A few days later, a report on the indigenous civilization of the dog-headed people was presented to Yu Yuan. The beginning of the report did not describe the dog-headed people, but rather a point of view. In this universe, civilization is very likely to exist everywhere, and life planets are also very common. This is the only way to explain why humans have encountered so many civilizations and life planets in just over 1,000 years of sailing. Next, there is a long article on the research results of the indigenous dog-headed people. First of all, the social stage of the dog-headed people has been determined, and it is in the stage of coexistence of tribes and slavery. The ATU we met before was a tribe in a remote area, and those cities are countries that have already formed the nature of an initial state. Humans sent many transport ships carrying small drones to observe the cities on this road for several days, and found that these cities, with national characteristics, were all slave countries. And those simple cities were the capitals of these slave countries. Outside the capitals, there were many small communities, which were the territories of those slave countries. About 700 kilometers east of ATU's tribe, there is a relatively powerful inland slave state. But due to the terrain barrier, the power of this state has not spread to ATU's tribe. Due to the lack of transportation and information, the situation between countries is mostly the same. Basically, countries in the same area know each other's existence. But if there are any barriers such as high mountains, they don't know each other's existence. Because of this, countries separated by mountains use different languages, and the existing characters are also very different. However, in terms of language and writing, they basically follow the characteristics of the same region and similar culture. The countries on the east and west ends of Panga continent, which are close to the sea, have no information exchange. The country that Lu Xiaofan's team found before is the country 700 kilometers east of the ATU tribe. And the characters and language mastered by the translation are also from this country. This country is an inland country, and the characters used are an alphabetic language, which is somewhat similar to the alphabetic characters on Earth. And each pronunciation is also composed of multiple letters. Thousands of miles south of this country, there is a towering mountain range. On the other side of the mountain range is another different cultural area. The dog-headed people in this area are also divided into many countries, and the characters they use belong to the most primitive hieroglyphics. The characters used by countries in the same area are also different, but they belong to the same system. As for whether these characters in the same system have a tendency to merge with each other, we have to wait for humans to continue to investigate in depth to know. It is far from enough to judge by collecting intelligence through small drones alone. As for the dog-headed people themselves, humans have also obtained a lot of data. First of all, the theoretical lifespan of dog-headed people is very short. Only about 40 Earth years. Because it is a theoretical age. Basically no dog-headed people can live to 40 years old. 30 years old is considered a long life. And most of the normal deaths are around 25 years old. However, dog-headed people reach adulthood very quickly. 1 year old on Earth is the childhood of dog-headed people. And 5 years old is an adult dog-headed person. 5 to 15 years old is the prime of life. After 15 years old, physical skills begin to enter the aging stage. The ATU I met before was an 8-year-old dog-headed man. Perhaps due to the gravity of this planet, the bone density of dog-headed people is much sparser than that of humans. And the main component of bones is also calcium. Their ability to withstand blows is weaker than that of humans. And their brain capacity is between 1200 and 1400 ml. In terms of reproductive characteristics, they are allogamous, viviparous, and the gestation period is about 2 years. They are viviparous, but they do not breastfeed. Their offspring are different from premature babies of humans. They are born mature. That is, they can eat the staple food of their species when they are born, instead of needing maternal feeding. Therefore, female individuals do not have breasts, and neither do males. Therefore, from the outside, the difference between male and female dog-headed people is not very big. They are all covered with yellow hair, and do not have obvious secondary sexual characteristics like humans and coon-type people. However, their primary sexual characteristics are not much different from most mammals on Earth. And they are all Guan and Bao friends. Yu Yuan's eyes slowly moved away from the report, then closed his personal terminal, stood up from his seat, and then went to the porthole to look at the pale blue planet. Looking at this beautiful planet, the information about the dog-headed people in the report emerged in his mind. And Yu Yuan murmured, aliens. Are we humans considered evil aliens now? Chapter 270. While Yu Yuan was sighing, a group of biologists on the doghead planet were still conducting various experiments on the captured dogheads in the laboratory. Dr. Chung. The results are out. The doghead's maximum running speed is about 20 meters per second, and their net jumping height is 2.5 to 3 meters. Their muscle structure is very special, and their explosive power is much stronger than that of humans. That is, humans in the past. And their endurance is also very good. According to the reports of the anatomy team and the cell dynamics research team, there is a kind of plum with an unknown structure in the muscles of these dogheads. This plum can quickly decompose the fatigue factor generated during the movement of the doghead's muscles. Okay. The analysis of muscle structure will be done by Group A. By the way, Xiao Huang, has the research report on the correlation between brain regions, brain waves and behavioral characteristics come out? It has come out. Do you want it now? Dr. Chung? Yes. Bring it here. The brain capacity of these dog-headed people is much lower than that of us humans. And their bone density is not as high as ours. I didn't expect that their physical fitness is higher than ours. It's really amazing. Oh, I almost forgot. Are there any results on the evaluation of the intelligence level of dog-headed people? Not yet. Dr. Chung. The investigation team responsible for this matter has just set out. In the biological laboratory of the human base, researchers and scientists are busy in their own fields. The investigation team mentioned by the researcher just now is affiliated with a temporary biological laboratory on the surface. At this moment, they are flying to the dog-headed people country they have chosen in tactical armor. Since the language deciphered by humans before belongs to the country 700 kilometers east of ATU's tribe, the destination of this investigation team is also this country. There are not many people in the investigation team. Only 3 people, consisting of a biologist, a sociologist and an intern. After all, it has been confirmed that there is nothing on this planet that can threaten humans. So no security soldiers followed. This is an inspection, not a diplomacy. Although the dog-headed people are an alien civilization, they are an indigenous civilization after all. And humans have never thought about diplomatic issues. In this way, 3 tactical armors and an unmanned transport ship equipped with various equipment and instruments sped all the way to the destination. Not long after, a questioning voice sounded in the team communication channel. Professor Liao. We are almost there. Should we go directly to their royal city, or to the open space outside? The speaker was a trainee named Zhao Sulian, who was in her 50s, but looked only about 20 years old. She had just graduated from school not long ago. The Professor Liao, she mentioned, was a sociologist, and the leader of this investigation team. As for the other biologist, his name was Abulati, and it was said that his ancestors were Uyghurs. The 3 of them were driving tactical armor, and traveling above the clouds with the unmanned transport ship. Hearing her words, Professor Liao controlled the tactical armor to lower the altitude slightly, came below the clouds, and then adjusted the perspective to look into the distance, and found that at the end of the earth, the outline of the dog-headed city had been seen. Put the transport ship outside first, and the 3 of us will land directly in the royal city. Professor Liao said. In fact, according to the original plan, the investigation team was to land outside the city, and then use the transport ship as a temporary base to dispatch some unmanned equipment for investigation. But before departure, Professor Liao accepted Zhu Pait's commission from the God of Light. So he changed the method and landed directly in the royal city. Now the dog-headed people used for various biological experiments have been captured. After the investigation is completed and enough information and data about the dog-headed people are obtained, it is time to enter the stage of in-depth communication and pre-training. Although it is still early to realize the technology of thought imprinting, some related matters still need to be prepared in advance, so as to avoid that the dog-headed people will be stupid when the technology appears in the future. In this case, it is better to take advantage of the time now to carry out some training in advance. Although there is no final result on the arrangements for the dog-headed people, it is always better to prepare for the rainy day. After Professor Liao finished speaking, he returned to the clouds and flew for a while. After 7 or 8 minutes, he said, "Let's go, Dr. Abulati. Xiao Xiao. Let's go down." After that, Professor Liao took the lead in controlling his tactical armor to slow down in the air, and then took the lead, passing through the clouds, and then dived into the royal city like a goshawk. Zhao Suyan and Abulati followed closely behind, and the cloud surged for a while. Volcano Country. This is the name given to this country by humans, because there are many volcanoes in this country, and the royal city of this country is at the foot of a dead volcano. The volcanic eruption tens of thousands of years ago brought endless disasters to this land, and when the volcano cooled and stopped erupting, it also brought countless rich nutrients to this land: phosphorus, potassium, copper, iron, magnesium, calcium, etc. The legacy of volcanic ash makes this land very conducive to agricultural development, and many minerals can promote plant growth and development. Although the dog-headed people don't know the reason, they can really see the harvest of crops planted on this land. Therefore, in the eyes of the surrounding countries, the royal city of the Volcano Kingdom is a treasure land. And this day is the agricultural cultivation sacrifice day of the Volcano Kingdom. According to the customs of the Volcano Kingdom, after the sacrificial ceremony is completed, they will start to let the slaves cultivate the land. In the royal city, well-dressed dog-headed men were leading their followers to the sacrificial square one after another, waiting for the arrival of their king or the biggest slave owner. At this time, a blazing fire had been lit on the sacrificial platform in the square, and heads of unknown animals and unknown food were placed under the platform. The king has arrived, and the farming ceremony has begun. As a dog-headed man shouted, the dog-headed men in the sacrificial square quieted down, and then lined up on both sides of the platform according to their status, waiting for their king to arrive. Outside their line, there were rows of dog-headed men holding bronze weapons. Soon, the king of the Volcano Kingdom stopped, and the king, dressed in luxurious clothes, walked solemnly to the altar in the eyes of the crowd. The king stopped in front of the altar, then stepped onto the altar according to the procedure, knelt down in front of the blazing fire on the altar, and the rows of dog-headed men behind him also knelt down. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Holy, great and unique God of Light, your most sincere servants offer you the most generous sacrifices. We will plant food for next year. Pray that you will illuminate the earth. Pray that your light will illuminate all things." After the sacrificial speech, the king was about to stand up. However, when he stood up, he suddenly saw that above the blazing flames on the altar, 3 things with flashing lights seemed to appear, and at the same time, he heard a swish sound coming from the sky. Before he could react, he saw the things in his eyes quickly enlarged, and then stopped suddenly, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind, and with a bang, they stood steadily on the altar made of earth and stones. Chapter 271. The strong wind rolled up the heat waves, blowing up the clothes of the dog-headed people, and also shocked all the dog-headed people in the sacrificial square, looking at the 3 tall bodies in front of him, looking at the silver-shining behemoth. The king was shocked beyond words. He had never seen such a shocking creature, with a silver-shining surface and a height higher than his own palace. Standing in front of it, he was not even as tall as one leg, and these 3 creatures had no wings at all. How could they fly? He really couldn't figure out why. Could it really be the God of Light? Could it be that the news of the coming of the gods from the North River Kingdom was true? The king had many questions in his mind. While the king was stunned, There was a burst of noise in the sacrificial square because of this sudden change. The dog-headed nobles who participated in the sacrificial ceremony were obviously startled by such a movement. They all looked at the three huge monsters on the altar platform with curiosity, fear and shock in their expressions. Everything happened so suddenly that many dog-headed people didn't react to what happened. They only knew that they had just knelt down with the king, and then heard a swish, swish, swish sound, and then a bang. When they looked up again, they saw three huge monsters standing on the platform, accompanied by a heat wave and strong wind. There are assassins. Protect the king. Suddenly, an unknown dog-headed person shouted loudly. And then the guards who were awakened by the shouting ran to the platform where the king was, holding long swords. This loud shout also awakened the king, who was in a daze. Wait a minute. This is the messenger of the great god of light. The awakened king felt the movement behind him. So he first turned around and scolded the guards who were approaching, then kowtowed to the three tall tactical armors on the high platform, and then shouted loudly, "Great god of light, I am King Yu of the Volcano Kingdom, and I welcome your arrival." The king, like other dog-headed people, is also limited by knowledge and has a shallow vision. But it does not mean that he is a fool. He knew very well that if it was really an assassin, the momentum of the attack from the sky just now would be enough to crush him into a pulp. So he would not have a chance to speak. Following the king's actions and shouts, many dog-headed nobles in the sacrificial square followed suit and knelt down to the three tactical armors standing on the altar. The guards who wanted to step forward to protect them also knelt down hurriedly. "King?" A sentence came from the loudspeaker of the tactical armor. It was naturally said by Professor Liao, the leader of the inspection team. His words were translated by the system and converted into the language of the dog-headed people and played from the audio speaker of the tactical armor. "It's me. I am a citizen of the God of Light and his most loyal servant." "You?" the king answered devoutly. Now Professor Liao understood that he was the name of the dog-headed man. "Everyone, get up. We are not the God of Light, but his messengers." "What are you offering sacrifices to?" Professor Liao asked. "Thank you, messenger." In reply to the messenger, "We are holding a farming ceremony to pray for the God of Light to bless us with a good harvest." The king of the Volcano Kingdom slowly stood up, and then carefully looked up at the tall messenger in front of him. Although the dog-headed king named, you couldn't figure out why the messenger of the God of Light asked him what he was offering sacrifices to. He still answered honestly. In his opinion, the God of Light is omnipotent. The God of Light already knows your prayers. You will definitely have a good harvest next year. After Professor Liao finished speaking, he heard Abulati on the communication channel say, "It seems that parachuting directly into their capital is quite useful. We don't need to say anything. These dog-headed people have figured it out by themselves. Minister Zhu's commission doesn't seem to be that difficult." Professor Liao smiled and said, "After all, this is an indigenous civilization that has just entered the Bronze Age. When faced with something they cannot understand, such a civilization generally regards it as a god. It is not surprising that we are regarded as gods when we descend from the sky. However, it seems that the beliefs of this country seem to be the same as those of that tribe." "ATU tribe?" team member Zhao Sulian reminded her. And then she changed the subject and said in confusion, "Professor Liao, I actually don't think it is necessary to have any gods. Wouldn't it be more convenient to send robots to capture tens of thousands of dog-headed people? Anyway, we don't expect the first generation of dog-headed people to be trained to a usable level. They will have to be frozen by then." Zhao Sulian is a new generation human. She doesn't have a good impression of aliens. Even if it is a harmless indigenous civilization, she doesn't like it very much. In her opinion, humans can't trust these aliens with the memory of their own planet. Even if they need to be used, they can't be the first generation of aliens abducted from the planet. Instead, they will treat the Kun-type people the same way. When there are descendants, the first generation will be frozen or killed directly. And then, their descendants will be trained like a blank sheet of paper to serve humans. Well, with the ideological imprint of the newly established research project, that would be the safest. Xiao Zhao, what you said is indeed correct. But you must not forget what our mission is. If we directly rob people by force, we will have to change our investigation mission," Professor Liao reminded. "Okay. Then Professor Liao, what should we do next? Directly order these dog-headed people to collect social information for us?" Zhao Sulian looked at a dog-headed person in the sacrificial square. She felt that these dog-headed people were not cute at all. Of course, since there is a ready-made king here, we should not waste it. As a king, this country should record some important events. We can start with the records to study. Professor Liao knew the character of this newly graduated student, so he did not say anything, but continued to tell her, however, using the messenger of the God of Light to drive the dog-headed people to work for us is only one of the tasks. Next, we have to find a way to fully understand their culture, customs, racial characteristics, social relations, etc. These are the basis for the subsequent plans. I understand, Zhao Sulian replied. At this moment, the voice of the dog-headed king came to the ears of the three people through the translation system. Great messenger of the God of Light, please wait for a moment. I will have someone offer you the best food. The Volcano King was a little uneasy now. He didn't understand why the three messengers suddenly stopped talking. He thought he had done something wrong, so he said such a thing. But after he finished speaking, he was a little troubled, because he felt that these three messengers were too big, and he didn't know how much food would be needed to satisfy them. And the Volcano Kingdom didn't have such a large vessel to hold food. Chapter 272. No. As messengers of the God of Light, we are naturally blessed by the power of the God of Light, and do not need your food, Professor Liao said with a smile. And his laughter was also intelligently translated into the laughter of the dog-headed people by the translation system. Professor Liao felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. As a sociologist, he could see that these dog-headed people regarded the tactical armor as messengers of the God of Light. And the tactical armor did not need any food. It only needed nuclear fusion fuel, which was the blessing of the God of Light. Then, the Volcano King hesitated to speak, not knowing what to say for a moment. It is true that the Volcano Kingdom usually worships the God of Light, and is very pious. But in a king's concept, gods are all illusory concepts. After all, he has never seen a god appear in physical form since he was born. Now three messengers of the God of Light suddenly appeared, which really looked like Yi Gong's love for dragons. And he was so nervous that he couldn't calm down. Fortunately, Professor Liao didn't want to waste time, and said directly, "We came to the world this time mainly to convey the will of the God of Light." The king reacted quickly. As soon as Professor Liao spoke, he bowed again and shouted, "King of Volcano Nation, listen to the will of the great God of Light. Listen to the will of the great God of Light." A group of dog-headed nobles in the altar square also shouted. Seeing this, Professor Liao did not rush to call them up, but directly said, "The God of Light is moved by your generations of devout faith, and has specially ordered us to come and bless you. In the near future, the God of Light will open the kingdom of light in the world and pass on the knowledge of God in the world. As long as you are pious and pass the assessment of the God of Light, you can go to the kingdom of light to live." Go to live in the kingdom of light? The king was ecstatic. But as a king, he instinctively frowned. If more people go there according to the envoy of the God of Light, wouldn't his volcano kingdom have fewer people? If there are fewer people, there will be no one to farm. Thinking like this, the king of the volcano kingdom asked, "Excuse me, envoy, what is the kingdom of light like?" After the king asked, he secretly imagined in his heart, the kingdom of light must be very rich. There must be endless food to eat, and endless luxurious clothes to wear. In such a country, people must use golden hoes to farm. Professor Liao didn't know what the king was thinking. If he knew, he would probably laugh. The kingdom of light is rich in products. There is no need to worry about food or clothing. And there is no worry about hunger. The kingdom of light has everything in the world. Not only that, people who live in the kingdom of light will be blessed by the God of Light and have a long life from now on. As Professor Liao continued to tell the truth, all the dog-headed people who heard it in the sacrificial square became excited and wanted to go to the kingdom of light that they had just imagined in their minds to live. Those who usually believed in the God of Light devoutly were even more confident, thinking that they would be able to live in the kingdom of light in the near future. Those who did not believe in ghosts and gods before also brainwashed themselves secretly in their hearts. And from now on, they must always believe in the God of Light. As for the king of Volcano Country, after hearing the words of the eternal life, he had long forgotten about the Volcano Country without people. After Professor Liao introduced the so-called Kingdom of Light to the nobles of Volcano Country, he greeted Abulati and Zhao Sulian, turned around and walked slightly away from the king of the dog-headed man, then leaped into the air, and then soared into the sky under the propulsion of the flames of the thrusters. Abulati and Zhao Sulian followed closely behind. The reason why they flew away from the dog-headed man was mainly because they were afraid that the tail flame of the propeller during takeoff would burn the dog-headed man. If the dog-headed man didn't react when the 3 tactical armors arrived at the sacrificial square, then these dog-headed men saw it clearly when they left this time. The silver shining body, the surging heat wave, the dazzling tail flame, and the explosive rise to the sky all deeply shocked their ignorant hearts. Especially the billowing tail flame. Countless dog-headed people could not help but think of the scorching sun in the sky. At this moment, countless dog-headed people were convinced that these 3 must be the messengers of the God of Light. And the big sun hanging high in the sky every day must be the residence of the God of Light. Because the scorching sun brought them endless warmth. The flames also brought them light and warmth. And the gushing flames also brought them the same feeling. So it must be right. The investigation team headed by Professor Liao left temporarily. They returned to the place where the transport ship was docked before, and began to move out various equipment, release small drones like birds, and began to monitor the capital of the volcano country, providing humans with a steady stream of dog-headed people's social information. At the same time, they also began to prepare for the next plan, choosing a site near the capital of volcano country to build a school, preparing to begin teaching knowledge to the dog-headed people to examine their comprehensive intelligence, population characteristics, population potential, and other internal factors. Provide more and more accurate data for human evaluation of dog-headed people. The 3 people who came in tactical armor left temporarily, as if they were going through the motions. But for the dog-headed people of volcano country, today is indeed an extremely important day. Not only was it the day of the farming and sacrificial ceremony, but it was also the day when the legendary messenger of the God of Light came to the volcano country. So, after the 3 tactical armors left, the king of the volcano country immediately issued an order to let the high priest record this important event. The high priest, who was also present, naturally had no reason to object. After receiving the order, the high priest brought his 2 apprentices to the volcano country treasury, received 2 skins of unknown animals, and then began to record this event in words. If it were normal time, this would be the end. But the arrival of the messenger of the God of Light was a very big event. So after recording it on the skin of an unknown animal, the high priest had to go to an important place and record it again in another form. And this place is a cave at the foot of the volcano. According to the legend of the volcano country, the ancestor of the volcano country walked out of this cave. And now there are various records engraved on the stone wall in the cave. Now, the high priest also wants to record this event on the stone wall of the cave. With the dog-headed man sent by the king, the high priest came to the cave and lit a torch. He first worshipped the cave, then led his subordinates to dance countless Jinyu's special forces dances to the carvings in the cave, and then began to carve on the wall. As the bronze carving knife was swung, the stone powder on the wall fell one after another. Soon, the originally flat stone wall slowly appeared with traces. As the traces increased, the shape of the first tall tactical armor slowly appeared. Then, it was the 2nd tactical armor, the 3rd tactical armor, and then the altar, the kneeling king, soldiers, many nobles, and the pious high priest. In just one day, a carved mural appeared on the stone wall from nothing. Chapter 273. Professor Liao had not expected that the dog-headed people would record the arrival of humans on the stone in this way. However, seeing the dog-headed people's behavior, Professor Liao could not help but think of it. He remembered that there were many legends about UFOs in the Earth era, and even some about nuclear reactor ruins, spacecraft murals, and so on. Judging from the behavior of the dog-headed people today, if humans leave in the future, after thousands or tens of thousands of years, it is possible that some dog-headed archaeologists will discover these ruins. Maybe later, the dog-headed people in the future will also have all kinds of legends about the cosmic civilization because of these murals. If there are smart dog-headed people, it is reasonable for them to come up with some unsolved mysteries. After all, compared with the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Earth made up by humans in the Earth era, this kind of carving that really exists in the stone wall seems more convincing. The most important thing is that this dog-headed man's sacrifice is just a carving, and no text is left on the stone wall. If the corresponding text recorded by the dog-headed people of volcano country on the skin of the unknown animal disappears with the passage of time, then these stone wall carvings will be unsolved mysteries. The passage of time can bury everything. If nothing unexpected happens, the behavior of the dog-headed people in the volcano country will inevitably disappear in the long river of history thousands of years later. By then, It is estimated that even all the memories of human beings coming here will disappear. The last thing that will be left may be the carvings on the stone wall. While the dog-headed priest was carving the human tactical armor on the stone wall, the investigation team also received some information one after another. Professor Liao. This dog-headed civilization has learned to use the wheel. Has its own language. Writing. Planting. Irrigation. And animal husbandry. In terms of smelting, it has been confirmed that they have the technology to refine copper. However, based on the data of the investigation team in other places, the technological level of this continent is not uniform. The volcano country we are in can refine bronze. And to the north of the volcano country, there is a country called the Big Wheel Country. They don't have bronze smelting technology, but their skills in wooden wheel cart making are ahead of several nearby countries. Zhao Sulian connected to the transport ship base station through the tactical armor system, and then browsed various data while talking to Professor Liao on the communication channel. Professor Liao, who was flying high in the sky to inspect the terrain, responded, "It can be considered the Bronze Age. This is good news. The more developed this indigenous civilization is, the smoother our education plan will be." Xiao Zhao. What suggestions does the base headquarters have? Zhao Sulian had obviously done her homework. When she heard Professor Liao ask this question, she didn't even look at the previous communication records between her and the base headquarters, and directly answered, "The base headquarters has approved our proposal. But in terms of education, the base headquarters suggested that we find a language in our own database to teach these dog-headed people, which is expected to be more effective." Is that so? Hearing Zhao Sulian's answer, Professor Liao muttered. As a sociology expert, he immediately thought of the reason for this suggestion. First of all, the dog-headed people's writing system. After the previous intelligence collection by humans and the recent investigation by his team, he also found some clues. Although the dog-headed people in Volcano Country have a language and writing system, it is not mature. Using an immature language and writing system to teach knowledge is completely ineffective. Many words that need to be taught must create new words, which will inevitably greatly prolong the speed of human education of dog-headed people. Secondly, there is the issue of faith. Since humans have already implemented the Light God plan, they must carry it through to the end. Therefore, in order to make the dog-headed people more confident in their faith, the best way is to teach them another human language system, calling it the gift of the God of Light. After all, since they are talking about the God of Light, it would be cheap to impart knowledge to the dog-headed people in their own language. Understanding the key, Professor Liao Hamdan said. Does the base headquarters have any suggestions for using that language system? No. Okay. Check our current database for more complete language systems. Select a few, and I will apply to the higher-ups later. Okay. After that, Zhao Sulian used her ID card to log into the Human Data Center to check the relevant information. It didn't take long for her to retrieve the answer she wanted from the human database. Professor, the relatively complete language and writing systems in our database currently include English, French, Russian, and German. Languages like Arabic, Korean, Japanese, and Italian are very incomplete. However, if we talk about the most complete language and writing system, the Kuntai civilization's language and writing system is the most complete. Hearing this, Professor Liao began to think. As a professor who is familiar with history, he naturally knows the reason why the language system in the human database is preserved like this. It is because the disaster of Callisto happened too suddenly, and the base was not prepared at all. Therefore, except for Chinese, other language systems are basically not completely complete. The language and writing of Kuntai civilization are very complete because they are complete spoils of war. After weighing the pros and cons, Professor Liao immediately said, "Let's just use English. I will apply to the higher-ups later. I think the dog-headed people in Volcano Country also use alphabetic characters. If we use English instead, they should be able to learn it more easily." Professor Liao never considered using Chinese to teach. English and the dog-headed people's characters in Volcano Country are both alphabetic characters. His idea of human supremacy also played a role. It's not that Professor Liao looked down on English. It's mainly because humans now use Chinese. So he felt that dog-headed people were not worthy of using the same language and characters as humans. After Professor Liao's investigation team completed the task, the application for building an education school near the Volcano Country and for the kobolds to learn the language was quickly submitted to the base headquarters for preliminary review, and then submitted to the relevant agencies of the new government for verification and approval. The responsibility for education naturally belongs to the Ministry of Education. Everything is done according to procedures. While various investigations on the kobolds were proceeding in an orderly manner, the human ground exploration team finally brought some good news. They found a mine rich in tungsten in the mountains, and other minerals containing cobalt, nickel, chromium, zinc, tin, and molybdenum were also discovered one after another. But they all have a common disadvantage. That is, the amount of mineral reserves is not large, and they are all buried deep underground. Excluding mining methods such as nuclear bomb mining, there is still a certain degree of mining difficulty. However, humans are not picky. With the current level of human AI intelligence, they can already do fully mechanized mining. At worst, they can use remote operating systems for operations. Besides, humans are not in a hurry now, so they will slowly mine. Chapter 274. In addition to mineral resources, other resources such as wood and biological resources are also constantly refreshing the human database. I believe that in a few years, the ground base will be able to continuously provide raw materials to various manufacturing plants and docks in space. Now almost every moment, there are groups of humans driving tactical armor to take off from the base, and groups of people who go on missions return with full loads. In just less than a year, the ground base has presented a busy scene. At this time, Yu Yuan, who was on the Tianqin, received an unexpected message. The message came from a ground exploration team. Unlike other people who were operating on the ground in tactical armor, this team used transport ships as carriers and wore light space suits, which were the new type of space suits. Although light space suits could not fly, they were also convenient for field investigations in some places because of their lightness. The source of this message was a stone wall recording a country in the west of the continent. It's amazing that the volcano country and this country are located on the east and west sides of Panga continent. There is no information exchange at all, but they both record major events on the stone wall tacitly. The exploration team discovered it because they followed the priests of that country to their record stone wall. Perhaps because that country is at the east end of Panga continent. For convenience, the exploration team translated the name of that country into Donglai country. The encounter with the human exploration team is similar to that of the volcano country, except that the tactical armor is replaced by a large transport ship. Unlike Professor Liao's expedition team, the exploration team was wearing light space suits, so they followed the Donglai country's priests to their record stone wall. As a result, they discovered an unexpected ancient mural. And now, this mural appeared in front of Yu Yuan. Of course, it was not a real mural that was moved into space, but a photograph. Have you seen all the pictures? Yu Yuan looked at the scientists around him who came to the bridge of the Tianqin, as well as the senior leaders of the command. Among them are Yu Nanfeng, a doctor of engineering, Gonda, an astronomy expert, Gao Kuan, who has been working in the field of ship design, and Lu Mian, a physicist. It looks like the UFO that was often used as a gimmick in the Earth era. Gonda answered first. He also belongs to the first generation of humans in the Callisto base. He is still very clear about the things on Earth in the 21st and 22nd centuries. Yu Nanfeng, who took over the conversation, also said, "It's not like it. It's clearly the UFO. Could it be that the UFOs circulating on the internet in the 20th and 21st centuries were real? It's impossible. That thing is just made up. And with the nature of aliens, how could humans be safe and sound after discovering the Earth?" Yu Nanfeng's tone was full of disbelief, because he saw such a picture in this mural. A group of little people who were obviously dog-headed people were lying on the ground, as if they were worshipping, and above their heads, there was something like a flying saucer. In fact, at first glance, he didn't think it looked like a flying saucer, but in the picture, there was something clearly a cloud next to the flying saucer, and a sun was painted on the side. Oh! It should be said that it was the main sequence star of this galaxy. Moreover, if the UFO in this picture is not obvious enough, there is also a close-up picture of a flying saucer on the stone wall carving taken by the exploration team. In this carving, there is a large disc with clear lines, and two gradually enlarging oblique lines extend from the center of the disc. According to the style of the stone wall carving, it really looks like a beam of light emitted by a flying saucer, because in the middle of this beam of light, there is a dog-headed man standing. No, it should not be said to be standing, because in the picture, the dog-headed man's feet are obviously off the ground. So to be precise, It should be floating, or rising along the beam of light of the flying saucer. There is another picture about these flying saucers. In this picture, there are more than one disc-shaped aircraft that look like flying saucers. These flying saucers have one thing in common: they are all painted in the sky. At this moment, Lu Mayan, who was standing by, shouted loudly and handed the personal terminal in his hand to Yu Yuan. "Chief, please look at this." "What is this?" Yu Yuan took the personal terminal and looked at it. He couldn't help but stare. It was also a picture, showing a circle with some corners around it. The periphery to the center of the circle was connected by lines. At first glance, it seemed a bit like a wheel. I had been focusing on the UFO murals, but I didn't notice this picture. The people in the exploration team said that this thing is the totem of the Donglai Kingdom. They can be seen everywhere in the king's palace and various carvings. Lu Mayan reached out and clicked the screen, letting the picture caption edited by the exploration team appear on the picture. "Totem," Yu Yuan muttered. And when he heard Lu Mayan say this, he suddenly felt that this so-called totem looked a bit like a UFO. The belief of that country shouldn't be the god of light. "Right?" Yu Yuan asked, feeling that he seemed to be too focused on the UFO, and didn't even read the detailed content of the report sent back by the exploration team carefully. "No. According to the description of the exploration team, it should be the god of stars, god of heaven, etc." Gonde moved his eyes away from the report file and answered. Yu Yuan nodded, thought for a while, and then looked at the few people. "Well, facts speak louder than words. If these discs are really UFOs, then the belief totem of this Donglai country is most likely the graphics they drew based on the UFOs." Gonde continued Yu Yuan's words and said, "General, if it is really a UFO, doesn't it mean that an alien civilization has visited this planet before us? It seems that we need to send more manpower to Donglai country to find out the truth as soon as possible. At least we must find out when the UFO on the mural visited this planet." "That's exactly what I meant," Yu Yuan nodded and said. "Not only that, we have to explore this planet in more detail. Maybe we can find other traces of UFO visits." Upon hearing that an alien civilization had visited this planet, Yu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of crisis for no reason. At this time, Gao Kuan, who had been silent, spoke. "With my many years of experience in ship design, it is not impossible to design a spacecraft into a flying saucer shape. But the effect is limited to the gravity effect generated by inertia. Looking at the mural, the flying saucer is obviously flat and flies horizontally. And it flies into the planetary environment, which is a bit puzzling." Several people present knew what Gao Kuan meant by puzzling. After all, humans have barrel-like living spaceships. If the human living spaceship is disassembled into a disc, it is almost a flying saucer. But the structure of a flying saucer is not suitable for installing large-caliber artillery. And the power and the position of the propeller are also a big problem. Is it possible that the flying saucer in the mural is just a detector of that unknown civilization? And did you notice that the propeller jet of the flying saucer in the mural is not drawn? Gao Kuan continued to point to the flying saucer floating in the air in one of the pictures. Chapter 275. No propeller nozzles? The people present were shocked. They had not noticed this before. Now that Gao Kuan mentioned it, they did not find that the flying saucers painted in the sky had propeller nozzles. What does that mean? It means that the flying saucers have technology far beyond that of humans. The flying saucers were not depicted with spiral clamps like helicopters. Even the top scientists in the world do not know the principle of the technology that allows them to float in the air. Well, if we speculate based on the current technology tree of mankind, it may be some kind of anti-gravity technology. But anti-gravity technology is too mysterious. Humans don't even understand what gravity is, let alone anti-gravity. It can be said that anti-gravity technology is just a sentence in the current technology tree of mankind. A fantasy without any theoretical basis. Because according to the definition of anti-gravity, it must be some kind of force that repels gravity. Humans really don't even know the pre-technique of this technology, or even the pre-technique of the pre-technique. Of course, taking a step back, it could also be some kind of magnetic levitation technology. But for such a big iron lump to be able to fly freely inside a planet, how strong a magnetic field must it generate to be able to interact with the planet's own magnetic field to allow itself to come and go freely? Seeing that everyone was silent, Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Could it be a warp engine?" "Absolutely impossible." Lu Mayan immediately shook his head and said, "General, although we are still far away from the grand unified theory, we have a warp engine. According to our physics theory, It should be a very dangerous thing to travel at warp speed inside a planet. Taking a step back. Even if it can travel at warp speed, it is impossible to float in the air. Is it possible that it is some kind of derivative technology after the realization of the Grand Unified Theory? Yu Yuan asked again. Lu Mian did not say anything to his question, but just spread his hands, which meant very clearly that he did not know. Seeing this, Yu Yuan did not know what to say. After all, humans are only a second-level civilization, and the theory defined by the universe as a symbol of the fourth-level civilization cannot be known by guesswork. Yu Yuan first nodded to Lu Mian, and said helplessly, okay, then don't worry about the technical content of the UFO for now. We only need to know that the civilization to which this UFO belongs has a technological strength far beyond ours. Then, we have a lot to do next. Exploring a planet is not something that can be done overnight. Blindly searching will not only be counterproductive, but also waste time. Let the exploration team continue to follow the clues of Donglai country. At this point, Yu Yuan turned around and said to Long Xiaolin, who had been standing behind him, by the way, Xiaolin, what is the name of the captain of the exploration team? Wu Shili, female, 795 years old. History, master's degree in language. Long Xiaolin, who was well prepared, immediately informed the captain of the exploration team of the information. Okay, give her a great contribution and reward her with 100,000 contribution coins. Go and inform her to expand the current exploration team. I will give her 10 years. After 10 years, I want to know more about the UFO civilization. In addition, inform Zhu Pai to allocate a transport ship from the security department for Wu Xiaoli to use. Yu Yuan thought about it and decided to be a hands-off boss. Yes, Chief. Long Xiaolin recorded Yu Yuan's words and then turned and walked out of the bridge. Human transport ships are the largest means of transportation within civilization. The next level is a transport ship, and the smaller ones are transport boats. In today's human society, civilian-grade equipment is generally transport boats and ships. Those with the word ship are all controlled by the military. In addition, there are tactical armors, which are also all in the hands of the military. Those who use tactical armors are either military personnel or scientists, who have matching tactical armors registered in the central computer database. As for civilian use, activities on the planet generally can only use light space suits and transport ships. Now Yu Yuan gave the transport ship to Wu Xiaoli's exploration team, which means that the new government attaches great importance to this matter. Through this discovery, the people present also felt more deeply the danger of the universe and the prevalence of civilization. According to human observation, this place is the edge of the cantilever. From the perspective of star density, it is a wild place, a place where no one lives. In such a remote star field, there is not only an indigenous civilization, but also traces of visits by advanced civilizations. In a trance, Yu Yuan suddenly had another feeling that there were countless advanced civilizations hidden in the dark stars. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the UFO that Yu Nanfeng had mentioned before. In fact, he had originally sneered at the UFO legends of the 20th and 21st centuries, but now this belief has been shaken. Maybe aliens really visited the Earth. If UFOs are real, would it be related to the explosion of the solar system? Although the solar system and the Centauri triple star system were exploded in the 22nd century, a mere 100 or 200 years is just a blink of an eye for interstellar civilization. Is it possible that an alien probe came and discovered the Earth, then sent the information to their warships, and then 200 years later, the warships arrived and blew up the solar system and the Centauri triple star system? But why is this? Could it be that there is civilization in the Centauri triple star system? Moreover, this inference that the destruction of a planet with life is completely in conflict with the argument that a planet with life is precious. Which one is correct? Is this universe full of civilization a dark forest? Or is it a big filter? Or is it a division of power? Or is it another form? Or is it a mixture of multiple coexistences? Just as Yu Yuan was thinking further and further, Gonda's steady voice sounded, General. General? Well, we brainstormed for a while. Academician Gon. Where are you talking about? Yu Yuan asked hurriedly after his eyes regained clarity. Gonde said, it's still about the UFO. General, we seem to have missed something. Oh! What did Academician Gon find? Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that after such a short while, Gonda discovered something from the stone wall carvings? Thinking of this, he continued, Is the stone wall recording time? Or something else? Hearing Yu Yuan's question, Gonda was sure that his chief Yu was really in a daze just now. But even though he knew it, he couldn't say it so bluntly. Instead, he repeated what he had just said to Yunnan Feng, Lu Mian, and Gao Kuan. Chief, we think this galaxy is so clean. Maybe it has something to do with UFOs. Chapter 276. Yu Yuan is not stupid. He understood Gonda's words when he heard them. But he still found it unbelievable. So he said in an unbelievable tone, Academician Gon means that the planet where the dog-headed people are located has no satellites. And the gas planet outside the rules has no satellites. Is it all done by this UFO civilization? Gan shook his head. No. The dog-headed people's planet should not have satellites. After all, if a satellite disappears directly, the impact on its planet may be devastating. We believe that if the null planet originally existed and then disappeared, the changes in the planetary environment would definitely exterminate the entire null race. And the planet's basic ecosystem system would definitely not be able to revive again for hundreds of millions of years. Speaking of this, Gander added, unless the technology of this UFO civilization is advanced enough to eliminate this impact. Eliminate the impact of the disappearance of a satellite on its orbiting planet. Yu Yuan muttered. And in his mind appeared the possible situation of the Earth after the moon disappeared directly. The first thing that came to his mind was that the Earth's ocean tides would become disordered. The Earth's tidal phenomenon is caused by the gravitational effects of the moon and the sun. Especially the moon. Its gravitational changes on the Earth cause the rise and collapse of water bodies, thus forming the ocean tides we see every day. If the moon suddenly disappears, the Earth will produce fewer tides. The sea level will become calmer. And the weakening of tidal gravity will also increase the risk of tsunamis and superstorms. The second is the Earth's rotation axis. The moon has a huge impact on the Earth's rotation axis. If there is no moon's fixation, the Earth's rotation axis will change due to different geological effects. This change may cause more extreme changes in the seasons. And the angle between the equator and the ecliptic will not always be fixed at 23.15 degrees. This will have a devastating impact on the Earth's ecology. In this way, the Earth's climate environment will also undergo tremendous changes. And the climate will become more extreme. Wild animals and crops will become extinct in large numbers because they cannot adapt to the extreme climate. This change may also trigger a global ice age. If there is a civilization that can make the moon disappear directly and keep the Earth's environment stable, then they can definitely play with planets as marbles. So Yu Yuan thinks that Gonda's unless is too unlikely. Gander continued, yes. Although this possibility is very small. Maybe it's just that our imagination is not enough. After all, even the civilization of the Awakener that can span a galaxy exists. So naturally this possibility cannot be ruled out. Of course, what we mean is that the satellite of the Cobalt planet did not exist in the first place. And the only satellite that was destroyed by the UFO civilization was the satellite of the gas planet outside. After a pause, Gander rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. And continued, perhaps there were other rocky planets besides the gas planet. But in the end, they were all dug up by the UFO civilization. Hearing this, Yu Yuan suddenly remembered the recent exploration. So he interrupted, well, now that you mention it, it reminds me that we have been here for so long. But most of the mineral resources found on the null planet are not big mines. Maybe they have been mined by the UFO civilization. It seems that we need to explore carefully to see if there are any mines that have been obviously opened by humans. It's possible, Gander said. When we first came to this star system, we said that this star system was a bit too clean. You know, we have docked in so many star systems. But we have never seen one as clean as this orange dwarf star system. At the very least, there will be some asteroids, large and small meteorites. But this is clean. The star system space is cleaner than a dog licking. And according to the secondary model of gas planet evolution, there should be a few rocky satellites at least. This is the case in the star systems we docked in the past. The current situation here does not conform to the theory at all. Before we found the information of UFO civilization, we might really think that our gas planet evolution model was wrong. Now it seems that all these abnormalities are caused by UFO civilization. The people present listened to Gonda's words and immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. Because only this statement can keep the human gas planet evolution theory and stellar evolution model correct. And can also explain the situation of this orange dwarf star system. Gao Kun sighed, according to what Academician Gon said. The UFO civilization is too cruel. Knowing that there is a dog-headed civilization here, they still dug up all the rocky planets in the star system. Without resources, wouldn't it cut off the starry sky road of the dog-headed civilization? Lao Gao. You shouldn't say that. Yu Nanfeng on the side laughed and said, maybe the UFO civilization has already calculated that the Null civilization can have enough resources to set foot on the starry sky with just their home planet. It's just that they didn't expect us to come again. If the Null civilization is really trapped on its home planet due to resource problems in the future, we are also one of the culprits. He said that humans are the culprits. But Yu Nanfeng didn't feel guilty at all. Lu Mayan also laughed. No. How can we be the culprit? We have only taken a few mineral resources. And we haven't even eaten the surface of the planet. We are at most accomplices. Just think about it. The UFO civilization has dug out countless rocky planets. That's a sin. Just like locusts. Seeing the two of them like this, Yu Yuan also touched his stubble and laughed. If the mineral resources left for the dog-headed people are really taken by us, then these dog-headed people will be really unlucky. In this case, we plan to take some of the dog-headed people away, or save them from the water and fire, and help them escape from the cage of the mother planet. That's the truth. Gan took over the conversation. Even if humans really trap the kobolds forever on the planet after mining mineral resources, humans would not stop and turn around and leave. Not to mention that the next star system is far away. Even if it is very close, humans can fly there at any time with the fuel they have now. And humans can't leave. After all, they are here. And all kinds of equipment have been deployed. The next step is large-scale industry and manufacturing. How can we not produce more warships? As for the dog-headed man, take him if you can, and stay if you don't want to. Okay. Today's matter. Yu Yuan stood up, looked at Gonda and said, Academician gone. Long Xiaolin is not here. Please integrate the content of our conversation today, and then package it into a file, and send it to Long Xiaolin for her to process. I need the think tank to discuss it as well. No problem. General Manager. Gonda agreed without thinking. After all, most of the speculations about this matter were his own, and it was most appropriate for him to summarize it himself. Chapter 277. After leaving the matter to Gonda, Yu Yuan personally returned to the headquarters and arranged for the relevant departments to send more personnel to the interior of the planet to assist Wu Xiaoli's team in strengthening exploration. Because of Gonda's speculation, Yu Yuan also paid more attention to the exploration of various resources on the planet, mainly to see if the minerals on this planet have been mined by UFO civilization, compared to exploring other clues of UFO civilization. Checking whether the minerals have been mined is much easier to do. After all, mining is important to leave some mine pits. As orders were issued one after another, the exploration and exploitation of the Null planet by humans was once again accelerated. In less than a year, the orbital mass accelerator was busy, and the shipment volume doubled. Batch after batch of refined minerals, processed into semi-finished products, and even logs, plants, etc., were continuously sent to space. As for the animal resources on the planet, they were temporarily kept in captivity by humans in the base. After the new biosphere spacecraft was built, they would be transported to space by humans using transport ships to enrich the human biological gene pool. At this time, the first phase of the training plan for the dog-headed people was officially launched. Humans used 3D printing technology to build a school near the Volcano Kingdom in 3 months, and selected elementary school courses from the database, and compiled them into teaching materials. Considering the backwardness of the dog-headed people, humans also specially used local materials to make a batch of paper for teaching materials. With the title of the God of Light, they were not worried about the problem of no dog-headed people in the school. On the contrary, there were too many dog-headed people who wanted to come. So humans had to change their strategy and openly screen the dog-headed people who could enter the school. First of all, it is impossible to be fair, and they will not be directly selected from the kobold slaves, but will respect the social system of the kobolds, and first select from the nobles and royal families in the sacrificial square. After all, it is in the name of the God of Light. It is impossible to give opportunities to slaves instead of those who sacrifice to the God of Light. In fact, humans currently have nothing to do with kobolds. Cultivating them now is just for the future ideological imprinting plan. After all, as a race they can barely refine bronze, even if they are taken to mine. A human excavation equipment can be equivalent to a kobold country, which is completely unnecessary. Therefore, the establishment of the school is still carried out according to the original plan. The dog-headed people who have learned will be taken to the ground base by humans in the name of the Kingdom of Light to either continue their studies or be frozen in the name of going to the future world. General, the education of dog-headed people has been put on the right track. The first batch of 764 dog-headed people enrolled in the School of Light, 90% of whom are princes and nobles. And the remaining 10% are dog-headed people in the capital of the Volcano Kingdom who can afford the tuition. For now, there are still some particularly smart individuals among the dog-headed people who are worth teaching. Next year, the school will be open to the entire Volcano Kingdom. A worker from the Ministry of Education told Yu Yuan about the progress of dog-headed people's education through the video communication between heaven and earth. Although it is a school opened by the God of Light, tuition fees must still be paid. After all, humans do not want dog-headed people to develop the habit of getting something for nothing. Let them know that the knowledge of the God of Light is precious, and they must pay enough tuition fees through their own efforts and be sincere in order to be eligible for admission. Of course, this tuition fee is not the currency used by dog-headed people, nor is it the contribution currency of humans, but the creatures on the planet. Anyone who can send the school animals and plants in sufficient quantities can enroll. Animals, plants, even strange and rare things are all fine. Animals and plants must be alive. And as for strange and rare things, it depends on human judgment. Anyway, the right to speak is in the hands of humans. The reason why living animals and plants are used as tuition is because the Institute of Biology has intervened, and they want to collect more species in this biosphere in this way. Humans can collect things quickly and efficiently, but they cannot cover everything. Collecting things through dog-headed people may help to make up for the shortcomings. As for the requirements of strange and rare things, it is because humans need to find clues of UFO civilization. As the indigenous people who have seen UFO civilization, they may have picked up some things from UFO civilization. Even a screw is a major discovery for humans. Although the hope is not great, it is better than doing nothing. As for why it was not introduced to the entire volcano nation until the second year, it was naturally to let the news of the God of Light imparting knowledge spread for a while. When the dog-headed people living in the capital see the benefits that the first batch of students have gained from the school, the news will definitely spread to the surrounding areas like a plague. Let the dog-headed people see it with their own eyes and spread the news in person, which is much better than humans airborne and forcibly spreading it everywhere. Is there any problem with the textbooks? Yu Yuan asked. The staff of the Ministry of Education nodded and said, "Don't worry, Director. It's okay. We have adapted the textbooks for the dog-headed people, and we try to teach them as quickly as possible. Our human education starts from the basics, and the principles in it are explained clearly. But the textbooks for the dog-headed people only seek application. We only tell them how to use something, but we don't tell them the principle of this thing. The same is true for the math, physics and chemistry knowledge in the textbooks. We only tell them that something will react with something else to become something else, but we don't tell them the reason for the reaction." "Well, very good." Yu Yuan nodded, obviously very satisfied with the Ministry of Education's handling of this matter. As for the dog-headed people, humans do not require them to produce any great scientists, nor do they need them to participate in human scientific progress. They just need to listen to humans. The Ministry of Education did this to deprive the dog-headed people of their creativity and innovation ability, which is very good and in line with Yu Yuan's wishes. In fact, when hearing the Ministry of Education staff start to report, Yu Yuan was still worried that they would directly use human textbooks. It turned out that he was worrying too much. That's right. After all, the environment and atmosphere of this planet are different from those of the Earth. So many knowledge points still need to be based on this planet. The staff of the Ministry of Education continued to report. In addition, we have also set up some rewards linked to grades in the school. Call credits. They can get credits by passing exams, and then use the credits to exchange for goods in the school store. What goods are there? Yu Yuan couldn't help but interject. After not paying attention for a few months, Yu Yuan really didn't know what the school was like now. Since we are only open to elementary education, the things we put there are relatively common, including lighters, flashlights, umbrellas, candles, pots, bowls, ladles, basins, mosquito nets, chairs, tables, and other daily necessities. They are all slightly modified according to the biological characteristics of dog-headed people. It can be regarded as a small department store. The education staff continue to introduce the situation of the school. Chapter 278. This is the school canteen. Right? Listening to the staff's introduction, Yu Yuan's mind appeared the image of the school canteen. According to the introduction of the staff of the Ministry of Education, the items sold in the school store are divided into grades. These daily necessities are primary items, and are bound to the primary school district. If you want to get items such as steel knives, iron farm tools, glass, tile radios, cameras, etc., you have to get good enough grades and enter middle school to become a middle school student. Because these items are bound to the middle school district. If you want to step into the bright kingdom that humans have painted and get the opportunity to go to the future, you have to continue your studies and master higher knowledge. Humans do this mainly to use benefits and advantages to stimulate the enthusiasm of the dog-headed people. Although humans have the title of God of Light in the volcano country, they are not stupid enough to decide to rely on just a name. As for conversion, it is naturally impossible to stay at the level of deception. Yu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. According to this trend, it is estimated that various snacks suitable for dog-headed people will appear soon. Well, human snacks can't be given directly to dog-headed people. After all, aliens have different diets. Eating them randomly will kill you. Thinking of food, Yu Yuan secretly said, I don't know how the food research is progressing. Back then, Wolf's planet was difficult to break through because of the problem of right-handed and left-handed biological plums. Now this planet has the same right-handed DNA structure as the Earth. I guess we can get rid of the days of eating synthetic proteins now. Since the disaster of Callisto, human food has been in a single category. Although the food department has undergone a lot of taste improvements and innovations in the past, it still cannot create real meat out of nothing. But all this will be changed here. Although Yu Yuan is not a real expert, he has a wide range of knowledge. And as the helmsman, he still knows the level of human food technology. I believe that as long as there are enough animal samples, humans will soon be able to cultivate edible meat. In recent days, humans have discovered many large animals on the planet, and there are always some suitable for meat. Of course, before putting the animals on this planet on the table, humans must first understand the immune system of the dog-headed people, and then invent some kind of immune reagent to make humans immune to the microorganisms and viruses on this planet. This is also a long process. After all, each biosphere is unique. If humans want to use non-Earth biospheres, they have to spend a lot of manpower, material resources, and time to study. It is impossible to just go to an alien planet and stuff a fruit into your mouth. While Yu Yuan was listening to the report on school affairs from the Ministry of Education, he was daydreaming. The school he was concerned about also ushered in the end of the day's classes. The school is called Guangming School. It is located on a mountain outside the capital of the volcano country. The mountain is not very high. It is a mixed mountain of soil and rock. The main factor in choosing the school site on the mountain is to consider the identity of the God of Light. Since you have to play the role, you must carry it through to the end. In order to build a school on the mountain, humans dispatched several frigates and used their high-energy laser cannons to flatten the entire mountain in a few days. If the king of Volcano Country had not been told in advance that the God of Light was exerting his divine power, the dog-headed people in the capital of Volcano Country would have thought that the hatch with light was a punishment from heaven. The school was built on the mountain, and humans built 2 roads to the school. One was a normal staircase, and the other was an elevator that required credits to use. It can be said that in order to motivate the dog-headed people to study hard, there is inequality everywhere in the schools built by humans. The consumption currency in the school is not money, but credits. As for credits, they need to be obtained from exams. Humans set it according to the time of the dog-headed planet, and take exams every 30 days, and then get credits according to the exam results. In the primary school stage, there are a total of 3 subjects, namely language, mathematics, and theology. The language is English, but because the pronunciation system of the dog-headed people is different from that of humans, the pronunciation system of this English course uses the dog-headed people's own system. Humans just replaced the dog-headed people's words with English one by one. Linguists at that time were very busy for this work. Needless to say, mathematics is elementary school mathematics. As for theology, it is not traditional theology, but a discipline that teaches dog-headed people how to obey human etiquette and worldview. 3 subjects, each of which is set at 100 points during the exam. That is, the smartest dog-headed person can get 300 credits per month. In the middle school stage, several more subjects will be added, such as physics, chemistry, biology, music, art, sports, etc. However, it is just the beginning, and no dog-headed person has completed elementary school, so the middle school content has not yet been opened. Like elementary school, the new courses in middle school will also be adjusted according to the situation of the planet. Just like the G in physics will not be the 9.8 meters per second squared that humans learn, but the 6.762 meters per second of this planet. Biology will also become the knowledge of the biosphere on this planet, as well as the body structure, construction, operation mechanism, etc. of the dog-headed person himself. It can be said that if a dog-headed person who has learned biology well has the opportunity to study in a more advanced school, he can learn medicine and become a dog-headed doctor. Education, even if it is a crash course, takes a long time. But humans will stay on this planet for a long time. So generally speaking, it is not very urgent. As the school bell rang, dog-headed people walked out of the classroom one by one. The school has no dormitories, and after a day's course, they have to go down the mountain and return to their homes. Jingbian classmate. Here. A voice urgently sounded among a group of dog-headed people who filed out. It's Yi. What do you want to talk to me about? The dog-headed person called Jingbian classmate followed the direction of the voice, walked in front of another dog-headed person, and responded. Jingbian classmate's name is Jingbian Shui, an ordinary dog-headed person. As an ordinary dog-headed person, he originally had no surname, but when he came to school last month, the school required every dog-headed person who came to study to have a surname and a given name. So he gave himself the surname Jingbian because there was a well next to his house. The Yi he mentioned was Takeshita Yi, also an ordinary dog-headed man. Takeshita is his surname, which comes from the same source as the well water. His home is under a bamboo forest. Of course, this bamboo is a kind of bamboo plant on this planet. After the exam tomorrow, we will have new credits. How about we go to the store and buy some things to take home? Takeshita Yi pointed in the direction of the school store and said, How do you still have credits? I remember that you got 50 fewer credits than me last month. I only have 12 credits left, excluding the 2 credits for tomorrow's meal. I have 10 credits left. Jing Dianchui shook his head and told about his misery. In the exam last month, he only scored 251 points. And his good friend Takeshita was even worse, scoring only 201 out of 300 points. How could he still have credits? Hey, of course I don't have any credits, but we can go and have a look. I have been eyeing that thing called a flashlight in the store for a long time. It is a treasure of the god of light. Do you remember the light in Mumu's hand at night? It was emitted by that thing called a flashlight. It is much more convenient than a torch. I can't help wanting to go and see it when I think I can buy it after the exam tomorrow. Takeshita rubbed his hands excitedly. The price of a flashlight in the store is 50 credits. He definitely doesn't have one now, but he really wants to go and see it. Okay, I just used 10 credits to buy a match for my family, so let's go together. Jing Dianchui nodded his head. He remembered clearly that 10 credits could buy a match. He and Takeshita were both good at math, so they had a clearer understanding of the calculation between the price of the product and the credits they had. Chapter 279. When the 2 dog-headed men came to the store, they found that there were not many people in the store. Yi, look, there are not many people in the store today. Takeshita Yi came to the store and looked around curiously. Today is the end of the month. Everyone must have no credits. There must be no one. Wait until tomorrow. There will be more people. Okay. Help me find the matches. We will go back after buying things. Otherwise it will be dark if we are late. Jing Dianchui said as he came to a vending machine, staring at the screen of the vending machine, and recalling the operation method taught by the teacher in class. This kind of store was specially built by humans for the dog-headed people, so it is naturally not sold manually. The whole store is a vending machine, and the goods are placed in the shop behind the vending machine. The outside is decorated with glass, and the displayed goods can be seen from the outside. When you choose and buy goods in the vending machine, the goods will be selected by the built-in mechanical device and then transmitted to the goods exit. Looking at the display screen of the vending machine, Jing Dianchui secretly calculated the usage process in his mind, I remember that the first step is to select the product. The second step is to put the student card in the sensing area of the vending machine, and then enter the correct price. And the third step is to wait for the shipment. He remembered the usage process very clearly. But the first step stumped him, because although the products of the vending machine can be selected on the screen, there are only names, no pictures. As an ordinary dog-headed man, Jing Dianshui had never learned to write before. Although he had studied for a month, he didn't know many words. Yi, come and help me take a look. Jing Dianshui saw Takeshita Yi still looking at the displayed goods behind the glass with a silly look on his face, and immediately called out, Shui, you want to buy something? Don't you even know the name of the thing? Takeshita Yi reluctantly moved his eyes away, walked to Jing Dianshui, and looked at him incredulously. I just wanted to buy matches because you asked me to come. I didn't prepare them before. Jing Dianshui looked embarrassed. What's the point of buying a hammer? I only know the name of the flashlight among these products, and I don't know the others, Takeshita complained. The products are very tempting, and every kobold likes them very much. But buying them is a painful process, because the products displayed in the glass only have the real objects, no names, and the catalog on the vending machine screen only has names, no pictures. So if you want to buy the products you want, you must know the names of the products in advance, and remember the prices. If you don't remember the prices, you may enter too much and get more credits deducted. Although you can get the products by deducting too many credits, you will not be compensated for the difference. If you enter a credit value lower than the product price, you will be prompted with a wrong price. If you make 3 mistakes, the vending machine will deduct 5 points as a penalty. This kind of inhuman vending machine was deliberately made by humans, so that the dog-headed people can quickly master the 2 courses of language and mathematics. Well, I can only wait until tomorrow after the exam and prepare before buying it. Jing Dianshui sighed. The so-called preparation is to look up the dictionary in the classroom and copy the name of the corresponding product in your hand or on a draft paper. Unable to buy anything, the 2 dog-headed people had to go back a long way and go down the mountain. While walking, Takeshita looked at the student classroom next to him and said, Shui, how nice it would be if we could live in a house like this. I heard from the noble grandfathers that the king's palace is not as beautiful as this one. Takeshita Yi just saw the flashlight he had been dreaming about, and he was in a good mood. Now he started to fantasize again. This was created by the god of light. How can the king's place compare with the god of light? Although Jing Dianshui was not in a good mood because he didn't buy anything, he didn't say much. Takeshita Yi looked admiring. I heard that as long as you have good grades, you will have the opportunity to live in the kingdom of light. When you go to the kingdom of light, you can not only live in such a house every day, but also have the opportunity to receive the blessing of the god of light and live to be 100 years old. Jing Dianshui, who told you? Zuxiai, it's spread all over the streets of the capital. And you don't know? Jing Dianshui, huh? Of course I know. Zuxiai, you know it. But you're asking me. I'm just testing you. Come on. Even though you scored 50 points higher than me last time, I tell you, I definitely surpass you this time. By the way, speaking of exams, I heard that you have to study for 6 years to get into a secondary school. Is that true? What do you mean by heard? This is written in the school rules. You just can't read the words of the god of light. Hearing the words of the god of light, Jing Dianshui suddenly grabbed Takeshita, then showed his palm, and said quietly, This is the words of the god of light. Only those who have come to the kingdom of the god of light are qualified to learn it. The 2 dog-headed men talked about school matters, and their figures slowly disappeared into the stairs. There are elevators for going up and down the mountain, but they are reluctant to spend their credits on them. There are many figures similar to them. They are discussing tomorrow's exams, the magic of commodities, the conditions for admission and further study, and what they have seen and heard during this period of time in school. These dog-headed people have been exposed to human things for a while, but the more they are exposed, the more odd and curious they are, because almost everything that appears in school is something they have never seen before. Cement stairs, cement floors, whitewashed walls, glowing screens, automatic elevators, matches, flashlights, flying drones, etc. Everything is not beyond their comprehension. If the dog-headed people are in awe and curiosity about human creations, then at this stage, they only have awe for humans themselves, because in their eyes, humans are the image of giants wearing tactical armor 15 meters tall. The gods of light. Such an impression is naturally because humans themselves cannot adapt to the environment of this planet at all. So every time they appear in tactical armor. Humans actually know about this misunderstanding of the dog-headed people. But they don't care too much. After all, even if the dog-headed people find that the human body is smaller than the original body, it will probably be 100 years later. And at that time, the dog-headed people who followed humans into the starry sky must have been frozen. And the moment they were awakened must be when humans master the imprint of thought. There is no such thing as the image of the god of light being damaged. After all, it was unknown what generation of dog-headed people it was at that time. At this stage, it is a great honor for the dog-headed people who can come to school to study. Because for them, who are short of means of production, this is heaven and the kingdom of gods. Chapter 280. In just half a year, a bunch of legends about humans, such as exams, credits, the kingdom of the god of light, and God's creations, quickly spread in Volcano Country. And such legends were confirmed as human groceries flowed into Volcano Country. Countless dog-headed people who got the news also wanted to enroll in school. So in the following days, the dog-headed people in Volcano Country tried to raise biological resources so that they would have the opportunity to enter school next year. This news also gradually spread to surrounding countries as merchants traveled back and forth. I believe that within a few years, the news of the School of Light will spread throughout the entire Volcano Country. However, what these dog-headed people don't know is that their so-called journey to the Kingdom of Light is actually a road of no return. Once they go there, they will be screened step by humans, and finally be frozen in the name of being taken to the future world. Time flies, and 30 years pass in a flash. During these 30 years, with the blessing of powerful industrial power, humans have built tall mining plants all over the planet, and various mineral resources have been continuously sent into space. Humans are working hard to extract the mineral resources of this planet. Everything is going according to human plan. Today, 2 reports from different departments came to Yuan almost at the same time. Humans have long been paperless, and humans who live on spacecraft also require paperless office. After all, the spacecraft's payload can be saved as much as possible. So the so-called report is 3 electronic files. According to the current time, it is actually time to get off work. And tomorrow is the annual New Year's Eve. However, as a leader, Yuan has no concept of leaving get off work. Because of his status, his time is divided into working and not working. Not working and leaving. Of course, this is only for him. The staff of each department still have a strict working system. Unless humans enter a state of war. Under the normal working system, it is absolutely impossible to not have a holiday during the Chinese New Year. Since there is nothing to do, Yuan is not in a hurry to leave the office. Instead, he leans on the sofa, opens his personal terminal, and slowly reads the report. Global Mineral Resource Distribution and Reserve Report. After taking a look at the file name, Yuan muttered softly, judging from the name, it must be a report written by the Exploration Department. In fact, with the level of human technology, more than 10 years is enough for them to complete the exploration of the mineral resources of the entire planet. Now that a detailed report has been issued, it should be related to the exploration of traces of UFO civilization. Sure enough, looking at the content, what came into view was the content about UFO civilization. However, it was not about the creation of UFO civilization, but the discovery of more than a dozen deep pits that may be mining sites of UFO civilization. According to the description in the file, these deep pits are about 8 to 10 kilometers. According to the thickness of the planet's crust, this depth has almost dug through the crust. According to the analysis of samples collected by geologists, these deep pits are likely to be some heavy metal mines. But that's all. The exploration team has explored these deep pits and found no traces of UFO civilization. In other words, after 30 years, human exploration of UFO civilization has stopped at the stone wall carvings of ancient dog-headed people. Of course, it's not without progress. At least humans have obtained some information from the stone wall carvings and these deep pits. According to relevant experts, the time when the UFO civilization visited this planet should be 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. At that time, the dog-headed people belonged to the Stone Age. From some murals discovered in subsequent explorations and the surface of deep pit exploration, it seems that the UFO civilization did not intervene in the dog-headed people at that time. They simply mined here and then left. It was indeed simple mining. So simple that they licked the planets in the entire orange dwarf star system clean. However, when Yuan continued to look down, he found that this simple mining was more than that. In the report, human experts speculated based on the results of global mineral resource exploration that it is very likely that the remaining mineral resources on the planet were deliberately left by the UFO civilization, because they found a helium-3 mine. The helium-3 mine here is incompatible with the surrounding environment, and its geological composition is obviously different from the surrounding geology, as if someone dug a pit and deliberately put the helium-3 mineral in it. Human geologists speculate that these mineral deposits are likely to be deliberately left by the UFO civilization for the dog-headed people to use in the future. After rough calculations, human scholars estimated that these mineral deposits plus the protium, deuterium and tritium in the sea can probably be used by a civilization that achieves controlled nuclear fusion for 3,000 years. Then, you continued to read. The content was a summary of the reserves of various non-ferrous metals and rare metals, as well as geologists' views on the relationship between exploration results and UFO civilization. They believe that the various non-ferrous metal deposits left on the planet were most likely deliberately not dug by the UFO civilization. It seems that this UFO civilization is not evil. Although it swept away all the planets in the starry sky, it still left some resources to give the dog-headed people a chance to set foot in the starry sky. Yuan put down the exploration report and sighed softly. What a pity! Now that we have dug like this, the chances of the dog-headed people stepping into the starry sky will inevitably be greatly reduced. There is even a possibility that they will lack certain key metals, which will make it impossible to build a nuclear fusion propulsion system. The dog-headed people are indeed a bit miserable. In this case, when humans leave, we should take as many dog-headed people as possible, Yuan muttered, sliding the screen again to read the second report. Oh, this is good news. As soon as I saw the document header, I was also very happy. This is the result of a joint research project between the Food Department and the Institute of Biology. After 30 years of research, breeding, improvement, and cultivation, humans finally got animals suitable for eating. Now the immune reagents for this ecosystem have been successfully researched. As long as the national immune test system is upgraded, humans will have real meat to eat in the future. The successful experiment is an egg-laying terrestrial animal that looks like a badger, is as big as an elephant, walks on 4 legs, and has rich meat. Humans named it the Big Badger. The original version of the Big Badger is also in the dog-headed man recipe. But the meat of the original Big Badger is extremely difficult for humans to digest, and the meat quality does not suit human taste. The report only said that the Big Badger was successfully bred. But since one species has been successfully bred, it means that human scientists have found the key to correctly open this biosphere. I believe that in the near future, more delicious meat will definitely appear on the human table. Well, not only meat. Since the key to open this biosphere has been found, it is not impossible that some alien fruits will appear on the table in the future. After losing the earth for more than 1,000 years, humans are finally going to taste the taste of real meat again. Chapter 281. Sir, times have changed. A popular meme on the internet, on the last page of a European swordsman textbook from the late Middle Ages. A swordsman with a sword killed another swordsman with a matchlock. And the caption of the illustration was, Sir, times have changed. In the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, the black-clad swordsman showed off several sword moves against the evil protagonist, but was eventually shot down by the protagonist. 30 years later, when the first senior school student used credits to buy the first ordinary pistol from a store, it indicated that this kobold society, which originally belonged to the Bronze Age, had leapt into a new stage. It directly allowed the dog-headed people to leapfrog several cold weapon evolution periods from the Bronze Age and enter the hot weapon age. Of course, it is not that the dog-headed people can make them. So strictly speaking, it is not considered to have entered the hot weapon age. But hot weapons have appeared in society. The pistol is the strongest weapon that the dog-headed people can buy with credits in school. The reason why humans are confident in putting pistols on the ground is not that the new government is crazy to hand over weapons to the dog-headed people, but that with the current level of human body enhancement, pistols have no harm at all. Even without any armor, humans can withstand pistol bullets. So there is no such thing as giving someone a handle. In addition to the extremely expensive pistols, other steel knives, pots and pans, and other daily necessities have also gradually entered the homes of ordinary dog-headed people in the 30 years since the school was opened. Even many things have passed through the hands of the dog-headed people of Volcano Country, and were resold to neighboring countries. The ultimate purpose of humans establishing schools is to improve the knowledge reserves of dog-headed people, and then enable them to become suitable machine equipment operators in the future. Therefore, the human beings did not ask about the fact that the students used their credits to buy goods from the school, and then resold them. Not only did they not ask, they also supported the school store by adding many successfully researched improved crops. The circulation of goods will also increase the commercial prosperity of the Volcano Country, and the emergence of improved crops will allow the dog-headed people to obtain more food. With the prosperity of business, the dog-headed people will have more money, and with more food, the dog-headed people will not have to rush around all day to feed themselves. And with the free time they have, they can think about other things. Thinking more often, inspiration often appears, and that inspiration may be the spark that changes the social form. Humans did not directly intervene in the social evolution of the kobolds, but through schools and shops, they made the kobolds themselves evolve and promoted the intelligence level of the kobold population. Humans have decided to use kobolds only after the technology of thought and printing matures, so they are not worried about kobolds becoming smarter. On the contrary, the smarter they are, the more humans like them. However, the ideas of the dog-headed people in the slave society are too backward, and their productivity is extremely low. Even if some nobles and royal families come to human schools to study, the number is still too small to meet the future human needs. On the other hand, since the use of dog-headed people has been determined by the new government, the learning content of the advanced schools opened by humans to train dog-headed people has also changed. The focus of all content has shifted from classroom learning to practical operation, and the same is true for various exams. After the dog-headed people pass the high school exam, master certain basic knowledge, and form a certain worldview, the direction of human teaching will change. The dog-headed people who pass the assessment will get to know the various control equipment, communication equipment, facilities, scientific instruments, etc. on the warship, and through practical operation, they will master the use of various scientific equipment and instruments. Anyway, the hope of these dog-headed people to set foot in the starry sky is very slim. So humans decide to take as much as they can take away at that time. The dog-headed people who reach the assessment target will enter the kingdom of light. That is, they will be frozen, so that they can be thawed out and become the vanguard of mankind after the ideological imprinting technology is realized in the future. Humans will use these dog-headed people to create a loyal and fearless cannon fodder army. To this end, humans will plan to build another batch of Lake-class warships for future use. The approval of this plan proves that humans have now completely become a wandering civilization based on spacecraft. Winter goes and spring comes, year after year. Of course, there is no distinction between spring, summer, autumn and winter on the spacecraft. Only the time clock set by humans reminds humans that the new year has begun. The beginning of a new year means that the schools on the planet will welcome a new batch of students. On this day, the capital of the Volcano Kingdom also welcomed 3 dog-headed people who came from afar. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the capital, the 3 dog-headed people were stopped by the guards. "Who are you?" Seeing 2 shining steel knives blocking their way, the 3 dog-headed people hurriedly greeted them with a smile, replied to the guards. "The 3 of us came from the Bashi Kingdom in the east, across thousands of mountains and rivers, and hope that the guards will let us pass." As he spoke, the leading dog-headed man fumbled around on his body, and took out a few copper coins from the Volcano Country, and handed them to the guard. "What are you doing here?" The guard saw the coins, and immediately put away his weapons with a smile, but still asked a routine question. The leading dog-headed man from the Bashi Country was secretly happy when he saw this, and looked at the steel knife in the guard's hand. "We have heard that the Volcano Country has all kinds of rare treasures, and there are also swords and knives that can cut iron like mud. We came here to buy some rare goods and sell them for money." "Oh, are you peddlers?" "Yes, we are peddlers from Bashi." The guard's eyes lit up when he heard that, and then he took out a 4-hand lighter from his pocket and said, "Since you are peddlers, I will sell you the lighter." "Lighter? What is that?" The peddler looked at the exquisite lighter in the guard's hand, staring at the transparent liquid inside, his heart full of curiosity. "Of course it's for making fire. Look." The guard showed off by pressing the lighter button, and a small flame suddenly came out. This is the spell of the god of fire." "Impossible. How can you know the spell of the god of fire? The peddler was shocked. He had only heard in Bashi that there were many magical things in the volcano country. He thought that he would make a lot of money if he went there. He didn't expect that the guards of the volcano country would know the spell of the god of fire. What god of fire? This is a lighter created by our god of light with great magical powers. It is the source of fire for our god of light. It has nothing to do with your god of fire. The guard shook the lighter in front of the peddler and said, Since you are a peddler, I will sell you this lighter that can store countless fires for only 5,000 copper coins. He bought this lighter from someone else. If he could cheat a peddler from another country now, he could make 2,000 copper coins. Chapter 282. Impossible. How could thousands of fires be stored in this tiny thing? Don't think I'm from Bashi and try to deceive me. The peddler said this. But he couldn't help but reach out to the lighter in the guard's hand. The crystal clear appearance deeply attracted him. He guaranteed that he had never seen such a crystal clear thing in his life. What are you doing? If you don't want to buy it, don't look at it. The guard quickly put the lighter in his pocket and secretly glanced at the peddler's face. He thought to himself, Hey, I've taken the bait. Ever since the school's products flowed into the capital of the volcano country and gradually formed various private transactions, guarding the capital has become a lucrative job. The reason is that they can rip off some new outsiders. Too expensive. I want 3,000 copper coins. The peddler thought that this so-called lighter, just with its crystal appearance, would probably cost tens of thousands of copper coins in Bashi country. But he still wanted to lower the price. No. If you don't want it, go into the city, the guard said as he made way for the peddler to enter the city. Since the products of the human school have only just appeared, most of the volcano country kobolds keep them for their own use. So the guards are not worried that they can't sell them or that the peddler can find other sellers after entering the city. Anyway, if he can't cheat this one, he can cheat the next one. Okay, 5,000 is 5,000. The peddler pretended to be in pain, and then asked two followers to take money from the bag, and asked about the detailed usage of the lighter. After getting the lighter, the peddler couldn't wait to take it out and turned it over and over in his hands to observe it. It's amazing. A real divine object. It's actually water. But why can water turn into fire? The peddler was very curious, and pressed the lighter a few times, and then stopped and stared at the flowing liquid inside curiously. The original intention of this dog-headed peddler was indeed to come to the volcano country to purchase goods. However, after entering the capital, he saw a busy scene. After asking, he found out that today was the opening day of that school, and many people rushed to the school outside the city. In the conversations of the crowd, the words he heard most were school, credits, exams, god of light, pots, flashlights, and so on. Brother, please stay. Is the school you mentioned a place where you can buy lighters? The peddler couldn't help but pull a dog-headed man who looked easier to talk to. Lighters are nothing. Our god of light has everything. As long as you have good grades, you can exchange for anything. The passerby who was pulled was obviously very unhappy. But he still pointed to the endless stream of people and answered patiently, See, those who pull various living things are those who are going to school today. As long as you are enrolled, you can exchange for any items you want or can't think of from the god of light. If you study well, you can also live in the kingdom of the god of light. There, I see that you must have come from another country. If I were you, I would find a way to get enough tuition now, and then go to the school of the god of light to study, instead of wasting my life here. Being said to be wasting his life, the peddler was not angry. Instead, he took out a few copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the passerby, and then continued to ask, Hearing what you said, have you ever been to the god of light school? The passerby kobold rejected the copper coins handed over by the peddler with disdain, and then showed a proud look on his face. Of course, I am in the advanced school district. I will be able to live in the kingdom of the god of light after I pass the exam next year. In short, there are too many things in the god of light school, and I can't finish talking about them in a short time. If you want to know more, go outside the city and read the school announcement yourself. At this point, the dog-headed passerby stretched out one arm, deliberately showing the electronic watch on his wrist to the peddler, and then stretched out his other hand to point at the ticking on the electronic watch. With an unfathomable look on his face that only the dog-headed man could see, I have to go first. It's already 2:28 and 16 seconds p.m. I have to report to school. It gets dark around 6 p.m. at this time of year. If I go too late, I won't be able to come back tonight. After the passerby dog-headed man left, the peddler pulled a few passers-by from the busy streets to ask about the school. After getting a general idea, the peddler was shocked, because he found that there were many things that the dog-headed people in volcano country said that he didn't know what they meant. He didn't understand words like air, gas, liquid, light, oxygen, carbon dioxide, walkie-talkie, clock, etc. And there were many other words like this that he couldn't understand in his conversations with the passers-by in volcano country. For example, the passerby just now said a few hours, minutes, seconds, and what time it would be dark. He didn't know what it meant at first. After asking a few people, he realized that it was to indicate time. This shocked him, because he had never thought that he could know the exact time just by looking down at the unknown thing on his wrist. And all these things. At first, he thought it was the language difference between the two countries. But it was obviously not, because he was very proficient in the language of volcano country. And the language of Bashi country was not much different from the language of volcano country. Is this all the knowledge passed down by the god of light? The merchant pondered in his heart. Since he came to the volcano kingdom, he suddenly felt that the world he was familiar with was somewhat out of place. He seemed to have gone from being well informed to being a nobody in an instant. He thought to himself, it seems that the rumors about the coming of the god of light in the volcano kingdom are true. Why don't I sign up to learn? Anyway, the god of light and the god of fire should be brothers. My belief in the god of light is not considered a betrayal of the great god of fire. Yes, that's it. After making up his mind, the smart peddler began to ask passers-by about the admission requirements. There are many dog-headed people like the peddler who came to volcano country to do business and then changed their minds to study. There are also some people who are determined to do business. There are two types of people in this category. One type continues to be a peddler between volcano country and other countries, and the other type smells business opportunities and opens a number of commodity trading points at the foot of the school or between the school and the capital, joining the free trade business around the school. Of course, there are also those who heard the news from distant countries and came from afar specifically to study. No matter what kind of people they are, it shows that the name of the god of light is spreading around the continent in a very positive image. Because in these 30 years, volcano country has indeed become prosperous under the influence of the god of light school. And this influence has once again ignited a climax as volcano country announced the abolition of slavery. Chapter 283. Things on the Cobalt planet are completely on track. But a project in space has just begun. That is the Space Multipoint Modular Particle Collider. After more than 30 years of preparation, humans have completed the blueprint verification and construction plan. And all kinds of material resources have been planned. After the construction starts, there will be special and dedicated transportation channels to continuously provide all kinds of necessary materials for the construction of the collider. Because the Particle Collider project is about to start construction. Yu Yuan also came to the School of Physics today. When he arrived, a group of outstanding physicists had gathered here. How to build a collider depends on engineers from various industries. But these physicists know all the parameters of the particle collider. They know what the collider can achieve after completion, and what it can be used for. Therefore, Yu Yuan came here to get a general understanding of the collider. In the plan, the shape of the multi-point particle collider in space is a large ring with a circumference of about 12,000 kilometers. What is the concept of 12,000 kilometers? The circumference of the moon is 10,916 kilometers. In other words, after the completion of the collider plan by humans, it will be a large ring that is slightly larger than the moon. The reason why it is so big is that it is too small to meet the needs of human scientific research. As we all know, the so-called particle collider is a device developed on the basis of a large particle collider based on a high-energy synchrotron. Its main function is to accumulate and accelerate two beams of particles injected successively by the previous accelerator, so that they collide with each other to produce a sufficiently high reaction capacity. The energy required to smash an atom, such as a hydrogen atom, is only 13.6 electron volts. It can be seen that the energy to disintegrate an atom is about 10 to 100 electron volts. However, to achieve the purpose of scientific research, it is not enough to just smash atoms, but also requires greater energy. The energy that causes the disintegration of atomic nuclei is between 106 electron volts and 107 electron volts. and humans have long mastered the ability to exceed this energy. The Texas Large Hadron Collider, Tevatron, an accelerator experiment in the United States in the 20th century, has the power to produce more than this energy. Its collision energy is 1 TeV. That is, 1 trillion electron volts. However, the energy of only 1 trillion electron volts is not enough, because this collision energy can only barely produce weak electric particles, which is the threshold for discovering the unified theory of weak electric particles. Humans naturally cannot be satisfied with the past, so they must build a larger collider. As early as the Earth era, humans have built a collider with a circumference of 27 kilometers, namely the Large Hadron Collider LHC at the European Organization for Nuclear Research. The energy of its collision can reach 1.3 times 10 to the 12th power electron volts. That is, 13 trillion electron volts. Such a strong energy has far exceeded the conditions required for the discovery of the weak electromagnetic unified theory. This energy level is also the level at which the electromagnetic force couples electric charges with a weak force to cause certain types of radioactive decay. In the primordial universe, gravity, strong force, and weak force experience some kind of symmetry breaking, and evolved into the nodes of gravity, strong force, electromagnetic force, and weak force, which are the 4 fundamental forces. At this level, human colliders have explored this level. But this is far from enough, because according to the theoretical speculation that strong force couples quarks to generate protons and neutrons, electromagnetic force couples charges, and weak force causes certain types of radioactive decay. In order to explore the grand unified theory, at least 10 to the 24th power electron volt energy level must be reached. This energy level is 10 to the 24th power times higher than the collision energy that can be produced by the most powerful particle collider in the Earth era. If it is designed according to the plan of the Large Hadron Collider at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, then the length of the collider that can produce such energy needs to reach 1 trillion kilometers. What is the concept of 1 trillion kilometers? Converted into astronomical units, it is 6,684.6 astronomical units, which is 6,684.6 times the quiet distance from the Sun to the Earth. If it is based on the previous design plan, it is necessary to build a collider with such a length to explore the grand unified theory. As for the complete unified theory, it belongs to the category of quantum gravity, or the theory of everything, and it would take a collider 1,000 light-years away to detect it. At this stage, humans can only fantasize about the quantum gravity and the theory of everything involved in the search for the complete unified theory. But we can try our best to achieve the grand unification. Even if we can't build such a collider, we can build a pre-collider. The multi-point particle collider designed by humans today was proposed in such an environment. From this point of view, a collider with a circumference of 10,000 kilometers does not seem so big. It is also considering the need for future upgrades that this collider adopts a modular design. Each part of the accelerator, collision point, magnet system, and detector are all modularized. In the design plan, this space multi-point particle collider uses heavy nuclear fusion for power supply, and the cooling device uses a compressor to compress liquid helium to cool the device to a suitable temperature. Because it is in space, the particle collision point of the collider does not need to be connected to the accelerator. After all, the space environment is more vacuum than the vacuum in the accelerator, and it is completely possible for the particle flow to pass through the vacuum of the universe. When the particle stream passes through the circular accelerator, it will be accelerated to an energy level of 10 to 100 trillion electron volts. This can generate strong energy when particles collide through multiple accelerations in the ring. According to the length of this space multi-point particle collider and the strong magnetic field and heavy nuclear fusion energy mastered by humans, if this project is completed, humans will definitely be able to accelerate particles to an energy of 100,000 trillion electron volts, which is 10 to the 18th power of electron volts. Although it is still in levels of desperation away from the 10 to the 24th power electron volts that can be used to peek into the grand unified theory in theory, it is at least on the way. Well, the reason why the ion beam can be accelerated to such a strong energy is not only due to the super strong magnetic field technology and heavy nuclear fusion reactor, but also to the structural design of the space multi-point particle collider itself. After all, this thing is different from the ground two-dimensional plane. In space, as long as the collision accuracy is sufficient, humans can make the kinetic energy of the accelerated particles offset the kinetic energy generated by the particles of the same size in the opposite direction. as long as there are enough collision points. The energy of the collider will increase with the increase in the number of collision points. With the current level of human mechanical technology, super strong magnetic field control technology, energy and other related technical capabilities, the energy level that the collider can reach is only that high. 10 to the 18th power. 5 to 6 energy levels higher than the strongest collider in the Earth era. That's all for now. Due to the need to set up instruments to observe the properties of particles, humans cannot make all directions into collision points. Chapter 284. This space multipoint particle collider is a collider that integrates electrons and hadrons. But its main body or main function is still hadron collision. One of the great hopes of the Large Hadron Collider is that it may discover supersymmetry. It is for this reason that when the Space Multipoint Particle Collider was just about to start construction, Yuan received a lot of applications for collision experiments after it was put into use. Yes, just after the construction started, a large number of applications were made by scientists who had been eager for a long time. Among these applications, the first one to be put into the experimental record is an experimental project called Exploring Supersymmetric Strange Mathematics. Yes, it is a project jointly initiated by physicists and mathematicians to explore mathematics using colliders. Of course, it is not ordinary mathematics, but supersymmetric strange mathematics. Supersymmetry is the symmetry that balances superstring theory. And the factor that balances superstring theory is the removal of tachyons in the theory. In other words, this jointly initiated project is not only an exploration of supersymmetric strange mathematics, but also has the hope of confirming the existence of tachyons in the theory. At the same time, supersymmetry is also the symmetry that connects gravitons and photons, and it can also ensure the stability of the d0 membrane. In short, the demonstration, confirmation, and exploration of new theories of many cutting-edge theories are inseparable from colliders. The reason why we need to explore the strange mathematics of supersymmetry is that it is needed to describe various physical phenomena. For example, the relationship between bosons and fermions. Take the Higgs fermion as an example. In theory, it is a Higgs boson moving along a certain Fermi dimension. The Fermi dimension is an extra dimension. If you want to explore the Fermi dimension, you must explore supersymmetry, because the Fermi dimension is an extra dimension in supersymmetry. People usually use length to measure the dimensions they know. And length is a number, such as 3 centimeters, 12 kilometers, 4 microns, etc. People can add 2 lengths to get another length, or multiply 2 lengths to get an area. But the extra dimensions of supersymmetry are not measured by numbers, at least not ordinary numbers. They are described by anti-easy numbers, which is the cornerstone of the strange mathematics of supersymmetry. The anti-easy number plays an extremely critical role in describing fermions such as electrons, quarks, and neutrinos, such as the well-known spin. If a person were to explain the physical quantity of spin, it would basically be described as an intrinsic property similar to but not rotating. However, in the eyes of physicists, it cannot be described verbally with a description, but requires real Hongming-Tianji mathematics. The reason why strange mathematics is related to it is because of the Fermi dimension description of spin. When something enters a Fermi dimension, it can only move at a speed. And this so-called speed itself is just a rough analogy of what it means to move in a Fermi dimension. Another appropriate way to say it is spin. Although spin is an intrinsic property of particles, it also has different sizes. Moving in a Fermi dimension means spinning more than not moving. A gyroscope can spin more or less, depending on how much force is used before releasing it. But elementary particles can only have specific spins, such as the Higgs boson has no spin. The electron has the minimum spin. The photon spin must be parallel to its direction of motion. The graviton spin is twice the photon spin. And so on. As the saying goes, a mountain looks like a peak when viewed from a distance, and it looks different when viewed from a distance. A glimpse of a leopard through a tube can only reveal a part of it. If humans want to truly understand a particle or a physical phenomenon, they need to observe it from all aspects. Among all aspects, one aspect is related to supersymmetry research. To explore supersymmetry, we must have the tool of exotic mathematics, because the Fermi dimension is difficult to be described by other tools. Only mathematical laws such as anti-commutation and Fermi multiplication in exotic mathematics can describe it. For example, in ordinary mathematics, we have A and B. When we add or multiply them, we get a set of formulas A plus A equals 2A. 2, A plus B, equals 2A plus 2B. A plus B equals B plus A. These operations apply to most algebraic rules, but not to the Fermi quantity. It requires another set of strange operation rules, such as the formula A times B equals negative B times A. A times A equals 0. B times B equals 0. Here represents a movement along the Fermi dimension, and B represents a second movement along the Fermi dimension. If you want to express that an object attempts to move twice along a Fermi dimension, it is expressed as A times A. The equation A times A equals 0 means that this motion is not allowed. So what is the point of studying this thing? Then we have to talk about supersymmetry again. As mentioned earlier, supersymmetry is the symmetry that makes superstring theory balanced. And it does this by cutting off tachyons. And tachyons are the only particles in human physics theory that can exceed the speed of light after the road to quantum entanglement long-distance communication is blocked. The ghostly quantum entanglement has been proven to be unable to be used for long-distance communication. So the only hope left is the mysterious tachyon. Therefore, this exploration of the strange mathematics of supersymmetry is actually a way for humans to explore tachyons. Of course, there may be more than one way. The world is not perfectly supersymmetric. After the weak interaction parity violation was confirmed, everyone knew this. But the research on supersymmetry will not stop because many scientists believe that the reason why many theories have limitations may be due to the limitations of human cognition and the limitations of exploration tools. People can only peek into the essence of the universe from one phenomenon after another, and from one angle after another. I believe that as long as there are enough angles to peek, we will be able to fully understand the essence behind each physical theory. Isn't that what the so-called theory of everything is? The space multipoint particle collider that is about to be built is one of the keys for humans to explore the truth. Perhaps tachyons and grand unified theories are still far away for humans. After all, they are only mastered by the legendary fourth-level civilization. But nanotechnology is not the case. Humans can use colliders to explore the mysteries of the deeper microscopic world again. The standard technology of the third-level civilization, nanotechnology, and the thought imprint technology that humans have already started research projects, although humans have no clue yet, are bound to be related to the microscopic quantum field. If the collider can collide with something, maybe some related theories will appear. The technology tree is closely linked, and many scientific theories are related to each other. In short, people attach great importance to this unprecedented large collider, and the new government has great expectations for it. Of course, such a huge collider is very difficult to build. According to engineers' speculation, from the moment construction begins, it will take a conservative estimate of 200 years to complete. Chapter 285. A century of ups and downs. The world has changed. During the construction of the Space Multipoint Particle Collider, mankind is also climbing to a higher scientific peak. Engineers are working hard to build the Space Multipoint Particle Collider, and scientists in various fields are not idle either. They lead their teams in their respective fields and launch rounds of charges to higher scientific peaks. Because humans have long known that the simple technology of the third-level civilization is true nanotechnology. The purpose of the scientific team's research is very clear. Either directly exploring micro-nanotechnology, or studying nanotechnology-related, or some pre-technology. Of course, research in other areas will not stop, but the resources will be slightly different. Under such circumstances, many outstanding scientists of the new generation have emerged in human society, and there have been many breakthroughs in science and technology, and many new theories have been proposed. The first to make progress is quantum computer technology. Humans have encountered real nano-conscious bodies, so it is clear that it is impossible to create such advanced artificial intelligence with the existing computer technology of humans. Therefore, humans have been trying to improve their computer technology. Humans have long realized universal quantum computers, but there is still room for optimization in computer structure design, various logical settings, etc. So over the years, humans have been working tirelessly to improve universal quantum computers. After so many years of hard work, now, we have finally taken another big step forward. However, computer scientists have found that even a perfect universal quantum computer cannot truly become an artificial intelligence with self-awareness. It is true that humans want the AI they create to be smarter and smarter, but they do not want the AI they create to have self-awareness, because that would mean a crisis of intelligent machines. Ever since experiencing the silver mist consciousness incident, humans have understood this. So when it comes to promoting the progress of general-purpose quantum computers and creating smarter AI, humans have always been a little hesitant. But now, human scientists have discovered that their general-purpose computers seem to have reached a certain bottleneck. After countless years of optimization, they all feel that the central computer of mankind, that is, the largest universal quantum computer, has been perfected to the point where it cannot be perfected. In short, they can't find any improvement for mankind. Not only those who do computer optimization, but also AI scientists who write AI based on universal quantum computers can't find any improvement in the new AI they created. The new AI can learn and update itself. After being authorized, it can input massive amounts of data or simple rules, and then learn by itself, adjust and analyze the model by itself, and then get new orderly information output, and continuously optimize and adjust, forming a cycle. Since the creation of the new AI, scientists have made it iterate for decades. With the powerful computing power of the current universal quantum computer, this AI has no idea how many generations it has updated itself. Its ability has completely crushed the previous AI. It can be said that if you don't know it is an AI in advance, you won't even find it is an AI even if you talk to it for several years. Whether in terms of knowledge accumulation or work efficiency, it is far beyond the reach of humans. But that's all. Intellectually, it has surpassed humans. But in dealing with and judging unknown things and events, and in perceptual cognition of things, it is still inferior to humans. Human scientists naturally understand this. But this new AI seems to be like a universal quantum computer, unable to go any further. Scientists have also tried to let it continue to iterate. But the iterative experiment has been going on for who knows how many years. And AI is still the same AI. It's like the road ahead is blocked. Scientists have also thought about whether the universal quantum computer, which is the basis of AI, has room for optimization. But they can't find any possible room for optimization. Humans don't want to create an AI with self-awareness. But they want to understand why they can't create such an AI. After all, only by knowing why can we effectively prevent the crisis of intelligent machines. In order to find out the reason, scientists also specially created an AI that simulates the human brain. But the result is useless. This AI is even dumber than the previous AI. Not only computer technology, but also human research on the microscopic field has reached a bottleneck. Scientists tried to make smaller chips to make smaller robots. But in the process, they found that no matter how they optimized or what materials they used, they could not avoid the quantum tunneling effect at the 1 nanometer level. This is far from the picometer level and femtometer level circuit technology that humans had guessed when they encountered the silver mist consciousness body. Of course, scientists have also tried photons. But like electrons, all microscopic particles have quantum tunneling effects. This is the law of cosmic physics. And humans can't solve it at all. The impact of humans on the third-level civilization was blocked by an invisible wall, which was out of reach. Decades passed. And in order to solve these problems, humans brainstormed and held countless scientific and technological seminars and academic research meetings. They tried every possible way, but they had no clue. Year after year, are we really stuck at the second-level civilization level? After another seminar, Yu Yuan sighed and slowly stood up from the audience seat. For many years, countless top scientists of mankind seem to have changed when facing the difficulties of level 3 civilization. Their spirits were still there, but they seem to have become mediocre. In the past 10 years, Yu Yuan attended the science and technology seminar almost every year. Although he did not participate in the discussion, he could hear that after so many years, mankind still had no way to deal with it. At the annual science and technology seminar, other science and technology were fine. But when it came to nanotechnology, almost every year it was the same old talk. General quantum computer optimization, microscopic quantum tunneling, AI iteration problems, nano-core technology research, etc., all of which were stuck. In fact, after so many years of development, humans have already mastered the technology of the second-level civilization symbol, and its derivative technologies have been realized one by one and used to serve humans. It can be said that humans have already reached the peak of the second-level civilization 100 years ago. But at this time, they have begun to stagnate. In the long run, Yu Yuan is really worried that humans will continue to decline. In the decades of technological stagnation, Yu Yuan has already felt some clues. It is not that some scientists are slacking off, but there have been some remarks on the civilian network that technology is stagnant and humans are trapped in the second-level civilization. Chapter 286. Yu Yuan knew the reason why scientists had not shown signs of dejection without even thinking about it. Because they all pinned their hopes on the space multipoint particle collider that was about to be completed. According to the progress of the project, it is estimated that the collider will be completed in another 50 years. Yu Yuan was worried that if there was no progress for a long time after the collider was put into use, would mankind fall into decadence? He also noticed that some opinions in public opinion were intentionally or unintentionally revealing that since humans were no longer in danger in this star field, it would be better to find a star system with rich resources and stop there. These people believe that it is better to settle down and develop in a star system than to run around aimlessly in the universe. It doesn't matter if there are no beautiful planets. Just live on a spaceship. Anyway, there are enough resources. After using up the resources of this star system, just run to the next star system. Yu Yuan couldn't judge whether it was better to continue wandering or to develop like this. But he felt a mentality from these people. That is, comfort. Now humans have life potion number 1 and life potion number 2. Together, almost everyone has a long life of 600 years. In addition, during this century, after biologists' unremitting efforts to study the biosphere of the dog-headed planet, life potion number 3 is about to succeed. With a long life and stagnant technology, the enterprising spirit of mankind has been wiped out by comfort and gradually become content with the status quo. In Ikai's words, the lazy gene of mankind, which has been buried for who knows how many years, seems to be emerging silently and destroying the rational enterprising spirit in the human self-consciousness. Academician E. Do you think it is inevitable that a person will fall into decay and decadence if he stays in a certain position for a long time? Yu Yuan looked at the scientists who were coming out of the science and technology seminar venue, and walked to Ikai, who was still sitting in the front row. Everyone else left one after another, and the venue became quiet. Therefore, Ikai could hear Yu Yuan's words clearly, and even the soft sigh in his words. Nothing is inevitable. General Manager. Ikai closed his personal terminal casually, did not stand up, nor did he look back at Yu Yuan, but leaned back on the seat and said lightly, "Look, I have lived for so long, but I am still passionate. You know what I'm talking about." Old E. Yu Yuan walked around to Ikai and looked at him with a serious look on his face. Old E. Including the hibernation time. We have known each other for more than 2,000 years. Right? Don't be so serious. General Manager. I am not used to you. Old E. I still like the you I met in Guanghan Palace. Just say whatever you want to say. It is not a serious working time now. So Ikai speaks casually, or he is just like that. People will always change. Yu Yuan has not finished speaking when he saw Ikai spread his hands and interrupted. I don't have any. Well, what is your ideal? Old E? Yu Yuan suddenly asked. To explore the true meaning of life. It has always been like this. I don't know if I can live to see that day, Ikai said, standing up from his chair. It would be great if every scientist could move forward courageously. Yu Yuan stepped back, letting Ikai walk out of the meeting seat, and then sighed. Chief, are you planning to brand me with thoughts? Ikai suddenly frowned, and his words were no longer as relaxed as before. He stared at Yu Yuan with a serious look, and then slowly said, General, that thing was decided at the meeting, and it must not be used on us. The unknown consequences are always the most terrible. Yu Yuan's character. Ikai still knows him very well. It is impossible for him to come to him to sigh for no reason. He must have some ideas. So when he heard him sighing, he thought of this. Old E. What are you talking about? When did I say ideological imprint? Yu Yuan avoided Ikai's eyes, and then changed the subject. By the way, Old E. What did you mean by your words at the seminar just now? Why do I feel that you haven't finished speaking yet? To be honest, although the thought imprinting technology has not been successful yet, Yu Yuan did have some ideas just now. However, after seeing Ikai so serious, he also felt that he was a little overwhelmed by the recent situation. I do have some ideas, but they are not perfect yet, so it is not convenient to say more at the meeting. After all, this matter cannot be done overnight. I plan to spend some time to perfect this idea, and it should be ready for the seminar next year. Ikai nodded. Oh, what do you mean? Yu Yuan turned off the magnetic boots, then used one hand to force his body along the guide rod, and followed Ikai, who was floating out of the venue, and asked curiously, Technical barriers. It's normal. It's abnormal to have no technical barriers from the second-level civilization to the third-level civilization. Ikai answered while floating. Yu Yuan knew that he had something else to say, so he kept silent. Sure enough, after 2 inhalations, Ikai continued, not only did the general notice that we were in the process of achieving nuclear fusion, heavy nuclear fusion, and cold nuclear fusion. Of course I remember. Yu Yuan nodded. Ikai turned to Yu Yuan beside him while floating and said, that's it. Let's not talk about the time when we achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Let's talk about the heavy nuclear fusion and cold nuclear fusion that are the hallmarks of the second-level civilization. If we don't get them directly from Kuntai civilization, we don't know how many years it will take us to develop cold nuclear fusion technology. So I think that not only the second-level civilization to the third-level civilization, but every level of civilization will face an extremely difficult barrier, or the cosmic filter. Every barrier, every filter, will wipe out countless civilizations. And to cross these barriers, to cross these filters, it must not be as simple as the technical level. Not as simple as the technical level? You are not talking about technical barriers? Yu Yuan frowned. Well, maybe it has something to do with us humans ourselves, Ikai said. Hearing this, Yu Yuan immediately thought of the current situation of human society. So he said, Academician E, are you talking about the decadent phenomenon that has appeared in our human society in recent years? This is just one aspect. Ikai nodded and continued, I said before that this is just a manifestation of genetic instinct taking the upper hand in the struggle with wisdom and reason. So it can only be considered one aspect. As for the other aspect, does the general remember the Awakener? Of course I remember. Could it be the fallen civilization mentioned by the Awakener? No. Perhaps we are not qualified to be the fallen civilization mentioned by the Awakener. Ikai shook his head and replied, what I want to say is the path of wisdom mentioned by the Awakener. Does Academician E mean that with our current brains, or wisdom, there is no way to break through this technical barrier? Yu Yuan paused, and his forehead wrinkled into a shape. He could understand the seriousness of it. If so, it would be too bad. Chapter 287. The Road to Wisdom. The Limit of Wisdom. It is impossible to understand the unknown reasons and find a way to break through the technological barriers. In other words, the human brain has completely understood all the reasons that it can understand. But the way to break through the technological barriers is not within this scope. Doesn't this mean that if humans want to reach the third level of civilization, they can only break through their own wisdom first? But what exactly is wisdom? Humans don't even seem to understand what wisdom really is. How can they break through the so-called limit of wisdom? Besides, didn't the Awakener say that humans have good talents? If they have good talents, how could they not find a way to break through the technological barriers of the third-level civilization? Is the so-called talent different from wisdom? Yu Yuan floated out of the venue with Ikai in a trance. His mind was a little confused now. When the two came to the corridor, outside the venue, Ikai raised his hand to touch the corridor fence to stop himself, then turned on the magnetic boots to let himself fall to the floor, and then said, this is just one possibility, I guessed. There is another possibility. That is, we may not be on the right path. What the hell? Yu Yuan was stunned. What did you mean? Yu Yuan complained in his heart, but asked, what do you mean? General, think about it. In fact, with our current mechanical technology, we are fully capable of processing chips smaller than 1 nanometer. The reason why we can't make it smaller is actually because of the laws of physics. Besides, if you insist, we are capable of producing smaller chips. But the chips with less than 1 nanometer technology will have obvious quantum tunneling effects. So the error rate is too high, which does not meet the chip requirements. As a life science and biologist, Ikai is not very proficient in chips, but he can still talk about it. Besides, some of the things were said by those chip experts and physicists at the meeting just now. Well, I know this. So what? Yu Yuan nodded. Ikai was not as solemn as Yu Yuan. He just spread his hands with a relaxed look. So it can only be that our thinking is wrong. Without waiting for Yu Yuan to continue asking questions, Ikai continued, we may have been misled by the silver mist consciousness. Or maybe we misled ourselves. Let's put it this way. The silver mist consciousness said that nanotechnology is the standard of the third-level civilization. So we naturally thought that the third-level civilization would have groups of nano-insects, or great poison storms. But in fact, we overlooked one point. That is, it is possible that the third-level civilization cannot do this from the beginning. The so-called Grey Goo Storm may be the pinnacle of the third-level civilization. It can only be created after the nanotechnology is completely mastered. And the Silver Mist consciousness was born at that stage. Ikai paused, took a deep breath and then said, when we heard about the simple technology, we mistakenly believed that only by mastering such technology can we enter the third-level civilization. But we may be too dogmatic. From entering nanotechnology to truly creating the Grey Goo Storm, there should be a process, which is the precipitation of technology and the improvement and perfection of craftsmanship. So we should change our thinking. Since we can't make such a small Grey Goo Storm, we can make a bigger one. We can't make such a complex program to control the nanorobot group. So we should first make a simpler one, as long as it can meet our needs. Well, that's what I said. But how exactly should we do it? Yu Yuan nodded slightly. He understood what Ikai said. He meant the so-called technical barriers. In addition to getting it from other civilizations, like cold nuclear fusion, and then breaking through it in one fell swoop, there is also the method of slowly eroding it. For things like technological products, you can first make them, and then slowly improve the process. If you are on the right path, they will definitely get better and better. Ikai pondered for a moment and said, there are two ideas. One is to find some suitable material. A material that can support smaller processes without quantum tunneling. Don't think about this. I have found Suzhini. And he said that this kind of material only exists in dreams. Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ikai pretended not to see it and continued, the second idea is what I just said. To make larger nanorobots. And then find a way to establish connections between them. And then form a whole. In this case, each nanorobot is considered an individual of the whole. There are two ways to control them. One is to create a host program. And the other is to build a group logic for them. Group logic? Yu Yuan asked curiously. Ikai nodded. Well, think about it. Our human brain is not made up of a single neuron. So the nanorobots we create can also be like individual neurons. Only responsible for simple calculations. Only when they are integrated together will group logic appear. Okay. Let's try the first method first. Yu Yuan's mouth twitched. This group logic like the brain is simple to say. But he knew without asking that humans don't have that kind of technology at all. After all, the so-called group logic that Ikai talked about is similar to the consciousness of bee colonies. If this can be done, there will be no need to be troubled by technical barriers for so long. So this method is undoubtedly back to square one. This is the only way for now. Ikai laughed. Obviously, he also knew that the group logic he talked about could not be realized. He turned around and continued, we can't make nanorobots as small as mist. But it is definitely no problem to make a robot group the size of a ping-pong ball. After making it, and programming the corresponding uses for their main control system, it is also a group of nanorobots. Yu Yuan turned his head to look at Ikai, and said leisurely, I didn't expect that you, as a biologist, know a lot about nanorobots. Seeing Ikai as always, Yu Yuan was not as heavy as before. I know a little bit. A little bit. I just studied cells more, and thought that nanorobots can also follow the same path as cells. Ikai said with a smile, as if he was calm. Well, this is a good idea. Mr. Yu Yuan nodded, then pondered for a moment and said, but what can we do with a group of nanorobots the size of ping-pong balls? We don't have the technology to cut metal bonds and chemical bonds like the Mockstar civilization. So it's impossible to use them for mining. You have to find other scientists for this. Mr. General, I'm just a little karami in biology. Ikai said helplessly. Chapter 288. As soon as he said this, Yu Yuan was speechless. What the hell is little karami? If you, Ikai, are little karami, then what are other human biology? However, Yu Yuan did not respond. After all, he understood it. He also had some ideas in his mind. Whether it will work or not, he would find those physicists, material scientists, computer experts, programming masters, mathematicians, and the like to hold a discussion meeting, and we would know. Since this year, Yu Yuan has been very concerned about this matter. So he is indeed very clear that humans are now capable of creating a robot group of that size. The difficulty lies in the function. So there is no need to fantasize about nanomining robots for the time being. Yu Yuan immediately thought of military applications. In his mind, it would be great if he could create a repair robot that could repair damaged spacecraft. Yu Yuan was not a leader who did not know any technology. He knew the difficulties of the nano-repair robot he imagined. First of all, it was the material. Humans must have some special materials. Because it was used to repair warships, this material must meet several requirements. First, it must be able to become a high-strength alloy under certain conditions and be fused to the gap in the damaged warship. Second, it must be made of ordinary elements. Third, it must be able to be processed into nanorobots in large quantities and on a large scale, and can also be integrated with other nanorobots of the same type. This requirement is very high. It is estimated that it is difficult to realize a nanorobot the size of a ping-pong ball. However, since he had an idea, Yu Yuan did not want to continue daydreaming. So he immediately invited Ikai to have a meal together, and then notified several scientists in related fields to meet immediately after the meal. After eating and drinking, Yu Yuan and Ikai went to a small meeting room first. After several relevant physicists, material scientists, computer experts, programming masters, engineering experts, mechanical manufacturing experts, etc. came, Yu Yuan went straight to the point and expressed his ideas, and then looked at them quietly. General Manager, we still have to solve the problem of mass production of nanorobots. If we can realize this kind of nano-repair robot, we must have a nanorobot production line with extremely high production. And the nanorobot the size of a ping-pong ball may still be too large. The speaker was Suzhini, a materials expert. He paused for a moment and continued. There are only two ways to make the material repair the warship. One is to melt it at high temperature, and the other is to connect the nanorobot to the structure in some way. In the first case, something that generates high temperature instantly must be built into the nanorobot, and it must also melt into a fixed shape according to our wishes. This is not only a material science problem, but also requires comprehensive considerations such as engineering and programming. In the second case, we must have smaller nanorobots. In my opinion, they must be at least the size of bees. The structure formed after melting can refer to the structure of alloy material number 1 and alloy material number 2. As for the melting and connection process, it requires the cooperation of other disciplines and professional technologies. It is impossible to make a small nanorobot generate hundreds of millions of degrees of temperature and melt itself. But we can find a way to use some materials built into the nanorobot. When the nanorobot arrives at the target location, its built-in chip will work. Melt some materials placed inside it in advance, and then extend tentacles through its shell to make it stick to other nanorobots to achieve the purpose of repair. Although this method of repair is not as strong as the original one, it is still an emergency remedy. If used in war, partially damaged warships do not need to withdraw from the battlefield and return to the dock for repair. This is a true battlefield medic. Anyone who has played the game knows the importance of the nurse. If the nano-repair technology can be successful, the combat effectiveness of the human fleet will definitely be improved by more than one level. The interstellar battlefield is different from other ones. There can be no rescue ships, or medical ships full of engineering repair equipment, nor a medical ship with a large ship of doctors. And there will be no health bars like in the game. Under normal circumstances, if a warship is damaged, it is basically not far from being completely sunk. The enemy will not talk about morality, and will not stop firing at you just because you are an unarmed rescue ship. There is no such thing as a damaged warship, and then waiting for you to send a few rescue ships to take away the personnel on the warship. After experiencing the war with Kuntai civilization, humans clearly realized that it is completely unrealistic to send out rescue ships during the war. So if you want to make the warship stronger, in addition to armor and shields, the only thing left is repair technology. Well, the nanorobot the size of a ping-pong ball is the first step. We can build it and test it first, and then find ways to optimize it. Yu Yuan nodded. He naturally understood what Suzhini meant. If this technology could really be developed, then humans would have reached the threshold of nanotechnology. And nano-repair can be used for more than just the outer shell of a warship. Yu Yuan is very clear about the value of this technology, as long as the corresponding repair program is compiled in advance. The nanorobot can also repair various damaged pipes on the warship. Imagine that nano-repair technology can completely handle those places that were damaged because the space is too small for humans and engineering machinery to enter and repair. At this moment, the computer expert on the opposite side said, "Group logic is almost impossible for us at present. But we can try to write a program for a host to control a group of nanorobots. It is not difficult to write some simple functions on the chip of each individual nanorobot. The expert in mechanical manufacturing also said, in terms of technology, experimental nanorobots the size of ping-pong balls are not a big problem. After all, they do not require corresponding repair functions. As for the size of a bee, we still have to design its structure carefully. This matter cannot be handled by one department. It also requires the cooperation of the shipyard, various parts, various pipelines, design institutes, material science, etc. In short, all relevant persons in charge. After all, the product needs to be designed with different structures according to different working environments. Yu Yuan nodded and said, that's for sure. An expert in the computer field also said, for the host AI, it is best to separate a subroutine from the central computer to be responsible for running it. For a while, everyone in the small conference room expressed their opinions and added bricks and tiles to Yu Yuan's immature idea, making it gradually from an idea to a clearly structured and possible experimental project. Chapter 289. After finalizing some outlines of the relevant nano-repair R&D projects, Yu Yuan looked at Ikai next to him. Academician E, what do you think about the limit of wisdom mentioned earlier? Seeing Yu Yuan bringing up the topic again, Ikai thought for a moment, to be honest with you, Chief, I don't think we humans will reach the so-called limit of wisdom so soon. But we have to pay attention to this aspect. So the incomplete idea I mentioned before is also about this. Oh! Yu Yuan uttered an interjection. And scientists from other fields in the small conference room also looked at Ikai, wanting to hear what he had to say. Do you remember the description of the limit of wisdom by the Awakener? Ikai was not in a hurry to answer, but first glanced at everyone in the small conference room and asked a question. Of course I remember. And it can be summed up in one sentence, exhausting the limit of knowledge, but unable to explore the unknown. A physicist answered. So now among us humans, is there anyone who can exhaust the limit of knowledge? Ikai asked again. Everyone either frowned or had their eyes brightened, probably understanding what Ikai meant. After a while, Yu Nafeng, who was opposite Ikai, said, we don't even fully understand the knowledge in our own research field. How can we talk about the limit of knowledge? That's the truth. Ikai took out his personal key points, raised his hand, and tapped on the keyboard a few times. Then took a look at the content inside and said, knowledge is known. We don't even have all the known knowledge in our brains. How can we be considered to have reached the so-called limit of wisdom? Since you all know what the Awakener means by the limit of wisdom, you must understand what I am saying now. Of course I understand. Isn't it just saying that the knowledge that each individual human has is one-sided? It seems normal that it is impossible to generate inspiration to break through the barriers based on one-sided knowledge to explore deeper unknown knowledge. In this case, doesn't it mean that the brain of an individual human needs to be filled with more knowledge? Or should we learn everything that is recorded in the human database? How is this possible? With such a vast amount of knowledge in the human database, it would probably take 10,000 years to learn all of it. Not to mention that the human brain will forget what it has learned. And there is another point that puzzles everyone. Isn't it a manifestation of wisdom to use limited known knowledge as a basis to explore the infinite unknown corner? And humans are now unable to break through the technological barriers of the third-level civilization with limited knowledge. Doesn't that mean that human wisdom has reached a certain limit? After all, everyone knows that no matter how smart a person is, the knowledge he can learn in his lifetime must be limited. Seeing everyone's different expressions, Ikai didn't know what they were thinking. So after a pause, he continued, the Awakener is a level 6 civilization. What we can't do is not a problem for them. I'm sure everyone has not forgotten what the Awakener said back then. Their purpose of coming to the Milky Way was to find the so-called path to wisdom. Therefore, the so-called limit of wisdom must be encountered by level 6 civilizations. We don't have to worry about it. And I have another piece of evidence to prove that we haven't reached the limit. Academician E, are you talking about creativity? A physicist raised his eyelids. That's right. Although our human society has shown some signs of decline, except for the fields of computer and nanotechnology, progress in other fields has not stopped. Ikai nodded. One is that humans have not yet learned all the known knowledge, and the other is that the creativity of society has not been exhausted. These two are enough to show that humans have not touched the so-called limit of wisdom. Yu Yuan also nodded secretly. The decline of human society before was entirely caused by various arguments about the cessation of technology. As long as these two arguments are organized into a set of reasonable and well-founded opinions and published to the society, the decline will inevitably be solved. Well, That's good. After figuring it out, Yu Yuan's mood instantly improved. And then he changed the subject. Academician E? What is the current situation of the Ideological Imprint project? This project belongs to the Institute of Life Sciences. So Kai, an academician and director of the institute, a top biologist, knows it best. There is progress. But the situation is a bit complicated. How complicated? This is a long story. If someone else asked, Kai would definitely say, this is a long story. So it's better not to talk about it. But when Yu Yuan asked at the small meeting, he had to say it. So Kai pondered for a moment before speaking. The study of the brain not only involves the quantum field of thinking, but also has a very close connection with genetic instinct, subconsciousness, consciousness, subconsciousness, self-consciousness, thinking field science, brainwave science, biological microelectric signal science, neural synapse science, biological evolution non-intellectuality, biological evolution self-intellectuality, and other fields of science. In fact, not only these, but also computer science, microscopic physics, and even quantum fields, microscopic dimensions, and other fields are involved. Let's put it this way. More than 100 years ago, we thought that the project was just a relatively simple one. Now it has become the largest research project currently being carried out by mankind. To sum it up, this project is still progressing steadily. But because it involves a wide range of areas, there are a lot of gaps in top scientists. With our current scientific research strength, if we want to make considerable progress like we did at the beginning, we have to fill the gaps in key top scientists in various fields. Only then can we have hope. Yu Yuan was silent. After so many years of development and growth, the number of humans has now reached about 145 million. Even though the entire human race attaches great importance to scientific and technological personnel, it is impossible for all of them to be scientists and researchers. And the outstanding scientists and researchers that can be born from such a population are still a drop in the bucket compared to the increasingly emerging scientific branches. In fact, humans have been on the dog-headed planet for nearly 200 years. Logically speaking, with the speed of human reproduction, there should be more than this population. However, due to the speed and quantity of the construction of residential spacecraft, the population growth rate has slowed down. It is the human ship manufacturing capacity, or industrial productivity, that limits population development. The development of science and technology will inevitably require a large number of outstanding scientists. And the birth of scientists depends on various factors such as population base, education, and policies. Humans cannot guarantee that everyone is extremely smart and can become a scientist. So the replenishment of scientists and scientific researchers cannot be rushed. I already know about this. Let's not talk about the shortage of scientific research forces. Let's talk about the achievements of the ideological imprinting technology project so far. Yu Yuan said. Chapter 290. Of course there are results. Let's take a look at this theory first. After saying this, Kai swiped a few times on his personal terminal and packaged a file called Interim Report of the Thought Imprint Technology Research Project and sent it to everyone in the small conference room. Everyone didn't say much. Just clicked on the file and read it quickly. Time passed slowly. And after everyone moved their eyes away from their personal terminals, Kai spoke. I believe you have probably read the report. To put it simply, the Imprint of Thought project is to study all aspects of the brain in order to find something that can add a foreign and deep-rooted thought to the brain. Kai said, therefore, we must first figure out the difference between humans and animals, or the essential difference between the brain of intelligent life and the brain of non-intelligent life. In other words, we must figure out what kind of field the ambiguous thought relies on to exist. At this point, we have to talk about genes and evolution. You have all heard this saying. That is, the fundamental difference between humans and animals is that humans can use tools, while animals cannot. Of course, this is only a very one-sided statement. To be honest, animal activities should be carried out under the urging of nature, with instinct as the direction and information as the guide. I call it genetic instinct, which evolves through the two-way communication of biological macromolecules, from gradual changes to mutations, and creates itself unconsciously. Its evolution can only be manifested in the offspring. But humans or intelligent life are different. Human evolution is through self-conscious creation and the objects of creation. Humans can evolve at any time through self-conscious creation, unlike animals that can only evolve by slowly changing their genes unconsciously for a long time. At this time, Yu Nanfeng interrupted and said, "Well, but what does this have to do with the thought imprinting project?" Ikai smiled and said, "Don't worry. Didn't I say before that the thought imprinting project involves many scientific fields, including genetic instinct, subconscious, conscious, subconscious, self-conscious, synaptic, biological evolution unconscious, biological evolution self-conscious, and other disciplines." "That's right." Yu Nanfeng nodded. Seeing this, Ikai did not talk about it anymore, but continued directly. What animals leave to their offspring is only the genetic code, while what humans leave to their offspring is the tools for creating everything. In addition to instinctive genes, it also includes language, science, culture, consciousness, concepts, and various technological creations in the material world. Humans can not only combine their wisdom with it, but also recreate and evolve on this basis. This is a milestone in the birth of wisdom. Then the question is, speaking of this, Ikai looked up and looked around at everyone, then raised his finger and pointed at his brain. How does this brain that produces wisdom create itself? First of all, we can be sure that the human brain is a superphysiological brain. The reason why it is called superphysiological is that the wisdom it produces is better than genetic instinct. But people are not equal to brains. People are a whole system, a self-knowing and self-organizing system. The reason why humans can create themselves is that they are a system in which various factors work together as a whole. But then again, the brain plays a pivotal role in the process of self-awareness and creation. You all know that we live in an era where gene editing technology is fully mature. So the difference between one person and another is not in appearance or traits, but in the brain and thinking. The effect of the brain is far beyond the estimation of language and brain development. In order to reveal the actual working principle and effect of the brain, we started with Kuntai people and dog-headed people and conducted a large number of experiments. The purpose is to deeply study the reality of intelligent life thinking. That is, the thought field flow. After saying this in one breath, Ikai felt that there was some interference in his mouth. So he picked up a bag of water from the small conference table, squeezed some into his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp before continuing. In the distant past, when people recognized thinking, they always liked to divide a whole thinking, or separated several forms of thinking from the object of thinking, such as image thinking, abstract thinking, action thinking, or starting from the effect of thinking. Divide some thinking types, such as ordinary thinking, inspirational thinking, special thinking, or starting from the level of thinking. Divide some threshold limits, such as subconscious, conscious, subconscious, etc. The same is true for scientific research. The more you study the brain, the more you will break down different functions according to different parts. For example, the division of labor between the two hemispheres of the brain. The left brain is the nerve center that processes language information and conducts abstract or logical thinking. It is responsible for language, calculation, and logical reasoning. It has the characteristics of continuity, analysis, theory, etc. The right brain is the nerve center that processes image information, non-logical visualization, and direct thinking. It has the characteristics of discontinuity, diffusion, integrity, operability, and spatial dependence, etc. In addition, there are different parts of the brain, such as the diencephalon, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, cerebellum, spinal cord, etc. If we want to influence the brain through external forces and make the brain think and the thoughts born have the imprint we want, we must find a breakthrough from these functions. Of course, the breakthrough is only the entrance for information input. But how to input information cannot be done separately, because we know that the subconscious, conscious, subconscious, etc. are not alive separately, but are field effects around the goal of thinking at the same time. This is what we often call the thinking field. It is a whole. Just as science is an internal whole, the reason why it is broken down into separate wholes does not depend on the nature of things, but on the limitations of human cognition. Therefore, if we want to imprint the information we want into the thoughts born in the brain, we cannot stay on the divided parts, because thinking is actually a dynamic whole. At the same time, all parts of the brain are working at the same time, not just one part. As a thinking field, the brain has conscious information as its thinking target. and all other non-target information as its subconscious. When thinking activities occur, all conscious information stored in the thinking field is synchronously surrounding the subconscious target information of thinking to perform field effects. At this moment, Ikai glanced at the crowd and saw that everyone was still listening carefully. So he continued, in the final analysis, these are all the results of the collision between genetic instinct and wisdom. Their macroscopic manifestations can be explained by a simple example. For example, when a very hungry person sees a lot of delicious food in a food store, he will not eat it directly because eating or not eating is conscious. And it is the stimulation point given to him by genetic instinct. The consciousness stored in the brain is not only hunger instinct, but also other subconsciousness beyond instinct, such as moral values, legal values, etc. Listening to Ikai talking, watching a scientist thinking, Yu Yuan felt that he was probably the most difficult to listen to among all the people present. After a while, he turned his head to look at Ikai, and then said, in other words, have we found the way? Ikai nodded and said, almost. Ethereal thoughts, incomprehensible thinking, and the almost metaphysical subconscious, conscious, subconscious, and spirit. We roughly know the intricate connection between them and macroscopic specific things, such as brain parts, quantum thinking fields, synaptic reactions, brain wave phenomena, etc. But how they correspond one by one, how they affect each other, and what the mathematical model between them is. There is still a long way to go. To be honest, after listening to Ikai's crackling a lot, Yu Yuan's brain has not yet fully reacted to where the so-called progress is specifically reflected. But there is indeed progress. Chapter 291. It is true that, as he said before, humans have encountered technical barriers in micro-nano and optimized general-purpose quantum computers. But there are still progress in other aspects. As Ikai talked, everyone gradually understood the progress of human research on thought and printing technology. And the more they studied the brain, the more scientists felt the endless unknown. The brain is material. Like other structures in the human body, it is formed by cell differentiation controlled by genetic information. While thoughts, thinking, subconsciousness, consciousness, subconsciousness, etc. are non-material. If humans want to understand their relationship, they also have to find a way to imprint their thoughts and thinking. It is by no means a simple matter. However, humans are not without a little research foundation. As early as the 19th century, Darwin believed that the emotions of humans and animals differ only in degree. But emotions are also the result and process of the field effect of thinking. Local brain research believes that the hypothalamus controls emotional reactions. But in fact it does not operate in isolation. If the channel between it and the relevant part of the brain is cut off, it will go out of control. And it may show angry emotions for no reason. The human mind field is constantly evolving. In addition to language symbols, the human brain also has constantly evolving superinstinct goals, as well as just collections, various concepts, and various methods. After so many years of research, scientists also know that there is more than one self-consciousness in people. It has thinking self, latent, explicit, subconscious self, etc. But in general, it is difficult for people to detect it. And these are the so-called psychiatry. The study of the brain's self-consciousness and thinking field can make people understand how the so-called wisdom creates information systematization and materialization, and then feedback and improve, so as to predict the effect of creation. As long as humans can understand the field of thought, they can find ways to influence it, so that they can eliminate the interference of genetic instincts in the field effect of combining subconsciousness with subconsciousness, and complementing language and image, to achieve the goal of creation and enter the realm of creation with self and no self. This sounds a bit mysterious, but it is not, because these studies are not metaphysics of strange powers, but truly rely on the brain to study abstract concepts such as thinking, thought, wisdom, etc. This kind of research has traces to follow. Let me give you a simple example. We all have had this experience. When you talk to yourself in your mind or read a book silently, if you savor it carefully, you will feel that there is a voice speaking inside. This is the subconscious self running automatically. The reason for this is that the human brain has formed a subconscious bridge in the long evolution process. The subconscious can already carry out the field effect of silent internal language on the channel of the automatic consciousness bridge. It cannot be felt, but can only hear the self-aware conscious language flow. This is an ability that the brain has developed over a long period of evolution. And it is also a self-protection of the mind. If all subconscious information transmissions have inner language sounds, then the brain will be overwhelmed by the noisy and chaotic inner language sounds. Some of the madness is also related to this. Therefore, as long as humans continue to study in depth, one day they will be able to truly understand the truth of thinking and thought. And the thought imprinting technology may be hidden in a certain stage of this research path. Through so many years of research, scientists have also discovered that it is not only the imprint of thought, but if the research is carried out in depth, it may be possible to continue to tap into the potential of human creativity. Creation, in simple terms, is to seek the unknown with the known. The reason why we can seek the unknown with the known is because of imagination, which is inseparable from wisdom. With the combination of various factors, intelligent life can use its imagination beyond instinct, concreteness, and time and space. And then thoughts will fly. Thoughts will connect thousands of years. The universe will be seen as close at hand. And hundreds of generations will be heard in a moment. Through quantum vision, you can travel through the universe and see all kinds of mysteries in your movements. You can also combine known ideas, theories, concepts, methods, symbols, charts and other unrelated things, and make them run and collide synchronously through wild imagination. And then suddenly realize it. Break through the constraints of the known, cross the bridge of logic, and realize the creation of new things. This is the inspiration that people have been confused and mysterious for a long time. And it is the place where the inspiration mystery of the unknown is explored. After listening to Ikai's argument, Yu Yuan finally understood why Ikai had always opposed the use of thought imprint on humans, and why he had strongly opposed it when he just found out that he had that idea. Indeed, according to what Ikai said, the so-called thought imprint technology is not the end of this branch of technology, but just a beginning. Even if humans master that technology, they cannot guarantee that it is foolproof. So it is just right to use it on cannon fodder. If you use it on yourself for your own selfish desires, then if something goes wrong, you will be a sinner of mankind. After all, no one can guarantee whether the imprint of thought will affect human potential and wisdom. Moreover, if it affects the talent of the race, then you will be blamed. Admittedly, humans have only heard the awakeners mention the talent of the race casually, and they don't know what talent their race has at all. But scientists believe that there is no need for a dignified 6th-level civilization to deceive itself. After all, if the awakeners had any intentions towards humans, humans would not have survived to this day. After this small meeting, Yu Yuan finally became firm in his heart. As expected, every technology is a double-edged sword. And as the leader of civilization, he now has an additional task, which is to use the power in his hands to ensure that the new technologies will not harm humanity itself. The small meeting ended and everyone dispersed. Yu Yuan also returned to his ordinary daily life. But such an ordinary life did not last long. In the 11th year after the small meeting, a piece of good news shattered his ordinary daily life, making him run to the Institute of Life Sciences with joy. It was not the breakthrough in thought imprinting technology, but the breakthrough in body strengthening research. After so many years of hard work, genetic scientists finally found the mechanism of the gene fragment of Kuntai people's specialized scale appearance, and discovered the intrinsic connection between the specialized scale gene and the improvement of the overall physical quality. Not only that, they also found a way to separate it. Chapter 292. This is of course great news. Although no strengthening agent has been developed to make human physical fitness stronger again, the only side effect of the previous strengthening agent can be eliminated. In other words, as long as the gene fragment that shows scales is replaced, humans can maintain their human appearance while improving their original comprehensive physical fitness. For humans, this is of great significance. After all, putting aside the concept of race, from an aesthetic point of view, no one wants to have a face full of scales. Right? After the body enhancement technology was improved, the new government also realized the significance of this technology, so it increased its investment. Under such circumstances, the improved version of the body enhancement technology quickly passed clinical trials, and in the 10th year after that, it was successfully mass-produced and put into society. I don't know if it's because of the rich biosphere resources for research, but soon after the improved version of the body enhancement technology became popular, the Life Science Research Institute made a breakthrough in life medicine. However, this life potion is not the result of the research on the biosphere of the Cobalt planet, but an evolution of the previous Wolf Biosphere research project. Scientists continue to improve the previous Life Potion 2.0. After countless invalid experimental versions such as Life Potion 2.0.1, 2.0.2, they finally found a satisfactory version, Life Potion 3.0. According to experimental data, this version can deceive genes for about 800 years. 1 Pengzhu year. This version lasts 800 years. Plus 1.0 version 200 years. 2.0 version 400 years. Which means that if a person uses the 3 versions of Life Potion 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 in sequence, he can live at least 1,400 years. The emergence of these two technological breakthroughs by the Academy of Life Sciences has swept away the previous decadence of human society. And those calls for technological stagnation have also disappeared. Human engineering and research projects are once again driven by the enthusiasm of the public. If we look at the current human beings from the perspective of space-time, we can see a busy scene. In the vast space, special boxes full of various mineral resources are projected into orbit by orbital mass accelerators. And those transport ships with long blue tail flames transport these resources to various space factories and space docks. From synchronous orbit to far Earth orbit. From the original orbit to the human fleet docking orbit. Transport ships with long tail flames can be seen everywhere. They are like bees, going in and out of various huge space facilities, presenting a thriving scene. In such a busy scene, a huge circle is particularly conspicuous. This circle has a circumference of 10,000 kilometers. The largest battleship of mankind, the Lyra, can pass through the circle horizontally. And those engineering spacecraft responsible for building and splicing modules appear even smaller. From a distance outside the space, it is really a space fortress. And those engineering ships are like little bees building nests. This is the Space Multi-Point Particle Collider that humans are about to complete. At this moment, the construction of the collider has entered its final stage. The lights of the spliced modules have been turned on. At a glance, it looks like a brightly lit Ferris wheel. And the tail flames of the engineering ships complement the starry sky against the dark background. Like gems surrounding a circle, sparkling and beautiful. In a few years, when the engineering ships have completed the welding of the outer shells, it will be officially completed. Because the collider is too huge, humans designed it into a modular splicing structure. There are 5 large modules in total. And the total length of each structure from head to tail is about 2 kilometers. In an arc shape. And in a circular shape. For transportation needs, human engineers also installed independent heavy nuclear reactors on each collider module. When conducting experiments, these heavy nuclear reactors will power the collider. And when humans leave, they will be used as engines to push their modules and sail with the human fleet. Time flies, and several years have passed in a flash. When the particle collider was completed, and the trial run was successfully completed, scientists could not wait to start the collision experiment. The most excited ones were the particle physicists. Well, generally speaking, the scientists who conducted the collision experiment were actually scientific research teams. The most active scientific team that applied for the right to use the right included physicists, engineers, and security personnel. Physicists were responsible for the design and theoretical analysis of the experiment. Engineers were responsible for the operation of the equipment and the installation of the particle generator of the experimental object. And security personnel were responsible for the protection and maintenance of order at the entire experimental site. There is no doubt that the security personnel are all qualified security soldiers who belong to the security department after training. After the collision experiment was prepared, the engineers in the scientific team called up the command interface and entered various commands on it. Not long after, a system prompt sounded in the collider operation room and other recording points and observation points. The Space Multi-Point Particle Collider self-check is completed. The observation point equipment is normal. The diversion probe module is normal. The startup serial number verification is completed. The identity verification is passed. And the channel is enabled as the Hadron Collision Module. The colliding particles in this experiment are protons. And the experiment number is. The number 1 heavy nuclear reactor is powered normally. The number 2 heavy nuclear reactor is powered normally. The number 5 heavy nuclear reactor is powered normally. The coordinated spectrum has been turned on. The supermagnetic field proton generator is ready. And the experiment is ready. After confirming again and again, the engineer in charge of the operation immediately pressed the start button. As the start button was pressed, A strong mechanical bite sound, accompanied by dense overclocking sounds, came from the proton generator. At this moment, the brightly lit space multipoint particle collider dimmed, and the 5 heavy nuclear reactors also trembled slightly. The proton flow is separated normally. The guide magnetic field is normal. The particle flow has entered the outer ring structure. The supermagnetic field acceleration is normal, and the maximum speed is expected to be 99.99% of the speed of light. The system broadcast sounded again. The space multipoint particle collider is different from ordinary colliders. After these particle flows are accelerated by the magnetic field in the ring structure of the collider, they will not collide in the large ring. Instead, after the ion beam has made enough turns and reached the predetermined speed, it changes its original orbital trajectory under the influence of the magnetic field of the guide structure, enters the prepared straight pipes in the large circle, and finally converges with other ion beams through the straight pipes to form a collision. This collision point does not exist in the same plane as the large circle of the collider itself. The detectors, cloud chambers, and other equipment and facilities placed by humans are at the end of these straight pipes. After the collision experiment is completed, physicists will conduct a detailed analysis of the substances produced during the collision based on the data recorded by the measuring instruments, so as to explore more unsolved mysteries in physics. Of course, the so-called collision experiment is not completed with only one collision. After the experimental application is approved, the team of scientists often conducts multiple experiments, and then conducts experimental analysis through multiple methods such as comparison and control. Chapter 293. From the day it was officially put into use, the experimental project of the Space Multipoint Particle Collider was suddenly postponed to more than 30 years later, and there are still applications for use on the way to the relevant departments of the new government. Scientists have obviously been holding back for many years. Now that the collider is built, they are really eager for it. This is a good phenomenon. But Yuan is also very clear in his mind that the collision experiment of the collider may not have any new discoveries for a long time. Or even for a long time. Which is also a normal phenomenon. Using a particle collider to explore the unknown is different from other types of scientific exploration. Other types of exploration may have an assumed goal, and then explore step by step towards the goal. Just like the previous room temperature superconductivity, which is to determine the goal of finding room temperature superconducting materials, and then find ways to achieve the goal. Particle colliders are different. In fact, even those scientific teams that apply to use particle colliders for particle collision experiments don't know what they can pretend to be. Therefore, it is a miracle to make new discoveries. And it is normal not to make any discoveries, because the discovery they are looking for is not a new technology, but to promote the progress of basic physics. To be honest, even if humans have become a second-level civilization, their basic physics is still ahead of the times. Many technologies derived from basic physics have not been realized by humans. But this does not mean that humans can always rely on their old achievements. Apart from other things, humans now do not have the basic theoretical framework for warp speed navigation. What they have is just a bunch of ideas without rigorous mathematical calculations and various unrealizable ideas. If we continue to rely on our past achievements, even if humans can reach the third level of civilization, they will sooner or later be stuck at the technical barriers of the fourth level of civilization. Therefore, even though we know that the collider is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there will be no results for a long time, the new government still wants to build it. Now that the collider has been completed and put into use, it can be regarded as a ray of hope for the future progress of basic physics for mankind. Scientific research is like this. If you want to make progress in basic theories, you have to make great efforts and invest for a long time. There is no shortcut, because the road ahead is unknown. Of course, it is precisely because of the unknown that scientists are more interested. After all, as a true scientific researcher, the greatest wish is to explore the unknown. It can be said that the completion and use of the collider has allowed humans to see the dawn of future scientific development. However, the particle collider is different from other scientific equipment. Once it is turned on and put into use, it must be kept running unless humans want to set sail again and move to another place. From another perspective, this is also natural. After all, this is the only particle collider in human history. As for the departure time, the new government has already made a preliminary plan. Humanity will probably leave this galaxy in 200 years. Of course, plans are plans, and the actual departure time will definitely be a little different. This depends on various factors, such as the construction of residential spacecraft, the construction of warships, the gathering of dog-headed people, the collection of the biosphere of the dog-headed planet, etc. The construction of residential spacecraft and warships is secondary. The most important thing is the dog-headed biosphere resources and the spacecraft carrying the biosphere resources. Before leaving, humans will collect as many plants and animals as possible, especially those that can be cultivated as food, which will be the delicacies on the human table in the future. Since the success of genetic modification and immune agent research, the creatures on this planet have become a source of meat for humans. Such a benefit will naturally not be missed by humans. As for warships and living spacecraft, they can only wait a little longer, because this orange dwarf star system was really licked too clean by the UFO civilization many years ago. Even though the planets are still there, the mineral resources needed to build warships are not abundant. Humans are not so desperate as to mine out all the metal on the planet. After all, humans cannot take away all the kobolds, so they still have to leave some resources for them. It's not that humans have suddenly become saints, but mining too deep will not only waste energy, but also get half the result with twice the effort. Besides, there is more than one star system in the universe. With the current capabilities of humans, it is easy to fly to the next star system. Wouldn't it be better to find a star system with many planets, rich resources, and convenient mining to mine? There is no need to die in this barren land. Therefore, the new government plans to spend another 200 years to collect biosphere resources, and then set sail. According to the plan, when humans set sail, the number of Lake-class warships will be about 100 more, and the other newly added spacecraft are residential spacecraft and biosphere spacecraft. As for fuel replenishment, that is not a problem. There are a lot of protium, deuterium and tritium in the seawater on the dog-headed planet. But as a second-level civilization, humans are too lazy to extract these nuclear fusion raw materials. They don't even have the helium-3 and helium-4 deposits on the planet to dig, but directly dig stones. Anyway, heavy nuclear fusion is just burning rocks. So humans just use soil and rocks as fuel and transport them to the fleet in space. After the energy path is broadened, it is so willful. So, after reaching the second-level civilization, as long as there are rocky planets, there is no need to worry about energy shortages at all. Oh, no. Gaseous planets are also fine, but mining is not as convenient as rocky planets. In the blink of an eye, another few decades have passed. During this period of time, the optimized version of the human body enhancement drug was officially popularized, and the scaly phenomenon on the surface of humans, when entering the overclocking mode, was also eliminated. In addition, the experimental version of the nano-repair robot was also created with the efforts of scientists and engineers in various fields. But the experimental results were not satisfactory. In a certain experiment, the engineers followed the program instructions and issued repair instructions to the repair robot group. As a result, the ping-pong-sized repair robots went to the holes in the damaged iron plate and blocked the holes with their bodies in the form of high temperature. But the result of the blocking was the same as a pile of welding slag. It did not reach the preset repair shape at all, and some even melted themselves and paralyzed halfway before reaching the experimental target location. This experiment can't be described as a failure, but a failure among failures. However, the scientists and engineers were not discouraged. Although the result was an unexpected failure, they felt that they could still learn from it. In the following time, the scientists and engineers in charge of the nano-repair project made many improved nanorobots. But there was no progress at all, and they were standing still. The particle collider has been colliding for so many years, but it hasn't produced anything? In response to the questioning of the Resource Approval Department, the scientists and engineers of the nano-repair robot project answered like this. Chapter 294. Time flies, and more than 100 years have passed in a hurry. Perhaps the plan went smoothly. Yu Yuan looked refreshed and calm today. It has been a few days since he came to the bridge of the Tianqin. After finishing his daily affairs, Yu Yuan walked towards the bridge slowly. Yu Yuan's personal office is separated from the bridge by a corridor. It takes less than 2 minutes to walk normally. If the magnetic boots are not turned on, it will be faster if he uses floating. But there was nothing urgent, so he walked slowly at this moment. Huh? Professor Bu. Why are you here? After walking a few steps, Yu Yuan saw a figure floating in front of him. It was Bu Lianshi. The mission on the ground has been completed ahead of schedule. and the base will soon enter the retraction state. So I came back, Buliencher said, and activated the magnetic boots to make his floating body stick to the ground again. Because of the life potion, after so many years, Buliencher's appearance and figure are still the same, without much change, and still look like a 30-year-old. By the way, Professor Bu, we have been digging this planet for so many years. Are the mineral resources on the planet enough for the dog-headed people to break out of the universe in the future? Seeing Buliencher stopped, Yu Yuan asked casually. Buliencher did not ask Yu Yuan why he asked this question, but thought for a moment, and answered realistically, for such a huge planet, even if we dig for hundreds of years, it is impossible to dig out all the minerals. But some rare metals are hard to say. Maybe there are still some deep under the crust. But what is certain is that many rare metal deposits in the shallow deposits have become extinct. And these deposits are exactly the metals needed to build spacecraft. If there is no accident, the dog-headed people will not be able to fly out of this planet unless they have the ability to continue digging down and dig out the rare metals buried deep underground. Is that so? Well, you can go and do your work first. Yu Yuan nodded to Buliencher, and then continued to walk towards the bridge. It seems necessary to discuss this matter. Looking back at Buliencher, who was gradually going away, Yu Yuan muttered in his heart. According to the previous exploration results of humans, the UFO civilization did leave enough resources for the dog-headed people to enter the universe. But after being plundered by humans, it is indeed not enough now. If there were other rocky planets or satellites in this galaxy, this problem would not occur. This incident was caused by the UFO civilization, and humans were the ones who made the final move. But no matter what, if we ignore it, it is indeed humans who made the final move on the dog-headed people. In fact, if it was the time when he first came to this planet, Yu Yuan would not have had such an idea, as can be seen from the way he dealt with ATU. But after being here for a long time, and driving a remote robot to travel around the planet whenever he had nothing to do, he came into contact with quite a few dog-headed people. And over time he began to feel some sympathy for these dog-headed people. Let alone sympathy. Even from the perspective of interests, humans have gained a lot from this planet. And it is not reasonable to cut off the kobolds' final flight to the universe. Of course, the use of kobolds as vanguards in the future will not change because of this sympathy. After all, the original intention of recruiting kobolds is to enrich human combat power and reduce human casualties in interstellar wars. One thing for one thing. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan came to the bridge and roughly told his ideas to several think tank members and colleagues present. After understanding Yu Yuan's thoughts, the first officer of Tianqin spoke first. General Yu, I don't think it's necessary to do this. The dog-headed people were trapped and died on this planet, and the culprit was the UFO civilization that licked it too clean. Besides, those rare metals have been made into spaceships by us. Can we melt the spaceships? Jupiter on the side also said, that's right. General Yu, we have taken away almost 10 million dog-headed people. Even if these dog-headed people are trapped and died on this planet, it is not considered extinction. Besides, what's the big deal if they are extinct? They are just aliens. That's right. If you ask me, don't worry about it. A member of the think tank also said, are they all against it? Yu Yuan pondered calmly. It seems that the inherent ideas are not so easy to change. He felt that if he said something now, these people would definitely bring up the experience of mankind since leaving the solar system. Although Yu Yuan can make decisions arbitrarily, he always reminds himself to strive to be an enlightened dictator, not a violent dictator. Therefore, unless there is a war or an emergency, he will not use his power to order everything against all opinions. While Yu Yuan was thinking, a cosmic sociology scholar who had been silent suddenly said, this is wrong. Gentlemen, when considering a problem, you can't just look at the present, but look at the entire cosmic environment. What does this have to do with the cosmic environment? A member of the think tank interrupted in confusion. He thought that this cosmic sociology scholar had a brain problem. Of course it is related. Let me finish my words first. The scholar smiled and stopped the think tank member from talking. And then continued, I just said that when looking at a problem, you can't just look at the present. Do you remember why we came here? Isn't that nonsense? Who doesn't know that it was the Awakener who took us here? Calm down. The cosmic sociologist raised his hand and pressed it down, indicating not to get excited. So, everyone might as well put yourself in their shoes. If the Awakener was like us, maybe we would have been gone long ago. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's just say we came to this planet. The Awakener took us here for 10 years. And then we got here. Coincidentally, we chose the orange dwarf galaxy that is most likely to have rocky planets as soon as we docked. And a planet with life appeared. Coincidentally, the resources of this galaxy were also used by an alien civilization. And the remaining part was just enough for the natives of this planet to fly into the universe. Don't you think this is all too coincidental? And after all these years of mining experience, you probably know how difficult it is to hollow out a planet. But this galaxy is so clean. It doesn't look like it was dug out by mining at all. As soon as the scholar finished speaking, the first mate reminded him, "Did you forget that in the description of the Kuntai civilization, their home planet was packed away by a certain advanced civilization? Maybe the other rocky planets in this galaxy are also like this. It's possible. But that's not the point." The cosmic sociologist nodded and continued, "Have you ever thought that all this was arranged by the Awakener? Don't forget. The Awakener said that we humans are very talented. Do you think it would be a test for us to meet the dog-headed natives? This test? What test? To the Awakener. We are not even ants. Why bother with any test?" One person frowned and said, "Who knows? Maybe he wants to see how we treat low-level civilizations. Or maybe there is no test. The Awakener has already traveled in the Milky Way. But don't forget, the Awakener is a benevolent civilization." The words of the cosmic sociologist made several people who were discussing on the spot fall into deep thought. Chapter 295. Yes, the Awakener did say something that made humans feel puzzled. And it was really a coincidence. Once, humans attributed the phenomenon of encountering several alien civilizations and life planets along the way to the universality of cosmic life. From the analysis of various information humans have learned, this is indeed the case. But what has happened since the encounter with the Awakener is indeed a coincidence. If it is true, as this cosmic sociology scholar said, it is really a test for the Awakener. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yu Yuan finally spoke, "Forget it. You don't need to think so much. Now that things have come to this point, it doesn't matter whether it is a test or not. From the moment we chose to come to this star system, the fate of the dog-headed people has been determined. After all, we didn't have enough fuel to sail away directly. This is a fact. Since it is unavoidable, we can proceed according to the original plan and let the relevant departments make arrangements to take as many dog-headed people as possible." As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, a member of the think tank who had not expressed an opinion said, "No, General Yu, maybe we can do something." "Oh!" Yu Yuan raised his eyelids. The think tank member pondered for a moment and said, "Apart from external factors, we should not cut off the road for the dog-headed people to fly to the universe. And we can't spit out the resources that have been used. So there is only one way left." "Well, continue." Yu Yuan nodded. Others also looked at the think tank member. "We can leave a spaceship for the kobolds." The think tank member didn't waste any words and directly expressed his thoughts. "Anyway, we can't pack up all our bases and take them away. If possible, we might as well preserve the main buildings and put 1 or 2 transport ships in the base, so that we can give the kobolds a chance of survival. Moreover, if we do this, we may have unexpected gains in the future." As soon as these words came out, the minds of several people present became active. They knew what the unexpected gains meant. According to the normal thinking of civilization development, if the dog-headed man was lucky enough to escape the cage by flying with the transport ship left by humans, it might be possible to meet him again in the universe in the future. Yu Yuan nodded, looked at the think tank member and the cosmic sociology scholar, and said, "That's not bad. You two should discuss this matter later. Draft a proposal. Submit it to the meeting for everyone to discuss together. And if it can be passed, then do it." "Okay, Commander Yu." "Well, that's it." As he spoke, Yu Yuan stood up, turned off the switch of his magnetic boots, turned around, and slightly kicked his left foot, letting his body float towards the hatch. After a while, he left the central bridge, or the Tianqin Command Center, floated all the way, and came to a porthole. As far as the eye could see outside the porthole was the dog-headed man planet. Tianqin had been in the far Earth orbit, so from here, the dog-headed man planet did not look big, but it was still possible to distinguish the general color of the planet as drawn. And since there is only one planet in the space, and the Tianqin happened to be between the planet and the star, it was very conspicuous. After Yu Yuan activated the magnetic boots again to stabilize himself, He placed his hands on the fence and looked at the lonely planet steadily. After the body enhancement transformation, his eyesight was very good, so even at a great distance, he could still distinguish the tail flames of the busy transport ships that flashed from time to time near the planet. As he looked, somehow, a huge doghead life-saving image suddenly appeared in his mind. In a trance, it seemed as if the doghead life-saving image merged with the planet outside the porthole. In this situation, Yu Yuan sighed in his heart, respect life, respect wisdom. If there is no accident, we will leave you a few transport ships. Yu Yuan believed that the two had enough reasons to convince the meeting, and the proposal should be passed. After all, it was just a few transport ships left. Just transport ships. Humans have plenty of them. As for how to leave the transport ships, Yu Yuan didn't need to worry about it. Of course, with his current understanding of human technology, he could probably guess it. It's nothing more than putting it in the base, and then finding a way to preserve the transport ship. Storage is not a problem. The key is to preserve it for a long time. With the current development of the dog-headed people, it is impossible to enter the industrial age without thousands of years. This is after being influenced by human industrial products and scientific education for nearly 100 years. If there is no human intervention, sociologists estimate that it will take at least 10,000 years for the dog-headed people to enter the industrial age naturally. Of course, the error of this age estimation is very large. After all, no one has the ability to predict the future. Therefore, if humans want to preserve the transport ship, they must overcome the erosion of time. As early as when humans first set foot in the starry sky, they had already experienced a 1,000-year life and death voyage. But that was also a life and death experience. At that time, human equipment did not have such a long shelf life. Even now that we have become a second-level civilization, human scientists are not sure that human electronic products can continue to operate for 10,000 years. Of course, 1,000 years is still easy. But since we are going to do it, we must strive for durability. Therefore, Yu Yuan thinks that the engineers are likely to leave the main body of the base, because there are many solar panels used by humans in the early stage on the main structure of the base. When the heavy nuclear reactors are not working, the electricity they provide is the main energy source for the base AI to stand by. Then the engineers estimate that they will also place a fission backup battery with a long half-life in the base to replace the standby energy of the base AI after the solar panels are damaged. As for the transport ship, it should be placed in the basement of the original base. After all, the world has changed dramatically. After humans leave, the nearby plants will inevitably quickly occupy the original base. So the transport ship will definitely not be placed in the open air. In addition, there is the problem of designing the authentication system. Since it is to be left to the dog-headed people, it is necessary to ensure that other species cannot enter the base. So humans have to create a detection system based on the dog-headed people's genes to link the base to open. Finally, there is the problem of setting the conditions for satisfying the base opening. This is a bit difficult because humans have no way to directly detect whether the dog-headed people who come here have entered the information age technology. However, it is not difficult for humans, since it is impossible to detect from the dog-headed people themselves. They can start from other aspects, such as setting up some kind of device that can sense regular electromagnetic waves. Once it is sensed, the AI placed here will be activated, and AI will replace the subsequent inspection. That's it. Oh! There is also the problem of guidance. Humans may also need to leave some legends for the dog-headed people before leaving. Chapter 296. Time flies. When the bright lights of the particle collider in space, which can be called a giant structure, were turned off one by one, humans also reached the planned departure time. The Space Particle Collider, which has been in operation for more than 100 years, ushered in its first shutdown. After the lights dimmed, this large circle with a circumference of 10,000 kilometers began to emit mechanical operating sounds, accompanied by the humming of the motor and the roar of the heavy nuclear reactor. The huge circle gradually split apart, and it looked like a donut divided into 5. The initial power for the particle collider to split into 5 modules was the mechanical thrust of the structure and the repulsive magnetic field at the gripping structure. After these two forces gradually pushed the 5 parts of the donut apart, the previous mechanical changes were also completed. The thruster nozzle that was originally folded up was re-extended and connected to the heavy nuclear reactor that originally provided power to the particle collider. Any control by the dedicated AI releases the huge energy of heavy nuclear fusion from the nozzle. The blue flames grew from short to long, emitting infinite light and heat into the space as if it was free. In an instant, the originally dark space seemed to burst out like small suns, instantly illuminating everything around. Under the illumination of these bright tail flames, the figures of the warships that were assembling in formation also emerged from the dark background. Instantly, the originally dark and lonely space was coated with a layer of silver light. The glory of technology, the power of industry was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The 5 parts of the space particle collider slowly separated under the push of the heavy nuclear fusion thrusters, and then joined the silver light team under the joint action of various steering thrusters and auxiliary thrusters. When they were in place in the large fleet, the cold nuclear pulse thrusters originally installed on the 5 parts of the collider would also work at the right time, and together with the heavy nuclear thrusters, push this largest structure ever built by humans into the depths of the universe. At the same time, the transfer platforms on the synchronous orbits were also folded back from the unfolded state under the operation of countless mechanical gears, turning into industrial spacecraft one after another, like streamers, breaking free from the gravity of the planet and flying towards deep space. 437 years. From entering the gravitational zone of the main sequence of this orange dwarf star to leaving, humans have stayed there for a total of 437 years. From the warehouse running when they came to the full pot when they left. During this period, humans not only gained materials, but also scientific progress and experimental data in all aspects. Among them, the most intuitive and unignorable harvest for humans every day is meat. The dog-headed planet allows humans to eat meat again. Then, there is the improved version of the body strengthening potion, Life Potion 3.0. With these 2 gains, humans not only have a long life, but also get rid of the scaly appearance of the overclock state, and can eat meat again, which can be said to be the best of all 3. In addition to these gains that everyone in the world has experienced personally, there are various experimental devices and data accumulation. First of all, there is the gas planet exploration mission that has been going on from beginning to end. Although this experimental project has not been able to really touch the core of the gas planet for hundreds of years, there has been progress. Every progress and deep dive has brought valuable scientific data to mankind. The second is the Thought Imprinting Research Project. This research project has not been successful either. However, after so many years of unremitting efforts, human scientists have indeed found some ways. They believe that the reason for the failure is not that humans are limited by theory, but by technology. According to the scientists in charge of this project, as long as humans can break through the technical barriers of the third-level civilization, the thought imprinting technology will naturally become a reality under the promotion of the superb craftsmanship and technology of the third-level civilization. Finally, there is the Space Multipoint Particle Collider and its collision experiment. Like the previous 2, no bird was hit in 200 years, and no grand event such as discovering new particles and writing a new chapter in basic physics occurred. However, it gave birth to many papers on cutting-edge physics technology in the human scientific community. The various technologies mentioned in these papers have been continuously turned into reality by humans in the next 100 years, gradually completing the various branch technologies that humans can currently achieve in theory. It can be said that humans are now at the peak of level 2 civilization, and they are only one opportunity or a qualitative change from quantitative change to qualitative change away from level 3 civilization. Perhaps one day a genius scientist will have a flash of inspiration and push humans to the level of level 3 civilization. After an unknown period of time, the official departure time finally arrived. At the command of the flagship, about 3,000 format spacecraft plunged into the endless darkness. Among these spacecraft, there are only about 1,200 Lake-class warships, and most of the rest are residential spacecraft and biosphere spacecraft. The number of engineering and mechanical spacecraft has not increased much. The reason is naturally that humans have gained a huge amount of biosphere resources on this trip. Well, there are also a large number of dog-headed people who set off with humans, about 11 million in number, all of whom have entered a state of hibernation. Gradually, the bright propeller tail flame representing humans finally disappeared in the darkness. The noisy electromagnetic waves also disappeared, and the ghostly neutrino detection particles also disappeared, and the lively starry sky finally became silent again. Thousands of years later, there is such a legend in the dog-headed civilization. More than 1,000 years ago, the god of light came to the world and floated away after passing down the magic. The ancestors were blessed with great fortune and inherited the magic. It is said that those who practice magic can call the wind and rain, and drive thunder and lightning. Those who are highly skilled in magic can travel thousands of miles in an instant, fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and move mountains and seas. As for those who can understand the way of heaven from the magic, they can even get a glimpse of the way to longevity. Some dog-headed people also made up a mythological story book through some fragmentary legends. The cultivation system in the story book has clear levels. The entry stage seems to be called the state of tranquility, followed by the state of concentration, the state of training, the state of breaking light, the state of light, and finally the state of breaking the void. In this myth, it is said that the ancestors left after they had achieved success in cultivation. As for why no dog-headed man has achieved success in cultivation, this myth also gives an explanation. That is, during the war between the East and West continents in history, the battle between the void-breaking realm masters of both camps was too fierce, resulting in the severing of the continent's veins. From then on, the world changed, and the spirit of the entire continent dissipated, making it no longer suitable for cultivation. In the legend, the place where the ancestors left the continent is called Tianmin. In the myth, there is also a description of Tianmin. It is said that it is the space gate set up by the god of light before leaving. Passing through Tianmin, you can leave this world. Chapter 297. The emergence of the legend was accidental, but not entirely accidental, because humans did leave 9 transport ships at the distant base. The 9 transport ships have complete life support facilities, sufficient fuel, and the hibernation chambers are densely packed with most of the internal space. As long as you get the right to use it, it will be no problem to fly out of this orange dwarf star to the nearby star system. It is worth mentioning that these transport ships, whether it is the preset air environment or the preset atmospheric pressure, are all the same as the environment of the dog-headed planet, except for the gravity system that cannot be solved. The hibernation chambers were also designed according to the physical conditions of the dog-headed people. Obviously, these 9 transport ships were specially left as a retreat for the dog-headed people, and they were the Noah's Ark left by humans for the dog-headed people, because they were specially designed for escape. The transport ships had a lot of hibernation chambers. If the 9 transport ships were fully loaded, at least more than 2 million dog-headed people could set foot on the Starry Sky Road. If they squeezed in, it would probably not be a problem to load more than 3 or 4 million. The triggering method of the base was not much different from what Yuan had thought before. The electromagnetic waves were guided by induction and the base AI. However, there is one difference. The language system used by these transport ships is not English, but Chinese. Although humans taught the dog-headed people English at the beginning, they still have to learn Chinese to board the ship in the end. After all, the entire human system is now in Chinese, and it is naturally impossible to create a fleet using another language system for a bunch of dog-headed people. As for the transport ships left by humans in the base, as long as the dog-headed people can wake up the preset program and call out the base AI, the base will be officially open to the dog-headed people after the AI confirms that the dog-headed people have truly entered the information age. Of course, although 9 transport ships can only take away millions of dog-headed people, if the dog-headed people's home planet has not suffered any major disasters or stellar disasters, they can send out 1 or 2 ships to establish outposts in nearby star systems. As for how to use them, it depends on the choice of the dog-headed people at that time. Anyway, after staying here to search for transport ships, humans left. If there really comes such a day, I don't know what the dog-headed people will think. After all, according to the guidance of their own myths, what they found was not a gate of heaven, nor a method of cultivation of gods, but a high-tech base and 9 transport ships that can cross the sea of stars. However, if some human artifacts can be passed down, some dog-headed people will probably find some clues. After all, they exchanged a lot of industrial products from humans. As long as the dog-headed people get rid of ignorance and scientific thinking rises, they will surely make some guesses after seeing the parts of ancient legends such as lighters, stainless steel, and pistols. It is estimated that by then, there will be a lot of news about the top 10 unsolved mysteries of mankind in the dog-headed people's society. Dog-headed people with a little brains may even be able to make up ancient super civilizations and ancient lost civilizations. Of course, there are also legends about aliens. The reason why it is called ancient times is that the lifespan of dog-headed people is very short. 30 years old is already a long lifespan. It is normal to die between 25 and 3 or 4 years old. In such a short life, 1,000 or 2,000 years is the same as the 5 or 6,000 years faced by humans. Well, in fact, it is not just dog-headed people. 1,000 or 2,000 years is naturally a long time for humans. If it were not for the fact that they were in hibernation for most of the time during the voyage, humans would not be able to survive such a long time. After all, if the number 1, 2, and 3 life potions are used up, humans can extend their lifespan by 1,400 years. Taking into account the natural aging time of the body's functions, it is no more than 1,500 years. Even Yu Yuan and Lu Xiufan, who had inhaled the red gas and gained 500 years of life, only lived for less than 2,000 years. With the current technology of mankind, if we don't consider the fuel factor and keep flying, we can only travel 600 light years in 2,000 years. Such a distance is no different from not moving at all for the Milky Way, which has a galactic disk of 100,000 light years. Of course, humans would not run around for nothing. You know, the Awakener said that this place is far away from the battlefield area known as the dangerous star field. Therefore, humans do not plan to run too far. But they will not stop too close to the dog-headed planet. After all, they have left transport ships for the dog-headed people. If they stay near their star system to mine, they may waste their resources again. Since humans have completed the star map update when the Awakener brought them to this star field, they are not worried about getting lost when they set foot on the starry sky again. However, this is the edge of the cantilever, and the distance between stars is farther than the star field where the solar system is located. The nearest star to the orange dwarf star where the dog-headed man is located is 14.9 light years away, and most stars are more than 20 light years away from each other. So after setting foot on the starry sky again, humans arranged the hibernation rotation system as usual, planning to travel to more star systems, find a star system with rich rocky planet resources, and then stop to continue development and build warships with technology. And it is precisely because of the sparseness of stars that humans can no longer sail outward. Because if they continue to sail in the direction outside the cantilever, the distance between stars there is even 50, 60, or even hundreds of light years, which is still a bit beyond the reach of human navigation technology. As for going to star fields with dense stars, humans dare not do so, because the more stars there are in the universe, the greater the possibility of the birth of civilization. Since leaving the solar system, we have encountered too many civilizations, and humans are indeed afraid of encountering other civilizations. Therefore, for the sake of safety, the new government decided to walk along the edge of the cantilever towards the end of the cantilever. It took humans 56 years to walk from the dog-headed planet to the first star station. After stopping for a short resupply, the human fleet continued to set foot in the starry sky. From the first star station to the second star station, humans spent nearly 70 years on the road, and then relied on star supplies as usual, and continued on the road a few years later. 300 years passed in a flash. Humans drove into the deep space again and again, heading to the other side of the starry sky that they could only look up to in the past. And at the same time, again and again, they turned the other side of the starry sky into a starting point and marched to the deeper other side again. Since the solar system disaster broke out, human beings have never stopped. Over the years, humans have crossed the void, visited the places where the ancients observed the celestial phenomena, stepped on the stars, and came to unknown star fields, seeing the magical world of life. If we look at it from the perspective of the ancients, today's humans can be regarded as stepping on the sun and the moon and picking the stars. Chapter 298. The starry sky does not ask the travelers. The stars in the sky did not ask who passed by them. They just watched the human fleet come, dug some minerals, and then left. Yu Yuan has woken up from hibernation for a month. He is now at the porthole of Tianqin, looking at the starry sky outside. The starry sky is bright. Looking at the starry sky from a spaceship is far less beautiful than looking at it from the Earth. If you look at the starry sky from a spaceship, then the ancients probably couldn't recite poems. The candlelight on the mica screen is deep. The long river gradually falls, and the morning stars sink. Stars splash on the cloud bank. Dewdrops and bath fluid trickles. And the precious stone is cut and cut. In this case, looking out from the porthole of the spacecraft, the starry sky appears brighter. But without the atmosphere and the refraction of water vapor, the stars will not blink. Against the deep dark background, They look like fascinating lights in the underworld. The deep starry sky, the dark background, seems close yet far away. Staring for a long time, you will feel the stars sinking into the abyss, and the fear of the deep space. The huge contrast between the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of oneself will overwhelm your mind at this moment. Eternity and the brevity of time will occupy the whole life at this moment. Emptiness and loneliness will take advantage of this moment, making people feel that all efforts are meaningless. Morning mushrooms do not know the new moon and full moon, and cicadas do not know spring and autumn. Plankton is born in the morning and dies in the evening, and summer cicadas do not know spring and autumn. I mourn the brevity of my life and envy the infinity of the Yangtze River. All kinds of negative emotions about the great, the small, the short, the eternal. Life and death will burst out at this moment. It is deep space claustrophobia, a test from the self, the subconscious, and the cognition of the universe. A great terror, and also a self-breakthrough of thought. Yu Yuan is no longer affected by the confinement of deep space. But after reading a lot of human research on thinking, self, subconsciousness, etc., he now recalls the confusion in his mind when he first gazed at the starry sky. It seems that it is right not to go to the starry field with dense stars. In another 10 years, we will reach the destination of this voyage. Looking at the slowly moving stars in front of him, Yu Yuan's thoughts are no longer on him. According to observation results, humans have long known that the destination of this time is a yellow dwarf star. Astronomers believe that there is a high probability that there are rich rocky planet resources there. Yellow dwarf. What a familiar name. If nothing else, the Sun is a yellow dwarf. Since the theory of stellar evolution is a theory, it has a certain universality in the universe. Otherwise it cannot become a theory. Therefore, astronomers have sufficient reason to believe that the yellow dwarf galaxy is rich in resources. In fact, at this moment, when humans have not really arrived in the yellow dwarf galaxy, astronomers have obtained some information about yellow dwarfs from spectral analysis. During the voyage, they also use several methods of extraterrestrial planet detection to detect that there are indeed planets. And there are more than one. If nothing unexpected happens, this time humans will stop and develop in the target star system, and will not leave until they reach the third level of civilization. Because humans were born in the environment of yellow dwarf star systems, they have a deep understanding of yellow dwarf stars. Therefore, for safety reasons, when the large fleet was still halfway, several groups of unmanned probes had already gone ahead to explore the target star system. It is customary for unmanned exploration spacecraft to explore first. But this time, humans have added a lot of exploration power. In fact, it is not just that. While sending probes to the target star system, humans also sent some disposable probes to the nearest star system around the navigation. Do it as safe as possible. A wandering civilization. All its belongings are in the entire fleet. If it is not safe, it will be doomed. It is always right to be cautious. Because of caution, the probes were placed far away by humans. Now the fleet is about 3 light-years away from the destination. But the probes are already more than 1 light-year away from the front of the fleet. If the detector finds something, it will receive the message in less than a year and respond accordingly. A response distance of 1 light-year is not short, and it is enough for humans to hold in meetings to discuss various problems encountered. Because communication is limited by the speed of light, the speed of low-level civilizations is also very slow. So the various problems encountered in space navigation will not actually cause much tension. The situation in novels where a single shot instantly destroys the enemy does not exist. At least not at the level of low-level civilizations. Every second counts, and a second less of reaction time will put the entire fleet at risk of destruction. It will not appear in large-scale interstellar navigation. If it does appear, it will appear when the two sides are really fighting. It is precisely because of the huge distance scale of the starry sky, the limitations of light-speed communication and sublight-speed navigation. If two civilizations of the same level meet, they will most likely detect each other first. If the two sides fight, and one side wants to run to catch up with the other, this kind of chase between the same level is likely to last for thousands of years. Of course, the gap in technological level is another matter. Therefore, the fleet, including Yuan, was quite comfortable in this state. Apart from some daily matters, there was basically nothing that could make them anxious. It was because of this that Yu Yuan had time to run to the porthole to look at the starry sky. While Yu Yuan was leisurely admiring the starry sky, he saw a graceful figure floating from afar in the corner of his eyes. General Yu. The voice came before the person arrived. The voice of the royal sister. Very familiar. Yu Yuan knew who the person was without looking at him. After waiting for a while, Yu Yuan turned his head and looked at the person who floated to his side and turned on the magnetic boots to stabilize his body. Deputy man. How come you have time to come here? Is there something wrong with the detector? The person who came was Man Yuemei. Because it would not take long to reach the destination. The human military and political leaders were gradually waking up from hibernation. After so long, Man Yuemei was not only the Minister of Armaments, but also the Deputy Minister of the Command Headquarters. So Yu Yuan called her Deputy Man. The Deputy Minister of the Command Headquarters was different from the Minister of Armaments. The Minister of Armaments was elected every 500 years, while the Deputy Minister of the Command Headquarters was appointed by Yu Yuan himself. But it was not a lifetime appointment, but a one-term appointment, and could be re-elected for a maximum of 2 terms. There are 2 deputy ministers. Man Yuemei is one of them. Everything is normal. I just woke up not long ago, and was just strolling around. I happened to see you here, so I came over. Man Yuemei seemed to have just woken up from hibernation and had a normal sleep. So she yawned while talking. Oh, I'm glad you're fine. Since you've woken up, you should go back to the Second Fleet in a while. We're almost at our destination, and there are many things in the fleet that need your arrangement. Yu Yuan looked at Man Yuemei's profile, and then turned his head to look at the starry sky outside the porthole. It's not a big problem, but I just woke up. Let me adapt for a few days and move my body around first. Man Yuemei straightened her chest and twisted her waist, raised her hands to stretch her muscles, and at the same time gave a reason that left Yu Yuan speechless. What do you mean you need to move around for a few days just after waking up? With the current physical fitness of humans, it takes only a few hours of adaptation to wake up from hibernation to fully recover. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan glanced at Man Yuemei, who was stretching next to him, wanting to see what she was thinking. Chapter 299. Of course, you can't see through it. After all, Yu Yuan doesn't have superpowers. There's nothing big about coming and going. Since Man Yuemei is here, Yu Yuan simply stopped paying attention to the porthole and chatted with her. They were all some meaningless chat topics, but it was quite pleasant. Perhaps because he has been in a high position for a long time. Except for some senior scientists in the new government. Other people are always a little timid when talking to Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan naturally noticed this, but he couldn't do anything about it. Of course, Man Yuemei was different. She didn't make Yu Yuan feel that way. Instead, she was too casual. Well, she would be like this when it wasn't about work. In fact, hundreds of years ago, when Man Yuemei showed some of her feelings because of the life potion incident, Yu Yuan felt it. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what this woman meant. But just as he was entangled back then, this matter was really difficult to handle. Yu Yuan didn't say this explicitly, but the two had worked together for hundreds of years, and Man Yuemei probably saw it. The two chatted tacitly, but this time their chat didn't last long before a message interrupted them. It was a message from the military. Unlike previous communication reports, this time the information was directly transmitted to Yu Yuan through the Human Internal Communication Network. If it can be directly transmitted to Yu Yuan, the matter must be very complicated, and it is very likely that the detector has discovered something. The current new government system is much more perfect than before. For example, for news outside of human civilization, it is no longer necessary to send it to the Tianjin Command Center first, and then the Command Center will notify Yu Yuan and let him rush to the Command Center, but both at the same time. As one of the deputy commanders, when Yu Yuan received the message, Man Yuemei also received the message. The two looked at each other, without saying much, and directly opened the personal terminal to check the content of the message. Sure enough, the detector found a signal. After taking a look at the personal terminal, Yu Yuan knew what was going on. Let's go and take a look. Then, Yu Yuan called Man Yuemei next to him, and then turned to the command center. The information sent by the communication department showed that the detector should have detected an electromagnetic wave signal with obvious patterns. It is still unknown what the electromagnetic wave contains, because the detector a light year away cannot know how to decipher it by itself. It just receives the signal and then transmits it to the human fleet behind it according to the established procedure. Decoding and analysis work still needs to be done by human scientists themselves. This is another troublesome thing. It seems that I really need to go back to the Second Fleet as soon as possible. Man Yuemei nodded. then turned off the switch of the magnetic boots, slightly kicked her right foot, and floated to the command center with Yu Yuan. We have to wait until scientists decipher the signal to find out the specific content. But it's probably not a good thing. It's right for you to return to the second fleet. But there's no rush. Go back tomorrow. Yu Yuan turned his head and said. The detector received the signal from a light year away. It takes a year for the signal to be transmitted at the speed of light. The human fleet has plenty of room for operation. Besides, the second fleet doesn't need Manuimei to arrive before it can take action. If there is really an emergency, just send an order from the Tianjin and let the duty personnel execute it first. In fact, there are two other reasons why Yu Yuan was so calm. One is that this was not the first time he had encountered aliens, so he was no longer as surprised as before. The other reason was the form of the signal. When he was browsing the information just now, he had noticed that the signal source received by the detector was indeed in the form of a signal. From this point, it can be preliminarily judged that the technological level of the signal source is not very high, because as far as humans know, the communication and information transmission method of the second-level civilization layer can already be replaced by neutrino communication. Of course, neutrino communication cannot transmit information to unknown targets in the form of broadcasting. After all, there are only two types of waves that can transmit information in space. One is electromagnetic waves, and the other is gravitational waves. Both of them are caused by long-range forces, so they can transmit information in space. So if the information source has a high level of technology, the detector should receive gravitational wave signals in addition to electromagnetic wave signals. But now there are only electromagnetic wave signals, which is enough to show that the information source does not have the technology to transmit gravitational waves. Therefore, even if we encounter an alien civilization, the level of civilization should not be too outrageous. Of course, this judgment is definitely one-sided. After all, humans themselves do not know what level of civilization they must reach to be able to create and emit gravitational wave signals. Anyway, humans cannot do it. And perhaps even level 3 civilizations may not be able to do it. It is true that humans can use laser interferometer space antenna arrays to receive gravitational wave signals. But the technical gap between receiving and transmitting is more than just a gap. It is simply countless technical barriers. If you want to determine the level of civilization that the signal comes from, you can only wait. First, wait for the follow-up information sent back by the detector. And second, wait for scientists to decipher the content of this electromagnetic wave signal and then analyze it. However, no matter what the result is, humans must start to prepare for it. So in the process of floating towards the command center, Yu Yuan asked Manuimei to tell the duty officer of the second fleet first, so that he could be mentally prepared. After floating for a while, the two arrived at the command center of Tianjin. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yu Yuan asked the scientific officer, who was busy at his post, "Has the follow-up information from the detector been transmitted? How is the situation? Did the detector capture the source of the information?" Human civilization does not know much about the universe at present, but the staff on the warship are no longer the novices of the past, and basically have a certain understanding of the universe. As the scientific officer of Tianjin, he naturally knew why Yu Yuan asked such a question. The universe is vast and boundless, and the starry sky is deep and dark. Even if intelligent life has embarked on the starry road with the help of technology, it is not easy to see what is on the other side of the starry sky. Therefore, even if an unknown civilization discovers human probes, it is impossible to find the human fleet at the first time in a distant light year. After all, there is no dense interstellar dust cloud in the space where the human fleet is located. As for the follow-up information of the probe in the question, of course, it is because the universe is too vast, since the few small probes of humans can be discovered. It must be that the distance between the two is too close. Even so, the human probe can definitely find the target, unless the technological gap between the two sides is too large. If that is the case, Yu Yuan will definitely order the fleet to change course without hesitation. Chapter 300. Commander Yu. Deputy Man. Look! This is the picture our detector captured. The scientific officer tapped the keyboard in front of him a few times, transferred the picture to the central large screen, and turned to point at the large screen and said, "The electromagnetic wave signal should be sent by these spacecraft. Judging from the behavior logic of the detector AI, our detector should have stopped moving at this time." The detector mentioned by the scientific officer is the detection spacecraft. which is about the size of a large transport plane. It is no different from a speck of dust in the empty space. The reason why it was discovered should be because of the bright tail flame and the fact that the two sides were too close. At this moment, Yu Yuan looked up at the big screen. So he frowned slightly. Well, it seems to be a probe from a certain civilization. But why is it so big? In the picture displayed on the screen, there are 3 spaceships that are much larger than human probes. From the comprehensive analysis of human probes using optical remote sensing technology and the length of their tail flames, these 3 spaceships are probably much larger than aircraft carriers. According to human understanding of the structure and use of spaceships and warships, a spaceship of this size is definitely not a warship. But if it is a probe, it is a bit big. General Yu, Director Gao Kun believes that these 3 spacecraft are likely to be manned exploration spacecraft, or some kind of space patrol spacecraft. The scientific officer replied. Where is Gao Kun? Yu Yuan asked again. He is on his way over. The linguists and cryptographers have also begun to analyze and decipher the signals. The scientific officer hesitated and asked, General Yu, should the fleet slow down? Don't worry. The situation is unclear now. Let's wait until the electromagnetic wave signal is deciphered. Yu Yuan shook his head. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he began to ponder. Although it was not easy to act rashly in the unclear situation, some preparations could still be made. After pondering for a while, Yu Yuan said to the communicator, pass the message to the duty officer of the First Fleet, and order him to release detectors to the surrounding starry sky again, and make sure to do a good job of early warning. Yes. The communicator at the workstation responded. After speaking, Yu Yuan called Zhu Pite again. Without waiting for the other party to be polite, he directly said, Pite, order you and other security soldiers to do a good job of social security, strengthen internal vigilance, and cooperate with the Internal Affairs Department to wake up the hibernating personnel in the scientific community. Received. Zhu Pite also responded. After hanging up Zhu Pite's communication, Yu Yuan summoned the duty officers of various departments of the new government and asked them to start waking up the hibernating personnel in each department. After notifying everyone, Yu Yuan turned his head and said to Man Yume beside him, Deputy Man, you should also notify the key personnel and soldiers of the Second Fleet to wake up. Man Yume said, okay. The human fleet is currently about 3 light-years away from the target star system. According to normal navigation procedures, it is far from the time to wake up a large number of hibernating personnel. Therefore, nowadays, including the various ministries of the new government, the First Fleet, and the Second Fleet, most of them are only under the charge of the duty chief. And now when encountering an emergency, it is natural to wake up the personnel. Civilians can take a break, but scientists in various fields, new government officials, commanders of various types of spacecraft, captains of various warships, soldiers, etc. are urgent. After a series of orders were issued, Yu Yuan's eyes were back on the big screen, carefully staring at the 3 unknown spacecraft on the screen. All 3 spaceships have long tails, which means that the technology level of the unknown civilization behind the spaceships is not ridiculously high. At least it is still within the scope of human cognition, and from the situation of these 3 spaceships entering the field of vision of the detector, this unknown civilization has not mastered warp speed navigation, because humans have seen the scene of warp speed spaceships appearing in the database of Kuntai civilization. The situation of spaceships suddenly appearing and then the image retreating has not appeared, which means that the unknown civilization behind these 3 spaceships does not have the means of superluminal navigation. The main reason why Yu Yuan was so calm was that he read this information from the screen. As for why the 3 spaceships in the screen now have such long tail flames, Yu Yuan judged that they should be slowing down. A civilization that does not master the means of superluminal navigation must be surprised to suddenly find a probe team that does not belong to its own civilization in the universe. So it is normal to slow down and initiate communication. And those who can make such a direct judgment may really be like what Gao Kun said, that these 3 spaceships are manned. I hope the unknown civilization behind these 3 spaceships understands the communication methods of cosmic civilizations. Yu Yuan looked at the big screen, raised his hand, and touched his stubble, thinking in his heart. Humans still know the AI they have created very well. The probe team should break and stop when encountering this situation. If the unknown civilization behind the 3 spaceships on the opposite side knows the communication and exchange rules between civilizations, they should wait patiently instead of attacking directly. due to the information delay caused by the vast space scale. The human fleet has no idea about the situation of the probe team 1 light-year away at this moment, because the images Yu Yuan saw at this moment were from almost a year ago. Fortunately, the images sent back by the probe are continuous. As long as there is an accident, the human fleet can receive it 1 year later. Well, as the fleet continues to sail forward, the time difference is less than a year, about 11 months and 20 days. As time goes by, the images on the big screen gradually change. First of all, it can be judged that the 3 spacecraft are indeed slowing down. The human probe team is also slowing down. According to the data of various instruments on the probe, the two sides are only about 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers apart at this moment, and they are gradually getting closer to each other as time goes by. It is impossible to wake up scientists from hibernation in one go, not to mention that they need to adapt for a while after waking up. So at this moment, there are not many people in the Tianjin Command Center, and even the people in front of the rows of computers on the work platforms are scattered. And standing in the hall looking at the big screen are only Yuan, Man Yuimiai, and the duty scientific officer. However, Yu Yuan has nothing else to do, so he just looks at the big screen. He hopes to get more information about the civilization to which the unknown spacecraft belongs before the big guys arrive. The situation on the screen did not disappoint him. Yu Yuan, who had been staring at the big screen for a long time, finally caught another important piece of information. As the detector gradually approached, Yu Yuan saw that the tail flames of the 3 warships that were slowing down had changed. The long and bright tail flames were interspersed with flashes of light. If I guess correctly, it should be the tail flame phenomenon produced by the cold nuclear pulse thruster. In other words, the civilization to which these 3 spacecraft belonged was most likely a level 2 civilization. Chapter 301. The 3 spacecrafts were not very massive, so the deceleration process was completed very quickly, because they were slowing down for the human probe team. The 3 spacecrafts did not completely slow down to a relative stationary state relative to the star system, but adjusted their speed to a level similar to that of the human probe team. In fact, it is still very difficult to judge one's own speed in an empty environment, especially in this kind of space far away from the star system, with no reference system around and insufficient knowledge of space navigation. So one has no idea whether one is stationary or moving. On Yu Yuan's side, since the human probe team was using various detection equipment to detect all the time, the images he could see were actually continuous. Therefore, after the 3 spacecraft slowed down, he could also see them clearly. From the appearance, the 3 spacecrafts were normal in shape, not disc-shaped or cylindrical, but with a cool technological appearance, with an inverted triangle shape as a whole, with a smaller head and a slightly larger back, and slightly flat on the top and bottom, which was quite consistent with the image of a spaceship imagined by humans. Since they were too far away, the muzzles of the 3 spacecrafts could not be seen clearly, but according to the shape analysis, they were probably on the 2 more prominent sides. It seemed to be a design that continued the internal startup layout of the planet. As time went on, the speed of the human probe team also slowed down, and finally maintained a similar relative speed with the 3 unknown civilization spacecraft at a position of 10 kilometers. And then they just stood there quietly, and there was no new change in the picture. Well, it seems that these 3 unknown civilization spaceships are quite rational. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan could not help but nod his head. Presumably, the 3 spaceships should also see the human probe as just a probe. The stalemate at this moment is not a stalemate, but a waiting for the reaction of the humans behind the probe. If there is no accident, this stalemate will continue, and it will last for a long time. In fact, when humans saw this picture, this state had lasted for a year. After all, it takes a year for the information to be transmitted from the probe to the human fleet. Even if humans succeed in deciphering electromagnetic wave signals, the earliest reaction that can be seen by the 3 unknown civilization spacecraft will be another year later. The distance is long, and it takes 2 years for information transmitted at the speed of light to go back and forth. This is the norm for low-level civilizations to communicate, and humans are used to it. At such a large distance, even light seems to be as slow as a snail, so there is no rush. Therefore, after seeing that time was still passing on the screen, but the actions of both parties on the screen were stagnant, Yu Yuan turned around and did what he had to do. Anyway, scientists from all walks of life and important staff of the command center would not come so quickly. One day passed like this. After Yu Yuan returned to the battleship's living area and had a good sleep, he came to the command center of the Tianqin at a leisurely pace the next day. As for Man Yuimiai, after discussing life with Yu Yuan, she went to the Second Fleet. Humans now have more than 1,200 Lake-class battleships. The Second Fleet directly controls 500 battleships, with Man Yuimiai as the supreme commander. As for the First Fleet, it is naturally the fleet headed by the Tianqin, which controls 700 Lake-class battleships. Of course, there are also various functional spacecraft and work platforms allocated to the two fleets. After all, a fleet is not only capable of fighting, but also capable of collecting supplies, maintaining damaged warships, etc. A fleet must be a collection of spacecraft with various functions. You must know that wars on a cosmic scale must be long-lasting, and it is possible to fight for hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, it is impossible for a fleet to bring residential spacecraft with it. Therefore, the matching design of human fleets is very particular. After all, you can't go out on a mission, fight for decades, and then run back to the main body to replenish supplies and fuel. Well, let's get back to the point. When Yu Yuan arrived at the command center early the next morning, it was no longer as deserted as yesterday. The rows of seats in front of the computer work platforms were already full of people, the first and second mates of the warship, as well as scientists and scholars from various fields who were awakened. And the new government officials had gathered together. Chief General, General Yu. As soon as Yu Yuan walked into the command center, all the staff looked over. Yu Yuan nodded, and walked slowly towards his seat, saying, "How about it? Do you have any opinion?" Yu Yuan arrived late, and it is estimated that the staff have been discussing for a while. So he asked this question. As soon as the voice came, an official from the headquarters pointed to the picture on the big screen that had not changed, and said, "General Yu, in my opinion, although these three spacecraft show the technology of the second-level civilization, we must not be so one-sided and take it for granted that the civilization behind them is a second-level civilization. I also watched the deceleration footage before. Their engines should be heavy nuclear fusion and cold nuclear pulse. However, this can only explain the technological content of these three spacecraft, and cannot represent the technological level of the civilization behind them, because these three spacecraft are just small spacecraft. Before getting the data of their main battleships, we cannot jump to conclusions." At this time, a member of the think tank also said, "Chief of Staff Lon is right. I believe everyone has not forgotten the third-level civilization symbol technology. Nor has he forgotten the source of our information on the third-level civilization technology symbol. They all say it's nanotechnology. So do you think Silver Mist could be hiding something? Or, after a civilization has mastered real nanotechnology and has become a level 3 civilization, does its power system still use heavy nuclear fusion and cold nuclear pulses? Well, go on." Hearing this, Yu Yuan was also stunned. He also noticed that from primitive civilization to level 1 civilization, and then from level 1 civilization to level 2 civilization, the essence of the technological changes that marked it was the improvement of energy level utilization and the expansion of energy acquisition range. But why did it become true nanotechnology when it reached the third-level civilization? Suddenly, Yu Yuan recalled the original situation. So he reminded, no. I remember that the Silver Mist consciousness said that the third-level civilization has a hybrid system with charged antiparticles, and the navigation speed will be able to reach 50% of the speed of light." "Yes." The think tank member nodded and said, "That's why I said that the three spaceships are small spaceships. Perhaps due to space limitations, they are not equipped with that kind of hybrid system. Therefore, we need to see their main battleships before we can make a conclusion. Therefore, we have to take this possibility into consideration in our assumptions, predicting the opponent in a big direction." Yu Yuan thought about it, and then said, "There is some truth. Then if the civilization behind the three spacecraft is a third-level civilization, what should we do?" The think tank member immediately replied, "I suggest that the fleet slow down immediately, turn around and head to another star system, and continue on the road after a little supply." Chapter 302. As soon as the think tank member finished speaking, a physicist stood up and shook his head, saying, "In fact, I think this is unnecessary. For two reasons. One, if the other party is a level 3 civilization, then as long as they want, we will definitely not be able to escape. Two, if we slow down now, our entire fleet will inevitably be exposed to the other party's vision. Think about the Kuntai civilization back then. We must learn from the past and pay attention to it. The think tank member who spoke was speechless for a moment. It is indeed, as the physicist said. If it is really a level 3 civilization, the other party will definitely not be able to escape if they want to chase. And if humans slow down the entire fleet without knowing the other party's situation, then the bright tail flame of the fleet's deceleration will inevitably be observed by the other party. And it will be just like the Kuntai civilization in the past, being observed by humans, but knowing nothing about humans. In the current situation, the human situation seems to have become the same as the original Kuntai civilization, except that it is not as seriously troubled by fuel shortages as the Kuntai civilization. Everyone in the command center was silent for a moment. And then someone worriedly said, "But if we don't slow down, can we rush up and destroy those 3 spaceships? Now we know nothing about the other side, and rashly using force may be in danger of capsizing." Who said we should use force? The physicist who spoke just now rolled his eyes at him. Then what do you say? The physicist was not vague and said directly based on his own judgment, "Wait until the electromagnetic wave signal is deciphered and communicate with the other side before seeing the situation. During this period, the fleet can use the steering thrusters to adjust its attitude. At such a distance, the light from the steering engine is not very strong, and the other party should not be able to detect it." "That's fine. Have you chosen the alternative destination?" Yu Yuan nodded. "It seems that this is the only way now. It is currently 10.77 light years away from us. With our current inventory of materials and fuel, it is not a problem to run there." The physicist raised his hand and clicked on his personal terminal, projecting a star map onto the large screen. Yu Yuan looked up and found that the star marked was a red dwarf, which appeared very dim on the star map. "Well, let's arrange it this way first." After thinking for a while, Yu Yuan nodded. Since the probe team was stopped, it is estimated that the unknown civilization lives in the yellow dwarf ahead. In this case, humans naturally cannot rush over so rashly. Now humans have no idea about the internal situation of the yellow dwarf and the situation of the other civilization. If they rush over so rashly, wouldn't they really follow the footsteps of Kuntai civilization? Everyone gathered together to discuss for a while, and after reaching a consensus, Yu Yuan issued the order to the entire human fleet. Time ticked by, and half a day passed in a flash. When it was almost time for dinner, the door of the Tianqin's command center was finally pushed open. No. Someone came and opened automatically after identity verification. The people who floated in were from the linguist and cryptography teams. Doctor of Linguistics Liu Xiaofan did not come, but another doctor of linguistics came. Yu Yuan remembered that this person seemed to be called Zheng Shan. The cryptography expert was not Sinskaya, but a young man named Kuemu. He was indeed a young man, because he not only looked young, but was actually only 70 years old. Now, of course, there would not be only the few people there at the beginning, so it was not the original doctor who was responsible for the decryption work. Humans were no longer the same as when they had just escaped from Callisto. Experts and scholars in various disciplines and fields were in science. It was normal. The two entered the command center, their bodies still floating before landing. The linguistics doctor named Zheng Shan said in her unique voice, "Everyone, the signal has been deciphered. It is the same as we imagined. It is a communication with a plaintext dictionary. But the content is a bit unexpected. We did not encounter the civilization to which the 3 spacecraft belonged in space by chance, but we came to their territory." "Oh, post it so everyone can see it." Yu Yuan, who was about to ask everyone to go eat first and come back, immediately changed his mind after hearing this. After hearing what Yu Yuan said, everyone put their minds back on eating. And when they heard Zheng Shan say that the electromagnetic wave signal was accompanied by a dictionary, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. The signal contained obvious dictionary content, which at least showed that the civilization was willing to communicate and had experience in communicating with alien civilizations. Otherwise it would be impossible to convert its own language dictionary into electromagnetic wave signals so skillfully. After a while, Zheng Shan pressed the button of her pants to make the magnetic boots work. After stabilizing her body, she raised her slender and white left arm in front of her without saying a word, and then stretched out her right hand fingers to keep pressing the small screen on her left arm. This is her personal terminal computer. With human technology, it has long been possible to integrate computers and mobile phones, and various appearances have been designed. It is her habit to put the personal terminal on her forearm. Some people are used to using personal terminals that look like laptops or mobile phones. There are also countless other styles and models of personal terminals. What kind of personal terminal to use is a personal preference. As for the personal terminal that does not require a screen and a virtual frame appears when you click it, it only exists in dreams now. Although humans are a second-level civilization, they can't touch the holographic technology that often appears in science fiction. Whether it is a stable light technology, or a bound light technology, or a field technology, humans don't know. At most, they can achieve various realistic screen projections. But it is enough. Just like the large screen in the bridge of the Tianjin. It is not just a large screen like a TV, with the light and shadow equipment that is not comfortable in other places. It can actually make the entire bridge into a 3D light and shadow world. If the star map is projected in this form, people in the bridge will see stars within reach. But that's all. That thing is a projection. To control its movements, you need to use a remote control or move your body towards the sensor. You can't just grab the shadow with your hands like holographic technology. After a while, Zheng Shan completed the operation. At the same time, everyone saw the content of the electromagnetic wave signal of the unknown civilization on the big screen. Warning! Unknown civilization detector team. You have entered the scope or power of my Nerwin star domain. Please stop your navigation, movement or travel immediately, and register or report to us where your civilization comes from and what your purpose is. In line with the principle of friendly contact between the two sides, please confess or transmit the number of spacecraft you come from. Provide your star map route, and clearly state your technological level, racial characteristics, and living environment. Please prepare a record according to the requirements of the Nair's Second Star Domain Patrol. The effective content of the electromagnetic wave signal is not long. After these words, there is a long dictionary. Chapter 303. Yu Yuan first read the content of the information at a glance. Then he looked around and found that everyone was still staring at the big screen. So he did not rush to speak, but opened his personal terminal and looked at it alone. After Zheng Shan uploaded the decrypted content, it was automatically synchronized to the human central computer and the personal terminals of everyone in the field. So Yu Yuan's personal terminal also had the decrypted information. However, Yu Yuan did not read the content again, but turned the information back. After flipping through a large dictionary, there was an explanation of the decrypted content or the translated content by human language workers and cryptographers. When humans decipher alien languages or translate other languages, they have developed a habit of annotating the meaning of individual words after translating a complete sentence. This is also the case with deciphering and translating. The translation content is a sentence summarized by linguists based on the meaning of the full text after discussion. And the annotations include their specific understanding of the alien language and the reasons for translating it in this way during the deciphering work. Due to the huge cultural differences between the two sides, the existence of annotations is very important, and the original logic of the alien language may be hidden in it. Such annotations are not only participated by linguists, but also by sociologists' own opinions. Therefore, in the process of browsing the annotations, Yu Yuan knew why the translated sentences contained expressions such as the scope of the star field or the location of the power, navigation, movement or progress. According to the explanation of sociologists, this is due to the characteristics of the unknown civilization race. Just like humans, walking with 2 feet is called walking, while aliens, due to their morphology, should be called terms such as moving and sideways. Of course, when translating, in order to allow most people to quickly understand the meaning contained in the information, the words used by linguists are of course corrected according to human cognition, so such words cannot appear in the text. In addition, Yu Yuan also learned what the Nair in the Nair civilization that appeared in the translated text meant. This Nair is not a transliteration. After all, electromagnetic wave signals cannot have any language syllables that humans can hear. It is not a specific translation, but a concrete word given by humans' own imagination. Simply put, humans created a word to name this unknown civilization. The reason is that there is too little information, and the information decoder has no idea what the self-name of this unknown civilization refers to. Oh, no, it's not that they don't know it all. In the dictionary said by the unknown civilization, human linguists found that Nair should correspond to the name of a species in the culture or ecosystem of the unknown civilization. But since there is no corresponding category in the human dictionary, they forcibly created a NER. Name it. According to the meaning of the annotation, it is roughly the same as human beings, which are all intelligent creatures that name their own civilization. This is similar to the Kuntai civilization, but compared with the obvious difference in characteristics of the Kuntai civilization, the characteristics of the NER civilization race are unknown to humans. After a while, Yu Yuan, who was looking down at the annotation, heard a murmur of discussion in his ears, as if everyone present had read almost everything. Tell me about it. Yu Yuan raised his head and interrupted the discussion of the novel. Sure enough, in such occasions, the first person to speak was a researcher of cosmic sociology. General Manager. Everyone. Let me start. A sociology researcher tapped a few times on his personal terminal with one hand, then looked around at everyone and continued, first of all, combined with our previous judgment on the behavior of the 3 spacecraft, we can easily come to the conclusion that this NER civilization is likely to have contacted other civilizations. Secondly, I dare to conclude that there is a 98% chance that the yellow dwarf ahead is an important star system in the sphere of influence of the NER civilization. It may not be the birthplace, but it should also be a place for expanding immigration, or an important material production base, because their patrol team patrols the distance. Everyone nodded secretly, knowing what this meant. The human fleet is now 1 light-year away from the 3 NER civilization spacecraft, and the yellow dwarf is about 3 light-years away. 2 light-years is not close for a level 2 civilization, so it is not important to run so far. This sociologist used quite rigorous words. He said expansion and immigration, not colonization. Interstellar colonization and other words. Obviously, he believed that the starry sky territory mentioned by the NER civilization was not colonized, but naturally developed and immigrated. When it comes to expansion in the interstellar era, many people always think of the term interstellar colonization, but the so-called colonization generally refers to the immigration of powerful countries to the areas they conquered, which means plundering and enslaving the local people. In the interstellar era, it is impossible to have life in the adjacent star system. Therefore, the expansion of the interstellar era based on the star system is mostly to open up the barren planets. Even if there are residential areas somewhere, it can only be immigration. The sociologist continued, from this perspective, the NER civilization should be a civilization that has not lost its home planet. They rely on their home star system to expand their living space. A civilization that exists in this way occupies a star field that is proportional to the time they exist. If the NER civilization has been in the starry sky for a long time, it is not necessarily that all the star fields in front are their sphere of influence. As for the various information and statements they asked us to provide, I think that one is that they have indeed encountered other civilizations and have come into contact with them in this way, which is a conventional statement, and the other is a temporary statement with the purpose of delaying our probe. Regardless of which one, from the literal expression, this NER civilization reveals a very direct feeling. Of course, it is also possible that they know that we cannot provide such detailed information, and they said so on purpose. After listening to the words of the sociologist, everyone present suddenly felt like they were listening to a speech. Then scholars from other fields spoke one after another. But because there was not much information in what the NER civilization said, their words were basically not nutritious. However, when it came to how to reply and respond, everyone became active. Yu Yuan just listened quietly to the discussion of the crowd. And sometimes after it was quiet, some people spoke. Replies are to be replied. The key is what attitude to reply with, and how humans should choose next. Chapter 304. In fact, everyone knows that if they don't think of the conflict, then the human fleet will definitely not be able to move forward. Their opinions differ mainly on the question of when the fleet should change its course. Some people think that humans should immediately turn according to the prepared targets determined by previous observations. The reason is that the longer it drags on, the closer the distance between the two sides will be, and the closer the human fleet will be to the second star field of the NER civilization. So it will be more dangerous. The NER civilization said that this is their second star field, although humans don't know how many star fields the NER civilization has. If this is not a lie, then there are only 2. The reason why a star field is called a star field is that it must be a range composed of multiple star systems. The NER civilization has developed to the point where its footprints are spread across 2 star fields. It is estimated that the power it possesses is not comparable to that of humans. After all, it has not been long since humans reached the level of secondary civilization. They are still a wandering civilization, spending most of their time on navigation. To date, the population is only 140 million, which is far from the number that a civilization should have. The same is true for the number of fleets. The technology is there, but the number has not reached what a normal secondary civilization should have. According to various data held by humans, human experts believe that a normal second-level civilization cannot have a population of only 10 billion, if calculated according to human standards. After stepping into the starry sky with the mother star as the support, immigrants in the surrounding star fields, although due to environmental restrictions, immigrants can only live in the bases they built. But it should not be difficult for a galaxy to have 1/3 of the mother star's population. So roughly calculated, the population of the mother star must be at least 20 billion. If it develops to have dozens of star system bases, it will not be less than 200 billion. And this is still a conservative estimate. If humans have a population of 200 billion, according to the high ratio of 1 to 100 between military and civilian, they can have 2 billion soldiers. According to the human-owned Lake-class battleship standard, a battleship needs 5,000 crew members, which means 400,000 Lake-class battleships. Humans now have only 1,200 Lake-class battleships, which is a desperate gap. Therefore, this group of people believes that a civilization that develops normally and sets foot on the starry sky must have a huge number of individual lives, and therefore will also have a fleet number that is unmatched by humans. So it is best to turn around as soon as possible. Of course, alien life cannot be measured by the number of humans. The number of people operating warships will also be affected by the intelligence of the combat AI. And the strength of the fleet will also be affected by a series of factors such as development time, construction cost, and management difficulty. Therefore, this is only a very rough estimate. Not only that, because of the vastness of space, people living in various galaxies must have a serious information lag problem, especially in places where stars are sparse. Information is transmitted between two star systems at the speed of light, and more than 30 years have passed in a round trip. In this case, people with military power will more or less breed ambitions. Therefore, too many fleets, according to human beings' own understanding of themselves, may eventually develop into countries with different cultures, and even cause wars between them. This is another factor that limits the number of fleets of civilizations without superluminal communication. Human beings themselves are not developing normally, and are a wandering civilization. Therefore, on this issue, we can only infer based on the big data model. In short, this group of people believes that the Nair civilization must have fleets far exceeding the number of humans. As for the view of another group of people, they believe that humans should ask the star domain of the Nair civilization before taking the next step. Their reason is that if they don't ask clearly, it is very likely that the next star system they go to is also the domain of the Nair civilization. With the current navigation technology of humans, it is not a big problem to go around a few times. But it is also impossible to keep wandering in the starry sky without finding a star system to dock. After all, we have to keep supplies and fuel to prepare for various emergencies. If things go wrong, it will cause fuel shortages after a few more turns. And then we will really face the same situation as the Kuntai civilization. People with two different opinions held different views. For a while, the command center was full of noise, like a vegetable market. It seems that you have to make your own choice. Yu Yuan supported his chin and weighed the two opinions in his mind. But before he could speak, a third opinion emerged among the crowd. It was probably because they saw that the two sides were arguing. So this part of the people was straightforward and directly suggested that humans slowed down immediately and returned to the previous star system. It was a compromise. But there were many supporters of this view. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is the safest approach. The most important thing is that humans just came from there, and clearly know that it is safe there, and there are no aliens. However, although it is safe, there is also a fatal problem. That is, the previous star system has no rocky planets, only two gaseous planets. So humans collected some hydrogen as fuel and left. So it is safe and secure. But there is also a potential threat of material shortages. If the Nair civilization has ulterior motives, it might be blocked there, which would be really bad. As for the saying that the starry sky is too vast to block the road, it is taken for granted that the fleet can sail at will. But in fact it is not possible. At least not at the low-level civilization level. Low-level civilizations are limited by navigation technology and have to rely on star systems as stations. So the stars in the starry sky are roads. That's how routes and star maps come from. How many times do we have enough fuel for large accelerations and decelerations? After thinking for a while, Yu Yuan looked at a crew member in charge of material and fuel management. The administrator was silent for a moment and then replied, about 8 to 10 full power acceleration and decelerations. If the soil, rocks, water, animals and plants in the biosphere spacecraft are counted, there can be 2 more times. Hearing this, Yu Yuan waited in his mind for a while, then asked the scientific officer to switch the big screen to the star map, then stood up and pointed to a star in it, and said to everyone, without further delay, slow down first, change the route, and let's go here. The star that Yu Yuan pointed to was the destination that humans had planned to change before, and it was also a star that some people believed might still belong to the Nair civilization. Yu Yuan continued, but before that, the staff of each department should hurry up and sort out the information to reply to the Nair civilization. It is now 1:30 p.m. Let's go have a meal first and draft the reply before 4 p.m. First, we need to find out as much as possible about the size of the Nair civilization's territory, which are their stars and which are not. Second, we should be reserved about the self-information we reveal. I don't need to say more about this. Finally, the general staff is responsible for formulating several emergency plans. Although we have to change the route now, it does not mean that we must go there. The specific situation depends on the results of the communication with the Nair civilization. After the decision was made, Yu Yuan explained some precautions. Chapter 305. If we change the route now, in less than a year, the 3 ships of the Nair civilization will most likely be able to observe the human fleet, if they are equipped with large aperture telescopes, and stare at the direction of the human beings. A light-year distance is considered far away at the level of Level 2 civilization. If it is normal, even a large aperture ground-based telescope cannot detect it. After all, the fleet is in a state of constant speed, and there is not much bright tail flame at all. In fact, it is very difficult to detect a fleet in the cosmic environment. Either the fleet is very close, or the fleet is performing a large thrust acceleration and deceleration action. Otherwise, as long as the fleet itself is not idle and blasting electromagnetic wave horns, it will not be detected even if it is close to the face at a distance of dozens of astronomical units. Therefore, after changing the route, even if the human fleet was discovered, it would be a year later. And this was only discovered by the 3 ships of the Nair civilization. The main civilization received the news 3 years later, because the human fleet was about 3 light years away from the yellow dwarf star. Since the fleet had already passed the target it was turning to, the human fleet first completed the posture adjustment, and then the tail of the warship slowed down towards the direction of the 3 ships of the Nair civilization. After completing the deceleration, it would accelerate towards the target again. With the current physical fitness of humans, the time spent on acceleration and deceleration is not long, and the total time is only 20 hours. However, the entire fleet does not have such strong physical fitness. So the first to change posture and enter the state of deceleration, turning, and acceleration is the biosphere spacecraft cluster. After these types of spacecraft have completed a certain stage, the battleship and residential spacecraft cluster will start to move, so as to maintain the general coordination and formation of the entire fleet, while the biosphere spacecraft cluster was taking the scheduled action according to the command. The new human government also prepared a reply message. Due to the long distance, the information could not be transmitted directly from the Tianqin through electromagnetic waves, but was first transmitted to the detector through neutrino communication. And then the detector transmitted the information to the 3 spacecraft of the Nair civilization through electromagnetic waves. There is no medium in the universe, so the communication between the 2 sides can only be in the form of electromagnetic waves. It can be said that the words spoken by the spacecraft in the universe are electromagnetic wave signals. Yu Yuan read the reply roughly and thought there was no problem, so he asked the staff in charge of communication to send it over. Humans, like the Nair civilization, did not say much, just answered where humans came from and the purpose of coming here, and then a lot of questions about why the Nair civilization appeared here and the scope of the star field. The general content said, "We are a space exploration team of human civilization, coming from the depths of the distant starry sky. It is a kind of fate to meet the Nair civilization. We came here without any purpose, but just happened to choose this yellow dwarf star as a resource supply station for the fleet to dock. After completing the replenishment, we will continue to explore the universe. In addition, we humans are a kind civilization that loves peace and is willing to communicate with other civilizations. In the process of exploring the universe, we have come into contact with many civilizations and had very friendly exchanges. Now we meet your Nair civilization, and our human civilization is also willing to communicate with you. Although each civilization has different species, forms, and cultures, we humans have experience. The exchanges between civilizations can take many forms, such as sharing what we have, exchanging insights, and even trading. The following content is some questions about the scope of the Nair star domain: individual forms, technological levels, racial characteristics, living environment, etc., which are what the Nair civilization asked humans before, and humans just asked them back. As for the answers to other questions, humans only chose to answer the number of fleets and the level of technology of the second-level civilization, and then randomly marked a route map of 4 stars with this star field as the background. Other things such as racial characteristics, morphology, and living environment were not answered. Humans once again skillfully called themselves an exploration team of human civilization. This is also a common rhetoric. After all, no matter what, they can't tell the truth, saying that they are a wandering civilization that has lost its mother planet. Right after the message was sent, the human fleet began to slow down, turn, and speed up in an orderly manner. Yu Yuan and his team also entered a normal and slightly busy working state under this situation. In fact, the new government staff, including him, were not in a hurry. After all, it would take at least 2 years to wait for the next message from the Nair civilization. If the people on the 3 spaceships could not make a decision, then this time might be 6 years later. In a word, it takes 6 years to receive a reply. This call delay is also amazing. But humans are not in a hurry. After all, the entire fleet is still floating in the universe. Before arriving at the landing point and finding a place to replenish sufficient resources, it can be delayed as long as possible. Therefore, the reply is very short and the content is not much, just to have more conversations and delay some time. In this way, after replying to the letter and completing the turn, humans let the probe team that was previously walking around the periphery of the fleet go to the changed target first. No matter when and where to go, humans have probes first. And this time, the route is changed to the new target star system 10.1 light years away. 10.1 light years. Humans need about 34 years to travel. And most of the sailing time is to complete the uniform motion after acceleration. Originally, it only took another 10 years to reach the yellow dwarf. But now it has suddenly become 34 years. Apart from anything else, the hibernation rotation system can be continued. However, now that they have encountered an alien civilization, the new government has not continued the hibernation rotation system, but let everyone live normally. It's only 30 years, which is not a big deal for humans, with a lifespan of 1,400 years. In this way, 2 years passed in a flash, and the predicted reply from the Nair civilization arrived as expected. But the content was not what humans wanted. The questions about the race, characteristics, and living environment asked by the Nair civilization, like humans, chose to pretend not to see them. Even the question of marking the stars belonging to the Nair civilization on the star map requested by humans did not get an answer. The reason is hard to explain. It is a question of authority. The 3 ships replied that they had no authority to answer this question, and that humans needed to wait for the answer. Apart from that, there was no other information, and there was no mention of the human fleet's change of direction. In this regard, human scholars speculated that the 3 ships were not equipped with large aperture telescopes, and therefore did not find that the human fleet had turned. Apart from that, there was no explanation. After all, if they really saw humans turning, they would not have mentioned in the reply that humans should continue to wait. Chapter 306. But from the perspective of humans, they really wish it was like this. It was a pleasant surprise that the Nair civilization did not discover the human fleet. If the fleet did not discover it during the process of slowing down, turning, and accelerating, then if they want to discover it again, they can only wait until the human fleet reaches its destination or slows down again. Of course, since it is easy to see when humans reply, as long as the crews on the 3 Nair civilization spacecraft are not stupid, They will know the approximate location of humans in the first time, which is 1 light-year away from the probe team. Although they can't see it, they must know that the human fleet is there. Then they have to wait another 4 years for the real information from the main body of the near civilization, or the yellow dwarf, to come back. But humans did not stay where they were, or continue to approach, but went to another red dwarf. In this way, when the information is transmitted from the probe team again, it may be 5 years later, after the human fleet entered a uniform speed again. All those who woke up from hibernation entered a normal working and living state. In terms of scientific research, in addition to large experiments such as particle collision experiments, other research has also been revived. Time passed day by day. When the clock reached the 6th year after humans completed the transition, a reply message from the Nair civilization was finally received by humans again. The message was transmitted from the previous probe team through neutrino communication. Humans speculated that its source should be transmitted from the yellow dwarf star to 3 spacecraft, then transmitted to the human probe, and then sent from the human probe to the human fleet. 5 years have passed, and the human probe team and the 3 ships of the Nair civilization are still there, and they have become the frontier communication transfer station for both sides. It is indeed just a frontier transfer station. This is because the distance is too far, which makes it impossible to complete the information transmission in one go. So the information is actually transmitted from the probe station by station. In other words, between the probe team and the human fleet, there are still some transfer probes launched by humans for signal transmission. In fact, if the null civilization also belongs to the normal secondary civilization technology tree, then their information transmission should be the same as that of humans, transmitted from one station to another to the yellow dwarf star or Nell star. After all, humans are very clear that as a secondary civilization, they have no ability to make stars twinkle, nor do they have the legendary star power amplifier. Therefore, to transmit information at a distance measured in light years, they can only do this or use a large electromagnetic wave power amplifier. In fact, humans have the manufacturing technology of large electromagnetic wave power amplifiers. But that thing is just a loudspeaker in the universe. Humans who are well aware of the dangers of the universe and the importance of hiding themselves have not built that thing. And they already have neutrino communication. So they only need to arrange a relay detector every light year. Neutrino jets are much more concealed than large electromagnetic wave power amplifiers, like loudspeakers. By the way, when the reply from the Nair civilization arrived at the Tianjin, Yu Yuan happened to be in the bridge. So he notified some relevant personnel and started reading it first. But as soon as he started reading, he frowned, because at the front of the information was a star map with about 100 stars on it. Yu Yuan, who often looked at star maps, recognized it at a glance. This was the star map of the starry sky where humans were now. Obviously, the Nair civilization was answering humans' questions about their territory. This is something to be happy about. But after seeing a familiar red dwarf star with the symbol of the Nair civilization, Yu Yuan was no longer calm, because this red dwarf star is the new destination for the human fleet after turning around. The Nair civilization did not mark all of the 100 stars in the star map, but only marked 27, and the red dwarf star that humans were heading to was one of them. Do we really have to turn around again and go back? Yu Yuan slid the screen and rotated the star map to look at it carefully, asking himself. After looking for a while, he found the route that humans had sent to the Nair civilization. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the star system where the route was marked by humans before, the Nair civilization didn't mark its own logo. Could this sphere of influence map be deliberately exaggerated by the Nair civilization? Seeing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but say to himself in his heart. Yu Yuan felt that the so-called fake tiger skin and make a big banner. The Nair civilization exaggerated and said that it was reasonable to be stronger than it actually was. After all, from the perspective of the Nair civilization, they themselves are locals, and humans are outsiders. When outsiders don't know, they naturally portray themselves as stronger and safer. If they don't want to play the pig and eat the tiger to trap the outsiders, Yu Yuan thinks it is very likely. After all, the Nair civilization is not a wandering civilization, but a civilization that is very likely to develop around the mother star. As the saying goes, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. When encountering a civilization of the same level, it is indeed useful to say that you are stronger. Anyway, when Yu Yuan saw the range of 27 stars marked, he was also shocked. Based on these considerations, Yu Yuan did not immediately order the human fleet to turn again. And soon after many experts and scholars arrived. They also agreed with Yu Yuan's point of view. Therefore, some people believe that the red dwarf star marked by the near civilization was marked to exaggerate itself. So the human fleet does not need to change its route. Of course, there are also people who think that humans should not have a fluke mentality and should change the route immediately. However, the general staff believes that frequent changes in routes will only allow the near civilization to discover the fleet's traces. Since it has not been discovered now, it is better to maintain a constant speed. Not only that, in order to hide the traces, humans should also tamper with the time of responding to the information. After changing the route, it is impossible for humans to transmit the reply information to the 3 ships of the Nair civilization in 2 years. In order to prevent the Nair civilization from inferring the approximate location of the human fleet through the time it takes to send and receive information, the general staff suggested that they could tell the Nair civilization in the reply that the human fleet was already on the long way back to the previous star. And the reply time should also be calculated based on the journey back to the previous star, thus creating a sign that the human fleet was really going back. This suggestion was supported by most people. But what was a bit difficult was that when everyone continued to browse the information said by the Nair civilization, they found that the Nair civilization actually invited humans to go to the target yellow dwarf star mentioned by humans in the following content, and sincerely apologized for blocking the 3 spacecrafts. At the same time, it also promised to provide various fuels and resource supplies for human civilization. But humans needed to exchange them with things or technologies of corresponding value. If it was provided for free, humans would definitely be suspicious. But the Nair civilization said it was a paid exchange. For a moment, humans didn't know what to do. Chapter 307. After a while of silence, a scholar suggested, "Captain, since we have already completed the turn, no matter what the Nair civilization says, we can't turn back. One reason is that too many adjustments to the route will cause serious fuel consumption, and the other is that it will expose the problem. In my opinion, we might as well continue to head towards the red dwarf." As soon as the voice came, another expert worriedly said, "But the red dwarf also belongs to the Nair civilization. What should we do if they don't let us dock, because we don't dock according to their arrangement?" "This is easy to handle." The scholar who just spoke smiled and said, "First of all, judging from the reaction of the Nair civilization, they should be a benevolent civilization, at least on the surface. Since it is a benevolent civilization, the possibility of conflict with us is not high. In this case, we only need to explain our original intention to go to the red dwarf star, and this problem can be easily solved." "That's what I said. But what specific reason should I use?" The expert shook his head and still felt that this matter was difficult to handle. He continued, "From the current situation, no matter what, it was caused by our early change of route. We can't say that we were forced to turn quickly because we were afraid of the large fleet on the yellow dwarf star. We can't say that." The scholar looked at the expert and explained, "You must know the real reason why we turned, so I won't go into details. But we can't be blamed for turning early and facing this situation now." The scholar paused, looked around, and then asked, "Think about it. If the communication between us and the Nair civilization was real-time, could this happen?" No one answered the scholar's question because the answer was so obvious. It was precisely because of this rhetorical question that everyone understood what the scholar meant. Communication delay. Humans can use communication delay as an excuse. After all, it has been 6 years since humans sent out the inquiry message and received the reply. Moreover, the 3 patrol ships of the Nair civilization stopped humans as soon as they met, and then provided a lot of things. Humans can use this as an excuse, saying that they thought they had encountered a malicious civilization, so they turned away in advance. As for why the reaction was so quick and inspiring, there are many excuses. Since humans say they are a space exploration team, it is normal to encounter other civilizations during the previous voyage. Therefore, they can use this as an excuse to say that they encountered a very malicious civilization before, and were deceived by the malicious civilization and suffered serious losses. So they acted like this now. There is nothing to criticize with such an excuse. After understanding the meaning, everyone discussed it with each other and felt that this was a good way to deal with it. Seeing that everyone's opinions were relatively consistent, Yu Yuan, who had been listening, also spoke up, "Okay, this is settled. Now let's discuss the next question. Should we tell the Nair civilization about our real destination this time? As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, a sociologist spoke up. From the current situation, this Nair civilization seems to have no reason to lie to us. So I think we'd better tell them the real destination. At this point, a staff member was about to say something. But the sociologist who was speaking looked at him and said first, "Listen to me first." Seeing that he had successfully interrupted the staff member, the sociologist continued, "I know that the staff just mentioned the suggestion that we are going back to deceive the Nair civilization and thus achieve the purpose of hiding our true route. If we look at it from the perspective that the Nair civilization is a malicious civilization, this approach is indeed the best solution. But judging from the information replied by the Nair civilization, they may also be a well-intentioned civilization. Therefore, from this perspective, I think we should tell them our real destination for 2 reasons. First, since we have come here, whether we like it or not, we will inevitably have contact with the Nair civilization in the future. Then, by doing this, we can show our sincerity and lay the foundation for future exchanges. Second, didn't the Nair civilization say that the red dwarf star belongs to their forces? If we answer truthfully, we can just test whether what they said is true, and thus see whether they are a well-intentioned civilization as they said in their reply. Oh, what do you mean by the second point? A physicist asked curiously, when it was not about physics. He usually came here to listen to how these guys analyzed it. Now he heard the sociologist say so, which naturally aroused his curiosity. Among the crowd, scientists from all walks of life, who were engaged in scientific work like him also looked over with curiosity. Obviously, they were also very curious. These scientists engaged in natural sciences usually devote themselves to the research in their own fields, so they rarely think about these things. It's very simple. The sociologist smiled and said confidently, after we tell the Nair civilization that we are heading to the red dwarf. If in the next reply, they make excuses and ask us to turn to other yellow dwarfs or other star systems, then we can judge that the territory they said is bragging. This red dwarf is not their sphere of influence at all, and there is no base there. In this case, it means that the Nair civilization is not sincere in communicating with us. Their words in the reply asking us to go to the yellow dwarf may have some intention. In this case, we can define them as a malicious civilization, and use this as a basis to guess their thoughts and formulate a series of targeted plans. We are sending them a message now, and we will probably get a reply in 7 years. In 7 years, we must still be on our way to the red dwarf. If they reply as mentioned above, we can choose to continue to the red dwarf or change our course. Before we change our course again, they can only know our approximate location, so we are still safe for the time being. What if in their next reply, they neither ask us to go to the red dwarf nor turn around to the yellow dwarf, but designate another star for us to stop at? Another person asked. This is easy to do. We can use the long journey and lack of fuel as an excuse. As for whether to turn and where to turn to, that's another matter. In short, no matter what, our destination must not follow the instructions of the Nair civilization. This is the only way to avoid risks as much as possible. The sociology researcher had obviously thought of everything long ago. Chapter 308. His words sparked another discussion. Although the previous plan of the general staff was very good, many people now think that this plan is more considerate of the overall situation. It is not to say that the previous plan proposed by the general staff is not good. Both plans have a lot of room for operation. However, if this plan is used, humans will not have to bear the name of active deception. Although this thing is worthless in front of safety, under the condition of ensuring safety, the latter is naturally better. And it can also peek in advance to see whether the star map set by the Nair civilization is true or false. So why not do it? The most important thing is that even if the Nell civilization chooses to come and block humans after receiving the news, it will not be able to reach the red dwarf before humans. Moreover, if the Nell civilization is really a malicious civilization, then humans will just run away. As a wandering civilization, all kinds of human work platforms are designed for rapid deployment and rapid resource mining. As a second-level civilization, humans must be faster than the Nell civilization in docking and supply. So they're not afraid that the Nell civilization will catch up. A small-scale discussion on how to respond to the Nell civilization ended here. Everyone expressed their opinions, and finally Yu Yuan made the final decision, and then sent the human response to the Nell civilization through neutrino communication. Yes, Yu Yuan finally decided to tell the Nair civilization that humans have completed the turn and are heading towards the red dwarf star. By the way, this red dwarf star has a name in the star map sent to humans by the Nair civilization. According to the translation, in human writing, this star should be called the pot cover star. I don't know how linguists translate it, but this is the name Yuan saw on the star map. As for the target that humans were going to, that is, the yellow dwarf star. It is called a big star, and its scientific name is GV8989. G represents its spectral type G, and V is its luminosity. Replying to the information of the Nair civilization is just a gap from receiving the information to discussing and confirming, and then drafting the text by relevant personnel, submitting it to Yuan for approval, and finally converting it into a signal form by experts in communication and cryptography before sending it out. All this took only 2 days. 2 days later, the human fleet entered the normal route time again. In fact, for a wandering civilization like humans, the time they encounter and communicate with civilizations is only a small amount of time. Most of the time is like now, sailing silently in the universe. On the one hand, it is because the universe is too vast, and it takes a long time to travel from one star system to another. On the other hand, the probability of encountering other civilizations in the universe is too small. From this perspective, in fact, most civilizations have to face the quiet and lonely universe most of the time. It often takes hundreds or even thousands of years to travel, or travel to countless places, before encountering a planet with life and an intelligent civilization. However, the fact is that humans have encountered many civilizations and planets with life in less than 3,000 years since they set foot in the starry sky. It is precisely because of this that human scientists have come to the conclusion that life and civilization in the universe are universal. This is not wrong. But when you encounter it too often, you always feel inexplicably uneasy. Others did not think so much and did not think it was a big deal. But as relevant scientists, they still kept thinking about it. Gander is one of them. He also contributed to the conclusion that life in the universe is universal. But since life in the universe is universal, then cosmic civilization must also be universal. What humans have seen and heard along the way has also confirmed this. But since civilization is universal, then where were they before humans set foot in the starry sky? After Yuan presided over the reply to the information of the Nair civilization, Gander returned to his office. Now he thought of these questions again. After wandering back and forth for a while, he left the office alone again and came to a porthole of the Tianqin, staring at the dark universe outside. If cosmic civilization is really so common, then why didn't other civilizations visit the Earth before humans set foot on the starry sky? Gander muttered to himself. Gander recalled the previous discussion about the Fermi paradox in his mind. He remembered that he had asked the Awakener about the question of technological explosion. The Awakener's answer was that technological explosion exists, but it only exists in civilizations of the same level. On the road to crossing the civilization level, there will not only be no technological explosion, but also technological barriers. Today, humans are at the peak of level 2 civilization, which has proved that the technological barriers are correct. So the dark forest theory has been denied. So where were the aliens during the more than 2 million years, from the Stone Age to the Information Age? Why didn't they visit the Earth? In this regard, Gander has discussed with other scholars and scientists. Some of them believe that aliens have visited the Earth, and the various alien legends that appeared on Earth are proof of this. However, there is no physical evidence for this view, only various kinds of hearsay. Therefore, the Fermi paradox has not been well answered even in today's human civilization. As an astronomer, Gander is very clear about several answers to the Fermi paradox. One is that there is no extraterrestrial civilization at all, which has been ruled out. The second is that aliens exist, but for some reason, humans don't know it all. This has also been taken out because humans have encountered many aliens. But for some reason, among some reasons, many hypotheses can be derived. The most famous one is the dark forest hypothesis. The second is the planetarium hypothesis. The third is the zoo hypothesis. The fourth is the conspiracy theory. The fifth is that aliens have not been discovered simply because of the low level of human technology. The sixth is that humans and aliens have different cognitive methods and therefore cannot be discovered. And the seventh is the great filter hypothesis. From the various events that humans have experienced today, Gander feels that the reason is not a single hypothesis, but a combination of a series of hypotheses. First of all, Gander feels that the three possibilities mentioned in the Great Filter Hypothesis must exist. Because humans have indeed encountered planets with life, but no intelligent creatures. Which can prove to a certain extent the difficulty of the birth of intelligence. Gander is also very clear about the three hurdles in the Great Filter Hypothesis: the birth of life, the birth of multicellular organisms, and the birth of wisdom. However, judging from the fact that humans have encountered one civilization after another during this period of time, there should be enough life that has passed these three hurdles and become civilization. So why has no alien civilization arrived on Earth in such a long time? Gander stared at the stars outside the porthole, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He couldn't help but mutter, is it because the starry sky is too vast? And most of the intelligent life that has reached the level of civilization spends most of its time on the road. Just like humans now. Dr. Gon. What are you talking about? As soon as Gonda finished speaking, he heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned his head, and found that Yu Yuan had come behind him without knowing when. It's the chief. Nothing. I'm thinking about the Fermi paradox. Gan answered truthfully. Yu Yuan walked to his side in 2 or 3 steps, and asked in confusion, Fermi paradox. Do you have any ideas? Yu Yuan was not so confused as to say, why do you think about this when you have nothing to do? Because he knew that the truth behind the Fermi paradox was related to the environment of the great society composed of various cosmic civilizations in the entire universe, or the Milky Way. That is, the cosmic background. Although human civilization is no longer the newbie that just stepped into the starry sky, it still knows very little about the cosmic landscape. If we can get a glimpse of it, it can also be used to guide the future behavior of human civilization. This is very important. So now seeing Gander suddenly fall into thinking about the Fermi paradox, Yu Yuan thought that he might be inspired by encountering the Nile civilization. So he asked this question. At the same time, he was also curious about what encountering the Nile civilization, which he thought was quite normal, was like in the cognition of professional scientists. Chapter 309. Seeing Yu Yuan approaching him, Gander cast his gaze toward the starry sky outside the porthole again, and then said leisurely, in our previous discussions, there were many hypotheses about the Fermi paradox. But now, many hypotheses such as the planetarium hypothesis, the zoo hypothesis, the conspiracy theory, etc. have been ruled out by us. The only ones left are some dark forests, the low level of technology in the Earth era that made it impossible to discover visiting aliens, and the big filter screening. Yu Yuan nodded. He knew every hypothesis Gander mentioned. And indeed many hypotheses have been falsified by humans today, like the zoo hypothesis and the planetarium hypothesis. The former says that aliens regard the Earth as their zoo or nature reserve. So the alien civilizations have reached an agreement not to interfere with or contact humans. The latter says that humans are raised by advanced civilizations for experiments. These two have been declared untrue after the solar system and the Centauri triple star system were dusted by unknown civilizations. As for the dark forest, according to human experience along the way, scientists have also reached a unified conclusion. That is, the dark forest exists in malicious civilizations, and those civilizations may attack other civilizations when they see them. However, the purpose of the attack is not to destroy for the sake of destruction, but to destroy the opponent's technology. Well, science and technology, and the big filter screening. There is, and it has always existed, the 3-stage filter summarized by humans before is only applicable to the process from the birth of life to the birth of wisdom. All intelligent races have gone through this stage of filter. But scientists believe that the big filter still exists, although they don't know where it is now, at which stage. But since they know the technical barriers, they are sure that it must still exist. Yu Yuan still remembers what the Awakeners told humans about their purpose of coming to the Milky Way. Perhaps the so-called limit of wisdom is one of the great filters. I wonder if there are many more great filters to screen the cosmic civilization before reaching the limit of wisdom. Oh, yes, there is also the brain in a vat hypothesis. But this hypothesis cannot be confirmed or disproven at all, and it has the potential to be a quibble. For example, the original brain in a vat hypothesis could have been disproven when humans encountered other alien civilizations. But those who support this hypothesis can say that there is a bigger brain, or even that the entire universe is a brain in a vat. For the current human civilization, it is meaningless to discuss these things. So Yu Yuan naturally would not throw out such words to Gonda at this time. He just quietly waited for Gonda to continue. Sure enough, after a while, Gonda continued to say, there was once a hypothesis called the island hypothesis, which said that most civilizations were trapped on isolated islands in the universe. Now it seems that this hypothesis is correct to a certain extent. The mother star of each intelligent civilization is an isolated island for the mother stars of other intelligent civilizations. And before the technology reaches the first-level civilization, each star system is an isolated island. Even for those powerful level 6 civilizations, the galaxies are still isolated islands for them. The universe is so vast that even a powerful awakener would have to go through countless hardships and vicissitudes of life to get from one isolated island to another. Perhaps civilizations that have reached a certain level are no longer interested in primitive civilizations. They have their own goals, such as exploring the endless unknown, climbing higher scientific peaks, pursuing a certain ideal, or having to work hard for a certain thing for a lifetime for some reason. Listening to Gonda's words, Yu Yuan nodded in agreement, and then raised his own question, Dr. Gon. That being said, according to the situations you mentioned, no matter which one it is, in the human era on Earth, the probability of aliens visiting should not be zero. That's true. It stands to reason that there are so many civilizations in the universe. No matter how low the probability is, they have all visited Earth. Gan seemed to know that what he just said could not really answer the question of the Fermi paradox. So he continued, so in my opinion, there are only these possibilities left. First, they have been here, but humans have not discovered them. Just like what happened to us on the Null planet. If we hadn't done it on purpose, the Nulls would never have discovered us. So aliens may have visited Earth a long time ago. Of course, it's meaningless to discuss this argument now. It just gives us a few more unconfirmed hypotheses. Hearing Gander say this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but remind him, Dr. Gander, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Oh, General Manager. Just speak frankly. Gonde looked at Yu Yuan. His words were full of true feelings. And he was not angry because Yu Yuan said what he saw. Yu Yuan did not waste words. Life planets are the treasures of the universe. Gonde was stunned, and his mind instantly appeared with life potions. The mother planet of Kuntai's civilization was packed away. Biosphere resources and other things. My brain. I really neglected it. Gonde recovered all of a sudden. Indeed, life planets are the treasures of the universe. If this is true, no advanced civilization should have visited the Earth in the 4 billion years since the birth of life. Otherwise it would have been packed away long ago. 4 billion years of natural evolution of life. How many treasures and secrets of the universe are hidden there? No civilization can resist the temptation. Humans naturally cannot resist this temptation. So they have already marked the few planets with life they encountered on their star maps. Especially the Wolf planet with a left-handed DNA biosphere. If they hadn't had the technology to pack it up and take it away, humans would definitely not have let it go. At this moment, Gander pondered for a moment, and then said, with this condition, there are only 2 possibilities left. Which 2? Yu Yuan asked. Gonde stroked his beard. The first possibility, the solar system has a very good luck, and no alien civilization has been able to find it in the past 4 billion years. Gonde said this and looked at Yu Yuan. As expected, he saw that the latter was about to say something. So he quickly raised his hand to signal the latter to listen to him finish his words first. Ahem. As if he knew what Yu Yuan wanted to say. Gonde pretended to clear his throat and continued, of course. The sun is just an ordinary star, and there is no illusory luck protecting it. The fact that it was blown up together with the Centaur triple star system is the best proof. Therefore, there is only the second possibility. That is, the universe, or the Milky Way. For some unknown reason, there was a civilization window period in the Milky Way. We have no way of judging when it was. Maybe 2 billion years ago. Maybe 3 billion years ago. 4 billion years ago. In short, there should be such a period. For some unknown reason, the civilization in the universe has been drastically reduced. So that for a long time, no civilization has discovered the Earth. Dr. Gon is talking about advanced civilization. Right? Yu Yuan pondered. Gan nodded, yes. It is the advanced civilization window period. Although it is incredible, there may really be such a period. And the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way disappeared for some unknown reason, which led to the smooth sailing of life on Earth on the long road of evolution. Chapter 310. Gonde's words made Yu Yuan speechless for a long time. He thought that Gonde would say many possibilities, but he didn't expect him to say this. This statement seems to make some sense from the inference. But there is no evidence at all. It is just a conclusion based on what humans have seen and heard, and a comprehensive analysis of various information. And this conclusion seems so absurd. How can a high-level civilization in the universe disappear out of thin air? It doesn't make sense. Dr. Gon. Is it possible that since the birth of the universe and the Milky Way, life in other places has evolved intelligent life and civilization just like the Earth at this stage? Yu Yuan pondered. The general manager's idea is very good. If intelligent life can only be born in the environment of the first star family, it is indeed possible. Gonde replied. Okay. Yu Yuan exhaled. His astronomical knowledge is quite good, so he knows what Gonde means. There are first star families, second star families, and third star families. In order, it is the third generation of stars, the second generation of stars, and the first generation of stars. The so-called first star family refers to the third generation of stars, like the Sun. This type of star is formed by the reaggregation of the products after the explosion of the second generation of stars. It has heavy elements that the first and second generation stars do not have. The first generation of stars is the third star family, which is the earliest star to be formed. Its structure is almost composed of hydrogen and helium. The third generation of stars is like the solar system, with various heavy metals. All the elements in the human body come from the explosion of the previous generation of stars. In a sense, humans are indeed the children of the stars. All intelligent life born in the first star family cosmic environment is the children of the stars. And as Gander said, if only the third generation of star environment can give birth to intelligent life, then Yu Yuan's situation is really possible. After all, the Sun was only 5 billion years old before it exploded, and life on Earth was born about 3.5 to 4 billion years ago. If life can only be born in the third generation of star environments, then the appearance of other life planets in the universe and the birth of intelligent life are estimated to be in the same period, because the formation of the third generation of stars is considered to be in the same era. Even if there is a time difference in the birth of intelligent life, it should not be as outrageous as 10 billion years. So it is possible that this is the case as Yu Yuan said. However, from Gan's tone, it was clear that he did not agree with the statement that only the third generation star environment could give birth to intelligent life. Even though humans now have no evidence and have never seen life in the first generation or second generation star environment, then according to Dr. Gon, what happened in the distant past that could cause almost all the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way to disappear together? In his heart, Yu Yuan still felt that it was possible that only the first star could give birth to intelligent life. But he did not want to argue with Gan at this time, because he knew that even if he did not say it now, after Gan discussed today's idea, many scientists would still have this idea. Anyway, humans have no way of knowing how the life born in the cosmic environment of the third and second star families was used, let alone confirming it. And then again, even if there really is, and it is still active in the Milky Way and encountered by humans, humans have no way of judging which civilization was born in the cosmic background of the third star family. At least at the low-level civilization stage, there is definitely no way of knowing. Let these scientists debate and collide about such things, and maybe they can come up with various hypotheses, or even guesses. All kinds of hypotheses and conjectures, whether they are right or wrong, are beneficial to the development of science to a certain extent. That is unknown. Gonde shook his head at first. After all, this view was just proposed, and it is impossible for humans to go back in time to see what happened, so it is naturally unclear. However, wisdom itself has the ability of association and imagination. So after a pause, Gonde continued, based on our current understanding of the universe, there are only a few situations. First, billions of years ago, a war broke out in the Milky Way that swept the entire Milky Way, and almost all the advanced civilizations were destroyed. Second, for some unknown reason, the advanced civilizations in ancient times all hid themselves in the same period of time. Third, for some reason, the advanced civilizations in ancient times all left the Milky Way at a certain time period. Needless to say, a war that can make the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way disappear must be earth-shattering. With the current understanding of the Milky Way, the first scenario is really possible. After all, didn't the Reapers, the Galactic Axis Alliance, the Perseus Community, and the Silicon Federation appear a while ago? Maybe they are in war now. Or the forces led by them will break out in a new Milky Way war in the future as speculated in the first scenario. As for the cause of the war, humans don't know. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and looked at Gonda. Hidden. But the Milky Way is here. Can they hide in a corner for billions of years? Gonda smiled and said, just because we can't do it doesn't mean those ancient advanced civilizations can't do it. Sir. For example, they may hide in their own small universe. Okay. Yu Yuan nodded in response. Humans have never touched on the small universe or anything like that. This name only appears in science fiction movies and TV shows. It's just a waste of time to worry about it now. Just when Yu Yuan was about to speak again, he heard Gonda's words floating into his ears. As for the saying that they all left, although it is just speculation, it is not impossible considering that the Awakeners came across the Milky Way. After saying this, Gander changed the subject and said, but General, do you remember that the Awakeners said that they also found a relic star gate in the ruins of a level 7 civilization? And that's how they successfully arrived in the Milky Way. As a level 6 civilization, it is so difficult for the Awakeners to travel from one galaxy to another, not to mention civilizations below level 6, which is completely impossible. So compared to the first and second scenarios, I think the possibility of the ancient advanced civilization leaving the Milky Way for some reason is the smallest. Yu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. What if they were taken away by a level 7 civilization? After saying this, Yu Yuan looked at Gonda, who looked helpless, and smiled, and then said, okay, Dr. Gon, I know that all of this is immature speculation, and there are possibilities. Everything needs us to explore in the future. If there is really a shocking secret hidden in the past years of the Milky Way, I think as long as we humans are strong enough, we will definitely know the truth one day. Chapter 311. After finishing the conversation with Yu Yuan, Gonda did not stop thinking. On the long and slow journey to the pot-cover star, Gonda had enough time to think. The explanation of the Fermi paradox is not as simple as answering the question. Behind the paradox, there may be many unknown secrets about the universe. Therefore, thinking and exploring the Fermi paradox is actually a peek into the secrets hidden in the depths of the universe. This kind of thinking and exploration may not be helpful to human science in the short term, but it will promote human cognition of the universe, which is beneficial to mankind in the long run. Because with the deepening of cosmic research, it will open up an infinitely broad and unified vision for mankind, so that philosophy and science, which are far away from science, can find a point of convergence again, and reemphasize the role and value of the peak of human thought. In fact, most experts and scholars now know that since the disaster of Callisto, although the survivors have rebuilt civilization, they have begun to go to a historical fork in many aspects, and even stagnated and regressed. First of all, in terms of social system, because it was already a matter of life and death, any decision must be made quickly for survival, and there must be no dragging. And the situation was like this. So a new government was born. The new government agency headed by Yu Yuan was also established under that circumstance. It seemed reasonable at the time. But as humans got rid of the deadlock and the population gradually increased, many people began to complain about this system. Of course, because of Yu Yuan's high reputation, this criticism did not spread like wildfire, nor was it directly said openly. Those who were dissatisfied with this often used the new government's bureaucratic class to solidify. It was precisely because of these voices that Yu Yuan had the policy of governing the country with technology. At the same time, not using his dictatorial power in non-emergency situations was also a concession made by Yu Yuan. It can be said that he has tried to change the social system of mankind from dictatorship to enlightened dictatorship. But that's all. To ask Yu Yuan to resign directly, and then restore the election system every few years is not only unrealistic for him, but also for those scientists who have risen to high positions with their scientific knowledge. Or they would rather continue like this than let mankind return to the internal power struggle. So in the eyes of many people, the social system of mankind today cannot be said to be regressing. At most it has not made any progress. But then again, some experts believe that the social system is only suitable or not. For example, nowadays, human society actually has elections. But many positions have become elections every 500 years. After all, the interstellar era spans a very long time, and human lifespan has been greatly improved. It is indeed inappropriate to measure it by the system of the Earth era. The reason why we have to talk about the social system is that the study of the universe is related to the progress of philosophy. And the progress of philosophy will in turn affect the stability of human society itself. Simply put, after the disaster of Callisto, human philosophy has stagnated. But no one considered this issue at the time. After all, there were so few people at the time. And it was a blessing to be able to survive. But now, the human population has returned to 150 million. Which means that the human population has been officially pulled back from the brink of extinction, and has a certain population. Therefore, many knowledge that no one thought about before has gradually been found in history, and then continued to be developed. The re-establishment of philosophy is conducive to the establishment of a broad outlook on life for human individuals, thereby guiding humans to get rid of the influence of past narrow thoughts, and then allowing individuals to sublimate, and finally forming a positive and progressive atmosphere for the entire human race. At this stage, the fuse that triggered human philosophical thinking is the cosmic evolution theory proposed by Gander, the 7th year after the conversation with Yuan. This year is exactly the year when humans received a reply from the Nair civilization again. And it is also the year when humans are 27 years away from the pot-cover Mangmang star. Gander published an article titled Cosmic Evolution Theory based on the window period hypothesis derived from his thinking about the Fermi paradox, and published it on the Human Science Network. In his article, Gander said at the beginning that humans are the first batch of life in the universe. And those advanced civilizations are just born with wisdom, and set foot on the starry sky a few years earlier than humans, but not as early as the generation gap. This argument has aroused great interest among people who have always held the view of human supremacy. Gander believes that from the birth of the universe to the appearance of the primordial stars, and then to the first generation of stars, and the second generation of stars, there was no life. Only after the birth of the third generation of stars did life gradually appear in the cosmic environment, and then evolve step by step, from simple life to complex life, and then wisdom was born. In other words, the universe first had matter, and then it was possible to give birth to ideas based on the existence of matter. In the materialistic worldview, the mind exists based on matter, and a mind without matter cannot exist. This is the keynote of Gander's view. He believes that the universe is not as people have known it before, with entropy increasing and degenerating continuously. And finally the entropy value increases to the maximum, and then the universe becomes disordered and destroyed, and everything returns to deathly silence. This is heat death, the end of the universe deduced from the second law of thermodynamics. This is how Gander explained the fact that his view violates the second law of thermodynamics. He believes that there are two arrows in the universe. One is a closed system governed by the second law of thermodynamics, and the other is the opposite, an open non-equilibrium system, which is constantly growing negative entropy. The argument that the universe is evolving is based on the second system. He believes that the heat death of the universe in a closed system and the open non-equilibrium system are the two poles of the evolution of the universe, and the two are interdependent. The second law of thermodynamics will indeed push the universe to heat death and make everything move towards thermal equilibrium. But it is also one of the driving forces behind the evolution of the universe. It is precisely because of this flow of energy from high to low that it is possible for energy to gather from low to high. The original stars, the first generation of stars, the second generation of stars, the third generation of stars. Each diffusion of energy from high to low creates conditions and possibilities for the birth of life and wisdom. So why does the universe want to give birth to intelligent life? But from the perspective of the heat-death theory, life feeds on negative entropy, and the more advanced the civilization composed of intelligent life develops, the more negative entropy is needed to maintain their existence. In this way, the birth of life in the universe undoubtedly accelerates the heat-death of the universe itself. So the conclusion is, life is the cancer of the universe, the parasite of the universe, and the strongest driving force that accelerates the death of the universe. However, in Gander's view, that is only a one-sided view, which is the result of looking at the problem from the second theorem of thermodynamics in an isolated closed system. Everything has two sides. When looking at problems, we should jump out of traditional thinking and look at them from a global perspective. Moreover, the end of the universe deduced from the second theorem of thermodynamics is just one of many hypotheses about the end of the universe. In addition to the big heat death, there are also big rips, big collapses, big vacuum decays, and big rebounds. Therefore, he believes that the birth of intelligent life in the universe is the inevitable result of the evolution of the universe. The universe strives to make life appear at the cost of increasing entropy, not to accelerate suicide, but to save itself. Chapter 312. There is no doubt that if there is no life, the universe will eventually move towards chaos and death, as described by the second law of thermodynamics. Of course, there are loopholes in using the second law of thermodynamics alone to infer the end of the universe. In his opinion, Gander pointed out that people have been blinded by the second law of thermodynamics for a long time. In fact, from the beginning of the universe to the present, the entire universe has been an evolutionary process from balance to imbalance, from structurelessness to structure, and from chaos to order. First of all, Gander pointed out that the early universe after the Big Bang was in an extremely hot state, a fireball with uniform temperature, because entropy is equal to the heat energy transfer divided by the temperature. The universe at this time is exactly what the second law of thermodynamics says, in an extremely disordered thermal equilibrium state with the maximum entropy value. After that, the balance of the universe was broken, and then it slowly moved towards order, thus constantly creating more and more ordered, advanced, and complex things and structures, such as quarks, protons and neutrons, atoms and molecules, planets, nebulae, galaxies, and gorgeous large-scale structures of the universe. Intelligent life can only be born in this highly ordered universe. As for why intelligent life is the universe saving itself, it is because intelligent life is born in such a background, and naturally believes that the universe with such a background is the most beautiful, the most harmonious, and also the most comfortable environment for intelligent life to survive. Then, one day, intelligent life finds that the universe it is in will eventually become a dead silence with nothingness, and everything will eventually return to nothingness. So what will happen to intelligent life? Will they wait to die with the universe? Or will they escape from reality and try not to think about the end of the universe? Or will they try their best to save the universe through their own efforts? If other factors are not considered, then the answer is all three are possible. But Gander told everyone in his argument that the answer is that intelligent life will try to save the universe in the end. As a scientist, Gander will not speak without evidence. The point he made in his paper is genetic instinct and wisdom. First of all, genes. Humans now know that genes are the source code of life, and the instinct of genes is to continue. In order to continue itself, it shows an extremely selfish side. The book Selfish Genes discusses this point very well. The book even goes to the extreme of believing that our lives are just carriers of genes, and our behaviors and decisions are controlled by genes. The selfish nature is deeply engraved in genes, whether it is human or animal. The love that people advocate is just a behavioral product dominated by genetic instincts in this book. The continuation of offspring is the result of genes unwilling to die with the short life of the previous generation. From another perspective, because genes must be passed on by any means, genes in males show a stronger impulse. After mating, females often need to spend more time taking care of their offspring, so they become more dependent on males and are not easy to betray. While males are the opposite. They are more inclined to abandon females and look for other females in order to spread their genes more widely. From the perspective of gene continuation, this is the strategy of gene continuation. So what does this have to do with saving the universe? Of course, the instinct of genes to continue will make the individual life that carries them strive to survive. And the instinct manifested is the fear of death. In this case, genes naturally do not want to die with the universe. Of course, genetic instinct alone is not enough. It only provides a driving force. When the organism that carries the gene has wisdom and is an intelligent organism, this continuation will rise to a higher level and become the continuation of civilization. If you go a little crazier, you will continue civilization at all costs. Of course, civilization is not created by genetic instinct alone, but also by wisdom. Wisdom and genetic instinct are interdependent and also fight against each other. In the intelligent life that forms civilization, when wisdom cannot overcome genetic instinct, then the individual of this civilization will hardly live forever. At this time, the characteristic of this civilization is that the civilization that carries this intelligent life, all information, from generation to generation, will be passed on as much as possible. When wisdom is able to overcome the most primitive genetic instinct, this intelligent life individual will gain eternal life, which is manifested in the civilization composed of these intelligent life individuals, and will continue to exist, because there is an eternal existence hidden in the intelligent self. Therefore, the intelligent life evolved from the universe, whether it is genes or wisdom that prevails, will eventually find a way to survive. So they will not sit idly by and watch the end of the universe. Of course, this alone is not enough. After all, intelligent life is too small for the universe. Even if they develop into one civilization after another, they are just big ants. It is far from enough to save the universe. And they may even become the culprit that accelerates the extinction of the universe. Therefore, the evolution of the universe in the dark has also given intelligent life some inexplicable but reasonable materials, such as the pursuit of knowledge, curiosity, imagination, the vast universe, the bright stars, the depth and mystery. When intelligent life first looked up at the starry sky, the curiosity deep in their wisdom had already set sail for knowledge. Under the combined effect of various driving forces, one intelligent life after another ignited the desire to explore. And among them, there may be a civilization that can develop to the point of saving the universe from extinction. The views published by Gander on the Human Science Network provide humans with a new perspective, in which all intelligent life, including humans, have the potential to become the savior of the universe. Although it is just his personal opinion, it puts human beings in a glorious image, and to some extent, gradually forms some lofty ideals in people's minds. Perhaps, this ideal will trigger the lofty goals of some human individuals, thus causing the entire human race to undergo some transformation and sublimation at the ideological level. Of course, this effect cannot happen overnight, but is a long and subtle process. Well, in fact, not all human scientists accept Gander's point of view. After Gander published this theory of cosmic evolution, a large group of scientists from all walks of life scoffed at it and formed groups to find loopholes in this view. These scientists believe that the emergence and evolution of life is a series of common results of natural laws, just one of countless possibilities, rather than an inevitable result of cosmic evolution. They pointed out that the original starting point of this article was wrong. Just like biological evolution should be changed to biological evolution. Use evolution. This word is very inaccurate and wrong. We should use evolution. Some of these scientists pointed out that Gander's view intentionally or unintentionally compared the universe to a being with will, which is unacceptable. With the publication of Gander's article, human scientists were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. Suddenly, it became lively and scientific meetings became more frequent. For a while, scientists were divided into two factions, one supporting Gander's view and the other opposing it. The two views were arguing in scientific seminars again and again. Chapter 313. The population gradually increased, and humans gradually woke up from the state of anxiety that was hovering on the edge of extinction. Under such circumstances, more and more people in various fields of science were involved, making each branch of human science flourish. The glory of science finally awakened philosophy that had been dormant for many years. Human scientists once again turned their eyes to the distant past, wanting to peek into the history of the universe buried in the long river of time, so as to improve their understanding of the universe and drive and guide the direction of science. New cosmology gradually took shape in the heated discussions among new and old scientists. The universe is not only a whole, but also a dynamic whole with certain properties and characteristics. Since the Big Bang, it has been a continuous development process in which time, space, and matter are interconnected. Scientists have long realized that understanding any one of them in isolation will fall into a one-sided and unrealistic quagmire. The universe should be recognized as a space-time continuum. No matter what happens in the universe, any event that occurs, any observable phenomenon, or unobservable phenomenon, it is an inseparable local space-time continuum in a certain time and space in this space-time continuum. Through discussions on cosmic cognition, the window period hypothesis, and other issues, people have led to other related discussions. Although these discussions and the derived hypotheses have no direct effect on human technology, they are a supplement to the human view of the universe and a supplement to the framework. Even though humans are not sure whether this view of the universe is correct, it can provide a reference for future human exploration of the universe. And it is often this reference that may give scientists some inspiration. Science is the end of natural laws, and natural laws exist in this universe. It can be said that the addition of a new cosmology can definitely consolidate the foundation of the human scientific system. On the other hand, while the scientists were busy, Yu Yuan and other new government management personnel were watching the response of the Nair civilization in the bridge of the Tianqin. Human civilization came from afar. We have received your message, and we understand your move to the pot-cover Mangmang star, because you and we are both very clear about the vastness of the starry sky. According to the time, You must have already started to turn after receiving the notification message from our second Starfield patrol ship. Alas, the extremely long delay in communication caused you to be on the way to the pot cover Mangmang star when you received our message. As a civilization with 27 star territories, we have a deep understanding of this. However, we still suggest that you turn around and return to the Great Star. It's not that we don't want you to go to Guagamangmang star first, but it's not our main population gathering place. So it's not as rich as Daily Star in terms of resources. The regional governor of Guagamangmang Star doesn't have all the authority of our Nair civilization. So whether it's technology or trade in various materials, there are a lot of troubles. Yes, we are very interested in your proposal of mutual exchange of resources, mutual exchange of views, and trade. So we hope that you can come to the star system where our political center is located, so that both sides can communicate more smoothly and even learn from each other. Human civilization. I hope you know that our Nair civilization is a kind civilization. We are happy to receive every friendly civilization that enters our star domain. As an exploration fleet, you have come from the depths of the starry sky. You must have experienced many interesting things that we have never seen in this star domain. If you don't mind, we are willing to listen to these stories. You know, for a civilization that has always lived in this star domain, your stories must be very novel to us. Perhaps after hearing about your experience of exploring the universe, we can convince those stubborn old guys to agree to send out a space exploration fleet. This time, the reply of the Nair civilization was much longer than before, and the words were full of words hoping that humans would turn around and head to the Great Star. After reading this reply, humans can first confirm one piece of information. That is, the Nair civilization is also a group of intelligent life forms. And like humans, the development of technology relies on group wisdom. As for what type of morphology it is, whether it is carbon-based, silicon-based, or sulfur-based, it is unknown. Anyway, both sides tacitly did not reveal this information to each other. However, humans also know that if they want to continue friendly contact, they must be honest about these things. It's just that humans are still floating in the interstellar. And because of the serious communication delay, many things are not discussed yet. As for the suggestion of the Nair civilization, the human side only discussed it briefly and reached a unified opinion, which was to continue to go to the pot cover Mangmang star. Indeed, except for the slightly fierce words of the three spaceships at the beginning, the Nair civilization showed a very friendly attitude in the subsequent communications. But this was not enough to make humans let down their guard and do what they said. After all, the impression left by the silver mist consciousness on humans was too deep. So no matter how good the Nair civilization said, humans would remain vigilant. In this case, we must not follow the words of the Nair civilization. As for how to respond to the Nair civilization, humans had already prepared a plan 7 years ago. They used the reason that the energy shortage during the long journey was constant, and there was no need to do too much maneuvering and deceleration. I believe that the Nair civilization would not be able to find any loopholes. As for whether the pot cover Mangmang star is the administrative center of the Nair civilization, humans did not care too much. Trade was just mentioned casually. The main purpose of humans was to replenish supplies. Speaking of which, humans did not know how trade between interstellar civilizations was carried out. And it would be better if it is not the administrative center, because there would not be so many fleet forces to protect it. And it would be just right for humans to go to the pot cover Mangmang star. Of course, all this is based on the truth of the Nair civilization. In short, after humans responded to the Nair civilization with the excuse of insufficient energy, they continued to sail silently in the silent space. To be on the safe side, the human fleet adjusted the standby engine power to the minimum, just to ensure that the fleet would not be slowed down by the dust in the interstellar during the long voyage. The detector at the front turned off the thruster after adjusting the direction to improve concealment. In this case, if the Nair civilization wants to truly observe the human fleet, it may only be possible when the human fleet arrives at the pot cover star. By that time, the detector at the front is estimated to have arrived at the galaxy. In this way, it is just right to take a peek at the situation of the pot cover star. Chapter 314. On the other side, after the reply message was sent out by humans, it was relayed through several transfer stations between the two, and finally reached the Dalai star system of the Nair civilization in the 4th year. As the Nair civilization said, the Dalai star system is their administrative center, and the Nair civilization did not lie about this. However, although it was not a lie, it also concealed something. Because this is not the home planet of the Nair people. The area where their home planet is located is actually the first star field. And here, to be precise, should be the military and political center of the second star field of the Nair civilization. Now, after receiving the reply from humans, a group of high-ranking Nair people have received the notice and gathered in a conference hall. The hall is not on a spaceship or a warship, but on the fourth rocky planet of the main sequence of the Delhi star. Like most rocky planets in the universe, this is a barren planet with no atmosphere and no living environment suitable for the Nair people. However, since the gravity of this planet is almost the same as that of the Nair people's home planet, it was chosen as an important construction planet by the Nair people who came here. To date, the Nair people have built a series of semi-underground cities on this planet, and the cities are connected to each other. The city structure is designed according to the Nair people's habits. Because it is an alien base, it is a sealed town. The part exposed on the ground is semicircular, like a piece of pear hanging on the ground. And today, the hall where the Nair people's high-level meetings are held is in the largest city on this planet. When a ball of light with a spectrum like the star of the Nair people's home galaxy rises from the horizon of the city. The city's new day. Nair Day. It started. The light ball is a technological creation. Every city on the planet has one. It is the light source of the main sequence star of the star system, where the Nair people use technological means to simulate their home planet. The light source is like a big light bulb hanging above the arc dome city. It rises in the east and sets in the west according to the day and night mode of the Nair home planet. In order to be closer to the real star light, the light source made by the Nair civilization is also a thermal light source. The route it passes over the city every day and the output power at a certain point are strictly calculated. The dome structure of the city is also designed to be the same color as the sky of the home planet. So much so that if the Nair people living in the city did not observe it deliberately, they would not realize that this was a fake star. Perhaps because of the development model, the Nair people's construction technology of alien planet bases has far surpassed that of civilizations of the same level. At least if humans were asked to build a city on the planet, they would not be able to do it like them. The light source simulating the star rose slowly from the city horizon, and the entire city dome lit up under this familiar and vast light. Soon, the light, in a combination of direct, reflected, diffused and other forms, finally pushed the city into the morning. When the morning light penetrated the atmosphere with an oxygen content of up to 40% and fell on the meeting hall, the Nair people inside had already gathered together. Yes, the Nair people, like most creatures on Earth, also need oxygen to survive. At the same time, a strange sound was heard in the hall. Zzzz. Chirp. Quack. Zzzz. Gia. Da-data. Hum. Chirp. Chatter. Chirp. Kadada. Tat-ata. Chirp. Squeak. The sound sounded like the call of some strange insect, but with more changes. And this strange sound seemed to have its own electronic music vibration, as if it had its own reverberation. And it sounded in the meeting hall. The answer to what this insect-like sound is already obvious. That's right. It's the Nair people communicating. Translated, it means, the meeting has begun. Everyone please be quiet. The information called human civilization has been transmitted. The content file is in the first folder. You all take a look. After 8 years, the reply finally arrived. It seems that they really went to the pot cover Meng Meng star. It's really abominable. If it weren't for that guy Du, they probably wouldn't have turned around so decisively. According to the meaning of this speech, the Du in the speech should refer to a certain individual in the 3 patrol ships at that time who sent the first questioning message to humans. The Nail who spoke seemed to put the responsibility of humans turning around on Du. Oh, no. It shouldn't be said to be talking, because the so-called talking of the Nail people is not the sound emitted from their mouthparts, but from their abdomen, like a cicada. Yes, the Nair people look a bit like arthropods, and most of their bodies are covered with a layer of black armor made of chitin, protein, stearic acid, and other substances, including their hands and feet. They are all covered with a hard armor shell, which is similar to crabs, shrimps, crickets, and other creatures with external skeletons. Humans are flesh wrapped in bones, and they are bones wrapped in flesh. They take in oxygen through body wall dialysis, which is exactly the same as some insects, belonging to passive dialysis oxygen circulation, and the carbon dioxide produced by their life activities is also diffused out of the body through the body wall membrane. This is very similar to crustaceans, but they are not as small as Earth insects. Because their living environment is rich in oxygen, their body size is even larger than humans, and the body length of individuals reaches about 3.5 meters. In general, the appearance of the Nair people is similar to that of the opposite sex, but their front feet, that is, hands, do not have fingers, but claws like crabs. At this time, a strange buzzing sound was heard in the conference hall again. It has come to this, and we have no choice. Now let's talk about what we should do next. Everyone should know that the pot cover Mangmang star belongs to the first star region sphere of influence. If we rashly send warships there, it is likely to break the peace of many years, and then a new round of war will break out. As soon as the voice came, a man vibrated his abdominal vocal structure. Grand Governor, I think we should abandon the past construction and send a message to the pot cover Mangmang star. It is an alien. At this time, we Na people should unite to face the outside world. The man called the governor made a gulp sound with his abdomen, which seemed to be a unique way for the Na people to express their emotions. Then he vibrated his vocal device. I know it too. But the crazy governor of the first star region may have different ideas from us. And the third star region is also eyeing us covetously. Grand Governor, you should think like this. Now the human civilization is heading to the pot cover Mangmang star. Even if we don't say it, they will know it sooner or later. We are notifying the governor of the first star region now to send a friendly signal. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to cooperate with the first star region. A Nair vibrated his vocal organ. Gaw! Cooperate with them? I might as well cooperate with the third star region. The governor seemed a little angry. Ah, Lord Governor. The third star region is the strongest star region. Cooperating with them is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Now our chance is right in front of us. As long as we unite with the first star region, we can compete with the third star region. After defeating the third star region, we will fight with the first star region. At that time, the Nair civilization will be unified again into a powerful civilization. Chapter 315. Hearing this suggestion, the governor hesitated for a moment, raised the claws at the end of his hand, and clicked twice. Then vibrated his vocal organs. I'm afraid it's difficult. This is the first time that an alien civilization has been discovered. How can the first star region be willing to let us participate in the exchange? The governor was very distressed when they discovered the human civilization probe team and observed and recognized the approximate level of civilization. They, the senior officials, were very excited. That was an opportunity to communicate with alien civilization. The Grand Governor and the senior staff of the second star region had originally agreed to secretly communicate with the aliens in order to obtain more benefits or technology from them. If everything went well, the second star region might have more power than the other two star regions, thus completing the feat of unifying the Kyle civilization again. Unexpectedly, just because the patrol ship reacted too violently, the alien civilization from afar was pushed to the first star region. Yes, this is what humans thought wrong. Humans thought that the Kel civilization had encountered alien civilizations more than once. But in fact, humans were the first alien civilization encountered by the Nair civilization. However, unlike those civilizations that have not yet set foot on their home planet, the Kel civilization knows that there are other civilizations in the universe because they encountered the wreckage of warships of other unknown civilizations on a certain planet during their expansion. Don't worry, Governor. I think the first star region will definitely agree. A Nair vibrated his vocal organ. The Governor General turned his head and looked over with his own complexion. What do you mean? The Nair man who had just vibrated his vocal organ raised his claws and snapped twice. And then said, Mr. Governor General, first of all, we must be clear that contact with aliens is a very important matter. And it is the first time in the history of our Nair civilization. For such an important matter, how can the first star region contact alone? So we must clearly tell the first star region the seriousness of the matter. Seriousness? Another Nair interjected. Of course. You should also know that our understanding of this alien, who claims to be a human civilization, is limited to a few conversations. What we have seen is just their probe team. As for other things such as race type, ideology, warship size, etc., we don't know anything, let alone where their home planet is. The Nair continued to analyze. For such an alien civilization that suddenly appeared, no one can guarantee what their purpose is, and whether it is harmful to our Nair civilization. Therefore, we must first solemnly tell the first star region that contacting alien civilizations cannot be a matter for them alone, but a matter for the entire Nair civilization, regardless of how serious our differences were before. We should unite now, especially in front of aliens. Grand Governor, I think we should take advantage of the fact that human civilization has not yet arrived at the pot cover Mangmang star to quickly inform the first star region of the news and discuss with them to be united in external affairs. We must not let the aliens know that our Nair civilization is in a state of division. There are still some Nair people who are puzzled. Do we need to inform the third star region as well? Gah! The third star region? What does it have to do with the third star region? Their territory is hundreds of light years away from the pot cover Mangmang star. How can they come here? The Nair people laughed their unique laugh. The governor looked at him and said, "Well, Gouda, you are right. So how do you think we can get involved? You know, we are more than 10 light years away from the pot cover Mangmang star. Even if we set out directly now, it is impossible to get there before the aliens arrive. If we can't get there, the right to negotiate with the aliens will fall to the first star region. I don't believe they will consider our interests during the negotiation process." The Nair people, who were called Gouda by the Grand Governor, restrained their smiles that only they could understand, and then continued, "Yes. So we must hurry up to contact the Grand Governor of the first star region and work out a win-win cooperation plan. They probably don't want the news of aliens to spread to the third star region. And because time is tight, while we are contacting the governor of the first star region, we must also prepare to send a spacecraft to the pot cover Mangmang star." Gah! That makes sense. Then Gouda, you can lead the team, and I will let the 13th battleship cluster escort you. The Governor General laughed heartily. Unexpectedly, Gouda raised his front claws, snapped twice, and shook his head. "No, Governor General, we can't send a fleet of warships to go there. That might cause unnecessary misunderstandings." The Governor General was a little disapproving. "What misunderstandings can there be? Let the 13th fleet go there, so that the guys in the first star region can see our strength. You have to understand that they will only listen to you if the 13th fleet is there." "Your Excellency, the Governor, I'm not talking about the first star region, but the human civilization," Gouda explained. "It's easy to communicate with the first star region, but it's not necessarily the case with aliens. Think about it. The human civilization has traveled across the starry sea and is extremely tired. If a fleet suddenly appears when they are replenishing their supplies and energy, what will they think?" Looking around at the thinking Nair people, Gouda asked himself and answered, "Yes. As a space exploration fleet, they must be very sensitive to this kind of thing. So they will most likely think that this is a conspiracy of our Nair civilization and that we want to eliminate them all. Therefore, it is best not to have warships when going to the pot cover Mangmang star this time to avoid any accidents." "What about the trade? Won't the first star region take all the benefits?" A Nair man couldn't help but vibrate his vocal organs. Gouda looked over and laughed. "Wouldn't it be enough to send a few more transport ships? And we have told human civilization in the communication before that the Great Star is a place with abundant resources. As long as we negotiate with the first star region, there will be no problem. As for the explanation to human civilization, we can just use the transportation of the specialties of the Great Star. I don't think they will doubt it." After Gouda finished speaking, the hall was filled with chattering discussions, and the decision was finally made by the Governor General. "Governor General, let's do it this way. After the meeting, Gouda, you will immediately start the voyage. In addition, what do you think we should transport?" Although the plan has been decided, the Governor General suddenly thought that the trade between different civilizations seems to be different from that of the own civilization. He couldn't tell the specific difference, so he asked this question. "Governor General, I think we should just take whatever we want." A Nair vibrated his vocal organ, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gouda on the other side. "No. You don't need to bring mineral resources. You should understand that if this alien civilization is at the same technological level as us, then as long as they have a foothold on the pot cover Mangmang star, they will not lack these. Therefore, we have to change our thinking and first imagine what an alien civilization lacks." Chapter 316. What does an alien civilization lack? This sentence made the entire conference hall fall into deep thought, because they had never really come into contact with aliens. The Nairs were still thinking about trading with the other two-star regions. Now that Gouda reminded them, they suddenly realized that the aliens were indeed different from trading within the civilization. But what did they need? Technology. After a while, some Nairs figured it out. Since there is no shortage of various mineral resources, then the only thing is technology. As for energy, as a second-level civilization, as long as there are stones, there will be no shortage of energy. So the most unlikely thing is energy. And now the aliens have already gone to the pot cover Mengmeng star. Even if they need some rare metals, the first star region will be the first to get them. The Dalai star, which is more than 10 light years away, can't compete with the pot cover Mengmeng star at all. Therefore, the only thing that can be traded with the aliens is the technology of the second star region itself. Technology. Gouda took over the conversation, including scientific theories, technical branches of various disciplines, and various manufacturing processes. What we need, as aliens of the same level must also need. So, the personnel who will go to the pot cover Mengmeng star with me this time have certain requirements. First of all, we need a group of economic experts. And secondly, scientists, linguists, and experts in various fields. As expected of the chief think tank, his brain is useful. After hearing Gouda's words, all the Nair people in the hall were secretly convinced. And they all knew what he meant. Since we are going to trade in technology, there must be two trading directions for the exchange. One is the physical technology products, and the other is the various non-physical technology data. Since it is technology data, scientists must be involved. After all, only scientists can analyze which data is true and which is false. Oh! After a pause, the chief think tank Gouda vibrated the vocal organs in his abdomen again, in addition to various types of technology data. Perhaps we can also transport some animals and plants of our civilization. As soon as he finished speaking, a Nair person asked in confusion, plants and animals? What value can those things have? Maybe. Gouda was not sure. Perhaps because the mother planet still exists. Or perhaps because they have never encountered other biospheres. The Nair people did not realize the preciousness of biosphere resources as deeply as humans. In the Nair civilization, there is no such argument that biosphere resources are cosmic treasures. So for a moment, Gouda could not explain it clearly. He just thought that he could get some over. Anyway, the transport ship was empty anyway. Perhaps the worthless plants and animals in their own civilization are of great value to aliens. In this way, without the knowledge of humans, the second star region of the Nair civilization formulated a set of countermeasures, and sent the formulated strategies to the pot cover Mengmeng star through their own communication channels. The speed of information transmission is the speed of light, which is definitely faster than the human fleet. Therefore, when the human fleet was still sailing quietly, the news from the second star region was transmitted to the pot cover Mengmeng star before the human fleet. In order to avoid human suspicion, while sending a message to the pot cover Mengmeng star, the second star field of the Nair civilization also sent a reply to humans. It basically said that we, Nair, had already notified the pot cover Mengmeng star, so that human civilization could go there with peace of mind. And also did not forget to tell humans that they were going to transport some materials from the Great Lai star to the pot cover Mengmeng star. This move has greatly increased the trust of humans. The Great Lai star is about 14.6 light years away from the pot cover Mengmeng star, which is already very close in this barren land with sparse stars. It takes about 30 years for the information to go back and forth. And when the second star field of the Nair civilization sent information to the pot cover Mengmeng star, it took 27 years for humans to reach their destination. In other words, the communication between the first star field and the second star field of the Nair civilization can only be done once. And humans will arrive, as humans expected. As long as they do not enter the deceleration state, the fleet will be difficult to be discovered in the universe. 27 years later, when the fleet was not ordered to enter the deceleration state, the human fleet did not receive any communication information even when it arrived 0.3 light years away from the pot cover Mengmeng star. At this time, the human advanced probe team has already approached the outermost planetary orbit of the pot cover Mengmeng star system, with a specific distance of about 0.008 light years, or 505 astronomical units. Well, you may not have an idea just by looking at the numerical value. This distance is about 12.6 times the distance from the Sun to Pluto. From this point of view, it is indeed far away. At such a long distance, it is impossible for a level 2 civilization to discover a few small probes without engines. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why there are so many cosmic civilizations. but we rarely encounter them during voyages in the universe. After getting the answer, Yu Yuan on the Tianqin said to the staff, "Let the probe team start to slow down and send an electromagnetic wave broadcast to the direction of the pot cover Mengmeng star at a distance of 0.08 light-years. The electromagnetic wave broadcast power of the probe team is sufficient. I believe that if they continue to shout, they will soon receive a reply from the pot cover Mengmeng star." Taking advantage of this time, scientists on the human fleet side used various detectors and telescopes to observe the pot cover star. For the observation fleet, 0.3 light-years is very far away. But if the observation target is changed to a star, then the distance is close. So without spending too much effort, some general information about the pot cover star was included in the human database. The star type is the same as the previous observation. The pot cover star is a red dwarf. Spectral type K, with an average surface temperature of only 2067 Kelvin, which is more than half of the Sun, and the mass is only about a quarter of the Sun, which is smaller than Proxima Centauri. Metallicity is negative 0.16135, a third-generation star, and extremely long-lived. Human scientists estimate that if it dies, this red dwarf can probably live for another 8 trillion years, compared to the short-lived stars like the Sun, which can only live for more than 10 billion years. This guy is almost as long-lived as the sky, according to the uninterrupted observations during this period. Even if human probes have not actually entered this star system, they know that it has planets. If the observations are correct, then it should have 5 planets. As for how many rocky planets and how many gaseous planets there are, we can only know it if the probe goes deeper. However, after all, it is the territory of the Nair civilization, and they have already known the arrival of humans in advance. So there is no need for humans to observe it themselves, since they have promised humans to resupply here. Yu Yuan believes that the Nair civilization will also send this star system map after receiving the information. After all, only by indicating the location on the star system map can humans know where they should stop. Sure enough, not long after the probe slowed down and sent out electromagnetic wave broadcasts, the Tianqin received a message with a map of the pot cover star. Chapter 317. After opening the translated information, everyone first looked at the star map. There are 5 planets in the pot cover Mengmeng star. Like other star systems, they are all elliptical orbits of varying sizes. The one closest to the main sequence star has a radius twice that of the Earth, but it is very close. The surface temperature reaches 600 degrees Celsius during the day and more than 160 degrees below zero at night. It is definitely a planet with a harsh environment. The second planet is also a rocky planet. This planet is in the habitable zone of the main sequence star. Well, it is the habitable zone defined by humans based on their own environment, not the Nair civilization. This planet is relatively small, with an equatorial radius of only 4,000 kilometers, which is slightly larger than Mars. The planet located in the third orbit is the main residence of the first star field of the Nair civilization in the Guagamengmeng star system. There are many semi-underground cities, like super-large yurts on it, and there are several large space stations on its orbit. Next is a gas planet with an equatorial radius of 56,000 kilometers, and a polar radius of 52,321 kilometers. It is slightly smaller than Saturn. This planet is also the only gas planet in Guagamengmeng star. There are 6 rocky satellites of varying sizes around this planet. From the star map set by the Nair civilization, the Nair people have already developed various resources on these satellites. The outermost one is only 5,012.6 kilometers in diameter, slightly larger than Jupiter's 4 moons. But it is not a satellite, but a real planet, because it is a planet that revolves around a star. Well, in fact, if it only revolves around a star, it is not necessarily a planet, such as a planet that is too small like Pluto. Pluto is too small, with a diameter of only 2,376.6 kilometers. It does not orbit on the ecliptic plane of the Sun. Moreover, because of its small mass, the gravity it generates is not enough to clear the small celestial bodies near its orbit, so it was kicked out of the 9 planets. As for the outermost planet, although its mass is also small, it can be called a planet. There is also a not very dense meteorite belt outside this planet, which is about 2 astronomical units away from the orbit of this planet. The meteorite belt is about 1 astronomical unit wide, and most of it is distributed on the ecliptic plane of the pot cover star. If the spacecraft outside wants to enter the range of the pot cover star from the ecliptic plane, it must pass through this meteorite belt. Of course, space is not a flat map. So if you want to cross this meteorite belt, which is mostly distributed on the ecliptic plane, you just need to go around from the top and bottom. From the star map, the place where the Nair civilization arranged for humans to dock is the planet on the outermost orbit in the meteorite belt. In fact, the Nair civilization has named these 5 planets. But if they are translated directly, the names are a bit strange and difficult to remember. For example, the first planet should be translated as Wilmurusu star, and the other planets are also named in this style. Scientists on the human side don't need to think too much about this kind of name. They know that it should be named after one of their own scientists or experts of the Nair civilization. Just like the names of some planets in the solar system in some countries in the human Earth era. Although it is to commemorate the scientists who have made contributions, this naming method really increases the learning cost. Therefore, for convenience, humans directly name the first planet as pot cover planet number 1, the second as pot cover planet number 2, and so on. As for the satellites in the orbits of these planets, humans also use this as a benchmark and call it the NTH satellite of the pot cover planet N. This makes it clear at a glance. Many things are named based on this. Of course, the original names will not be changed casually. After all, everyone is used to it. After looking at the map of the pot cover Mangmang star for a while, everyone turned their attention to the content sent by the Nair civilization. Human civilization from afar. Hello. This is the governor's mansion of the pot cover Mangmang star of the Nair civilization. In the vast universe. Meeting is fate. I am very happy to meet you here. We, the Nair civilization, would like to express our welcome to you. We are aware of your needs. So we have temporarily allocated the pot cover planet number 5 to our friends from afar for docking. Due to the serious communication delay problem, we will discuss other matters after your fleet completes the docking. The content is short, but full of sincerity. General Yu. It seems that this Nair civilization seems to be quite sincere. At least so far. It has not shown any malice. A staff officer retracted his gaze and said to Yuan, a social science expert who was browsing the information of the Nair civilization in the bridge of the Tianqin also said, yes, Chief, except for the fact that they spoke a little harshly at the beginning for some unknown reason. The Nair civilization has always shown full goodwill. Even after knowing that we changed our course and did not go to the Great Lai Star as they requested. But we still cannot take it lightly. Yu Yuan hummed and nodded, of course. It is better to be safe than sorry. So, do you think we should follow their arrangement and go to the pot cover planet number 5? As soon as the voice came, the social science expert who had just spoken took over the conversation. As if he had thought about the problem in advance. General, in my opinion, we must go. After all, the behavior of the Nair civilization is extremely friendly. And they arranged the planet in the outermost orbit for us to stay. And they must have made a lot of considerations. From the contact we have been in, the Nair civilization, a second-level civilization, should not be the kind of civilization that is ignorant. I think they should have encountered other alien civilizations. So they definitely know the concerns between different civilizations. That's why they arranged for us to dock on pot cover planet number 5. I think this is a gesture of goodwill. If they had any bad intentions, they would probably designate a planet in the inner orbit for us. Indeed, everyone in the bridge agreed with this view. After all, if a conflict occurs, then for humans, the farther away from the inner orbit, the safer it is. The fact that the Nair civilization arranged this location for humans to dock is actually a gesture of goodwill. Because everyone has seen the star map. If a conflict really occurs, it is very convenient for humans to cross the meteorite belt from the ecliptic plane or run up and down perpendicular to the ecliptic plane. In addition to this consideration, such an arrangement also shows that the Nair civilization attaches great importance to humans. Because from the star map, the Nair civilization can easily point to a location in the meteorite belt for humans to dock. But they did not do so. But let humans go to pot cover planet number 5. Chapter 318. You know, if the star map of the Nair civilization is not fake, this pot cover planet number 5 is not a barren planet, but a planet with all kinds of factories, which can be regarded as the industrial zone of the pot cover planet. The most incredible thing is that the Nair civilization did not require humans to dock with the entire fleet, but only part of it. You know, humans have a large fleet of 1,200 Lake-class warships. If all of them run to the orbit of pot cover planet number 5, Once they collide, they can completely plow the entire planet's surface in orbit. I really don't know whether to say that the Nair civilization is sincere or audacious. After a moment of silence, Yu Yuan turned around and said to everyone, well, we must go. But not all of us can go. I plan to leave all the living spaceships outside the asteroid belt. And most of the warships will also stay. As for going to the designated place of the Nair civilization, we can just use the Tianqin plus 400 transport ships. This, the chief of staff frowned and said, General Yu, I'm afraid that we are a little weak if only our flagship goes there. If something happens, then add 2 more lake-class warships. Yu Yuan responded. Only 2. The chief of staff wanted to say something else, but heard Yu Yuan's voice. We are not going to fight. Why go so many? And you should know that the most important thing for us is the residential spaceship cluster, where all human beings live. As long as the residential spaceship cluster is still there, even if the Tianqin sinks, human civilization will still exist. But we can't send so few. We have 1,200 lake-class warships, not to mention transferring all the First Fleet. At least 100 ships should go there. The chief of staff finally spoke. What do you think? Seeing the chief of staff like this, Yu Yuan glanced at the others, and then turned his gaze to the other people who appeared in the video. Before anyone present spoke, they heard Man Yueme, who appeared in the video, say, General Yu, I think what Chief of Staff Wei said makes sense. Besides, the Nair civilization has not made any requirements on the number of warships we go to. In this case, why should we take such a risk? The residential spaceship cluster is important. But isn't the flagship also important? Man Yueme finished speaking, and the others started talking. It seemed that more than half of them thought that more warships should be sent there. If it were normal times, Yu Yuan would certainly follow the advice of the majority. But this time he did not agree directly, but said to everyone, I know you are worried, but please listen to me first. Seeing that everyone was looking at him quietly, Yu Yuan continued, there are 3 reasons why I want to make such an arrangement. 1. The arrangement of the Nair civilization. Since the Nair civilization's arrangement is so sincere, we can't just show some expression. My flagship went alone with the transport ship to tell the Nair civilization with actions that we humans are also sincere. Reciprocity. Repay grievances with justice. Repay kindness with kindness. They trust us so much, so we naturally can't put too much pressure on them. I believe they will be completely relieved when they see that we only sent 3 warships. 2. The combat power of the Tianqin. Whether it is armor, magnetic field shield strength, main gun, or mobility, the overall performance of the Tianqin is the strongest among the lake-class warships. And it is also an absolute leader in the second-level civilization level. If there is any accident, the Tianqin will never be easily sunk, and it is even capable of breaking through. Human lake-class warships have 3 main guns, namely large positron guns, large laser guns, and large electromagnetic rail guns. The main gun of the Tianqin is a super-large positron gun. If it is not necessary to cooperate with the other 2 main guns to form a complementary artillery fire, Yu Yuan does not even want to bring the other 2 lake-class warships. After the magnetic field shield appeared, the positron cannon was not as invincible as before, so it needed to be equipped with warships equipped with the other 2 main guns. After a pause, Yu Yuan continued to explain. 3. The ships from the Li Star. You should not have forgotten the previous communication from the Nair civilization. Didn't they say that there was another fleet coming from the direction of the Li Star? According to the time, that fleet should be halfway. Although they said it was a transport fleet, we must be on guard. Who knows if it was because we temporarily changed the route to the pot cover Mangmang Star that their calculations failed. So they sent another fleet to support us? Perhaps. There is another reason why the pot cover Mangmang Star is so polite now. That is, their fleet here is not strong enough. And maybe when the fleet from the Great Li Star arrives, they will turn against each other. Therefore, we need to have enough strength to stay and defend the residential spacecraft cluster. Speaking of this, Yu Yuan looked at Man Yueme in the video frame and said, so after the Tianqin and the transport fleet leave, Man Yueme will be in charge of the large fleet. I don't need to explain the basic operation of spreading detectors. If you find that the fleet coming from the Great Star is not a transport fleet, but a battleship fleet, you must evacuate the residential spacecraft cluster from this star system as soon as possible. No problem, Man Yueme replied. Yu Yuan nodded, turned to Staff Officer Liu and said, Chief of Staff Wei, You will be responsible for writing a specific emergency plan with other colleagues in the headquarters in case of emergency. I understand. Commander Yu. Staff Officer Liu saluted. Does anyone have any objections? Yu Yuan said as he looked at the people who appeared in the video and the people present. Seeing that no one had any objections, he announced, since no one has any objections, let's do it this way. Next, let's discuss how to reply to the Nair civilization and how to communicate with them after arriving at the destination. After the words fell, everyone present began to discuss these two matters. How to reply is simple, and humans have experience in this matter, so it didn't take much time for everyone to determine the content of the reply. First of all, we must clearly tell the Nair people on the pot cover Mangmang star the number of warships of human civilization and the arrangements for docking. Even if humans don't tell us about the number of warships, the Nair civilization will definitely be able to detect it. Since we are on their territory, it's better not to let them find an excuse to send a detector to detect it. In addition, the human fleet has now arrived not far from the pot cover Mangmang star. When the human fleet begins to slow down, the number of fleets will also be clearly seen by the Nair people. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to tell them. As for the explanation of the docking, of course, we cannot say all the concerns Yu Yuan mentioned, but we should say that humans arranged it this way to show goodwill. Not long after, humans sent their reply information to the direction of the pot cover star, and at the same time, the large fleet began to decelerate. With the working of the steering engine, 1,200 Lake-class warships and 1,000 various spacecraft slowly turned their tails towards the pot cover star. And then we saw bright tail flames gushing out from the tails of the warships. The reply from humans and the bright light of the fleet's tail flames, one after the other, rushed towards the detector of the pot cover star at the speed of light. Chapter 319. Among the four fundamental forces, the long-range forces are gravity and electromagnetic force. Therefore, if you want to communicate with the civilization on the other side of the starry sky, you can only use one of the two forces. The lower civilization level knows very little about gravity, so the medium of communication between them is electromagnetic wave force. Transmission in the universe is electromagnetic waves. As a second-level civilization, humans have indeed mastered mature neutrino communication and neutrino detection. But if you want to communicate using neutrino communication, you must have neutrino communicators at both ends. Obviously, cosmic civilizations do not have this, so only electromagnetic waves can be used as a medium for communication, just as two people face-to-face on Earth communicate with each other through sound. In space, the words spoken between two spacecraft are electromagnetic waves. When the neutrino communication signal sent from the Tianjin was received by the most advanced detector of mankind after crossing 0.3 light-years, the detector relayed the signal to the spacecraft in front of it in the form of electromagnetic waves. Yes, during the deceleration of the human fleet, the detector at the forefront had already crossed the meteorite belt under the guidance of the Nair civilization and followed the route they gave, and at this time, met the Nair civilization spacecraft that had been waiting here for a long time. Because it was just a human probe, there was only one spaceship from the Nair civilization, and its style and size were similar to the three we encountered on the outer edge of the Great Star. It should also belong to the patrol team. It was probably sent out to perform the guidance mission. Sure enough, after receiving the electromagnetic waves sent by the human probe, the response of this spaceship immediately entered the signal receiving device of the human probe. A probe of human civilization. You are really controlled by intelligent AI? This is incredible. Your AI can actually do this. I'm really sorry if you hadn't told me just now that I am an individual life of your human civilization. Not AI. Oh, by the way, please wait a moment. Mr. Detection 9527. Since you are not an individual life of human civilization, I need to consult my superiors about this situation. The staff of the Nair civilization who came to receive him seemed surprised that the human probe was unmanned. The governor of the pot cover star region asked him to come here to take the human probe to the designated stop and take the opportunity to learn about human civilization first. But he never thought that it was an unmanned probe that came. The Mr. Detection 9527 in his words is the AI number of the human detector. The two sides are very close, and the communication speed is the speed of light. So it only took 5 or 6 seconds for Detection 9527 to receive the words of the receptionist of the Nair civilization and respond. I can understand, Mr. Receptionist. According to the optimal solution, I will wait for your reply here. The receptionist seemed very curious. After sending a consultation message to his boss, he said to the human detector, Mr. Detection 9527, don't you need to consult your main civilization? As you can see, this is just a small problem, and it is allowed in my program. Detection 9527 replied. For some reason, after learning that the human probe was controlled by intelligent AI, the receptionist of the Nair civilization was very curious and started to communicate with it. After a while, the receptionist obviously received instructions from his boss. So he directly said to the human probe, Mr. Detection 9527, you have been approved to enter the orbital area of my pot cover planet number 5. Please follow me. I believe you are also very curious about the situation in the pot cover planet number 5 area. Yes, Mr. Receptionist. As a probe, my mission is to collect more information for my main civilization. What could be more direct than going to the orbit of pot cover planet number 5? AI Detection 9527 responded with an electromagnetic wave, and then loaded the star map navigation, followed the spacecraft that came to receive the Nair civilization, and flew towards pot cover planet number 5. Humanity has many probes, but in order to show sincerity, these probes did not all cross the meteorite belt and enter the interior of the galaxy, but only one went in, and the other probes turned around and spread out in the upward, downward, left and right directions. Mr. Detection 9527, I'm curious, do you know that you are a detector? The receptionist asked again while heading to pot cover planet number 5. Why don't you know? But I want to correct you. Dear Mr. Nair Civilization Receptionist, I am not a detector, but the main control AI of the detector. Number 9527. Well, don't you have any idea about your identity? Mr. Detection 9527. I know what you are going to say. Mr. Receptionist, I can only tell you that as a detector AI, my idea is to collect as much information as possible for my main civilization, an intelligent life form, and a probe intelligent AI. Just like this, while communicating, they crossed the dark space and slowly approached the pot cover planet number 5. Human intelligent AI level is very high. If you are not mentally prepared, you can hardly feel that the words spoken by an AI are coming from a normal conversation. Of course, that is the ability of a comprehensive AI. As a probe-specific AI, the probe 9527 was loaded with a detection module by humans, so it still looks a bit clumsy. So the AI had said was not actually that it had a life self-awareness, but that it was called that by the human program when communicating. As the two were getting closer to the pot cover planet number 5, the conversation between probe 9527 and the receptionist of the Nair civilization was also transferred by the probe to the Tianjin, which had completed the first stage of deceleration for human analysis. Similarly, another conversation was also sent to the governor of the pot cover star. Compared to humans, the Nair civilization seemed to be more curious. After receiving the conversation, a group of Nair people gathered at the governor of the pot cover star. What they discussed was undoubtedly the content of the conversation between the receptionist and Detection 9527. Your Excellency, I think this human civilization may have passed that hurdle. Otherwise, how could they use intelligent AI so confidently? So I think that in the next communication, we must get their intelligent AI technology. The speaker was a scientist from the Nair civilization. As soon as his abdomen vibrated, another Nair man gurgled and laughed a unique Nair laugh, followed by the vibration sound of the belly generator of the owner of the laugh. Is the sun rising from the west today? How come a leader who advocated the Omnic crisis and opposed the development of intelligent AI today agrees to develop AI technology? One time. Another time. The scientist raised his claws and snapped them twice. It seems to be the habit of the Nair people to raise one or both claws and snap while talking. The scientist waved his claws and vibrated the abdominal generator, saying, the reason why it is forbidden to conduct in-depth research on intelligent AI technology has become the consensus of our Nair civilization is entirely because of the alien relics found in the third star domain 3,000 years ago. Various evidences show that the alien civilization perished under the Omnic crisis. But now this human civilization seems to have passed that hurdle, or has known how to prevent the Omnic crisis. So as long as we figure out the reason, we can safely develop artificial intelligence technology. Chapter 320. But Master Idudu, how can you be sure that human civilization has found a way? A Nellian expressed his doubts. The Nellian, whom he called Master Idudu, immediately replied, of course I can't be sure. But human civilization dares to use artificial intelligence so boldly. So they must have a way. So we have to ask human civilization for this news. If they really have a way, then we must get this technology. From what I heard, it seems that the Nair civilization has formulated some policies to restrict the development of AI because of fear of the intelligent machine crisis. Incredibly, this policy is still being followed by all three factions even though the Nair civilization has already split into three factions. If humans see this situation, I wonder what they would think. Because humans clearly know that at the second-level civilization stage, no matter how deep the research on artificial intelligence technology is, no matter what proud achievements are made, it is impossible to create an artificial intelligence with true self-awareness. But the Nair civilization seem to be unaware of this. Of course, humans now don't know that the Nair civilization doesn't know. Because of preconceived notions, humans didn't think about this after knowing the conversation between the two. They just regarded the receptionist of the Nair civilization as a chatterbox who liked to ask questions to the AI. Just as the Nair people on the pot cover Mang Mang star were discussing how to obtain the technology to prevent artificial intelligence rebellion from humans. The Tianqin, which had completed the first stage of deceleration, also began to separate from the human fleet. Soon, the Tianqin, 2 lake-class warships, plus a fleet of 400 transport ships and some resource processing platforms, turned around again and followed the route given by the Nair civilization to cross the meteorite belt with a span of 1 astronomical unit. This time, humans did not bring spacecraft carrying ground mining equipment and ground-based vehicles to the orbit of the pot cover planet number 5. Because this is the place of the Nair civilization after all. So it is highly likely that humans will not be allowed to mine resources themselves. As for mining the meteorite belt, it is even more impossible. Let's not talk about whether the Nair civilization agrees or not. It is not cost-effective in terms of mining costs. Because the meteorites in the meteorite belt are too small and too scattered. It is very difficult to catch them one by one. It is okay to use them for emergency fuel replenishment. But forget about refining other mineral resources. It is better to buy them directly from the Nair civilization. Anyway, whether it is the stones used as fuel by the secondary civilization or various metal minerals, there is no shortage in the interstellar era. What can be considered valuable is at most the mining cost. A route of more than 10 light years can be passed in a flash. So the distance of several thousand astronomical units naturally does not take much time. After crossing the meteorite belt with a width of 1 astronomical unit, the Tianqin formation went all the way to the pot cover planet number 5. As the target gradually approached, the situation in the pot cover planet number 5 area also appeared in front of humans. Although the probe had sent back some pictures before, it was still different to come to the destination in person and watch it from the porthole with the naked eye. At this time, many people had already run to the porthole and looked at the Nair civilization spaceships. Spaceships and warships are commonplace for humans, but it is the first time to observe a spaceship of an alien civilization at such a close distance. Outside the porthole, spaceships with styles very different from human warships are coming and going near the planetary orbit. At this moment, their tail flames have become the brightest stars in the night sky. Some of them travel back and forth between the planet and the space station, while others depart from the space station and fly towards the inner orbit of the pot cover star. Of course, there are also spaceships coming from the inner orbit to the pot cover planet number 5. Looking around, it seems that a busy route has been formed near the entire pot cover planet number 5. The Nair people of the pot cover Mang Mang star told humans that the ships shuttling between the space station and the inner orbit were their interstellar flights, which were specifically used to travel within the Nair galaxy. The ships shuttling between the space station and the planet were space flights, which were different from interstellar flights, as space flights only transported between the ground and the space station. In addition, as far as the eye could see, people could vaguely see fleets that were clearly not quietly floating in space. Yes, that's right. A fleet. The Tianqin has received the introduction information from the Nair people. It is said that this fleet is responsible for the safety of the pot cover planet number 5. There are 73 ships, all of which are lake-class warships. Obviously, the Nair civilization is also aware of the power of lake-class warships. Just like humans. I don't know if they are equipped with 3 different types of main guns like humans. In the introduction information, the Nair people only told humans the number of warships, but did not tell humans the specific parameters. So Yuan, who is now on the Tianqin, naturally did not know. However, even if the Nair people didn't say anything. As the distance gradually approached, the humans still saw it, just when the shape of their warships appeared clearly on the big screen of the Tianqin. General, the main guns of the Nair Lake-class warships seemed to be designed with 3 guns. In the bridge of the Tianqin, Gao Kun, a warship design expert, pointed to the image on the big screen and said to Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan also saw that although they were both Lake-class warships, they were different from the human warships that were designed with only 1 main gun. There are 3 relatively protruding and sturdy columnar structures at the front of the Lake-class warship of the Nair people. Although the specific muzzle cannot be seen, it is likely to be the main gun. Seeing this design, Yu Yuan was immediately delighted. The reason is that the caliber is too small. The space of the Lake-class warship is so small that there is no room for a super large gun if a large caliber is pursued. Now the Nair civilization has installed 3 main guns on a Lake-class warship, so the caliber is naturally much smaller than that of human warships. Yu Yuan estimated that the main guns of the Lake-class warships of the Nairs were probably only slightly larger than the main guns of the flagships of humans in the first-level civilization. A typical design that sacrificed firepower intensity for complete functions. For main guns of this caliber, except for the positron guns, the other 2 types of main guns could not cause real damage to the armor of the Lyra, even if the Lyra did not move to let them fire. If they really fought, Yu Yuan felt that with just 1 Lyra, he might be able to destroy all 73 Lake-class warships of the Nairs. The firepower is really not on the same level. In fact, without Gao Kun's reminder, Yu Yuan could guess why the Nair people designed their Lake-class battleships in this way. He felt that if his guess was correct, it should be that the Nair civilization did not have the powerful number 1 and number 2 alloys like humans. Without strong alloys, there is naturally no way to build battleship armor as powerful as humans. So there is no need for such a large caliber main gun to destroy the armor. Observation is relative. When humans saw the Lake-class battleships of the Nair civilization, the Nair people naturally saw the flagship of humans and the other 2 Lake-class battleships. The round thing on the bow of the Lake-class battleship naturally caught the eyes of the Nair people. Like humans, the Nair people also started a discussion about the design of human battleships after seeing the Lyra. Unlike humans, the Nair people were very puzzled by the huge caliber main gun design of the human Lake-class battleship. Many of them felt that this design was a waste of firepower and was completely unnecessary. Some military experts even believed that if the loading time of the main gun was not much different, a Lake-class battleship of the Nair civilization could completely beat 3 human Lake-class battleships. The reason given by the military experts was that the 3 main guns of the Nair civilization were combined into 1. The firing rate would be faster, and they could flexibly switch and attack according to the target situation. In short, after seeing the other side's battleship, both humans and Nair people felt that they were very good. Chapter 321. In fact, the probe that arrived first had already taken photos of the distribution of various facilities of the Nair civilization on the orbit of the pot-cover Mangmang star, and sent them to the Tianqin. However, the equipment on the probe was not as advanced as that on the Tianqin. Now, looking at these facilities from the perspective of the Tianqin, it felt really different. It was like the difference between a myopic person wearing glasses and not wearing glasses. Of course, it was impossible to compare the detection equipment carried by the Tianqin with the naked eye from the porthole. Therefore, after satisfying his curiosity for naked eye observation, Yu Yuan returned to the command center of the Tianqin. The reason why the exterior design of the Lake-class warship of the Nair civilization can be clearly seen is also because of the detection equipment of the Tianqin. At this moment, while others were still discussing the warships of the Nair civilization, Yu Yuan cast his eyes on other pictures. At this moment, the transport fleet led by the Tianqin has arrived at the far Earth orbit of the pot-cover planet number 5. So the facilities of the Nair civilization in the near-Earth orbit are also clear to humans. It seems that the Nair civilization has no intention of deliberately hiding it. This Nell civilization seems to also use an orbital mass accelerator. It seems that the technology of the second-level civilization cannot produce the materials required for the space elevator, Yu Yuan murmured. And it was obvious that he noticed the ground space transportation method of the Nell civilization. To be honest, Yu Yuan was a little disappointed. He thought that the Nell civilization was more advanced than humans in ground space transportation. But he didn't expect that it also used an orbital mass accelerator. Yu Yuan saw a number of vehicles launched from the ground into space through the detection equipment of the Tianqin. They were some kind of vehicles that were easy to disassemble. Not spacecraft. And there was a gushing flame at the end. He was very familiar with these things. They must be some materials launched into space from the orbital mass accelerator. A little disappointed, but it was reasonable to think about it. In fact, Yu Yuan did not have much hope for this so-called exchange and trade. When he first came into contact, he just said it casually. After learning that the Nair civilization agreed and seemed very enthusiastic, he also hoped to exchange some of their special technologies from the Nair civilization. However, looking at the current situation, the technology of the Nair civilization seems to be slightly inferior to that of humans. Just from the way the battleships are equipped with 3 main guns, it can be seen that its material technology is far inferior to that of humans. The most difficult part of realizing a space elevator is precisely material technology. Even humans cannot make cables with enough strength and toughness, let alone the Nair civilization. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan was relieved. However, just as he turned around and was about to walk towards the door of the command center, a cry suddenly rang in his ears. "This is... General. Look! It's incredible! What the hell?" Such a loud voice. Shocked. "What did you see?" and said it out loud. Yu Yuan muttered inwardly, but still looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Lu Mian, who was a few steps to his right, holding up his hand and pointing at the big screen in the command center, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Yu Yuan looked in the direction he pointed, and when he saw what appeared on the big screen, his originally frowned brows immediately changed, and a touch of surprise surged into his heart. Huh? Could this be? After muttering, Yu Yuan immediately shouted to the operator in the row on the right, "Xiao Huang, zoom in on screen number 9. Screen number 9 was what Lu Mian was pointing at, and what he was staring at now. In the screen, Yu Yuan saw a space station that was much larger than the other space stations. At first glance, it looked like a space fortress. What surprised him was that under this large space station, there was something with flames rising from bottom to top, slowly sinking into it. He could see that the flame should be a spacecraft. But if it was the tail flame of a spacecraft, according to his understanding, it should not enter the space station in this way. The answer was revealed after the picture was enlarged. Wow! This is a space elevator. The detection equipment of the Tianqin is quite powerful. It can still capture it clearly at such a long distance. When the picture was enlarged, Yu Yuan quickly recognized what this so-called large space station was. At this moment, what was displayed in the picture was no longer a large space station occupying the entire picture, but the details of this large space station. Due to Yu Yuan's instructions, the operator consciously adjusted the large screen into a whole piece, and the content that was originally only on the 9th picture was now enlarged on the large screen. Then everyone in the command center saw the partial details of this large space station. Oh no! Now it should be called a space elevator. The first thing that came into view was a huge circular platform, which was made up of shiny metal coatings. These metal strips surrounded the main structure of the platform in 3 layers inside and outside. The center of the main structure was spherical, surrounded by 3 circles of metal structures. And further out, there were steel structures like tentacles. It looks like a basketball with 3 tires of different sizes, connected by long strips from the inside to the outside. Above the main structure, there is a long column. Below it, like the bottom of a funnel, it is tilted and narrowed. And then, there are circles and some equipment. If you look at it from a general perspective, the space part of the space elevator of the Nair civilization looks like a wooden gyroscope. When the camera moves down, people can see straight steel cables. Countless steel cables form a circle, distributed in a very symmetrical pattern on the circular circles. Every certain distance, there is an obvious circle, which fixes these steel cables. If you look closely, it is not difficult to find that these circles are not thin circles, and the length is not short. There are also lumps of things on them that look like some kind of equipment. Such an arrangement, from the overall view, looks like a string passing through the wall of the iron barrel. At this moment, humans can see bright spots going up and down. These are probably the elevator cabins of the space elevator. It is a little different from what people usually imagine. The elevator cabin of the space elevator is not square, but barrel-shaped, with a little point on the top. The tail flame gushing out from the bottom should be the booster of the elevator cabin. The cabin is columnar as a whole, and the sharp structure at the top is probably to take into account the resistance problem of the atmospheric environment inside the planet. Seeing this structure, Yu Yuan was not only a little surprised, because in his cognition, pot cover planet number 5 should be a planet without atmosphere. So there is no need to design the cabin like this. This is a bit puzzling. Could it be that the Nair civilization has transformed pot cover planet number 5 into a planet with atmosphere? Chapter 322. While Yu Yuan was puzzled, Lu Mian on the side shouted loudly, "General, what a surprise! I didn't expect that the Nair civilization actually has a space elevator." Yi Kai, who came to the command center at some point, also said, "Yes, General. What a surprise! Are we going to trade with them? Apart from anything else, we must get the technology to build a space elevator." "Yes." Suzhini, a member of the School of Materials, grinned and said happily, "I thought their material technology was not very good. But I never thought they could actually build a space elevator. It's great. As long as we have a space elevator, our ground-to-space transportation capabilities will definitely be improved by several levels in the future." Ha! It's easy to find it after searching for it everywhere. A mechanical expert also laughed heartily. As if humans have already obtained the technology to build a space elevator. Yu Yuan was naturally very happy. But he still restrained himself a little, and did not laugh like a villain on the spot. Humans have always used orbital mass accelerators. Not to mention the transportation cost. Every time they collect resources on the planet, they always have to assemble the orbital mass accelerators one by one on the ground, and then disassemble and pack them when they leave, and then launch them into space with rockets, or load them into large transport ships, and carry them into space. It takes a lot of time every time. Not only that, if it encounters a planet with an atmosphere, the orbital mass accelerator must also consider the atmospheric resistance factor. So it has to install a booster on each transport structure. Although humans have developed reusable boosters, due to their launch nature, and each time they are sent into space, they must be re-entered into the atmosphere and then sent to the ground. So the lifespan of these boosters is generally not high. It is precisely because the booster takes time to travel back and forth between the Earth and the sky that the launch of the orbital mass accelerator cannot be as efficient as shooting a bullet into the sky, which greatly limits the human ground space transportation capabilities. If it is a space elevator, it will be different. Its cabin can be reused until it is scrapped, even if a booster device needs to be added under the cabin. It is more convenient than the booster device of the orbital mass accelerator, because the process of the cabin from the sky to the ground is much more convenient than the booster device of the orbital mass accelerator. Moreover, if humans have a space elevator, then every time they collect enough resources on the planet and leave, they don't need to be as troublesome as disassembling the orbital mass accelerator. It is only necessary to launch the ground base of the space elevator into space. As for the cable of the space elevator, a device can be directly designed to roll it up in the main structure of the space part of the space elevator. The loops of devices on the cable of the space elevator can also be mechanically folded. When leaving, these devices can be mechanically folded up. In fact, the human mechanical department has already designed the working method of this component. That is, when the cable is retracted, these loop-shaped components come under the main structure of the space part of the space elevator, and then they are mechanically disassembled and then turned up and attached to the space-themed structure. Yes, although humans have orbital mass accelerators, they have never stopped researching space elevators, because both scientists and new government personnel know that space elevators are far more efficient than orbital mass accelerators. In the Earth era, when humans were building orbital mass accelerators in Qinghai, Tibet, someone proposed a space elevator plan. But at that time, neither the material technology nor other technologies were up to standard. So they could only settle for the second best and build an orbital mass accelerator. After countless years of development after escaping from Callisto, human technology has changed from the past. A series of technical problems such as the ground base of the space elevator, the space-themed structure, and the operation mode have actually been solved by humans. The only problem left is the cable material problem. In other words, as long as humans solve the cable problem, they will have the ability to independently build a space elevator. However, humans have been researching for many years and have not made a breakthrough in this material, so that almost everyone believes that at the level of second-level civilization, there is no way to make the cable material required for the space elevator, and that it can only be made after the third-level civilization masters the real nanotechnology. It is true that humans have powerful alloys number 1 and number 2, But that alloy technology is not the same as the cable material required by the space elevator. The former is a kind of material with high strength and high temperature resistance and impact resistance. And all aspects of performance have reached an unimaginable level. But the performance required for the cable of the space elevator is toughness, corrosion resistance, tensile strength, etc. It cannot be said to be completely different. But it can also be said that most of the performance requirements are different. But it is precisely this material technology that humans have been unable to break through for many years. But it appeared in a near civilization that seems to be inferior to humans in material technology. As a material science academician, Suzhini couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Gao Kuan guessed wrong? In fact, the material technology of the Nair civilization is not inferior to that of humans, but far superior to that of humans. Once this thought came to him, he couldn't stop it. After a while, he couldn't help but bump his arm against Gao Kuan next to him and whispered, "Director Gao, you said before that the reason why the main gun of the Nair civilization's late-class warship uses a triple-mounted structure is because their material technology is not as good as ours. But now it seems that it's not the case." Gao Kuan was stunned for a moment, and didn't understand what Suzhini meant for a while. But after glancing at Suzhini, and then turning his head to look at everyone present, and seeing the excited eyes staring at the space elevator cable on the big screen, he understood what Suzhini meant. "I say, Academician Su, you won't forget. The reason why our warship armor is so powerful is all because of alloy number 1 and alloy number 2. And the origin of these two alloys, Academician Su, as a leading figure in material science, must still remember it." Hearing Gao Kuan's words, Suzhini's expression froze, and he immediately pulled himself back from the dead end of his thinking. "Sorry, I was a little excited for a moment, and I got stuck in a dead end." Suzhini took a deep breath. How could he not know where alloys 1 and 2 came from? That was what he was in charge of making. And the reason why it was made was entirely because of the unknown civilization warship that crashed on Callisto. From this point of view, the so-called material technology of human beings far surpasses that of the Nair civilization, which seems to be an illusion of taking a shortcut. I think the real situation is that human beings are indeed far superior to the Nair civilization only in the technology of warship armor materials. But they are far inferior in nanomaterials. It seems that our material technology has not yet reached the peak of the second-level civilization. Looking at the excited people, Suzhini sighed silently in his heart. Chapter 323. Observation is mutual. When humans observe the Nair civilization, they also observe humans. Since humans only have so many spaceships that came to the docking place according to the instructions. And among these spaceships, the flagship Tianqin is undoubtedly the most eye-catching. So most of the attention of the Nair civilization is focused on it. Just like humans observe their space elevators. As the spaceship formation docked at the destination, the Nair people also quickly discovered the difference of Tianqin. As the Tianqin formation gradually approached, its big body of 5 kilometers long, 3 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high quickly entered the field of vision of the Nair people. It was also at this time that the Nair people were surprised to find that this human warship was much larger than their own late-class warships. So when humans were discussing their space elevators, the Nair people, like humans, gathered in their flagship and pointed at the image of the Lyra displayed on the big screen. In the conversation, many Nair scientists could not help but sigh in surprise. "Oh, Your Excellency, the Governor, please forgive me for being frank. The shipbuilding technology of this human civilization is really unexpected. It is hard to imagine how they overcame a series of problems caused by the warship being too large. You know, the late-class warships we built with the most powerful elder alloy as the main keel and main load-bearing structure of the warship have a maximum length of only about 3 kilometers. How did they break through this limit and build a 5-kilometer-long warship?" The person who spoke was a designer from the Nair civilization. The main reason for his confusion was that when a warship is longer than 3 kilometers, no matter what design structure is used, there will inevitably be some kind of stress problem. Even if the Nair civilization can build it with the most powerful materials and the most advanced technology. When conducting extreme acceleration and deceleration tests in various combat environments, there will inevitably be various structural deformation risks. Therefore, when the designer saw the Tianqin of human civilization, his heart was stimulated with hatred. "You mean, the human civilization exploration fleet has more powerful materials and crafts than ours?" the governor of the first star field of the Nair civilization said in astonishment. Yes, Your Excellency. The human civilization either has more material technology than ours, or they have mastered some warship manufacturing technology. The designer stared at the lyra on the big screen and continued to vibrate the vocal organs in his abdomen. Please see. Except for this warship, the other two warships of this human civilization are not much different from ours. I think they should have mastered some material technology, but it is very difficult to manufacture. Otherwise, there would not be only one warship of this size. The Governor-General raised his claws and snapped them twice. Very good. In that case, we must get this technology. After a pause, the Governor-General looked at another Nair with his compound eyes. New. The Ministry of Commerce should remember to add this item to the list and bring it up when communicating with human civilization. As you wish. Your Excellency the Governor-General. Nu snapped his claws twice and agreed. Well, human civilization is about to reach its destination, and we should go over and have a good talk with them. The Governor-General snapped his claws twice in satisfaction. Seeing the Governor-General like this, a Nair from the diplomatic field hesitated and said, Governor-General, the envoys from the second star region are still on the way. Shouldn't we wait for them? Before the Governor-General spoke, a Nair in military uniform answered for him. Hee. It's their business if they haven't arrived yet. As long as we don't expose the situation of the internal forces of our civilization, it won't be considered a breach of contract. It's no big deal. It's a good opportunity to trade more things with human civilization. We don't have to care about the people from the second star region. It's nonsense to wait for them to come and then negotiate the trade with human civilization. Well, my suggestion is to trade with human civilization as much as possible. The more the better. And it's best to buy everything that human civilization is willing to trade. As for the second star region, let them do it themselves. Oh, in order to repay them for notifying us in advance? If they need it, we can sell the technology obtained from humans to them again. Hee. Of course, if they don't want to, they can go and buy it from humans again. But if that happens, the blame for exposing the internal situation of our civilization will be borne by the second star region itself. This Nair officer made a good calculation. If the second star region went to trade with humans again when they arrived, it would definitely make humans suspicious. So he estimated that the people of the second star region would not dare to do so. So they would have to trade with him obediently. In this way, the cost of trading with human civilization can be compensated by the second star region. In this way, he can make a profit in the first star field. And if he does this, as long as he does some tricks when trading with the second star field, he may be able to weaken the second star field. As one gains, the other loses. In the future, it will be the first star field that will complete the great cause of unifying the Nair civilization. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice objected, if we act this way, if the people of the second star field get angry and look for human civilization to trade separately again, won't it be a waste for human civilization to sell one share of the goods to both parties? And they can also see the clues inside our civilization. We don't know where the main civilization of this human civilization is, nor do we know their true details. If the human civilization gets to know the situation inside our civilization and becomes malicious, wouldn't we put our entire civilization in danger by doing this? At this time, the governor spoke. He first raised his pincers and clicked twice, and then vibrated the abdominal vocal organs. What you said is all right. But you must remember that it was not us who first proposed contact and trade now, but human civilization. Think about it. In the eyes of human civilization, do we and the second star region belong to the whole of the Nair civilization? Definitely. A group of Nair people said in unison. They raised their claws at the same time and snapped a few times. Snapping their claws like pliers is a way for the Nair people to express their emotions. Different degrees of snapping represent different emotions, which is somewhat similar to human facial expression management. Since they think we are a whole, why do they have to wait for the people from the second star region to arrive in 20 or 30 years? The Governor-General raised his claws happily and made a few clicks. Then continued, so we just go over to greet them. I expect that when they arrive there, they will definitely bring up the matter of trade. You know, one of the purposes of their coming here is to replenish various materials. As long as we don't bring it up first, even if the second star region knows about it, it can only suffer in silence. Who made them unable to control their mouths and scared human civilization to us? They deserve to eat what we leave behind. Chapter 324. Your Excellency, the Governor-General, is right. Hearing the Governor-General say this, a fleet commander first praised him, then clicked his claws, as if to express his contemplation, and then used his abdominal vocal organs to make a unique laugh of the Nair people. Hee. Your Excellency, the Governor-General. In this case, why don't we just destroy this fleet of so-called human civilization? As long as we destroy them and take over their database, won't it all be ours by then? It just so happens that they have come a long way and are still short of resources. And they only have about 1,200 Lake-class warships. Although we have only about 800 ships on the pot-cover Mangmang star. They have no combat power at all with one giant main gun per warship. To destroy them, I estimate that only half of them are needed. Of course, considering that their huge flagship may have a certain combat power, we should be safe and discuss the transaction with them first, and then take the opportunity to transfer a large fleet from the pot-cover planet number 3 to their fleet outside the meteorite belt. Once their flagship is discovered, we will use the current 73 warships to encircle and destroy their flagship. When they learn that their fleet flagship has been surrounded and killed, and that our fleet is smaller than theirs, they will not leave easily, but will rush in to save their flagship. In this way, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. As long as their fleet is destroyed, the remaining various types of spacecraft are nothing but chickens and dogs. Even if they want to escape, they will definitely go to the nearby stars, because their materials and fuel are not enough to support their way of sailing across several star systems. So at that time, we only need to notify the fleet stationed in other star systems in advance, and we will definitely be able to intercept them all. The fleet commander paused and thought for a moment, then added, even if they desperately cross 1 or 2 star systems, we can judge their route by the route they set out. When they are pursued from behind and intercepted by the fleet in front, they only need to turn a few more times in the process, and they will definitely use up their last fuel. And then, they can be captured easily. As for the so-called main civilization you are worried about, what I want to say is that the starry sky is so vast that even if their main civilization is in this star field, their fleet can still notify their main civilization. But it will take at least several decades, or even hundreds of years. By the time their main civilization arrives here, it will probably take hundreds of years. By then, we will have mastered their technology, and may even have taken it to a higher level, and completed the unification of the Nair civilization. Taking a step back, if we can defeat them once, why should we be afraid of the arrival of their main civilization? With their design of one ship and one main gun, even if a fleet of twice or even 10 of them came, they would not be our opponents. After the commander finished speaking, he raised his claws and started to click, showing a proud look on his face. Obviously, he felt that his plan was much more reliable than trading with the human civilization exploration fleet, since most of the Nair people felt that if their warships fought against human warships, they could definitely fight 3-1. So after hearing such words, they all fell into deep thought. While they were thinking, the fleet commander who proposed this plan added another knife. He showed a proud look with his claws and said, also, even if hundreds or thousands of years later, when the main human civilization comes to us, and we have not completed the unification of civilization, it is not necessarily that they will come to our first star region. You must know that the first contact of this human civilization exploration fleet is not us. As long as they are attacked, their first reaction will definitely be that it is the second star region that is behind it. Another military personnel immediately said, but didn't the second star region tell them that the fleet coming from the second star region this time is a transport fleet? Even if they don't believe it, as long as this transport fleet arrives, human civilization will see that the second star field is not lying, and they will definitely believe that we attacked them on our own initiative. The fleet commander was confident, so we must destroy this human civilization exploration fleet before the second star field transport fleet arrives. After that, he turned to the governor. Governor, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. The governor felt that the fleet commander's words seemed to be correct, and he was indeed tempted, but he was still a little hesitant to make up his mind now. So he looked around at the Nair people who were discussing in a low voice, and pondered, let me think about it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Governor-General was not really indecisive, but was considering the pros and cons of peaceful trade and war plunder. At this moment, another voice appeared. Oh! It was the warship designer, who had previously said that the human flagship might have an advantage. He snapped his claws a few times and said, "Your Excellency, the human flagship seems to have some tricks. Let's first figure out how they built such a huge warship. Anyway, the transport fleet of the second star field is only halfway there. And we still have a lot of time. My suggestion is to first explore the technological strength of human warships in the name of trading technology, and then make plans based on the actual situation after confirmation." Hearing the warship designer say this, another near military personnel also took over the conversation and said, "That makes sense. I also think it is safer to take a closer look at their strength first. The ancients once said, the deeper the understanding of the enemy, the greater the probability of defeating the enemy. Moreover, I think this human civilization exploration fleet seems to be on guard, which can be seen from their behavior of not driving all the warships to the pot cover planet number 5. Not only that, their vigilance may also indicate that they are not a simple civilization. Perhaps they have really encountered other civilizations in the process of exploring the universe. If so, it is really necessary to observe and consider carefully before launching a war." For a moment, the governor was also undecided, but it was better to be safe. Besides, there was still plenty of time. It was not too late to make a decision before the human fleet was supplied. Thinking of this, the governor raised his claws and snapped a few times. "Then let's take a look at the situation first." After that, he turned to the fleet commander who proposed the plan to destroy the human fleet. "Well, the fleet can't be left alone. Let them prepare for emergencies. Don't worry, Governor. I will make arrangements. When the time comes, you only need to give an order, and we can proceed as planned." The fleet commander saw that the governor had made the decision, so he said nothing more, but clicked his claws twice to show that he would definitely make all the preparations. On the other hand, just as the Nail people gathered together to discuss how to deal with humans, the transport fleet led by the human flagship Tianqin finally arrived at the destination, which was the designated anchorage of the Nail people. It's called a docking point, but it's actually the far Earth orbit of the pot cover planet number 5, without any space buildings or stations. However, humans have no complaints. After all, the size of the Tianqin is too big for a normal spaceport to accommodate. Besides, there are basically all kinds of space facilities of the Nair people in the near-Earth orbit, so it's understandable that humans are not allowed to get close. The Nair people also said before that they would transport the materials needed by humans when the time comes, so it won't have any impact. In fact, humans know very well that the main purpose of the so-called docking point is not to facilitate the reception of supplies, but to facilitate communication between the two sides. After all, if the distance is too far, the communication delay is really too bad. Humans naturally don't know the Nair people's plan, but because they have full confidence in the Tianqin. After arriving at the destination, they took the initiative to send a message to the dozen or so warships that were slowly approaching, urging them to hurry up so that the supply issue can be finalized as soon as possible. Chapter 325. Perhaps because of their confidence in their own strength, facing the transport fleet led by the human flagship Tianqin and 2 Lake-class warships. The 73 Lake-class warships of the Nair civilization did not go out in full. Only 3 came. Perhaps it was also related to the purpose of their visit this time. In any case, what humans saw was that only 3 warships came, and such an approach was a manifestation of goodwill in the eyes of humans. Therefore, the new government officials on the Tianqin were in a good mood, with a feeling that there are also goodwill civilizations among low-level civilizations. There is also truth, goodness, and beauty among cosmic civilizations. Just as they were imagining this, the Nair civilization sent a reply. Yu Yuan and his companions quickly read the contents of the Nair people's reply. First, they welcomed the arrival of humans. At least that's what they wrote literally. And then the following content was a response to the content that humans had sent before to discuss supply matters. However, in the reply, the Nair people did not specify the specific supply matters, but simply promised humans that they would definitely arrange the supply matters. Finally, it was the opinion of the Nair people. They felt that the back-and-forth communication method like writing letters was too inefficient, so they planned to establish a video call with humans, or hold a video conference or something. In view of the previous communication, the information communication and translation between human civilization and Nair civilization was not a big problem. But it was indeed as the Nair people said. Such communication efficiency was indeed low. Therefore, Yu Yuan agreed with the Nair people's proposal, and others probably thought it was a good choice. Firstly, the two sides have officially come into contact. But since they are not creatures from the same planet, it is impossible for them to go to the same environment to discuss directly, so they can only do it in the form of video. Secondly, they can see what the other side looks like. I don't know when. Many human scientists believe that seeing each other's biological morphological characteristics is a kind of trust. Of course, wearing tactical armor to go to the place designated by both parties is one way. But after going there, they have to do all kinds of disinfection work when they come back, which is really troublesome. Therefore, the first choice is to establish video communication. However, establishing video communication is very different from the current communication style of writing letters and replying letters. In the past, the envelope-style information transmission between humans and the Nair civilization was based on the language of the Nair civilization. After all, the first message was a dictionary sent by the Nair civilization. So it has been used in this way. An information translation, to put it bluntly, is based on regular electromagnetic wave signals. In the past, information was received, and then translated one by one according to the fluctuation pattern of electromagnetic wave signals in the information and compared with the dictionary. However, if real-time video communication is to be carried out, communication experts and computer experts will have to write a set of special underlying codes separately. The reason is that this communication method requires that the devices of both parties always have data exchange. Therefore, various things such as sequences, image groups, bit strings, bases, strip coding structures, block coding structures, and bit rate control algorithms need to be interoperable. Otherwise, real-time communication cannot be established at all. In addition, there is the underlying operating logic of the computers of both parties. And on this basis, the data transmission protocol, video decoding and display data corresponding data interoperability, etc. In short, there is a lot of work to be done, but it is not difficult for human civilization or Nair civilization, as long as both parties negotiate the protocols used for various video communications. It is estimated that it will not take much time to come up with it. As for whether to use the network protocol of humans or Nair people, or to establish another system, it depends on the negotiation process of both parties. In fact, Yu Yuan didn't care about this, so he directly told the communication department to let them negotiate this issue with the Nair civilization. Of course, because real-time communication requires data exchange, Yu Yuan did not forget to remind relevant experts that they must do a good job in firewall construction. He did not want to fight a network war with the Nair civilization. If the Nair civilization was not also a second-level civilization, the new government would never agree to establish real-time video communication. In this way, after both parties agreed, they negotiated on various network protocols for more than 10 days. Finally, with the joint efforts of communication and computer experts from both sides, they finally developed a system specifically for communication between the two sides. After the system was completed and passed various tests without any problems, Yu Yuan summoned a group of scientists and scholars from all walks of life to the Tianqin Command Center and set up a long table. After everyone was seated and the time agreed by both parties arrived, he sent a communication request to the Nair civilization. Now the Tianqin is on the same orbit as the three warships of the Nair civilization, but there is still a distance of more than 30,000 kilometers between the two. The communication delay is about 266 milliseconds, or 0.266 seconds. The delay is not high, so there is no problem with video calls. When preparing for the communication, the large screen in the Tianqin Command Center has been lowered from a high-hanging state to the same level as the long table through a mechanical movement structure. Therefore, when the screen is lit, Yu Yuan and his group can see all the people of the Nair civilization appearing on the screen. When the images of both parties appeared on the other side's screen, both humans and Nair people seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and they all stared at each other blankly, as if they had forgotten to speak. No one, including Yu Yuan, expected that the Nair people would grow into this type of peritonitis. Double claws, compound eyes, dark armored shell, and two tentacles on the top of the head. It is simply an enlarged version of an arthropod. Of course, an arthropod that walks on two legs. Oh! If you look at the overall structure, it should be a race that combines the appearance of an alien body with the characteristics of an arthropod, except that it has no tail. At first glance, this body shape gives people a cold, evil and uncomfortable feeling, which is completely different from the feeling given by a furry animal. Many people had not felt it before, but after seeing the form of the Nell people, they suddenly found that those furry dog-headed people were so cute. Like humans, the Nell people were also very shocked after seeing the human form, and they couldn't help but click their claws at a certain frequency. If humans didn't understand the so-called expressions of the Nell people, they would definitely feel how shocked they were. Indeed, compared to humans, the Nell people really saw aliens for the first time, so they were much more shocked than humans. Chapter 326. Perhaps, it can no longer be described as shocking, but rather refreshing. Just when the two sides saw each other, and had not yet started a formal conversation, several near people could not help but whisper to the people next to them, and from time to time they used their unique expressions to hint to their companions to look at the humans they were referring to. This is a human civilization individual. It seems to be very small. It is indeed very small. Their body length is only about 1.7 to 2 meters, half shorter than ours. I didn't expect them to be so small. How can you tell? The reference objects in the video are all based on the size of aliens. It's impossible to judge them at all. You're right. But what you don't know is that we already know the size of some of their objects in previous exchanges. Such as the length of the thing behind them is about 3 meters. So that's it. One by one, Nair whispered with his abdominal vocal organs. TSK TSK. Is this an alien? It doesn't seem that powerful. Who said it wasn't? With such a small size, I can snap it in half with one claw. Hey. New. Look. They look like meat. Yes. They are meat. They look disgusting. And they are still moving. So disgusting. Hush. Keep your voice down. The Governor General is on the radio. Don't let it get to human civilization, or you be accused of being rude. What are you afraid of? Such an ugly species can't be talked about? Even if they get angry after hearing it. So what? Do they dare to make trouble? My fleet will teach them how to be a Nair in no time. Hey. Isn't that disgusting? You're teaching me how to be a Nair. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such an ugly creature. Can't you two keep your voice down? Okay. But look at how colorful their appearance is. And how many wrinkles they have. Which is completely different from the situation on their heads and the ends of their hands. It's still quite magical. Oh. It's true. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed that the color and material composition of their bodies seem to be very different from their faces. Look at the human in the middle. His hand is inside his body. What a strange creature. They actually have layers in their bodies? Really? And did you notice that they all have one thing in common? That is, the colors of their faces and the ends of their hands are similar, and their body parts are divided into two different styles. One is mainly red, white and purple, and the other is mainly blue, white and gray. I don't know why the former has a bigger chest, but the latter looks more burly. You are a very observant person, Mr. Tomer. Now that you put it like that, I know why. Why? It should be because they have two genders, and we don't know which one is male and which one is female. Although it is hard to imagine that male and female aliens are distinguished by their body color and appearance curves. I have to say that what you said seems to make sense. After all, the universe is so vast that there are all kinds of strange things, and it is reasonable that there are some strange aliens. Yes, you are right. But I think the outer parts of their body are not their real shells, but the fur of these aliens, who call themselves humans. The fleshy faces and hands are their real shells. Now that you put it, it seems to be true. I remember that there are some animals on our home planet that have fur, which should be the same as theirs. I don't know if it's because it's the first time they see aliens, but the whispers of the Nair people have not become smaller, but have become louder and louder. I thought it was just noise coming from the other side. But the intelligent language recognition system recognized some louder words, and then translated these recognizable whispers to the human side in the form of white sound. And what the human heard was exactly the part where the Nair people discussed the appearance and male and female of humans. This made everyone look at each other in bewilderment, because they had already heard that these Nair people were discussing human clothes and the difference in the appearance of female and male chests. Moreover, it is a bit strange that these Nair people seem to have mistaken human clothes for skin. How big a difference in values must there be to make such a mistake? It stands to reason that they are a second-level civilization, so they should not mistake skin for clothes. But the Nair people made a mistake, and even openly regarded the appearance of humans wearing different styles of uniforms as the external color of different genders. They also said that someone's hand reaching into his pocket was inserted into the body's interior layer, although they later mistook it for fur. Even though they had seen coon-type people and dog-headed people before, everyone present felt that this concept was a bit outrageous. Originally, Yu Yuan intended to interrupt this state of mutual observation and introduce the matter of this video call to the main topic. But he saw that not only the Nair people were whispering curiously, but even the people present began to discuss the Nair people in a low voice. So, he felt that there was no need to rush. Touching his chin, Yu Yuan also stretched his head to examine Ikai, who was sitting on his left, and whispered, "Old E, don't you think these Nair people are too ignorant?" "Hey, Chief, maybe that's not the case." Before Ikai could speak, a linguist on his left couldn't help but lower his voice and continued, "I was wondering why they never used words like clothes, dress, and dress when communicating with them. I thought they did it on purpose or didn't use such words often. Now it seems that I was wrong. I think it's not that they made a mistake or didn't use it on purpose, but that they simply don't have such words." Ikai, who was caught in the middle, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He lowered his voice and said, "It's true. Have you noticed that the Nair people are covered with pitch-black shells? I didn't notice it before, but now I see that they are naked. No wonder they don't have clothes." Perhaps it was because he had preconceived ideas about arthropods and aliens. So even when he saw the Nair people like this at first, Yu Yuan didn't notice that they were creatures without any clothes. Now that Ikai said this, I changed my mind and looked at it. It was indeed true. Perhaps because of the appearance of the shell. The bodies of these Nair people were all shiny black. Really shiny black. And most of their bodies were like this, without any traces of clothing materials. However, Yu Yuan also noticed that just looking at it this way, there was no difference in appearance between the male and female Nair people. Anyway, he looked carefully for a while, and didn't find any obvious characteristics. I don't know if it's a hidden gonad feature, or somewhere behind, or some other reason. After waiting for a while, when the discussion between the two sides was getting more and more intense, Yu Yuan finally looked at the Nair people in the center of the big screen, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "I think you are the governor of the Nair civilization. Nice to meet you. I am the commander-in-chief of the First Fleet of Human Civilization Space Exploration. I am very happy that you can open the door and agree to our request for supply resources." Chapter 327. Yu Yuan's words came out of his mouth, and were converted into electrical signals through the microphone, and then translated into electromagnetic wave signals recognizable by the interactive system, and finally turned into a language that the Nair people could understand. The sound finally reduced the noise in the Nair meeting room. At the same time, the governor of the first star field of the Nair civilization also came back to his senses. He raised his bald black head and looked at the big screen where humans were with his compound eyes that could not see any emotions from humans, and then vibrated the vocal organs in his abdomen. This is the Nair people. It is the Grand Governor, the highest official of the second star region. Here, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the arrival of human civilization. According to our etiquette, we should have held a grand banquet for the guests. But the racial differences between the two sides are very large. I think the food we think is not in line with the guests' taste. So I can only express my regret. After saying this, the Grand Governor turned around and raised his claws to warn the two Nair people who were still whispering in the meeting room. He heard that the two guys seemed to be surprised that the human voice came out of their mouths. In fact, the governor was also quite surprised, because in the home planet of the Nair civilization, only those ugly, soft and stupid creatures would speak in this way. However, the governor also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. So he raised his pincers and snapped a few times to make the Nair people who were still discussing in a low voice in the meeting quiet down, and then continued to speak to the direction of the human. Well, sorry about human civilization. Let's get straight to the point. Don't worry about the supply of materials. After receiving the communication notification from the Great Star, we have made some preparations in advance. So now there are a lot of stops on the pot cover number 5 planet. But we don't know what kind of materials you need specifically, and how much of each material you need. So please make a detailed list so that we can transport it here for you. Well, by the way, you are also a civilization that has mastered heavy nuclear fusion and has experience in traveling the universe. You must be well aware that energy fuels and various minerals are actually not valuable. We, the Nair civilization, of course, also know this. But even if these things are everywhere in the universe and are worthless, they still cost money to mine. Therefore, for these various mineral resources and common silicate stones that serve as fuel, we will charge the cost of mining and transportation. I hope you can understand our difficulties. The Nair governor did not reveal any dissatisfaction with the appearance of humans, but he only mentioned the fuel and various minerals needed for heavy nuclear fusion, and did not mention cold nuclear fusion fuel. The meaning is self-evident. Heavy nuclear fusion is just burning stones, and fuel can be easily dug into a sack. But cold nuclear fusion requires superb price technology to produce. So he intends to sell cold nuclear fusion fuel at a different price. As for why they didn't directly mention the price standard, it was because neither he, the governor, nor other Nell experts and doctors knew what standard should be used for pricing between two different civilizations. After all, what they said to humans before that the Nell had dealt with other civilizations was just bragging. In fact, they had never seen aliens other than themselves, let alone exchanges and trade. This was the first time they had such contact with humans in history. But they had already boasted before, so they naturally couldn't destroy their own reputation. They still had to save face. So he planned to let the humans list the so-called list first. As long as the humans list it, he would have a reference. Then he could set a base price for his mineral resources or other technologies he wanted to exchange, so that he could save face. Of course, it was not just a matter of face. The governor knew very well that he must not let humans know that the Nair people were in contact with aliens for the first time. Otherwise, they would be cheated by humans in terms of trade rules. Since it was real-time communication, it was no different from face-to-face communication. Therefore, Yu Yuan responded directly as soon as the governor of the Nair people spoke. Yu Yuan and the people present naturally did not know that this was the first time the Nair people had dealt with aliens, so they did not think about it in this way. However, they also knew the principle of seizing the initiative. Therefore, he pondered for a moment and said, "It is reasonable to charge. Our human civilization space exploration fleet has traveled far and wide and encountered many civilizations. We have also supplied them. Their practices are the same as yours. For minerals and fuels, they only charge the cost of mining, processing, and transportation." At this point, Yu Yuan smiled and looked at the Governor-General of the Nair people. "You can say that. I think you also understand the basic rules of trade between different civilizations. Yes, as you said, we will provide you with a detailed list of supplies and attach a value reference for each resource in the list. At the same time, I think the Governor-General should also be very clear that seeking supplies is only one of the purposes of our coming. In addition, we also want to trade technology with you. Therefore, when we draw up the supply list, we will also draw up a list of some technologies that can be sold. And of course, we will also attach some technologies we want to obtain. As a trade practice, you should also provide a list of technologies you can sell and technologies you hope to obtain from us when we provide the list. After that, we can conduct the next round of consultations based on each other's lists and ultimately achieve a win-win result." After hearing Yu Yuan's words, the governor of the Nair people did not answer immediately, but said, "Please wait a moment," then turned off the microphone and discussed with the Nair people from all walks of life who attended the meeting. Seeing this, Yu Yuan also closed the microphone, and then asked everyone to analyze the possible answers of the Nair people and the response words of the human side. After a while, a signal came from the Nair people, indicating that the microphone could continue to communicate. "Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Human Civilization. You are right. We communicated with other civilizations in the same way before, so we will limit it to 3 days. After 3 days, we will each prepare a list and hand it over to the other party, and then enter the next round of consultations," the Governor-General said. Actually, the Governor-General did not want to agree to make the list, but when discussing with other Nell experts just now, many experts believed that if he did not agree, there might be a risk that humans would discover that they had not actually come into contact with other alien civilizations. Therefore, after some discussion, he decided to agree. As for the list and pricing, they would just leave it to those experts when the time came. Those experts also said that even if the reference value was unreasonable, it could be said that it was the same in the past when communicating with other civilizations. Anyway, they could say that it was a cognitive bias caused by species differences. And there was absolutely no flaw. That's great. Let's talk about it in 3 days. After that, the humans discussed the specific time and the procedures for submitting the list to each other with the Nell people. And then ended this first video call. Chapter 328. The first call was not long, but rather short. But neither side cared. After all, no matter how long the meeting was, it was fine as long as things could be advanced. And it was only the first video conference. Just a start. And there were still many things to be discussed later. Just now, when the video was closed, both humans were in distress. Yes, both sides. Humans said that they had traded with many civilizations. But of course, just like the Nair civilization, they were all bragging. Therefore, the list mentioned in this round of video conference is equivalent to a torture for both parties in order to take the initiative in future negotiations. Of course, from another perspective, the so-called list drawn up by both parties is actually a good way to spy on the other party's strengths and weaknesses. Although it is not possible to immediately see that the other party is a new trader, it can also see how much experience the other party has in this regard. Because of this consideration, the two sides have negotiated hard and submitted trade lists to each other at that time, in order to find loopholes in the other party's list. However, it is easy to draw up a list, but it is really difficult to price the various minerals, various required resources, and technologies in the list. After all, there is no standard currency between different civilizations, and gold cannot be used to measure it. Admittedly, even in the interstellar era, gold is valuable. After all, even advanced civilizations may not be able to make it. But it is a mine. Although the content in a certain planet is small, there are many planets. Under the mining efficiency of large-scale industry, gold can only be regarded as a heavy metal mineral, which is used when manufacturing various instruments and equipment. In the interstellar era, it has lost its currency standard function. If it is within the same civilization system, even in the interstellar era, it is not difficult to find equivalents. Just like the contribution coins used by humans now, which are actually measured by labor value. Take minerals for example. The so-called mineral value of one contribution coin is roughly equal to the amount of minerals that a human can mine with remote-controlled mining equipment for 1 day. If this amount is 1 ton, then one contribution coin can buy 1 ton of ore. Of course, this is just an analogy. In fact, the pricing of contribution coins also changes according to the specific supply and demand situation of human society. In general, it is already a credit currency within human civilization. In this way, it is a good idea to measure by the value of labor. But there are also big problems. Because like contribution coins, this thing is measured by the value of human labor after all. Who knows how big the gap is with the production capacity of the Nair people? It is possible that humans think that a ton of ore can be easily mined. But the Nair people think that it takes a huge amount of manpower and material resources to complete it. So there will naturally be huge differences in pricing. In fact, this problem also exists between countries in the Earth era. But everyone is human. There is a gap. But it will not be too outrageous. And because they are all human beings, living on the same Earth and using the same currency standard, the price perception differences in this situation can be reconciled by a series of financial factors. But now they are two different civilizations, even different races. The only thing in common is that both sides are at the same level of technology, because they want to spy on the warship construction process and technology of humans. The Nair people's plan to raid humans is temporarily shelved. So now they are just like humans, focusing on the list. Perhaps during the previous video conference, the Nair experts already had a good idea, so they are not worried about being exposed. In short, think about what good equivalents can be used first. And if you can't find any, use the Nair people's own currency system to measure. Anyway, it's the interstellar age, and the currency system of the Nair people is not based on gold and silver. At that time, we can attach some digital currencies corresponding to the labor force and labor value, and it will be about the same. In fact, this is also a way. The human side also thought so at the beginning, and experts also discussed it during the discussion. In general, it is indeed feasible. But Yuan always felt that something was missing. At this time, an economics expert said, "General, since we and the Nair civilization are both second-level civilizations, there must be some things that we have in common. We can find it and use it as a general equivalent between the two civilizations. Then we can use the value of this thing as a benchmark. and digitize a series of related factors such as the labor force, labor value, production cost or acquisition cost required to obtain this thing. And then we can get a pricing standard. All the experts and scholars nodded in agreement. One of the scholars frowned and said, "That being said, how can we find this thing?" Another scholar thought for a moment and expressed his opinion. "Well, we might as well think about it from this perspective. Since this thing can be used as an equivalent between two civilizations. On the one hand, it must be something we both own or have the ability to obtain. On the other hand, it should be something created by a secondary civilization or something that only a secondary civilization can mine and obtain." As soon as this was said, everyone's mind was opened up. Only a second-level civilization can have second-level civilization technology, or a second-level civilization technology creation. Thinking in this way, the scope is narrowed a lot. First of all, various natural metals can be ruled out. Human number 1 and number 2 alloys that were developed by alien spacecraft can also be ruled out. Then what are the symbolic technologies of second-level civilization? It can't be heavy nuclei, cold nuclear fusion, neutrino communicators, neutrino detectors, and then magnetic field shields and 3 super-large main guns. But these things are basically some kind of technology, and the cost of making them is not the same. After all, we can't use the value of making a neutrino communicator as a measure. At this time, an economics scholar suddenly said, "General, maybe we can use fuel as a general equivalent." Fuel? You don't want to use a pile of stones as an equivalent, right? If so, you might as well take out the number 1 life potion. A biologist shook his head. No, no, no. The economist raised his index finger and shook it left and right, as if to say that the life potion was the most difficult thing to determine the value of. Retracting his finger, the economist continued, "The fuel is not heavy nuclear fusion fuel, but cold nuclear fusion fuel." After a pause, he looked at Yu Yuan and the people present, and began to explain the reason for using cold nuclear fusion fuel as a general equivalent for price measurement. As he introduced, everyone's faces finally gradually showed smiles. First of all, cold nuclear fusion fuel is something that cannot be obtained in nature. Secondly, it needs to reach the second-level civilization level to be manufactured. Finally, it is an item owned by both civilizations. In this way, humans can use the various labor, materials, technical strength, cost and other factors required to manufacture 1 kilogram or 10 kilograms, 100 kilograms or 1 ton of cold nuclear fusion materials as a benchmark unit to measure the value of other things. For example, if 1 ton of cold nuclear fusion fuel is equivalent to 1 trading point, then the value of other things can be used as a reference for all the efforts to produce cold nuclear fusion materials. And all can be digitized. This proposal is indeed good, and everyone thinks it is feasible. Chapter 329. There is no time to lose. Let's get started. After determining the general equivalent and currency, economics experts among humans began to immerse themselves in the construction of a trading system between the two sides. If there is no system to measure, then the most direct way for the two civilizations to trade is barter, which is very primitive but also very effective. However, there are definitely many disadvantages in that. So both sides want to find another more convenient and accurate method. For example, now, humans think that it is appropriate to use 1 ton of cold nuclear fusion fuel as a currency unit for bilateral transactions. The general equivalent is the general equivalent, and money is money. The two are different concepts. People all know that according to the law of commodity development, the general equivalent should be a special commodity separated from the commodity world as a unified expression of the value of all other commodities. So here, as long as both parties recognize it, the amount of 1 ton of cold nuclear fusion fuel, this artificially defined general equivalent, can be used as currency and can also be used to measure the value of other items. After these values are quantified, they become numerical currencies, which are the transaction points in the transaction system that human economists are currently building. After the economists who participated in the formulation of the transaction system between the two parties went out to work, Yu Yuan discussed the next things with the remaining experts. It was also a list matter. The general equivalents were determined. So the next thing to discuss was what could be traded and what humans wanted from the Nair civilization. Before discussing this matter, the experts and scholars on the human side took stock of the scientific theories, technologies, and processes currently mastered by humans. in order to let experts in other professions also understand what they have in their pockets. After receiving the introduction letters from experts and scholars in various fields, the economists participating in the discussion also roughly understood the current situation of mankind. First of all, in terms of the principles of physics. This is a scientific theory and is generally not exchanged. So humans do not consider it here. Mainly various major technologies and their derivative technologies, as well as the manufacturing processes and materials of various creations. Several landmark technologies currently mastered by humans are neutrino detection, neutrino communication, heavy nuclei, cold nuclear fusion technology, magnetic field shield technology, alloy number 1, alloy number 2, and the manufacturing process of super large gamma ray beams, that is, traditional laser energy weapons, as well as super large electromagnetic rail guns and super large positron guns. In addition, there are the human microcurrent sensing technology used in tactical armor, brainwave sensing technology, mechanical expertise, room temperature superconductivity, etc. In terms of computers, there are general-purpose quantum computers, quantum secure communications, and a full set of electronic computer technology. In terms of biology, there are body enhancement technology, 3 versions of life potions, acceleration buffers, and various biological samples obtained from the wolf left-handed DNA ecosystem, biological samples from the dog-headed planet, etc. Well, there are also warp engines removed from the alien spacecraft that crashed on Callisto, and some large-scale structural manufacturing processes. But humans don't plan to list these things. After thinking a little, an expert said, General, although we have many branches of technology and creation, such as the number 2 alloy material manufacturing technology and body strengthening technology, they are not suitable for listing. We should also be more cautious about weapons. That makes sense. We really can't give away our best things. Yu Yuan nodded, agreeing with this statement. After some discussion, most people felt that the secondary version could be put on the list. After all, in addition to paying for the supply, humans also wanted the Nair people's space elevator construction technology, as well as some technologies that the Nair civilization might have put on their list, but humans did not have. So things like number 1 alloy manufacturing technology, acceleration buffer, and 3 versions of life potion can all be taken out. Of course, for the life potion, humans did not intend to directly put the manufacturing technology on the list, but the actual potion. Put different prices on the 3 medicines and write down their effects. As for whether they are suitable for the Nair people, that is not a question for humans to consider. Anyway, put them on the market, or sell them in bulk, whether they want them or not. This is naturally done to prevent the other party from purchasing a small amount of medicine for research. Of course, humans are not really worried about the other party's ability to manufacture. You have to know that the reason why human life medicine can be successful is basically based on a biosphere research. It is absolutely wishful thinking to think that it can be made with just a few doses of medicine. General, maybe we can add a list of universe columns. This list can list some common sense information about the universe, such as what celestial bodies exist in what places, what areas are dangerous star fields, which part of the Milky Way is ruled by which civilization, etc. A scholar suggested. As soon as the voice came, more than a dozen people present immediately understood. Dangerous star fields are easy to talk about, but everyone knows that it is impossible for humans to know which civilization occupies which starry sky, let alone the situation of celestial bodies in distant starry skies. So when this opinion is made public, everyone knows that it is used to deceive the Nair civilization. Although the Nair civilization is also a second-level civilization, humans already know that they are a civilization that uses their mother planet as a base and slowly expands to occupy the star system. Such a civilization must not understand the distant cosmic forces. Since humans also say that they are a space exploration fleet, why not use this as a gimmick to cheat them? It makes sense. In this way, the Nair civilization is absolutely convinced that we are an exploration fleet. Well, we might as well set the price of this information higher. After all, the higher the value of this thing, the more attractive it is. Hee hee. The outside world, the background of the universe. How attractive it is. An economics expert chuckled, as if he had seen humans using this free transaction point to exchange for the space elevator technology of the Nair people. I think it's okay. The Nair people are expanding with their home planet as the center. We can compile a map of the distribution of forces in the Milky Way for them. Well, let's say that they encountered an interstellar market opened by an advanced civilization during a certain voyage, and the information they bought from there at a high price. So they won't be fooled. Talking about such a happy thing. The conference room suddenly became lively. That's right. But didn't the Nair people say that they also encountered other civilizations? If they have learned about the background of the universe from other civilizations, then it doesn't matter. If they don't want it, we won't lose anything. If they find that the information they get from other civilizations is different after buying it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they can insist that they bought it from the advanced civilization trading market. We are not forcing them to buy it. Right? Yes. Let's do it. We know about the 6-level civilizations of the Reapers, the Galactic Axis Alliance, the Persis Community, and the Silicon Federation. The information divides their territories into various locations in the Milky Way. The Nair people will definitely believe it. Yes. And there are also the Awakeners. Forget about the Awakeners. They have done us a favor. It is better not to frame them. That's right. I didn't think it through. Chapter 330. The meeting to finalize the list lasted for a long time. When it was about to end, a sociologist stood up and reminded, "We are throwing out so many things at once. I am afraid that it will arouse the greed of the Nair civilization. In the face of huge benefits, I am afraid that they will take risks. Don't be afraid of it. If they dare to have evil thoughts, with just those few small gun barrels, the Tianqin warship can crush them all in minutes." The one who swears in a meeting is usually the 90s Ikai, who has the experience of the times. After saying this, Ikai did not forget to turn his head to look at Yunnan Feng next to him and raised his eyebrows. "You are right. Old you. What the hell is old you? I am in my prime." "Okay?" Yunnan Feng complained in his heart, but said, yes, you are right." Ikai said, "What do you mean I am right? I am just a biologist. How can I know anything about battleships and cannons? I am asking you. A great engineer. Right? Why are you asking me? I am just a blacksmith. The battleship was designed by director Gao Kun. You can ask him." Yunnan Feng also started to talk nonsense. "Okay. Nothing happened. So let's just leave it at that." Seeing this, Yu Yuan stood up first and waved his hand, asking the two to be quiet for a while. But he didn't say anything. It was the end of the meeting, so it was okay to make a few jokes to relax. Then, Yu Yuan looked in the direction of the economists and reminded them, "Long Zilei, there is only 1 day left. You have to turn the results of today's discussion into a real list as soon as possible. I have asked Long Xiaolin to upload the minutes of the meeting to Tianhe's Wing. If you need it, you can download it yourself later." "No problem, General Manager." Long Zilei nodded. Long Zilei's last name is Long, but he has nothing to do with Long Xiaolin and Long Dalin. He is not a real economist, but he is in charge of logistics and resource allocation. But he also understands economics. So he and an economics expert are responsible for compiling the list this time. Basically, all the materials, items, technologies, and creations that can be put on the list have been handed over at the meeting. What Long Zilei and his team have to do is just to sort out and summarize, and then adjust the prices of various items on the list within a certain range according to their own understanding. It is not a difficult task, so 1 day shouldn't be a problem. After the meeting, Yu Yuan sent another message to Manuimi, who was located outside the meteorite belt, asking her to pay more attention to the movements inside the pot cover Mengmeng star. The reason for the reminder was that not long ago, the main probe of the Tianqin discovered a different spectral band inside the pot cover Mengmeng star system. Although it was only detected for a moment, the observers on the Tianqin suspected that it might be caused by the reflection of the surface of the battleship cluster. The source of the light is near the gas planet in this star system, which is the gas planet named pot cover planet number 4 by humans. At this point in time, it is about 3.7 astronomical units away from pot cover planet number 5. And because the two stars are orbiting the star, this distance is still getting smaller. According to the experience of the detectors and observers, there should be a large fleet hidden there, probably in the orbit of a satellite of a gaseous planet. Although it has long been speculated that the defense force of the pot cover planet is more than 73 Lake-class warships, the human side is still a little surprised to find traces of the existence of another fleet. Humans want to send a detector in to find out, But the Nair civilization does not allow the detector to cross the orbit of pot cover planet number 5. So humans cannot detect the exact situation. But it doesn't matter. At such a distance, as long as the fleet takes action, the tail flame will definitely not be blocked and will definitely be detected by humans. After keeping a careful eye, everything is the same as before. Time quickly came to the next day. When the time for exchanging the list was agreed, the relevant human personnel came to the Tianjin Command Center and sat down to wait for the communication to be connected as before. Long time no see. Your Excellency the Grand Governor. Long time no see. Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. After the video communication was connected, Yu Yuan and the Grand Governor of the Nair people first greeted each other, and then exchanged a few pleasantries, and said a few meaningless words. They waited for the agreed time for the submission of the list, and then asked their respective persons in charge to pass their respective lists to each other. As soon as the humans got the list, the translation system automatically completed the translation and shared it with the personal terminals of more than a dozen people present. Just after a glance, many experts frowned and then whispered, excluding the value of the material itself. The mining and transportation of 1 ton of gold requires 100,000 Nel coins, 1 ton of chromite or 10,000 Nel coins, 1 ton of iron oxide 250 Nel coins, and 1 ton of aluminum oxide 213 Nel coins. What the hell is written on the list of the Nel people? Yes, I remember that Nair currency is their internal credit currency. And this? Magnetic field shield technology 10.9 billion Nair currency. What the hell is going on? The Nair people said they had encountered other civilizations. They are not bluffing. No. There is a special note at the back. Everyone pulled the list to the end and indeed found a special note. An expert even muttered and read it out. General Equivalent Reference Standard, Energy Unit. Energy Unit Explanation. 1 energy is equal to the fuel consumed by a Lake-class battleship 10 times full power acceleration and deceleration. The exchange ratio is 1 energy unit equals 100 Nair coins. TSK. This equivalent is too general. It's clearly a scam. Another expert shook his head. He saw at a glance the essence of the so-called energy unit, which is measured by the stones everywhere in the heavy nuclear fusion fuel. 10 times the full power acceleration and deceleration of the Lake-class battleship seems a lot. But in fact it does not include the cold nuclear fusion fuel. One is the stones everywhere in the meteorite pile on the planet, and the other is the cold nuclear fusion fuel that requires certain technology and special materials to produce. How can they be confused? After looking at it for a while, the human side basically felt that the general equivalent reference provided by the Nair people was very unreasonable. Not only that, there were not many technologies that humans wanted on the list. Well, the space elevator manufacturing technology, biological specimens, biological DNA maps, living animal and plant samples, etc. that humans wanted, were not listed by the Nair people. This was very unexpected. Not to mention the space elevator technology. The various biological samples and biological technologies were not listed. Human experts now doubt that the Nair people's so-called exchanges with other alien civilizations are just bragging. Although they shook their heads at the list of the Nair civilization, everyone continued to read it carefully. After all, according to the agreement between the two parties, the list also includes the content of demand. Chapter 331. Heh. They actually want the design of the Lyra battleship. What's going on? How can we sell the design of the Lyra to them? As soon as he saw the needs of the Nair people, a business elite couldn't help laughing. I think they should know that this is impossible. The purpose of writing it down is probably to figure out the combat power of our Lyra in the subsequent negotiations. The military expert next to him expressed a different opinion. The business elite nodded. It makes sense. But they should see the performance description of the number 1 alloy material we listed on the list. Well, they should understand after seeing alloy number 1. The military expert responded. At this time, an expert on the other side of the long conference table couldn't help but say, well, they actually want the entire secondary civilization technology tree data. And then nothing else? What do these Nair people think? Don't they have any pursuit at all? Oh, I finally saw a reliable one. They want the biological gene samples and gene maps of our mother planet. But the price is too low. The one who answered him was Yu Yuan. No. You are wrong. The Nair people are not without pursuit. The real reason may be that they really have no contact with other civilizations. And they don't know much about us. So they are very likely not to know what technology we have. So they wrote it so generally. Because of this, they don't know the importance of biosphere resources in the universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. What the chief said is true. That's easy. This time, they can't help but take the bait. Everyone closed their microphones and discussed for a while. And after reaching a consensus, they opened their microphones again to wait for the Nair people. Compared to humans, the Nair people were much more lively. Although both sides tacitly closed their microphones to discuss. The video was still on, so humans could see what was going on over there. At this moment, I saw a group of Nair people on the screen waving their claws constantly, turning around one by one. Just by looking at their appearance, I knew that the list of humans caused a great sensation over there. Perhaps the list listed by humans was a bit too much. After the humans turned on the microphone, they waited for 20 minutes before they saw the Nair people end their internal discussion. However, what surprised the humans was that as soon as the Nair people started to mic again, their governor directly spoke first. Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Human Civilization. Please forgive me for being frank. Your list is really not in line with the conventions of communication between different civilizations. The general equivalents you set seem feasible, but they are not as good as ours. You know, the general equivalent we used to communicate with other civilizations before was energy units. And the prices of many items you marked were too outrageous. You actually use such outrageous prices to fool us. It's simply absurd. Do you really think we have never traded with other civilizations? Or do you think you have strong ships and powerful guns and want to blackmail us? If you think so, you will probably lose your teeth. Do you think we only have these 70 or so Lake-class battleships? Yu Yuan was stunned. This sudden and explosive remark made him unable to react for a while. Seeing this, a member of the think tank next to him immediately leaned over and whispered, Master Yu, maybe they saw something on our list. Oh! Yu Yuan understood immediately. They should have seen the various performance indicators of the number 1 metal material listed on the list. As Yu Yuan expected, during the discussion between Guan Mai and others, the various technologies written by other humans on the list, the catalog of biological sample gene maps, etc. did not surprise the Nair people. At most, they were interested in some technologies. But after seeing the performance of alloy number 1 in the list, the Nair people were immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. The melting point is as high as 150 million degrees Celsius. And it also has extremely strong impact resistance, toughness, corrosion resistance, and other parameters that are all stronger than all the alloys currently possessed by the Nair civilization. At that time, seeing such an excellent alloy material, countless Nair people's eyes became hot, and they said that they must get it at all costs, even if it means starting a war, to get the manufacturing technology of this alloy. But when their governor called a materials expert to analyze it, the Nair people's meeting hall suddenly became so cold that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was sweating. Oh! In fact, the Nair people didn't have any cold sweats, but a group of Nair people couldn't help shaking their claws. At that moment, they instantly understood why humans could build a Tianjin so big, and why humans' Lake-class battleships only had one super-large caliber main gun. All of this is because of this alloy material. At that moment, everyone was stunned, including the fleet commander, who had said that his warship could fight 3 human warships alone and planned to destroy the human fleet to seize human technology. Because their top material experts and weapons experts told him that if the performance of alloy number 1 written on the human list was really like this, then with the current triple-mounted main gun caliber, let alone 1 shot, even if 10 shots hit, it would not be able to blast open the warship armored with this alloy. Oh! The positron cannon can cause absolute destruction. But the human warships obviously have magnetic field shields. So don't say that one of their warships can hit 3 human warships. It would be a blessing if they are not hit by 1 human warship. Suddenly, the Nair people, who had previously thought they were awesome, felt that the warships they looked down on suddenly became something they looked up to. And the fleet commander, who was determined to fight, was instantly defeated. It was precisely because of this discovery that the Nair people debated for a long time internally, discussing how to face humans next. The war-loving Nairs have disappeared, and many even advocated directly confessing to humans that they had not encountered any alien civilization. However, some people believe that they can lose the battle but not the battle, even if they know that they are the weaker side in terms of military strength. Humans only have 1 fleet, while they have more than 1 star, the pot cover Mang Mang star, and fleets in other galaxies. Therefore, They cannot lose their momentum. The governor of the Nairs obviously agreed with this view. So he said that after he opened the microphone. However, as soon as the governor said this, the other Nair people present became a little nervous and naturally anxious. They were really afraid that humans would be angry and start a war. Destroy their 3 Lake-class warships. Destroy the 7th fleet stationed on the pot cover Mangmang star. And then plunder and leave. The Nair people also knew that they had fleets in other star systems. But distant water could not quench thirst nearby. If a fight really broke out, they would definitely not be the opponent. You have to know that human civilization still has 1,200 Lake-class warships. If their armor is all made of number 1 alloy, then the fight will definitely be one-sided. Chapter 332. When the fleets from other star systems arrive, the Nair people here will probably be wiped out. It's really terrible to think about it. It's a pity that everyone wanted to kill the human fleet and then rob human technology. However, what the Nair people don't know is that the armor of the human fleet is not alloy number 1, but alloy number 2. If they knew, I wonder if they would dare to take the initiative. Of course, the humans don't know that the underlying attitude of the Nair people has changed drastically. Nor do they know that their governor's words are mostly bluffing. Oh! Mainly because I didn't know that the Nair people on the pot cover Mangmang star wanted to kill me. At this time, Yu Yuan looked at the Nair people on the big screen and smiled. Why do you say that? Your Excellency the Grand Governor? How is our list outrageous? You should know that among low-level civilizations, the value of cold nuclear fusion fuel is generally recognized as a general equivalent in the Milky Way. Why is it unreasonable when it comes to you? Excuse me, Your Excellency the Grand Governor. We think that the list you have drawn up is unreasonable. We have never seen the use of our own internal currency units to mark the value of items between civilizations. You must know that even the famous Galactic Axis Alliance dare not do this. Do you think your currency is the universal currency of the Milky Way? After saying this in a sincere and somewhat doubtful tone, Yu Yuan frowned and his tone became more serious. Also, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the prices you marked are really random. Don't you know what is the thing in the Milky Way that is recognized as valuable by all civilizations? Don't you know the classification of civilization levels? Is the civilization you met before also an ignorant civilization? After 3 consecutive questions, Yu Yuan didn't stop talking. It seemed so. The one you encountered before was probably also a low-level civilization. Well, that makes sense. After all, without a certain opportunity, it is difficult for a space-level civilization to know the information that is called cosmic common sense or galactic common sense by advanced civilizations. Although humans have already speculated that the Nair civilization has never encountered other civilizations, Yu Yuan did not expose them. Instead, he found a way for them to save face and boasted about the basic common sense information of the galaxy that was simply made up by humans. The purpose is naturally to sell the false information on the human list. After a pause, Yu Yuan walked out with a regretful look, and continued with a very regretful and emotional tone. Dear Governor General, to be honest, we are very disappointed. We thought that we would be treated with due courtesy when we came with peace and sincerity. But we didn't expect you to use force to make things happen, which really chilled us. We came from thousands of light years away, based on the principle that meeting is fate, and came with good intentions to trade with you, exchange technology, and pursue the truth of the universe together. But you said so? Well, in that case, forget about the trade. Since you have no sincerity, we will leave after we complete the supply of materials and fuel. Of course, please rest assured that we will pay for the replenishment of mineral resources, various materials and fuel. Let's pay with 1 million doses of 1.0 version of life potion. This potion can extend the life of a living being by 200 years. Although it is not equivalent to a space-class civilization, it is something that all group technological civilizations dream of. Its value should be more than enough to pay for the fuel supply of our fleet. After speaking, Yu Yuan pretended to sigh, with a look of regret, not caring whether the Nair people could understand it or not. After Yu Yuan's words, the Nair people immediately shut up and started to discuss. After a while, it should be the result of the internal discussion. And their governor opened the microphone again and said, Why is it so? Why is it so? Dear Commander-in-Chief, we are of course sincere in providing you with materials and fuel supplies. Of course, we are also sincere in trade and technological exchanges. There is no need to have any doubts about this. Well, to be honest, we communicated with them based on energy units. Perhaps we were deceived by that abominable civilization. They did not tell us about the most valuable things among civilizations. Instead, they bought a lot of animal and plant samples and gene maps from us at a low price. I see that some biological-related things in your list are marked as so expensive. Could it be that biological resources are so valuable in the universe? If so, the ancestors of our civilization were probably really cheated in the transaction more than 2,000 years ago. Seeing that the Nair civilization had already taken action, Yu Yuan smiled in his heart. He did not mention the threatening words just now to the Nair Governor-General. He did not say anything. Nor did he continue to say that he would not discuss trade. Instead, he took over the words of the Governor-General and responded, "That's for sure. Your Excellency the Governor-General. Biological resources are so precious in the universe. How could they be cheap? Fortunately, you have encountered our human civilization, which is also a very friendly, kind, and helpful civilization. Otherwise, if you encounter other civilizations in the future, you may be deceived." After a pause, Yu Yuan continued, "As for why biological resources are so valuable, it is because they are the resources for life medicine research. In fact, I shouldn't have said this, because this is also information knowledge, and it is also something that can be traded between civilizations. However, seeing that you were deceived so badly by that abominable civilization before, we couldn't bear it, so we gave you this message as a gift." After using the excuse of being deceived by other civilizations, the governor stopped pretending and asked curiously, "Oh, information knowledge is also a tradable item? Of course. Didn't you see the information category catalog marked on our list? It contains this knowledge, as well as the distribution map of civilizations in the Milky Way, the strength overview, the classification of civilization levels, the basic principles of coexistence of low-level civilizations in the Milky Way, the basic rules of coexistence of high-level civilizations, etc., etc." Yu Yuan was already very happy, but his expression remained unchanged, and he continued to talk nonsense calmly. This information was purchased by our human civilization space exploration fleet at an interstellar exchange under the Perseus community at a very high price. You think this information is expensive, but we think our bid price is cheap. You should know that the price of 130 million transaction points is already our discounted price. We also encountered a second-level civilization called Kuntai civilization before, and we sold this information to them for 200 million transaction points. The reason we give you this price is that we really need your help to supply resources and energy here, and we also think you are very friendly, kind, and civilized." After these half-truths, the Nair people were really stunned. The governor of the Nair people didn't know how to make a decision for a while, so he turned off the microphone and discussed with other Nair people in the meeting room. Chapter 333. After closing the microphone, the governor of the Nell people asked everyone to discuss openly and strive to reach a conclusion in the shortest possible time. "Your Excellency, we have no way to judge whether what human civilization said is true, although they do look like a certain task fleet of a civilization, and what they said sounds very reasonable. I always feel that there is something wrong with it." A Nell person expressed his point of view. Another Nell person also continued, "Yes, Governor. You see that the human list has set a high price of 130 million trading points for this set of basic common sense information in the Milky Way, which is equivalent to 130 million tons of cold nuclear fusion fuel. The total cost of the production and transportation costs of a series of supplies they gave us is only 30 million trading points, which is about the value of the 1 million doses of 1.0 version of the life potion they said. With this calculation, aren't we giving them all kinds of supplies and fuel supplies for free? We also have to use other resources or technologies to exchange for trading points according to their exchange rules to make up for the price of purchasing basic common sense information about the Milky Way." What Arn said is right. Not only that, you see, the price of the number 1 alloy material manufacturing technology they bid is too expensive. A full 100 million trading points. If we follow their pricing method, we can't afford anything at all. Yes, and you see, this artificial intelligence technology we have always wanted also has problems. It's not that the price is high, but that the computer technology route of this human civilization seems to be different from ours. Then did you notice that on the list, the most common word about computer technology in this human civilization is general quantum computing technology, not photon computers like ours? Oh, that's true. Doesn't that mean that if you want to buy artificial intelligence technology, You have to buy general quantum technology as well? This is not a big problem. It seems that human civilization does not have photon computer technology. We can exchange our photon computer technology with them. This is a good idea. But I think it needs to be slightly modified. Since it is determined that human civilization does not have photon computer technology, why should we exchange our photon computer technology? You know, once we take it out for exchange, human civilization will definitely want it. We don't have universal quantum computer technology. Therefore, we have to change our thinking and quote the photon computer technology separately. And we have to quote a higher price. Just 200 million transaction points. Even if we bargain at that time, we will not lose money. In this way, we can pretend to use these transaction points to buy other human technologies, and casually buy their universal quantum computer technology and artificial intelligence technology. We must not show any emotion. But they can also see that we don't have universal quantum computer technology. No problem. We just need to show that photon computer technology is our main direction. And purchasing universal quantum computer technology is just to verify the controllability of artificial intelligence technology from another direction. That's a good idea. As the group of people discussed, they went from suspecting that humans were up to something to do to the list pricing and the technologies listed by humans on the list. Apparently, after a round of negotiations and hearing Yuan's nonsense, many Nair people subconsciously accepted the setting that humans are a knowledgeable civilization. Many wise Nellians also saw this. But they had no other options. Because in this situation, there seemed to be no better way except to use the general equivalent and trading plan proposed by humans. If it was before, they could choose not to trade with humans directly. But since seeing the performance parameters of alloy number 1, the Nellians found that they were the weaker party. If they really didn't provide materials and fuel supplies to humans, war might break out in the next moment. So now the war faction has stopped talking, and instead is focusing on how to buy the number 1 alloy technology at the lowest price. Now the Nair civilization is still in a state of division, and conflict with humans is definitely not the wisest move. The top priority should be to obtain the number 1 alloy technology, and then refit the warships of the second star region or build a batch of new warships in the same style as human warships. In this way, the combat power of the second star region will be greatly improved. As long as the operation is good, it is not impossible for the second star region to unify the Nair civilization again. After a period of discussion, the Nairs finally opened the call again, and it was their Grand Governor who spoke. Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the human fleet, we admit that your trading system is indeed more complete. But the price you quoted is extremely outrageous. Especially this piece of information about the basic common sense of the Milky Way. You actually want 130 million for just one piece of information. This is unacceptable to us, because they don't want the other party to know the content of their internal discussions. It is normal to close the microphone and discuss the results, and then open it again. The video interaction system will also give each party a status prompt on their respective screens, indicating whether the other party is turned on or off the microphone. 130 million transaction points is already a friendly price. We sold it to Kuntai Civilization for 200 million. It really can't be any less. Well, since our two civilizations get along so well, I am not afraid to tell you that the price we bought this set of intelligence information from the advanced civilization market was 500 million transaction points. We sold it twice and still haven't made back the money. And if you think about it this way, Mr. Governor, after we sell it to you, you can sell it to other civilizations when you meet them. This time, the answer from the human side was not from Yuan, but from a business elite. Oh, he is called a business elite. But in reality, he is just a scholar who has studied some economics. Because there are no big businessmen or capitalists in human society. There are still various shops, stores, malls, companies, etc. But they are all publicly owned. This, the governor of the Nair civilization muttered and turned to look at a business elite next to him. No. 130 million is absolutely not enough. I can give you 50 million trading points at most. The business elite of the Nair people understood and answered by vibrating the vocal organs in their abdomen. 50 million is impossible. Just 130 million. The human side had an expression of not wanting to buy or not. The Nair people, 80 million. The human, oh, forget it. 100 million trading points can't be any less. If it's any less, We don't know how many years it will take to meet a kind civilization again and return the money we paid back. Okay. Then 100 million trading points. The business elite of the Nair people paused and confirmed. But you must ensure that the information in your intelligence, such as the precious things in the universe, the division of civilization levels, the distribution of advanced civilization forces in the Milky Way, etc., is true. Of course, that's the information obtained from the interstellar trading market under the Persis community. That's a level 6 civilization. How could it be wrong? The human business expert was already laughing inside, but his face was still serious. Great. The Nair negotiator was also very happy, as if he had made a big deal. It was obviously impossible for him to know that most of the so-called intelligence was made up by humans. Chapter 334. When can we arrange for our supplies? The representative of the human side asked. Please wait a moment. The Nair said sorry, and then quickly retrieved it from his own database. After a few exchanges, he spoke again. The list you want is 30,000 tons of gold, 280,000 tons of silver, 7.66 billion tons of iron ore, and 70 million tons of pure copper. They are already being shipped one after another. In about 3 months, you will receive the first batch of ore. Although we have stocks of aluminum, tin, zinc, cobalt, nickel, chromium, platinum and other metals, they are still a little short of the quantity you requested. Based on the current output of various factories, it will take about 3 years to meet your demand. As for light rare earths, tungsten, molybdenum, antimony, lithium, palladium and the like, some will be sent here with the first batch. Don't worry. Our Nair civilization will not keep our guests waiting for long. The human representative nodded. Okay. Then how do you want us to pay for the mining, refining and transportation costs of the supplies? 1 million doses of 1.0 version of life potion, or deducted directly from the 100 million intelligence transaction points just now. The Nair people thought about it and replied, we want life potions. And as for the 100 million transaction points for basic common sense information in the Milky Way, we plan to use this to pay. As he said this, he sent an electronic file to the human side through the real-time interactive system between the two sides. The file is public. After being transmitted to the human side, it is directly copied into many copies by the human intelligent AI, and then instantly distributed to the personal terminals of everyone present. The humans were very curious about the payment method of the Nair people, so a group of people looked at their personal terminals to see what the document was. But as soon as they saw it, they all frowned. Mature photon computer technology, priced at 200 million transaction points? You are crazy about money. A piece of computer technology cannot be worth so much. We can't accept it. The one who spoke impatiently was a business elite. As soon as he spoke, a computer expert took over and said, as one of the branch technologies of computers, photon computer technology is still a second-level civilization technology. It is worth at most 10 million transaction points in the interstellar trading market. Only civilizations that need it will take it seriously. We humans have mature general-purpose quantum computers, and don't need this technology at all. The Nair negotiating representative. That's wrong. You should read the summary of our technology before you make any comments. At this time, Yu Yuan spoke. No. I think you need to take a good look at the basic common sense information of the Milky Way. Understand what is the most precious in this universe. How the civilization levels are divided. The spheres of influence of the 6-level civilizations. And so on. And then discuss the value of photon computer technology with us. The basic common sense information of the Milky Way has been negotiated, under the condition that both parties will definitely continue to communicate and trade. Humans will naturally not wait for the Nair people to really pay the transaction points before passing the information. After all, letting the Nair people know the true and false information in advance is also beneficial to the subsequent human operations. In fact, Yu Yuan said this to the other two people. But in fact, when he saw that the Nair people actually had mature photon computer technology, he was very shocked. Of course, there was also joy. Humans have long known that there are many branch technologies on the computer technology tree, and humans themselves have embarked on the quantum computer technology tree when electronic computers have become extremely difficult to improve. The quantum computer technology tree can be further divided into many branch technology routes, including superconducting quantum computing, ion well quantum computing, optical quantum computing, silicon spin quantum computing, neutral atom quantum computing, topological quantum computing, etc. Humans are now taking the route of optical quantum computing. Therefore, the central computer of human beings should be called a general-purpose large-scale optical quantum computer. The photon computer, which is only one letter different from it, is another technical route. The computer developed by this route is also called an optical computer. Let's put it this way. An optical quantum computer is a quantum computer, but a photon computer is not a quantum computer. They are different in concept. The former is a quantum computer that uses photons for calculation. It uses photons as the basic unit of light and has both ionic and wave characteristics. It is a quantum computer based on the principles of quantum mechanics, using the characteristics of quantum superposition and entanglement of photons, which can complete complex tasks that are difficult for traditional computers to complete in a short time. The latter, that is, a photonic computer, is a computer that uses photons as the medium of light propagation, optical components instead of electronic components, and light beams instead of electrons for calculation and storage. It uses different wavelengths of light to represent different data, and uses a large number of lenses, prisms and mirrors to transmit data from one chip to another. In addition, compared with traditional computers, this type of computer has the advantages of higher integration, lower energy consumption, high operating speed, low latency, and high anti-interference. People often talk about computers, which are actually traditional electronic computers. Since this type of computer uses light as a carrier and uses light calculation instead of electrons or current, it is often called an optical computer. The concept of optical computers, that is, optical computers, has long existed in human beings, but has never been realized. Instead, they have gone further and further on the quantum computer route and finally realized a universal quantum computer. The reason why humans failed to take the technical route of optical computers is that they suffered a disaster. But more importantly, it is because there are too many branches of science and limited scientific research capabilities. According to the original technological accumulation of humans, if optical computers are successful, their computing power will be at least 1,000 times faster than ordinary computers. It is only 1,000 times faster, which is still very slow for humans who already have general-purpose quantum computers. In other words, optical computers are not as powerful as quantum computers, but they represent another computer technology route. If research continues, it may not be worse than quantum computers in the future, and may even become a unique technology. As a human who has long lost the photon computer technology tree, how can I not be excited to see a mature photon computer? More importantly, the mature photon computer of the NER people is much more powerful than humans imagine, at least in their computer overview. Its operating speed is more than 10,000 times that of traditional electronic computers. Such a gap must be the result of many years of dedicated research by the NER civilization. So humans really want to get it. Chapter 335. However, the artificial intelligence technology of human beings is only priced at 10 million transaction points, and the general quantum computer is only 70 million. Therefore, no matter what, such an outrageous price of 200 million transaction points is impossible to be accepted. After closing the microphone, several experts and scholars exchanged opinions and guessed why the NEL people marked the price so high. They guessed that it was probably because the NEL people felt that they had no technology and items to sell, but they wanted to get a lot from humans, so they had to mark the technology they thought was valuable at a high price. Combined with a list provided by the NERs, this possibility is almost certain. Business negotiations are just like wars. If you understand the other party's intentions, things will be easier. Turning on the microphone again, the human side did not waste words. They explained to the NERs the status of photon computers in the computer technology tree and that they were not a rigid need for humans. Then, they compared photon computers with the quantum computer technology mastered by humans, so that the NERs understood that their photon computers were not as powerful as quantum computers at this stage. After a conversation, he started with a comparison of the real data of the two computers, and then talked about the status of this technology, and then the general pricing of this type of technology in the fictitious interstellar trading market. After half an hour of talking, the representative of the human side looked at the NER people on the opposite screen with a sincere face. In summary, your photon computer technology is only worth 20 million trading points at most. If you attach the complete technology tree details of the development of photon computers, the twists and turns of the development process, and the research experience of each link, it can still be worth about 25 million trading points. To be honest, we have seen people selling the entire computer technology tree in the interstellar trading market before. But they were not photonic computers, but traditional electronic computers. Oh, not the traditional electronic computers you think. They were sold by a civilization with a lot of electronic technology. They have broken the limits of electronic computers. We have also seen the introduction of this technology. From the perspective of computing power alone, it is already 10 times more powerful than your photonic computers. It can be said that they have developed a different branch of electronic computer technology, which is considered to be the unique technology of their civilization. Such technology is only sold for 40 million trading points in the interstellar trading market. What unique electronic computer? What interstellar trading market? All of them are human bragging. The purpose is to suppress the price of the photon computer technology tree of the Nair civilization. However, the Nair people are not stupid. They did not listen to what the human said. But they did not directly deny it. Instead, they first endured the description of the humans with a sighing tone. I really envy you civilizations that have been to the interstellar trading market and seen the world. Then, they said indirectly, we have read your introduction to the basic common sense of the Milky Way. I didn't expect that there are so many advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. I didn't expect that a civilization like ours is just a second-level civilization. To put it nicely, it belongs to the aerospace civilization. To be honest, it is a low-level civilization in the mouth of advanced civilizations. Most of the Milky Way is occupied by those 6-level civilizations. By the way, you said you have been to the interstellar trading market under the Perseus community. But from the star map of the Milky Way power overview you provided, the Perseus community is clearly in the Perseus arm, and we are in the Orion arm. How did you cross the arm to get to them? For the question about the Nair civilization, the human side did not hesitate at all. A scholar who presided over the compilation of the Milky Way's sphere of influence answered, this is a long story. Let's make it short. You don't know that the main body of the Perseus community is indeed in the Perseus arm. But their power is not limited to the Perseus arm. Like them, major forces such as the Milky Way Axis Alliance also have interstellar trading markets in the territory of the Perseus community. So it is normal for a fleet like ours that is mainly focused on exploring the universe to encounter their interstellar trading market in the Orion arm. Nail, is that so? Unfortunately, we did not see the location of the interstellar trading market you mentioned on the star map of the distribution of forces in the Milky Way. Otherwise we would really like to go and take a look. What do you mean by want to take a look? It is clearly a question. The human scholar understood and immediately showed an exaggerated expression and said, oh my god. How can you think so? The Perseus community is a level 6 civilization. How could their trading market be marked on the star map? Do you know how we entered that trading market back then? Before the Nair people could speak. The scholar pretended to be shocked. Back then, we were sailing between star systems. Most of us were in hibernation. We never thought that when we woke up, we would find that the scenery outside had changed. The starry sky had disappeared, and a bright star appeared more than 4,000 astronomical units ahead of us. When we slowly approached, we found that the planets orbiting the star were all trading points. After making up a lot of nonsense, the scholar finally said, we guessed that the place should be a space independent of this big universe. Or perhaps a space floating in the universe. Who knows? We somehow got in. And after completing the transaction inside, they sent us out of the transaction. That's how it happened. So we don't know where the trading market is now. But in addition to that trading market, there are some interstellar trading markets opened by other civilizations in the universe. Some of them have been marked on the star map. I believe you have seen them. Hearing the human scholar say this, the Nair people could not help but snap their claws. And they seemed to be very speechless. As if to say, we did see it. But it was just a sight. With our Nair people's navigation ability, even if we fly to death, or all our spaceships are eroded by time and scrapped, we can't fly to the interstellar trading market marked on the star map. That's a pity. The Nair people sighed first, and seemed to have accepted the human statement, and then finally brought the topic back to the transaction between the two parties. But the price you offered is too low. Only 25 million trading points. No. 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 It's not our price, but the reference value based on the pricing of technology in the interstellar trading market. We have already offered a high enough price for you, because you are a friendly civilization. The human scholar immediately interrupted. This The representative of the Nair civilization was speechless for a moment. He wanted to argue again. But the entire Nair civilization's ignorance of the cosmic situation has determined that they are just novices, while humans are better. Relying on their wandering characteristics, they made up some knowledge. But this knowledge can only fool novices. Chapter 336. Seeing that the Nairs were already wavering, the human negotiator immediately struck while the iron was hot and said sincerely, "We can give you an additional 2 million at most. 27 million trading points. This price is already several million higher than the trading market, and it is the highest price we can offer. If you are unwilling to sell, then we can't do anything. And I believe you have also seen a lot about this from the basic common sense information of the Milky Way. So to be honest, you are not short of valuable goods. You just didn't realize it before." "Oh!" The Nair negotiator used some tone that made the translator translate into a long "oh." After the interjection, the Nair negotiator continued, "Are you talking about biosphere resources?" "Yes. Among the civilizations in the universe, what can be exchanged is nothing more than energy, scientific theories, technology trees, technical literature, scientific research experience, and various biological resources in the biosphere. That is the accumulation of billions or even tens of billions of years of nature, which contains various mysteries about life and is undoubtedly a treasure of the universe." The human side replied, "After all, 100 million trading points have sold information to the Nair people, and the information about biosphere resources is naturally included in it. After all, this is the only way to buy their biological resources from the Nair people. Of course, humans did not say that the value of biosphere resources is higher than that of other technologies, but that biosphere resources are precious and are tradable resources that all civilizations and all interstellar trading venues can accept, which is the same price level as general technology, although this may make the Nair people buy human biosphere resources at a low price. Humans have absolutely made the Nair people owe human trading points. So this is not a big problem. Even if the Nair people really want human biosphere resources, they can just take some Kuntai civilization or Wolf left-handed DNA biosphere resources to deal with it, and then say that they are a fleet exploring everywhere and don't carry too many creatures. However, humans never expected that the pot cover Mangmang star is not the home planet of the Nair people, and the second star field that controls this star system is actually a force of the Nair people. They do have many animals and plants from their home planet here, but after all, it is an outer space base. Even if there are many, it is impossible to be as rich as a home planet. Therefore, it is not feasible to obtain a planet's diverse biological resources from the Nair people." At this time, the governor of the second star field vibrated his abdominal organs. "Okay, we will draw up a list of biological resources next. But our home planet is not here, so we can't provide many biological resources." Seeing that it was the governor who spoke, Yu Yuan on the human side also said, "It doesn't matter. We will take all the species of animals and plants you have here, and the price can be based on the standards of the interstellar trading market." "Will this standard be?" The Nair governor just mentioned the price when Yu Yuan laughed and said, "Don't worry, Governor. We certainly know what to do. You are so enthusiastic about accepting us into the star system and providing us with all kinds of supplies. We can give you some discounts on the price. We will give you a 20% discount on the interstellar market price. We will pass on the basic pricing range of various biosphere resources in the interstellar market to you." At this point, Yu Yuan winked at the person in charge of fabricating intelligence and asked him to quickly send the fake biosphere pricing list to the Nair people. Although it was fake information, the comprehensive content inside opened the eyes of the Nair people. After getting this basic price reference of biosphere resources that humans claim to have obtained from the interstellar trading market, which was actually fabricated, the Nair people turned on their microphones and read it carefully. Apart from anything else, the classification and price measurement of biosphere resources made them feel very novel, and they couldn't help but discuss it quietly with their colleagues next to them. "Look here, Governor. The trading unit of biosphere resources is not fixed. Instead, it is based on the category of plants and animals, as well as the degree of exploration of a certain category by the civilization that owns it. The degree of exploration includes the degree of completion of the gene map, which is what biologists call the genetic code sequence. Well, it actually has to be accompanied by the degree of completion of the gene map exploration." The governor muttered, turned his head, and looked at a biologist on the other side, and asked, "Dr. Alkin, How many species of biological genes have we completed in our second star region and have a complete set of gene maps? Dr. Alkin sighed. Only our own gene map and a few animal gene maps that are often used in clinical research have been fully explored and have the entire gene map. And most others do not have it. In this case, can't we only sell it to humans at the price of raw biological resources? The governor was obviously unhappy, because in that case, the price would be almost half as low. According to humans, the reason why organisms with gene maps are so much more expensive is mainly because the value of wisdom and knowledge is poured into them. The Nair people agree with this statement. After a short pause, the Governor General asked again, Dr. Alkin, do you think we can compile a set of fake gene maps for some animals and plants? It is possible for similar categories. But Your Excellency, Governor General, we are afraid that we can't hide it from human eyes. They have experience in the interstellar trading market and must know that they must test the goods after receiving them. In fact, it is not only biological gene maps, but also other scientific and technological fields. After all, this is something we all know. How could they not think of it? Dr. Alkin snapped his claws twice, shaking his head. Well, if that's the case, I'm afraid that even if we sell all the creatures on our pot cover Mangmang star to humans, it won't be enough to buy the technology we want. We can negotiate the price with human civilization. They must want to get some technology from us after coming from afar. Just like the photon computer technology before. Perhaps we have fallen into a thinking error in this regard. Perhaps the technology that we think is very ordinary is a technology that human civilization has never seen before. I believe that His Excellency the Governor has also noticed that when human civilization talked about electronic computers, it mentioned unique technology. Oh, that's right. Dr. Alkin means that we can negotiate with them on many technologies that we think they have? Yes, that's right. What do you think? I think it's feasible. I think it's feasible too. What Dr. Alkin said makes sense. Yes. For example, space elevator technology. Maybe human civilization also has it. But maybe they lack it in some aspects? Yes. That's the point. In the meeting, one by one, the Nair people participated in the discussion. At this time, a Nair military man thought for a moment, and said with a vibrating voice organ, Your Excellency the Great Governor, I think we don't need to be too entangled in the current price. You know, the transport fleet of the second star field is still on the way. As long as we complete the supply to humans and the transaction with them before they arrive. Even if we lose some, it doesn't matter. Anyway, when humans leave, we can make it back from the first star field. As long as they want the technology sold to us by humans, they have no choice. Chapter 337. General Cole is right. As long as we complete all transactions with humans before the second star region transport fleet arrives, then we have the final say on how much benefit we want to get from the second star region. The Nair people discussed one by one. That's what we said. But how can we ensure that humans will leave after completing the supply? Instead of staying here and waiting for the transport ships from the second star region to arrive? This is indeed a bit difficult. But there is a way. However, we have to confirm one thing with human civilization next. What's the matter? To confirm whether they know that the fleet of the second star region is heading to our Podgai Mangmang star. I don't think I need to ask this question. Think about it. The original destination of human civilization is the Great Lai Star. The reason they turned to our Podgai Mangmang star must be that the Great Lai Star of the second star region did something weird when they first came into contact with it. And everyone must be very clear that the reason we know that human civilization is coming here is entirely because the second star region told us. What does this mean? This means that they have realized the benefits of contacting human civilization. In order to make humans stay and wait for their transport fleet to arrive, they must tell human civilization in advance that a transport fleet is on the way, loaded with all kinds of supplies you need. That's right. Then what's your solution? Simple. We need to find a way to make human civilization suspect that the fleet coming from the Great Star is not a transport fleet, but a battleship fleet. Ask them this? Wouldn't that give us away? Since the second star region had already told them that it was a transport fleet, we should tell them now that it was a warship fleet. They would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with our civilization. No. 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 We don't need to tell them that we just need to trade all the biosphere materials on the pot cover Mangmang star, and hint in some words that these are already things we can trade, and there are no biological resources in the nearby galaxies. Oh, There are other technologies that can be traded openly. And try not to talk too much about the price. The more generous we are, the more they will suspect that our current trade with them is actually a delaying tactic. And they will even suspect that we are waiting for other fleets to arrive. The fleet that can reach the pot cover Mangmang star the fastest is undoubtedly the transport fleet of the second star field. So, humans will naturally think that it is not actually a transport fleet, but a huge fleet composed of warships. So, how can they stay here with peace of mind? Hearing this, the governor of the first star field of the Nair civilization looked at the speaker. He was still confused. So he asked, if human civilization gets angry, won't we be the ones who are unlucky? You know, their warships are so powerful. If we really fight, we, together with the fleet on the pot cover planet number 3, will never win. There is indeed such a risk. The person who came up with the plan was a military expert. He first affirmed the Governor General's words, and then said, but we also have to consider that this human civilization is just an exploration fleet. Since it is just a fleet, they are unlikely to risk going to war with us. I guess that as long as they believe that it is a warship fleet, not a transport fleet, they will not dare to go to war, and will only choose to leave after completing the transaction. What if they want us to transport biological resources from our home planet for trading? Or directly propose to go to our home planet? Another Nair asked. The military expert snapped his claws on his right hand and replied, no, they won't. Have you forgotten what is mentioned in the basic common knowledge information of the Milky Way? Since it says that biosphere resources are treasures valued by all civilizations, then revealing information about one's home planet to other civilizations is definitely a suicidal act. Fortunately, we did not reveal any information about our home planet to this human civilization at the beginning. Otherwise, they would definitely know at the first time that we are an ignorant civilization that has never come into contact with other civilizations. Well, then how can you be sure that after seeing our generosity, humans will not think that we are a very kind civilization, but will think that we are a sinister civilization? Another Nair asked his own question. The military expert was obviously confident, and he first asked, Director Bulger, do you think human civilization is a kind civilization? On the surface, yes. The Nair man called Bulger answered. Okay. Then I ask it in a different way. The military expert was silent for a moment, and then said, Burge, do you think human civilization is an unworldly civilization? Of course not. This time Burge's answer was very certain. But after he finished speaking, he added, if what they experienced in the interstellar trading market is true, yes, then do you think such an experience can be made up? The military expert looked around at all the Nair people in the meeting room with a smile that only the Nair people could understand. That shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible. Maybe it can. Listening to the answers, the military expert clicked his claws a few times, sighed, and then explained, it seems that without solid evidence, you won't believe it easily. In this case, wait a minute. Mr. Wineria, what do you mean by whether human civilization is an unsophisticated civilization, and whether we believe that human civilization fabricates their experiences? What do these two things have to do with human civilization thinking that the transport fleet from the second star field is a battleship fleet? Anna, who couldn't figure it out, couldn't help asking a question. It seems you don't understand yet. The military expert called Wineria said with a sigh, do you think a well-informed Na has more thoughts? Or an ignorant Na has more thoughts? It must be the well-informed Na who has more thoughts. Anna answered, look, you also know this truth. Wineria said, I asked you whether you believe that human civilization says that their own experience is made up. This question is to illustrate this truth. Okay, I understand. The Nullian who had doubts just now said clearly. At this time, Wineria continued, in this case, we just need to know whether human civilization has really been to that interstellar trading market. Seeing that there are other Nullians who want to ask questions, Wineria immediately interrupted and said, everyone, don't be anxious. Listen to me. We naturally can't question them directly, but start from the trade aspect. We just need to ask them that we want to buy some biological resources of other civilizations that they bought from the interstellar trading market at a high price. That way, we can truly judge whether they really have such an experience. As for whether they will think in that direction, don't forget the words that the governor said to them after we first saw the number 1 alloy of human civilization. At this point, all the Nair people finally understood. If human civilization really has biological resources that are obviously from different civilizations, It means that the interstellar trading field that human civilization talks about is true. And it also means that human civilization is a well-informed civilization. Then, coupled with the words of the governor before, and what human civilization encountered when it went to the Lie Star, there is no need to worry that humans will not think in that direction. Chapter 338. The humans naturally didn't know about the internal discussions of the Nair civilization. And because the Nair civilization didn't want to change so obviously immediately after the resumption of the negotiations, the humans didn't notice any difference for a while. The Nair people just took out some of their biological resources to discuss with the humans after the resumption of the discussions. In the subsequent negotiations, the two sides went back and forth for several rounds of discussions, and the video conference was over. Of course, before the adjournment, the two sides agreed on the next negotiation time. This meeting lasted about 6 hours. But the two sides actually didn't agree on many items, most of which were first drafts and exchanges of opinions. This is normal. After all, such trade discussions between civilizations cannot be concluded in 1 or 2 video conferences. In fact, this meeting was the longest meeting in the past few days. If the humans hadn't proposed to adjourn the meeting because it took too long, the Nair people would have continued the discussion without realizing it. In fact, after the previous internal discussion, the Nair people determined some policies for humans, such as speeding up the mining and supply of resources for humans on the one hand, and slowing down the process of trade negotiations on the other hand. Needless to say, the purpose of the former is to allow humans to have enough fuel and supplies before the arrival of the second star field transport fleet, so that they can leave in advance. And slowing down the process of trade negotiations is naturally for this purpose. While delaying the process of trade negotiations, the Nair people appropriately relaxed and showed generosity in the content of trade negotiations according to the arrival time of the second star field transport fleet. This creates an impression of it doesn't matter how much I pay now, I can get it back anyway. There is only one purpose for doing this, which is to make humans think that there is a conspiracy or feel dangerous, and then leave in advance before the transport fleet of the second star field arrives. In this way, the first star field can use various things obtained from human transactions to control the second star field at will. The Nair people of the first star field believe that as long as this plan succeeds, everything they pay to human civilization now can be doubled back from the first star field. There are indeed risks in doing so, but once successful, it means that while strengthening the power of the first star region, it can also weaken the second star region, and even control the second star region to some extent. In this way, when the war of unification comes, their first star region will be more confident. Humans are unaware of all the plans of the Nell people. However, in the subsequent negotiations, humans can feel the slow pace shown by the Nell people. The most obvious thing is that at the beginning, each recess time was ended at the time when humans needed to eat. But later, whenever it was time for humans to eat, the Nell people deliberately did not talk about business, and instead talked about some more relaxed topics. It was during this process that humans and the Nair people came to know each other's biological characteristics beyond their appearance. For example, the Nair people knew how often humans needed to eat to maintain their body functions. And of course humans also knew the Nair people's eating habits. In addition, both sides needed oxygen, water, and other basic things. But that was all. And they knew nothing about each other's diets, physiology, etc. As time passed, the trade negotiations between the two sides gradually achieved a lot of results in rounds of discussions. Finally, in a video conference, the Nair people proposed something they had been planning for a long time. They wanted to buy biological resources from other civilizations that humans obtained from the interstellar trading market. For this request, humans readily agreed. It was not that humans knew about the Nair people's plan, but when they boasted about a galaxy power map and interstellar trading market, human experts predicted that this might happen, so they had already discussed it internally in advance. Because they had a plan, humans took the request from the Nair people this time as a test of their own bragging, which was a coincidence. Of course, humans had never been to any interstellar trading market, so the other biological resources of civilizations they took out could only be the property of those civilizations they had encountered before. And since they said they bought it from the interstellar trading market, humans did not take out too much. So they agreed to give the Nair people a few thousand animals that were obtained from the dog-headed planet and used as meat by humans, as well as some plants obtained from the wolf star. The reason why we give two things from different biospheres is mainly to prove our experience in the interstellar trading market. The other one is from Wolf Star because the DNA of the creatures there is left-handed, which is exactly the opposite of that of Dog-Headed Man Star. As long as we test the DNA of the two, we will know that they must not be products of the same biosphere, because the Nair people said they would buy them at a high price. So these things are priced at 100 times the price they gave the Nair people's biological resources. The reason is that the Nair people themselves want to buy them at a high price, and the long distance and dangerous factors of space travel affect them. But in the end, the Nell people bargained down the price from 100 times to 80 times. Originally, the Nell people thought it was too high, but humans said that a low-level civilization might not be able to encounter an interstellar trading market even if it sailed for 10,000 years. And at the same time, they raised the price of biological resources of other civilizations very high on the grounds that it was difficult for cosmic civilizations to meet. In this regard, the Nell people had no choice but to accept it. However, since the volume of this transaction was not large, even if the biological resource price was 80 times that of the Nell people, it was just enough to buy their complete set of space elevator technology trees and related research experience. Not a loss at all. However, what the Nair people didn't expect was that in this video conference, after the two sides happily negotiated the deal, the human proposed something that made all the Nair people present furious. Yu Yuan looked at the Nair governor on the big screen with a smile and said, "Dear governor, as you can see, we have gained a lot in the interstellar trading market, broadened our civilization's horizons, and learned a lot of secrets between cosmic civilizations. Your Excellency, the Grand Governor, should also understand that climbing to a higher scientific peak is the pursuit of every civilization. That is why there is mutual communication between civilizations, why top civilizations open interstellar trading markets, and why we have pleasant exchanges. Therefore, in order to promote exchanges between the two sides and enhance the relationship between our two civilizations, we also want to buy some of your scientists from you." "What? What did you say?" "Sorry, Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the human fleet. Can you say it again?" The governor of the first star field of the Nair civilization was a little confused. He could hear the voice coming from the translator clearly, but he felt it was incredible, so he wanted to confirm it again. "We want to buy your scientists." Yu Yuan repeated it again, and this time, he was serious to show that he was serious. Chapter 339. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We, the Nair people, are the main body of our Nair civilization. Every Nair person is a noble life. We will never allow any Nair person to be sold like a commodity. After confirming that humans really wanted to take advantage of their scientists, the Nair Governor General could not help but get excited and loudly vented his dissatisfaction into the communicator. The two sides have been communicating for a long time, so the translation system has become more and more perfect, so that the changes in the voice caused by the dissatisfaction of the Nair Governor General were detected by the translation system. So what humans heard was also a statement that clearly contained dissatisfaction. This time, Yu Yuan was still the representative who spoke. He did not respond angrily to such words, but said in a calm tone, "This is wrong. As a governor, the highest leader of a star field, you should know that for a civilization in the universe, survival is the most important thing. This is also one of the reasons why all civilizations strive to improve their technological level. In addition, in the interstellar trading market, there are also civilizations that sell scientists. This is not something unacceptable. You have to understand that a scientist of a different race represents a way of thinking that is completely different from that of this civilization. You should know what this means for the technological development of a civilization. That is why scientists have always been a very popular trade in the interstellar trading market. It's a pity that we didn't encounter it back then." Hearing Yu Yuan's words, the governor of the Nair people raised his claws and snapped a few times, and his abdominal vocal organs also made a strange sound at the same time. When it reached the human side, there was a burst of contemptuous laughter. "Ha. Since the Commander-in-Chief said that scientist trading is a popular trading type in the interstellar market, and that such trading is not unacceptable, then our Nair civilization also wants to buy a few scientists from you. Is that possible?" "Hey, this guy is not stupid." Yu Yuan said something, then smiled and said, "It's not that we don't want to, but in fact we are just an exploration fleet and don't have enough scientists to trade. The Grand Governor, I am only the Grand Governor of a star field. There are no rich scientists to trade in my second star field. Moreover, I reiterate that we noble Nair people cannot be sold as goods. Grand Governor, would you like to reconsider it?" Impossible. The two sides talked about the scientist trade for a while. Finally, Yu Yuan spoke again, then, Mr. Grand Governor, since you don't want to sell your scientists, what are you going to use to make up for the trade gap between our two civilizations? Judging from the preliminary contract we have signed, you owe us a lot of trading points. Not us. You still want to buy our scientists. What do you use to buy them? This. The governor was speechless for a moment. Commander-in-Chief, please wait a moment. After a while, the governor of the Nair people said this, and then closed the microphone to discuss. Due to the advice of military expert Wen Area, the Nair people used generous to humans during the trade negotiations. Strategy, plus the fact that humans could originally suppress the price of Nell items and offer their own item-level prices. So over the past few months, as one deal after another was signed, the deficit between Nell and humans has become larger and larger. Up to now, if all the agreed transactions were completed, then the Nell would owe humans at least 300 million transaction points. It is obvious that human civilization and Nell civilization cannot continue to get along like this. So this so-called transaction is actually a one-time deal. So humans will definitely not leave with a deficit on the books. The reason why this situation has come about is that the Nair people want all the technologies listed by humans, such as number 1 alloy material technology, quantum computer technology, artificial intelligence technology, combat AI original code, as well as wolf biological resources and kobold biological resources previously taken out by humans, and even some magnetic field deflection shields, neutrino communication and detection technologies that the Nair people already have. They also want to buy them. Maybe they want to compare them with their own development path. Oh! The Nairs also propose to buy the design drawings of the super-large main guns of humans. In short, they want to buy whatever they see, but they can only bring out a complete technology tree of space elevators, photon computer technology tree, plus the animals and plants on several planetary bases of the pot cover Mangmang star, and of course some technology branches. From a point of view, humans have gone much further than the Nairs on the technology tree of the second-level civilization level, but they just don't have the energy to explore some technology branches. Humans have long seen this. And the reason why they are so generous in throwing out deals and signing contracts even though they know that the Nells can't pay is that they are waiting for this moment. It is to let the Nells see hope first, to see the technology in the transaction projects, to arouse the desire of the Nells, and then tell the Nells, you have nothing to pay except scientists. In fact, after receiving the warning from the Awakener that if you encounter the interstellar trading market, you should not sell your scientists no matter what, humans have kept it in mind and conducted a lot of analysis on the reasons behind this warning. Some people think that human individuals may have special talents that cannot be discovered by other civilizations, while others think that humans are simply warned because they don't understand the universe at all. Of course, there are various other analyses, but no matter which one, they all point to one point. That is, no civilization is willing to trade its main life individuals unless it is forced to do so. And the most likely reason for being forced to do so is definitely not the current situation between humans and the Nair people, but the war and captives between cosmic civilizations. Therefore, from this short warning, humans know that the universe is definitely not peaceful. But humans are too low level now to see what kind of confrontation there is in the dark deep space. Of course, in addition to this, human scientists speculate that there is actually another reason, which is the relationship between the technological barriers encountered by the development of civilization and the wisdom of individual civilizations. There is an old saying, a wise man will make a mistake in 1,000 considerations, and a fool will make a gain in 1,000 considerations. Although the saying is old, it is not feudal dregs, because after thinking about a series of issues such as technological barriers, the development of technological civilization, individual wisdom, and the inexplicable racial talents mentioned by the Awakeners back then, human scholars discovered that perhaps the deep reason behind the so-called interstellar trading market trading scientists is that various civilizations have evolved in order to make up for their own lack of talent in the development of certain branches of technology. Chapter 340. Just like humans and the Nells, humans are ahead of the Nells in many branches of technology, but they cannot come up with cable materials that meet the requirements of space elevators, nor can they develop photon computers. If it were before, humans might still think that this is because the number of human individuals is too small. Of course, the small number of the total population is definitely one reason. But after learning that the Nells computers actually take the photon computer route, Combined with what the Awakener said, human scholars believe that perhaps relying solely on the thoughts, thinking methods, or wisdom of a race cannot break through the barriers that stand in the way of civilization advancement. Because the rules of the universe are so comprehensive, so broad, and so all-encompassing. And an individual civilization or even the entire civilization is just a life in a corner of the universe, composed of some of the materials, with different ways of operation. As the Awakener said, wisdom has its limits. Relying on such intelligent life individuals to explore the technological barriers formed by the numerous and all-encompassing basic laws of the universe is like seeing only a small part of the leopard through a tube. Even if you can see it clearly, you can only get some formulas and theorems that are only used in a certain field. Therefore, if we want to get a more comprehensive glimpse of the true nature of the various laws of the universe, perhaps the collective wisdom of individuals in our own civilization is not enough. We must also let other races think in their own way and from directions that our own race has never imagined, so that we can see the full picture of the leopard from all angles. This situation of racial wisdom is so in scientific research. If it is placed in people's daily life, it may be like this: the same math problem that two people can solve. One person can solve it easily during the exam, but the other suddenly can't figure it out at all. But after a while, he understands it by himself. Well, this metaphor may not be appropriate. So another way to describe it is to say that it is a barrier to knowledge. That is, a phenomenon that hinders individuals from practicing in depth due to focusing on deep-level pointing and misunderstanding. This does not refer to the barrier to knowledge of specific events and things on the surface, but to the inherent defects in the thought circuit formed by an intelligent life. The universe gives life wisdom, but it also traps wisdom in the eternal thought circuit that gave birth to it. Perhaps it is because of this that there is the so-called racial talent. After all, if there is no difference, then there is no talent to talk about. If this guess is correct, then it is not difficult to imagine that the Galactic Axis Alliance, which often broadcasts in the Milky Way and does not even spare low-level civilizations, must be doing this kind of thing. And then again, the current NER people are obviously unwilling to trade their scientists. But the NER people have never been to any interstellar trading market. This refusal is completely a self-protection of intelligent life individuals after civilization has developed to a certain level, and after the collective intelligent life individuals have formed a certain social order. No normal intelligent life is willing to turn itself into a commodity for trading, unless this intelligent life individual has been indoctrinated with this, or that kind of education, since the formation of self-consciousness, and then takes it for granted. The other situation is involuntary. However, unless the wisdom of each civilization in the universe is naturally flawless, it will eventually need the help of the thought circuits of other races. So conflicts between civilizations arise. It is certainly the best solution for everyone to open their hearts and communicate. But who can guarantee that you will not trick me? Then destroy my civilization, and use the individuals in my civilization as stepping stones for the advancement of your civilization. In this way, the Awakeners may also be constantly improving their wisdom in their own way. The Awakeners are named after awakening the fallen civilization. So this method is very likely related to the fallen civilization. And the Harvesters are probably doing the same thing, but in a different way. The communication between civilizations is beneficial to the development of both sides. But there are also huge risks. After all, no one knows whether you will stab me in the back after you make progress, and turn me into the nourishment to complete your wisdom. This may be the reason why the top civilizations in the Milky Way don't seem to communicate with each other, now that humans have been rejected by the NER civilization when they asked for scientists. They have also been able to peek into the dirty things between cosmic civilizations from the related information, thus supplementing and improving their own cosmic sociology to a certain extent. Of course, all these inferences are based on humans' current judgment of the civilization form composed of intelligent life in the universe. So, what is this basis? There is no doubt that it is a civilization composed of collective intelligent life. So far, humans have not encountered any single civilization. Yes, although the Awakener appeared in the form of a battleship, they were not a single civilization. That was just one of their battleships. The top existences in the Milky Way, except for the Reapers, other top existences such as the Galactic Axis Alliance, the Perseus Community, and the Silicon-based Federation, do not look like single civilizations just by looking at the names. In addition, there are civilizations that humans have directly or indirectly contacted, such as the Mokstar civilization, the Kuntai civilization, and the current Nair civilization, which are undoubtedly technological civilizations composed of individuals. Even the indigenous dog-headed people are collective intelligent life. If humans had not known that they were just a civilization that had just ventured into the universe for a short time, they would have doubted that there was only a collective technological civilization in the universe. Not only that, characters that often appear in science fiction movies, such as Zurg, planetary consciousness, demons, and space monsters, have never been heard of by humans. If humans knew that these things existed, then the current perfect cosmic sociological model would either have to be further optimized or torn down and rebuilt. As for the problem that they have only encountered group technological civilization for the time being, anthropologists have several inferences. First, the mainstream life form in the universe is the birth of life in social species. Second, social species are more likely to break through filters and form civilizations by working together. Third, other forms of civilization have been destroyed. Fourth, humans simply haven't encountered other forms of civilization. Of course, no matter which one it is, that's a matter for the future. What humans have to do now is to wait for the Nair people to respond, and then continue to fool them into trading. It is not enough to see the reaction of the Nair people. It is probably very difficult to buy their scientists. Humans are also very clear about this. But it doesn't matter. After all, in the human plan, there is not much hope for this. If scientists cannot be purchased, then the next best thing is to find a way to buy some ordinary, or even criminal Nair people.